What do you mean, Mike? What do you mean not pay attention to it? It is okay. Don't. I'm not mad at you. Okay, I'm very passionate about this subject.
I realize
It,
that, but
I,
it's not a
I,
healthy passion.
you can't say that. You are nobody to say that.
It's
You have
toxic.
no idea what you're saying when you say that.
I certainly do.
You can't decide that that's not healthy
It's
when
like
there needs
watching
to be.
live murder show on TV. It's not a healthy thing to watch. It's actually stressing you out. You can tell by the way you're talking right now, this minute.
Of course, it stresses me out. It
Well,
stressed me
then
out my
stop
whole
paying
fucking
attention
life.
to it.
I can't. My family's there. I can't not pay attention to it. Not only that, it is one of the biggest fucking scams and what do you say? One of the worst things to happen to human beings in this century. This is absolutely some of the most criminal behavior on the fucking earth. It needs to be stopped. It needs to be curbed. It needs to be stopped. They need to be stopped.
What?
Cannot go on anymore.
Okay, but what is your focusing and venting out here going to do to aid that?
Because most of how they've managed to accomplish this is by brainwashing the public into thinking what they think. And this needs to be corrected. And it's being corrected slowly. But look how many people still, nice, normal people who come out and say the things they say. Like Palestine needs to be freed from Hamas.
Anybody
It's
over
Hamas.
here, though, that you're conversing with is not relevant in the picture that's going to make a difference over there.
Oh, yes, they are.
Like
That's
who?
why.
Like
Listen,
who?
if it wasn't relevant, why would they have spent all these fucking decades brainwashing people into thinking what they think? If it wasn't relevant, they have gone
Like
to
who?
extraordinary. The Zionists have gone to extraordinary lengths to brainwash people into thinking all these things. Oh, they've been fighting for thousands of years. There's no point. It's an equal fight. Okay, where's Dan? Where's Dan? He dropped
Oh,
off.
you fell.
Um,
You fell. But I don't think you caught what I said there accurately.
You said, why does it matter here?
No. I said, what do you think conversing about it with anybody over here that has no, what's the word? Push over there.
But they do because their money is paying for it and they're docile about it. They can't be docile about this, just like nobody should have been docile about the Nazis. One of the ways that the Nazis
can you elaborate that? Hang on, help me understand better. Slow down a little bit on the money part. Their money. Can you? Whose money is paying for what?
The people in the West, mostly in Europe and in North America, their money is going to pay to kill murder Palestinians.
No. Listen. That's not how it works in war. In war, the people who print the money to propagate the war on their own merit for their own agenda. It happens regardless.
No, listen. It would not happen if people rose up and said, "No, we don't want our taxes going there." And now people are finally doing it.
Yes, it would.
People are finally doing it. You watch.
Yes, it would. Dan, I put the link already earlier in GChat. Are you in the basement? Here, I'll put it in the. Well,
no,
you can't be in the basement.
No, I can see if he comes in the basement.
It's in GChat. It's the last one. So yeah, when it comes to war, the funding of the war, it's just them using their printability resources to make sure that people are going to do it. So it doesn't. The taxes are irrelevant in this case.
Why do they spend so much energy and money convincing people all these fucking decades, lying their asses off? Why would people here care?
To pin people against each other everywhere, because it already is a world order.
Why? No. What I'm saying is, most of the West, not the whole world, but most of the West believed Palestinians to be the problem in the equation. Here he is. Most people believed the Palestinians to be the problem. So why did they go all those lengths to brainwash people into thinking that if it didn't matter?
Because it ties into local politics and local brainwashing to propagate the same narrative over here. Yeah, it's a distraction. It's a circus.
Okay, but if they're pitting people against each other, then why a small group of one culture, they're going to pit the whole West against one culture? That doesn't make any sense.
It's not just one culture. It's Yemen. It's all these other things. It's just another pot to piss in the same warmongering
they're secondary.
Cult of military industrial complexism.
Listen, Lebanon is now been their next target. Israel is trying to take over Lebanon. They want to take the land. There's some of their people are saying that land belongs to us too. They also want to take over Egypt, but that's going to come third if they were to get that far. But you know what? People have hearts for the Lebanese. Now, people who weren't saying anything about the Palestinians are now saying something about the Lebanese, because Lebanese are viewed as human and the Palestinians are not. There is a reason why they want us gone. Particularly, they want the Palestinians to not exist anymore. And they will say it out loud and get away with it.
The oligarch wants almost everybody not to exist anymore.
Genocide. It's all part of the genocide.
Yes.
Specifically Palestinians. Specifically. I'm not talking about the larger genocide that's going on humanity.
I'm
talking about
it is all part of it.
It's not part of it.
It is.
This has been going on for 80 years.
It is.
And now
it is part of it. And it has been going on for a long time.
For 80 years.
Yes, the genocide's been a work in progress. Slow drip work in progress for quite a long time.
There is a reason why Palestinians are the one. And I believe the reason is because of the spiritual value of that land, the energy in that land. The energy in that land is what they're after. I think there's
probably resources and all kinds of stuff, for corporate greed, blah blah blah. But here
they've got resources. They found gas or whatever it is off the coast of Gaza, and Israel was selling contracts for that just before October 7th. They've been planning this before October 7th happened. They knew October 7th was going to happen. So they wanted this to happen, so they had an excuse. And what they're trying to do is completely wipe out the Palestinian culture. They want us gone because we are what stands between them and taking over the rest of the Middle East.
I know that these dramas are going on and this and that, but again, all of these dramas, their main purpose at this point is to distract from the big drama. And there's one important D that's left out of the equation that most people don't realize with divide and conquer. Divide, distract, and conquer.
No, this is not the same equation of what's going on there.
Kat.
It is not.
It's just part of the bigger picture. One little piece of the equation on the chessboard.
I'm not saying it doesn't have a part in the bigger picture, but this was not. This is a separate thing. It is, in those movies where like Schwarzenegger go, this time it's personal. This thing going on between the European invaders, and
even if it was a separate independent thing, it's being used as a pawn in the circus to distract from the bigger show.
It's just another square in the Monopoly board.
But Ukraine too. Because Ukraine happened because the U.S. and NATO were trying to get a foothold next to Russia because Russia is the arch enemy, right? So they were using Ukraine and Ukrainians to fight Russia. So it's US that's fighting Russia, but they're doing it through Ukraine and killing all those Ukrainians in the process. They're not going to win. Russia's going to win.
You have to realize they're all on the same team, Kat. I'm not talking about the military guys. The military guys are just pawns being used for killing of the calling of their herd, entertainment purposes, for war rituals, right?
Yeah,
That's the same thing. That's
in a Sherlock Holmes play, there would be Sherlock Holmes and Watson, and then there would be Moriarty, right? So, and you're saying that Russia's playing Moriarty, and the U.S. is playing Sherlock Holmes. And,
well,
and
I don't know the movie, so I don't know the characters, but it's more like this in WWE. In WWE, you have.
When you get off the stage, everybody takes a bow because everybody was in the play together. So you're saying that the US and Russia are in the play together, so they're all on stage and they're all playing their parts.
Well, as far as the CEOs go, which is the presidents, right? Those are just actors put in position to make it look like there's rival teams going on, and actual nations, right? And that's the real thing. And they're just being given orders and directives from their bosses.
They're like coaches in a hockey team in the NHL.
Yeah, 3 years ago. And I also used the hockey team analogy too. 3 years ago when I came here, I was using that analogy. I said, we're all like teams in the NHL. There's an owner of the NHL, and there's all the different teams. And so each country is a team. And so I understand all of that. I really do.
Except it's a little bit even less like in the NHL, it could be, and I would even argue that this isn't the case, but there really is like a real competition going on as far as like the coaches being on a different team and so on and so forth, but it's one league. It's a little different in this nation state thing. The nation state thing is literally from the political aspect above, not the minions below, like the pawns, the military guys and whatnot. Those guys, these people are already on the same club, sitting there throwing darts at the dartboard, saying, "Okay, let's see where it lands, and okay, that's where we're going to do our fighting and war ritual over here, and that's who's going to win, and blah blah blah."
No. It's much more planned than throwing darts, because they already
as metaphoric.
Have, like, well, no, because you're making it almost like it's chance where the darts fall, but they are.
No, just they're deciding is what I'm saying. Is they're together, right? They're choosing the narrative together, and they have the script, and everybody understands the script, and it's already decided before, and then they feed that to the masses like a play, and then to carry out the actual function, they get the pawns who are the lowest on the totem pole of delusional, the patriots, right? Who are willing to do anything with in their good-hearted nature as a sacrifice, don't look before they leap, and they end up being a mercenary, right? In war sacrifice, and they do all this destruction of nature and blah blah blah. And the rulers love that. They love this how loyal and dumb the pawns are, that they'll sacrifice themselves for their entertainment.
They love how passionate Kat is getting about it.
True.
Okay, because this has been going on longer than the rest of the shit, right? All these the Ukraine things started.
Right. I think for a very long time, Kat, it looks like it, right? By the things that we can read in history, it looks like this whole statism puppet show. Thousands, maybe, I don't know, right? It looks like kind of a repeat movie.
This fight, ever since Zionism was established in 1897, this was their goal. This is what they've been doing since 1897. Now, all the rest of these, the World War II and Russia and the whole thing, all those things happen along the way, but the Palestinian thing they started in 1897, and then they got the British to make the mandate, and they started funneling all those European Jews in, and then uh, it led to all this. And I know that Israel exists only because of the US. The US made Israel because they wanted a base in the Middle East. They couldn't get in the Middle East because the Middle East works on religion, mostly Muslim, and the Muslims have standards and values, and they can't be bought as easy. So they had to get an agent in there. So they put Israel in there. So
Got it. Makes sense. It makes sense because
okay.
yeah, different aspects of different nations have different programming, so you have to work with that.
Yes, well, they built Israel though from nothing. Like like Germany and France and England, they all had their shit going for a while, right? Their cultures and how they
hmm
believe and stuff like that. But they didn't
What
have a
you
handle on the Muslim countries.
Yeah, what you just told me there, the last little bit,
Uh,
tells me then without a shadow of the doubt that it's really just the latest, most modern version of uh, this statism, national control order that's been going on for a very long time. It's the latest
well,
saga.
yeah. Look what they did to Palestine. They changed it from nice little villages that were all pretty much independent and changed it into a more nationalistic thing that Palestine has to be a country
Yeah.
with borders and work a certain way. And that's not the way the Palestinians worked.
So it's
But that's
really,
only in the last 100 years
and
that that's
it's
happened.
really, sure, it's really nothing new on the grand stage of statism. It's just the next saga. And while all those sagas are going on, the dramas, the micro dramas, which are not so micro, but in the grand scheme of things,
No, it's just
they're
very insulting that you call it drama. People are
well,
fighting for their lives. That's not
yeah,
just drama.
well, it's a drama that's playing in the outer world here. That's what I mean. I don't mean like just a TV show. I mean it's drama, like when people fight, right? It's chaos. Um, and while that's going on, at this point, it's very clear to see all these micro dramas are being used primarily as one of the main distractions from the bigger overview objective.
It's being used as a rationalization for what's about to come. So when they, like, for instance, when Israel says shit like, oh, they beheaded 40 babies, and they tell all kinds of lies, that the Hamas put babies in the oven and shit like that to try and
Yeah,
trigger
yeah.
people into
You
thinking
think
into the Nazi shit, like that the Hamas is the Nazis when Israelis are the Nazis.
you
So
think they're going to
they
use it?
condition people. They condition people to say it's okay to go and kill the Palestinians because they're just vermin. They're not human.
You think they're going to
They're
use it
conditioned.
to? You think they're going to use it to as part and parcel to uh, the accepting of machines and robots?
I don't think that that is a consideration at this point in Palestine. That is not. This is not even material to me about this AI shit. There, it may be in Israel, but not in Palestine. This is not. They have been bombed to the fucking Stone Age. Robots are not something in the near future. What's going to happen is,
Yes, they
well,
are. Why would you say that? Holy cow! Very, very near
no.
future. I think that's what you don't realize yet. Um,
What I am worried about is that when the other countries from the West come and pretend like they're fucking heroes after they did all this fucking murder, they're gonna come afterwards and say they're heroes by coming to rebuild Gaza. Then I'm gonna worry that they're gonna put smart homes in there. That is a problem. That's a possibility, and I've already worried about that because I worry about the fucking Kool-Aid that they're giving the children who are getting polio now. They're getting them to line up for these fucking polio Kool-Aid, and I'm worried about what they're putting in it. So there are, right now, it's just a matter of getting these fucking monsters to stop and let Palestinians breathe. It's going to take generations before Palestinians could get over this. Generations. Because even though there's been there's well over 42,000 that have been murdered.
That's assuming the masses aren't going to be obliterated anyways.
Yeah, I don't think that that's the way it's going to work. Like they're just going to vaporize us. But they are working at a disadvantage right from the get-go. But there are more than 42,000 killed, way more than 42,000 killed. We'll find out later on after the fact that there were over 100,000 killed, and that's just to this point. But what's the problematic is the people that lived. The people that live have no arms, no legs. They have no sight. A lot of them been blinded. The trauma that 2.2 million people just in Gaza, that doesn't count the West Bank or East Jerusalem. It just those into Gaza. Those people have tremendous trauma over, like, anybody who is upset about their life here. It's fucking laughable compared to what the Palestinians stand up to. Like, anybody who thinks they're a badass here, they got nothing on a fucking Palestinian. Nothing. All these badasses on YouTube.
And by the sounds of it, anybody, right, by the sounds of it at the current time as well, the hardship anybody might be enduring over here for the most part is like a dream to live in compared to what they're going through right now.
Absolutely. And so right now, this is what I'm concerned with. I'll leave people from Sudan to worry about Sudan. I'll leave people from Ukraine to worry about Ukraine. But I'm worried about Palestine right now, and Palestine is the most egregious example since World War II of how human beings are being treated. It is the absolute single most egregious thing that's happening on the earth right now in the last 80 years. But yes, ever since World War II, this has been going on for Palestinians. So almost 80 years, this suffering has gone on for 3 to 4 generations. It needs to stop now, and then give the Palestinians a chance to fight whatever the fuck we all are going to be fighting as human beings on the planet.
Well,
But
that
right
last
now,
part,
I'm concerned with getting them food and
that
water.
last part, unfortunately, the masses are too asleep. They don't realize that part. But
I don't have as bad an outlook as you do, though. I think that we have more of a chance than you think, even though what you propose is definitely very scary and seems insurmountable. If we have to face robots that are armed to the teeth and have, seconds reaction, to us disobeying,
yeah,
obviously that's really scary. It's from a sci-fi movie that could be real life. And I've seen sci-fi movies turn into real life, because during this stupid 19 episode, I was watching Invasion of the Body Snatchers come to life.
why it concerns me so much is because I see the cards in place for that to be the case. It's not like, and it's, you know what I'm saying? And it's not like in a long distance future where there's a lot of time to really do something in the system wise to sound whistle blow and that kind of stuff. It's like just looking around going, holy crap, the dominoes are really in order here,
Yeah, but did they achieve what they wanted to with Agenda 21?
Yep.
Yeah, for sure. I think even more than they were setting out to.
We heard about this culling of humanity before we heard about 2030. We heard about 2021 back in 2016, I think, and that's when we heard about the culling of the people, and they're nowhere near that.
That was to set the stage for the implementation of doing what they started to do with the vaccines and some other things as well. I think one of them was kind of interesting that maybe they retraced on, at least over in the West here, but not in other countries, which is the use of digital requirement through cell phone to get access to things. I don't know if they're just a little behind or whatever. Maybe the modeling told them to take a different turn. They tried it, and I think there's just too much resistance at that point, right?
And what I'm
but
saying
that's
to you is it doesn't have to go the way the agenda says.
yeah, but it's going to happen anyway. It just means they have to do other turns. And
they're trying different ways. But I'm telling you that if all these Daleks come at us, you don't think we're going to resist? The only way they manage to do it is to convince people that we want to buy this shit. Like people who put cameras in their apartments so that the government can watch them, but they think they can watch their dog while they're at work. But really,
again, though, at a point where they haven't turned the key full crank and slipped the rug yet, and not even close. And when they do, what people don't realize is that they're currently heavily checkmated from a dependency position because they've lost the knowledge how to cooperate and be self-reliant. And it comes back to that thing again, like I was saying, relearning how to swim and learning how to swim when the tsunami is starting to touch your feet is not the time to do that. And that's where the masses are in trouble, and they don't realize it right now.
But a tsunami is a power of nature, and what we're talking about is the power of man. And I think that the power of man can be resisted a lot easier than resisting the power of nature.
It's just a metaphor, and it's not a resistance thing. When the solution, the solution, the only way to solve that for individual, when you're checkmated like that, the only other option then is to be self-reliant. And if you don't know how to do that, if you don't know how to function, and you're only dependent on this system, what are you going to do when you don't know how to get access to a measly few breadcrumbs? And the loaf of bread is $1,050 today, and by the end of the day, it's $8,000. Right?
Starve to death, freeze to death.
We're still in generations that do know how to do some things for themselves, the basic things.
Yes, but it takes time to establish and set the foundation of those things. The know-how is only part of the battle, and you're going to have panic and people zombie apocalypsing each other and all this stuff.
Yes, the zombie apocalypse
and machines
was happening in just the human zombies. That was evident in Stupid 19. That's when you saw the zombies with the face diaper, right? They were zombies. They were taken over. Their minds were taken over, and they were run by fear, right? So that was the testing ground. A lot of us believe that was just a test to see what they could do.
Right. And if that wasn't a clue enough, right? If that wasn't a clue enough already at that point that, hey, this type of thing can happen at any time, maybe it's not a good idea that we have all of our eggs in this basket here, because what if it's worse? You know, they're not thinking like that. And you still have the same, everybody just went back. Instead of thinking like that, the main thing you heard the programs be restless about was, when are things going to go back to normal?
Back to hell.
And that's right. And that's the problem. It never was healthy to begin with, right?
Okay, I understand that. But again, we're in different layers of awakening, right? So some of us know what you know, some of us know what I know, some of us don't know shit. Okay? So there's going to be layers of people, like, personalities that manage to gravitate towards the truth, and there's going to be layers of what the truth is. So and it is very hard to tell because there is no actual facts to go by. You just have to watch and see what the history has been up till now. And the Stupid 19, it frightened people in a different way than just following what the government said. a lot of people were frightened as to what they have in store for us. And a lot of people have made these changes. There are lots of people who are making changes with their food, the kind of food they're intaking, where they're getting their food from, and making networks between people. These things are happening. So I don't think, based on the fact that even down to my grandson's generation, who's going to turn 8 in December, he knows how to plant seeds. The fact that there are some foods that are better than others, so they can't take that knowledge away from him. So they're going to have to go for his kids' generation, and that's not overnight.
My message to anybody who can see the writing on their wall: hurry up. Not much
I
time.
know, but and again, you only
And,
really
and
see it
even
on
if there,
one foot.
even if there was, it's just the smart, healthy path to take anyways. Like this whole dependency on a corporate world is just so toxic. It's really idiocracy, right? For people to be living a lifestyle like that because of how
Yeah, but
irresponsible it is.
you have to let go of the fact that you have this one vision and this is the only truth and this is the only way it can work. You need to let go of
No, I'm
that.
just talking from whether it's healthy or not for people.
I
It's
know
toxic
you
for
can
people,
win the
right?
argument. You can win the argument for that, but that doesn't actually cure anything. And it's not realistic to expect that it's going to go that way.
No, no,
So
no. But if that's understood, then it can become clear and obvious. If it's not a healthy path, if it's a toxic path, well, maybe I need to think about another path that is healthy then. Without
okay,
that
but there's gonna be
understanding, it
different
just
answers.
becomes a cycle that, gets justified and nothing changes. And that's really what we got to talk about if we're going to talk about people being proactive and actually doing something instead of just being lip service, right?
But now you think that people should go and forage for their own carrots as opposed to going to a market or a grocery store. Whereas I'm fine with grocery stores and markets as long as they're not run the way they are right now, which is the Zionists who
It's
are
not just how
getting
they
in
run though, Kat.
between.
It's also
They're
the
getting in
product that's in
between. They're
there.
getting in between the farmer and the end user, right?
You're
We need to
also,
take
yeah,
out the middlemen.
you're also, well, that's how you cut out the middleman, is by going out to be self-reliant. That's how you do that. And
Okay, but there's market.
it's not just the market, the corporate market, that's the problem. And the way
No,
that
no.
that
You mean
happens,
farm market.
it's also the products. The products are not healthy. They're toxic as shit. And that's part of
Exactly.
the procedure to keep people sedated and indoctrinated, is by putting those
Right.
poisons in there, right? So
Well, many more people know not to cook their food in aluminum or sorry, aluminium or to use aluminium on themselves and to do their best to stay away from it. But we're still getting it dropped on us from fucking chemtrails, right?
yes,
It's going into our food and into our water, and now
yes,
it's sitting there at the lake while they're putting these chemtrails over top of us, right?
yes.
So we don't seem to be able to do anything about that until
Well,
we get rid of our government.
that's something that needs to be investigated further and gotten to the bottom to. Well, while that's going on, um, you have to mitigate at the very least as much as you possibly can. And the biggest aspect in terms of being checkmated into a call the herd agenda is going to be the dependency factor, right? That's the big rooted problem for the masses, is the dependency. What are they dependent on? They're dependent on the corporate system. They don't know how to function without that, right? So this is the problem for them.
Many people are getting out of it. Many people are getting out of that system. They're replacing what they used to do and going straight to the farmers markets to get their food, for instance. I know you're saying about the products like, you know, the the the, the computers. The computers have frequencies that are poisoning us and ingredients in the computer that is poisoning us.
Everything does
Okay.
in their, coming from their word. Yep.
But then I don't think people are going to give up their complete computers so easily.
You
right?
reap what you
That's
sow,
all.
right? Yeah. It's
That's
however
all.
far people want to go. That's why it comes down to an individual, whatever they want to take. But just even getting, again, we can talk about the finish line aspect. All of that won't even be, it'll be moot for the people who haven't learned how to function without the dependency, just from the bare, just bring it down to the simple basic needs level. Just starting there, right? Just basic shelter from the elements, basic access to non-corporate food that you have your eye and hand in, and to know how to access that from foraging, not just foraging, but also growing is very, very important as well. So that you don't, again, you have multiple baskets, and then cooperating with others so that you
Sure.
have even further reach, right? And
Hold on
so
one-
doing, sure.
Joe is downstairs, or he's not downstairs, but I need to send him the link. He's saying, "So are we going to watch the video?"
Oh, which
I knew it. I predicted that was going to happen.
Okay.
Hurry up
so
before he gets stoned. Or
can we do?
Is he going to come up and actually stay awake this time?
No, you know what? Don't chase him away before he's even come up here.
He's not going to take us away.
I'm gonna send you the link, Joe.
how come you just don't put it in the chat, Cat?
Because there's people like Crinkle.
Yeah, you just don't answer that call. I'm just suggesting. I'm not saying anything. I don't rule. You rule.
I have never seen Joe
Feelings get hurt.
walk away from a panel without it completely being the right move, and I would have done the same thing every time. I haven't seen him do it all that often, but when he does, it's like it makes perfect sense. The people up there
So
are
now
being
you're saying-
idiots.
So now you're saying it made perfect sense that he left?
I don't believe he left. I think that it.
He slept.
But if I'm wrong on that, then let's now see. We shouldn't have said that, because now the stage is set for him to fuck with us.
No, I'm gonna ask him. Were you fucking with me last night?
Hey, Kat, where did you get that Avatar, the wings, angel wing thing?
Kat, do
It's
you want
me.
me to put the?
Yeah, but where'd you? Sorry.
It's a picture of me in front of wings.
Where?
On
You
the
want me-
wall.
That's what I'm asking.
Are you
Pardon?
trying to send Joe the StreamYard, Kat?
No, I got.
Oh,
Stop
you got
it! Yeah. The picture that you see me in is a picture of me around the corner from where I live. There's a pair of wings on the wall, and you just stand in
cool.
front of them. And take a picture.
I
Yeah.
got one of those.
Joe,
Morning, sunshine.
I got one
You
of
got one of what?
those.
You got one of what?
Joe, do me a
The
favor.
wings they got in downtown Denver. They got the wings.
yeah.
They're massive, and you just go and take a picture. Yeah.
Hey,
I got
Joe,
one.
can you do me a favor?
Oh, you know,
Shut your camera off.
I knew it was gonna be some
No.
racist shit. It's first thing in the
No.
morning.
Why does he have to shut
Do,
the
do I
camera off?
really
I'm just
need to- you need
teasing
to-
him. For
Oh,
fuck's
okay. I
sake.
was wondering if you needed the data or something.
No.
Guru, you niggas
Yo.
was rude. I tried. I was the third wheel. Clearly, y'all had some shit.
Come on.
Me and Aaron listened for a good hour before I fell asleep, man.
I didn't hear you once try and get in there.
I did. I added my input, and you and Kat would go back and forth. I don't know. It was.
Were you possibly on mute, or your volume was low or something?
No, you guys acknowledged it. I could only get in for like when you guys say something, I might recap something you said, and then you guys would go on another 15, 20 minutes, and I'd get in a word here.
Well, that's the first. I have never ever seen you have an issue getting a word in. You are the master at that. So
I could have changed it. I didn't want to change it. I'm arrogant, so I think I could have changed the subject, but I didn't say let's watch the vid. I did once or twice in the beginning, and it looked like you guys had something you needed to discuss. So I
Not
set the fuck
me.
back.
I said when we started, I said we should probably start on the subject, and you guys were liking
No, I
what you
said
guys
it a
were
bunch of
talking about.
times too. In fact, I was saying even before you got here, like we're waiting for Cat. When you got here, we're gonna watch the vid. Guys want to watch the vid. But and I still feel like you guys that need to be saying. I know you guys probably do that all the time or something. But me and Aaron was like,
I
that-
didn't know it was set. I was just going with the flow. So yeah, I didn't
I
mean
was going with
to.
the flow.
I thought you were just being kind of lackadaisical because you get to this point at the end of the day where you smoke so much and you just
Oh,
sort
I
of get
was-
drifty.
I was out
Yeah.
of it. That's why I'd stood up, and went, got some milk and cookies and shit to make sure I was able.
Yeah,
And,
I saw you do that, and then I thought you
yeah.
just at your drifty self and you doze off like you've done a half dozen times before. You know?
I know, right?
So
No,
I didn't
even-
think that.
Even my girl was like, we thought we were watching something special, and I was like, thank God he got what's her name, Fruity, because I'd be accusing these niggas or something. I was like, I thought it was great, man. We had all good shit to say. And she watched it after even after I fell asleep. She kept watching you guys.
Oh,
Yeah.
Well, we're still going, and I was excited to have your participation and contribution in this very
Rick,
main.
yeah, that's what I said.
I was about to go to Pueblo and do some shit. And she just went to Pueblo and shit. So she just left. I was like, hey, we got to run to Pueblo. So,
You might have also missed that I was saying the as the focus sort of turned before we started into the other topic of that question that I posed when we were backstage there.
yeah.
That I'm actually a little more interested and enthusiastic about and focusing on at the time being. Not that I'm not in the other one as
Right.
well, but I thought since we were just at the time going with the flow,
Right.
we kept that as the focus.
I would agree. I would agree. Yeah.
What I wanted to do was get into the hour-long one, and then transition into the one that Joe sent you.
Yeah, well, I'm game for whatever. I'm flexible and easygoing. So
I got
whatever
time. My
you
wife
guys.
just left. Looks like I got time. She made me bacon. I can go make a sandwich whenever I'm ready. I'll probably smoke instead.
All right, so we're gonna do take two then, and this one we're all fresh and ready to go.
And we start with the long bit.
Sure.
Yeah. Excuse me. Guys.
Cat, what's your energy for that?
That's what I just said. I think we should do the hour-long one, stopping in between so we don't get in trouble, and commenting on different parts of it. And then there's not going to be much of a discussion because I think we're going to agree pretty much at the end. Where's Dan?
I think he dropped again.
I don't see him in the guest thing.
I'm dog sitting. Damn it. Apparently, I got dog sitting.
Well, it's better than chicken sitting.
Yeah,
so-
and the dog's tied up right outside my window. There's my buddy's dog. He like, will you keep an eye on him? Like, yeah, he might be going with my girlfriend. They might be going to Pueblo together. They probably all going together. Yeah.
There used to be a commercial on TV that you had to write to
Self-address stamped
Colorado.
envelope to
Yeah,
Pueblo,
yeah.
Colorado. Some
For what?
something. Yeah.
What was it for?
It was for Zoom, or the electric company. It was one of them. And you send a self-addressed address, send a SASE, they called it, SASE, self-addressed stamped envelope to Pueblo, Colorado, so-and-so, so-and-so. Yeah, that's the only way I know Pueblo too from that commercial.
Yeah. Dan's back.
I'm back.
Welcome back. Okay, so Nudie, can you bring up the hour-long video?
I can't. Give me a second here. I think I still have the
I'd like to take the
Damn,
video
the
from
dog
earlier.
disappeared already. Oh, there it is. I'm about to say I failed already. The dog's done.
Hey,
I do.
Joe, I've been up for almost 30 hours now.
I got some good Z's. I tried to get some this morning. I couldn't, but I'm still doing right.
Because you were having sex?
I was trying, but interruptions and people start waking up and all of that shit.
People.
And I think I was a little moody because last night, I told her we was gonna get down and all of that shit, and she was like, "Your panel is at 8. We'll be fine. Like I'll get it done, but don't forget Cat now. Don't forget your panel." So I kind of gave up sex for the panel last night. So of course I was moody.
I don't feel sorry for you. I had no sex. At least you could have it when you got off.
And then this morning, everybody woke up so fucking early. I didn't get none this morning. Now she's going to Pueblo. I'll be moody all day.
Everybody.
Her best friend, and her best friend and my friend, they plug up on the property. They got the van. Gurus seen it. Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So they in the morning they get up and they come in here and use the bathroom. Everybody talks, and he's got a dog, and we've got a dog here, and it's yeah. So
if you need to do what you do while we're doing this, just go to the side. You don't even need to go on mute.
I only have to calm down.
Yeah, I just wanted to see how good you can multitask, and we'll get the job done.
Pull a bonobo.
Pull a bonobo. And this might take a while because I plan on stopping. I don't want to watch the whole thing all the way through. I want to stop and talk, so it should take a lot longer than an hour.
Well, that's what I said. We're gonna have to stop in bits and pieces. But I just have a feeling that there's not going to be much of different points of view on it.
It's already in the basement, Cat. So feel free to put it up.
Yeah. Make a boop. Okay,
hey,
so
Cat.
now,
Wait, Cat. Y'all talk for a second. Y'all won't be able to hear me. I want to find my wing picture, and send it to you.
How come I can't see it in the basement? In private chat.
Can't see it.
Yeah, because you don't have black privilege.
Oh, okay. Hashtag too white.
So yeah, so what I want to discuss is not so much what the video says, because it's pretty straightforward, but I want to discuss the implications of it afterwards. Like let's get to the what?
Just sorry. Go on. I didn't mean to interrupt.
We told you already.
Why, you got somewhere to be, Dan? You got a hockey game to watch or something? Or,
yeah, of course.
That's not just nice.
No, actually, I could use a nap time.
Well, go ahead and have a nap.
I'm just kidding around, just trying to keep things light.
Hey, at least it's not a far from a Big Thumbs production.
Yeah.
I
miss him.
I can't get the who.
I couldn't find mine. I sent you Aaron's. I couldn't find my picture.
Okay. If I get out of here, though, I'm on the phone. If I get out of here, I'll lose.
Yeah. Don't worry about it. Yeah.
Or no, I managed to. Here I am. Okay, if I go, I'll be right back. Ooh.
Where's she going?
She's probably looking at the photo I sent her. Me and Aaron took pictures under the wings in Denver. I couldn't find mine, so I sent her. Are we live? Yeah, me and Phoenix.
Yeah, we are.
Me and Phoenix took pictures.
Oops.
I thought they're different. Your wings are different.
Yes,
they go
they're
up,
metal.
and mine go sideways.
Yes.
And you can't see the whole picture because I had to zoom in so you could see my face more.
I also got a picture. I went to the zoo a couple weeks ago, and they got eagles, and they had the wingspan of the eagles on the wall or on a building or something. And you put yours a wingspan up to the shit. Yeah, their shit's like long as mine, maybe even a little longer.
Were they real eagle wings?
No. They were the real size. The real eagles were on the other side. On this, run around in there in the habitat or whatever it's called, and they must be. Sound like you're underwater, big cat. Go ahead, say again.
I think the zoos are. I think that they're evil.
I get it. I feel you. All them animals did not look, like look like some slavery shit. It looked pretty bad, bro. Like, it's wow. You got wildebeest and shit with, a fucking tennis court size place to play around in, and these motherfuckers probably travel 1,000 miles in real life. It was like crazy. I didn't feel bad for like the smaller animals they would see. They had like little ferrets and little things that hang out underground and little stuff. Like they don't travel anyway. But all the bigger animals, like this makes no sense. The deer,
the lemurs.
yeah, the lemurs. I got pictures of them. Yeah.
But they shouldn't be in those cages, no matter
Nah.
how cute they are, and they're all built up and shit. That's not enough room for a lemur. A lemur's
Right.
got to be swinging from trees and shit.
All right. The lemur exhibit is probably only about 10, 12 feet at the most. And they had a couple in there. Their habitat was way too tiny.
I'm just rolling a joint. So, okay, so now I think that I don't need to preface this, because if you start it from the beginning, it'll be explained. You might want to, I don't give a shit about his credentials and shit, because I don't know anything
please
about.
skip that, because I skipped that part too when I watched it. Skip that part, yeah.
So, like, how long into it before it starts then?
He starts off, if I remember, he just gave a bunch of dudes credentials, and then they do this thing where they ask questions back and forth. They only look like it looks kind of ill-timed. But
like when this other dude is, when they're conversing?
Yeah, when the other guy pops up, yeah.
Listen. On there should be breaks in the line, right?
There isn't.
Line?
I don't see any, no.
Yeah, there isn't.
Okay.
There isn't. I guess they didn't put any.
Look at the description. Look at the description and see what it says, because there might be little time stamps.
It looks like a tiny description. I didn't even zoom in, but they'll have the time shit will be on the left hand side.
There's key moments, but the first one is 19 minutes into it.
Oh wow.
Oh, okay. No, okay. Well, just kind of skip through, like.
You guys can just direct me.
All right, go ahead. Let's see what he's talking about.
You can go to.
Are you ready, Kat? We go.
Yeah.
Or you need to finish rolling first?
No, I can do that while I'm watching.
Okay, so
inside
sound working
for the psychological
okay, so
rehabilitation.
You tell me fast forward or
this is the book we have been waiting for. It is the book that saves
the
world. End quote. Now, rehabilitation of the human race and rehabilitation of the race is exactly what this world needs. So, buckle into your seats. This is going to be the most interesting and exciting talk you have ever heard. So, Jeremy, thank you for talking with us, and tell us, how does your work bring about the psychological rehabilitation of the human race and end all of the suffering and strife, and, as Professor Prosen said, save the world?
It's a huge claim.
Thank you very much for having me on your program, Craig. Finding understanding of our psychologically troubled human condition has actually been what the efforts of every human who has ever lived has been dedicated to achieving and has been contributing to finding. As Professor Prosen said, finding understanding of the human condition has been the holy grail of the whole human journey of conscious thought and inquiry. We humans have absolutely lived in hope, faith, and trust that one day, somewhere, someplace, all the efforts of everyone, but in particular scientists, would finally produce the completely redeeming and uplifting and healing understanding of us humans. Now, I know it must seem outrageous to claim that this goal of goals has finally been achieved, but it has. In fact, the human condition is such a difficult subject for us humans to confront and deal with that I couldn't be talking about it so openly and freely if it hadn't been solved.
Okay, then, Jeremy, solve the human condition for us. We're all ears.
There we go.
Firstly, I'm a biologist, And that's important because I think everyone will agree that what we need is a non-abstract, non-mystical, completely rational and thus understandable scientific, biological explanation of us humans. Okay, so how are we to explain and understand the human condition, understand why we humans are the way we are? So brutally competitive, selfish and aggressive, that human life has become all but unbearable. In fact, how are we to make so much sense of our divisive behavior that the underlying cause of it is so completely explained and understood that, as Professor Poston said, the whole of the human race is psychologically rehabilitated and everyone's life is transformed?
Yes, that's what we want. The human condition finally explained, fixed up and healed forever.
Exactly, Craig. So to start at the beginning, I know everyone listening is living with the belief, well, it's what we were all taught at school and are told in every documentary we watch, that humans' competitive, selfish and aggressive behavior is due to us having savage, must reproduce our genes, instincts like other animals have. Certainly, while left-wing thinkers do claim we have some selfless cooperative instincts, they also say we have this selfish, competitive animal side, which Karl Marx limited to such basic needs as sex, food, shelter, and clothing. I mean, our conversations are saturated with this belief, with comments like we're programmed by our genes to try to dominate others and be a winner in the battle of life, and our preoccupation with sexual conquest is due to our primal instincts to sow our seeds, and men behave abominably because their bodies are flooded with must reproduce their genes promoting testosterone, and we want a big house because we are innately territorial.
Hey, pause.
And fighting in war is just our deeply rooted.
That was the first thing, the big house. The shit before that, that he was disputing, that it's in our genes to be aggressive, or it's in our genes to do this and seek shelter, whatever the fuck. I was agreeing with it. Then when he said it makes us want to get a big house, these things, that was the first thing he said that I disagreed with. I mean, actually, I know I'm probably not saying that right. Go ahead.
He was saying that I think he said Carl Jung had said about the sex and shelter and all that stuff, right?
Yes,
but he's going to combat that. He's not saying, yeah, okay,
right, okay, okay. When he was saying that guy said it, I'm agreeing with that guy. I think all those things are present as well as his theory. And then he when he changed to and get a house, that one, a big house, that was not part of, in my head, the list of things that we are programmed to do.
I think he was talking about the progression from where it went from the basic things and then how it progressed into the big house and all that stuff, right?
All right, I dig it. Go ahead.
You know, people pride themselves on their fucking lawns. Like, how is that something to pride yourself on? But it's something that people...
Do you think he's disputing? I think he is disputing that even the smaller shit just is in us too. He is disputing that it is in us to dominate, and he's disputing all of that, I think.
Yes.
All right.
Yeah.
Combative animal nature expressing itself.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly. I mean, that really is what I've understood is the reason for our competitive and aggressive nature, that we have brutally competitive survival of the fittest instincts, which we are always having to try and restrain or civilize or try to control as best we can. I mean, that's what I was taught in school.
Yes.
3, 2, 1. Let up your dang shit.
Damn it. Let me get on board with you.
You started without me last time.
Yeah, I know. My shit's empty. I gotta fill it up.
I didn't even have my matcha packed in my bong. Give me a chance here.
Okay,
What is matcha? Is it a flower? Is it a root? Is it a herb?
It's a tea. It's a leaf.
A leaf.
A very potent tea.
And is that so if I say, is it matcha, like I can name other teas, Sleepy Time, Lipton, or something like that. Matcha is known as a tea.
This is like a cocaine times 100. It's the biggest upper. It's balanced wise.
It ain't just you and Dan who know about it. Other people actually know about it.
Yeah. It's very popular in Asia. It's from Japan.
Okay. That's
Yeah,
what I was
but
asking.
are you also asking if it's a brand name or an actual substance?
Oh, that's interesting.
Matcha
Is it
is the
like
name of the leaf.
Right.
kind of like black tea? I guess that's the kind of leaf it is.
Tell me
It's a
when you're ready.
specific kind of plant.
Tell me when you're ready to smoke and drink your dank
I'm-
shit.
I'm ready to do it.
I already
ready,
drank 750
Okay.
things of them, so
That's enough
I'm just
cocaine
joking.
for you. That's enough cocaine for you. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Light up your dank shit. And play. Thank you.
Thank you.
That's what we were taught. But let's think about this. And what I'm going to say now is very important. So I hope everyone's listening closely. Surely this idea that we have savage, competitive, and aggressive, must reproduce our genes, instincts, cannot be the real reason for our species' competitive and aggressive behavior. Because
Agreed.
after all, words used to describe our human behavior, such as egocentric and arrogant, inspired, depressed, deluded, pessimistic, optimistic, artificial, hateful, cynical, mean, sadistic, immoral, brilliant, guilt-ridden, evil, psychotic, neurotic, alienated, all recognize the involvement of our species' fully conscious thinking mind.
I like it.
They demonstrate that there's a psychological dimension to our behavior, that we don't suffer from a genetic opportunism-driven animal condition, but a conscious, mind-based, psychologically troubled human condition. And what's more, we humans have cooperative, selfless, and loving moral instincts, the voice or expression of which we call our conscience, which is the complete opposite of competitive, selfish, and aggressive instincts. I mean, as Charles Darwin said, the moral sense affords the best and highest distinction between man and the lower animals. And of course, to have acquired these cooperative, selfless, and loving moral instincts, our distant ape ancestors must have lived cooperatively, selflessly, and lovingly. I mean, otherwise, how else could we have acquired them?
Yeah.
Our ape ancestors can't have been brutal, club-wielding, competitive, and aggressive savages as we've been taught. Rather, they must have lived in a Garden of Eden-like state of cooperative, selfless, and loving, innocent gentleness, which, as I'd like to explain to you, Craig, in this interview, is a state that the bonobo species of apes is currently living in, and which anthropological findings now evidence we did once live in. For instance, anthropologists like Owen Lovejoy are reporting that our species-defining cooperative mutualism can now be seen to extend well beyond the deepest Pliocene, which is well beyond 5 million years ago. So saying our competitive and aggressive behavior comes from savage, competitive, and aggressive instincts in us is simply not true. As I'd like to come back to shortly, it's just a convenient excuse we have used while we waited for the psychosis acknowledging and solving real explanation of our present competitive and aggressive human condition.
Wow, so that's a pretty big statement, Jeremy. I mean, a pretty important point that you're making here. You're saying that our competitive and aggressive behavior is not due to the must produce our genes instincts like the other animals, but is due to a conscious mind-based, psychologically troubled condition, yes?
Yes. Our egocentric and arrogant and mean and vindictive and even sadistic behavior has nothing to do with wanting to reproduce our genes. I mean, that was absurd. And it's actually really good news that our
Agreed, that is absurd, for sure.
behavior is due to a conscious mind-based, psychologically troubled condition, because psychosis can be healed with understanding. I mean, if our competitive and aggressive behavior was due to us having savage instincts, then we'd be stuck with that born with hardwired innate behavior. Right. It would mean we could only ever hope to restrain and control those supposedly brutal instincts. But since our species' divisive behavior is due to a psychosis, that divisive behavior can be cured with healing understanding. So that is very good news. In fact, incredibly exciting news, because with understanding, we can finally end our psychologically troubled human condition. it's the understanding of ourselves that we needed to heal the pain in our brains and become sound and sane again. As I said, the savage instincts explanation was just a convenient excuse while we searched for the psychosis addressing and solving real explanation of our divisive behavior, which is the explanation I'd now like to present.
So that would be, before he gets into that, see if you guys can concur that the savage aspect of the nature of humans is not instinctual.
I would give it, I would
Kat,
say.
you're on mute.
Go ahead,
Thank
Kat.
you. No, no, you go ahead. You go
I
ahead.
would say it is in there, but clearly we can overcome it. Many people have, many people do. I would still say it's in there. You get horny to fuck and it's to reproduce. That's in there, but
that's in there. That's instinctual. But the savage part of the, you know, the sadistic aspect, and the psychopathic aspect, the butchering aspect, and the warrioring aspect, and all this kind of stuff. That is not a response of instinct. It's a response of conditioning.
Yes, manipulating.
Sorry.
No.
I agree, because my basis of operations, the way I work, the way I've thought all my life, is that all the bad people, like take the drama crew here, the bad guys here, right? The bullies. They're all damaged people. They're damaged, and that's why they behave that way. But they were born, unless there's some kind of screw loose, you know, there's always going to be people who there's some kind of deformity in their brain or something like that, where they're not working properly. But the main rule of, you know, would be that we're all born sweet, innocent, good people who just want to love and eat and not fuck, because we're only little, but you know what I mean? Like we are only have good instincts, and I don't think that we're born bad.
Wouldn't it mean by definition that all of these are not a problem, that just because all of us don't have that problem, by definition, it can't be just in the human and you're doomed to be these things? Because
agreed.
Yeah.
And that's where I think he's leaning towards with the good news, where I agree too, is that if it's a result of programming, then programming can be altered.
Yes.
Right? But no, hold on a second. This goes back way further than any programming. This goes back to when we changed from being instinctual to having bigger brains that were capable of our own thought and not just working on instinct. And let's make sure Dan gets a chance to come in if he wants.
He put a message there. He's walking Reggie at the moment.
Oh yeah, he did say that.
He's just listening.
Okay, he's listening. Okay.
Yeah. All right.
I think we're all in agreement, or no? Joe thinks that we are.
No. We're in agreement. I think we're in agreement. Okay. I think it's in there, but clearly it's not our defining characteristic, as people would have you believe. Because so many people overcome it, and some of the things we can't attribute to it. Some you can, like you can debate that you needed shelter or whatever. You could debate those type of things, but when you get into a person being depressed or angry about or nefarious, when all of that shit is not from your natural programming shit.
I wanted to point that out and get concurrence because of the importance that I see here with the recognition of that. Without that recognition, it leaves, and you hear this a lot, people use this as an excuse, as if it's inevitable. There's nothing you can do about it, when that's not the case. But if you believe that that's the case, it's the same result then, right?
Yeah.
And that's a problem.
Yeah. Yes. But also, like the idea of having to find shelter being a problem, it wouldn't be when we were working on our instincts. We just did it. Everybody just did their own, right? So it wouldn't have been a problem where you have to fight for space or have to get the government to give you a house. You know what I mean? Like we all just knew how to do these things or learn.
Yeah, there was nothing to fight over. It was,
right. Just
the
follow
fighting that
instinct.
happens in this day, it's clear as day. That's all a consequence of living
Mental illness.
superficially out of touch with our nature,
It's
our
mental.
default nature.
Or yeah,
mental
both of you
illness.
guys. Mental illness. I like them
Yeah,
both.
it is mental. It's diseasement. It's a result of being not at ease. So now we're at frustration and all these negative emotions that result, and then we project that out, and we're in hardship and all this kind of stuff. You know.
But the amazing part is when he makes his not assumption. What did I?
Assertion.
His thank you assertion. When he makes his assertion as to why and follows all the reasons, and that's where the magic happens in this video, right?
All right, let's hit a magic. I think he about to do that right now.
Okay, so what you're saying here, Jeremy, is that we don't need the convenient excuse anymore that we have some kind of savage animal instincts, because we have the real explanation of our conscious mind-based, psychologically troubled human condition.
Yes, this key, all-important psychosis addressing and solving explanation is actually very obvious. If we think about it, if an animal was to become fully conscious, like we humans became, then that animal's new self-managing, understanding-based conscious mind would surely have to challenge its pre-existing instinctive orientations to the world, wouldn't it? I mean, a battle would have to break out between the emerging conscious mind that operates from a basis of understanding cause and effect, and the non-understanding instincts that have always controlled and dictated how that animal behaves.
Yep, that makes sense, Jeremy. So what happened, though, when this animal became conscious and its whole life turned into a psychologically distressed mess?
Well, the easiest way to see what happened is to imagine the predicament faced by an animal whose life had always been controlled by its instincts suddenly developing a conscious mind. Because if we do that, we'll very quickly see how that animal would develop a psychologically troubled, competitive and aggressive condition like we suffer from.
Yeah.
So let's imagine a stork. We'll call him Adam. I mean, each summer, Adam instinctively migrates north with the other storks around the coast of Africa to Europe to breed, as some varieties of storks do. Now, since he has no conscious mind, Adam stork doesn't think about or question his behavior. He just follows what his instincts tell him to do.
Therefore, no disease.
But what if we give Adam a large brain capable of conscious thought? He will start to think for himself, but many of his new ideas will not be consistent with his instincts. For instance, while migrating north with the other storks, Adam notices an island full of apple trees. He then makes a conscious decision to divert from his migratory flight path and explore the island. I mean, this is his first grand experiment in self-management. But when Adam's instincts realize he has strayed off course, they're going to criticize his deprogrammed behavior and dogmatically try to pull him back onto his instinctive flight path, aren't they? In effect, they're going to condemn him as being bad. So imagine the turmoil Adam will experience. He can't go back to simply following his instincts.
Hey, pause, yeah.
He's instinctive.
I was wrong,
And rewind once.
I was wrong. I thought that the storks was telling them, come on with us too. But that right now, all he said is his own instincts about them. The other storks had nothing to do with it so far.
No, but actually, it's important. Actually, rewind a few times, like double click it a few times to get to that part again, just so we can hear it again.
Which part?
Because that's about it. That's good.
Okay.
Do from there. Because and keep in mind what Joe just said about whether he's feeling guilty himself or if he's feeling any pressure from the other storks.
Divert from his migratory flight path and explore the island. I mean, this is his first grand experiment in self-management. But when Adam's instincts realize he has strayed off course, they're going to criticize his deprogrammed behavior and dogmatically try to pull him back onto his instinctive flight path, aren't they? In effect, they're going to condemn him as being bad.
Okay, so because so the they he's talking about is our instincts, not
Yeah.
like
The
our
other
thought
Yeah.
stuff.
patterns, not,
Yeah.
not
Yeah.
the other stuff. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's interesting how he uses this analogy. I think it was cleverly selected. I see this more also what the projection of the story of the apple and Adam and Eve thing was really trying to convey. You know, it really is that. It's being tempted by the human condition, if anything, would be we have this ego that gives us the ability to go against our instinct. I don't know any other animal that can decide to cross its legs and play video games and defer the fact that it has to take a leak.
Yeah.
I would think that maybe we could find an analogy that would be like a dog. A dog might do that. A dog might hold its pee on.
Only in trained conditioning out of fear from domestication, but not instinctually, right? It's just going to fear that his owner might smack him if he pees on the couch or something like that. So
no, but if they're having fun and they don't want to go and do anything, they just want to keep on having fun.
I have never seen an
I don't
animal
know
do
if that's the thing. They just pick up that leg anywhere and keep it moving.
Okay, so now, one, we're thinking about the fact that we feel there's a battle going on inside us at this point when we have the
instincts
chance to
and conscious mind,
right?
Yes.
And then I also want to keep the bullies in mind. Keep the bullies in mind.
Yeah.
They were babies, okay, and shit happened to them, right?
Okay.
So think about what they might be feeling in this most basic sense, not the psychology we're going to get from psychiatrists saying what happened to them, but just the most basic sense in the like the instinct, our instinct versus how to react, what to do.
Right. What would you reckon it is that they would be feeling?
Fear.
Yes. But
Confusion
I didn't hear the answer, but that's my answer too. Go ahead, Kat.
Yeah. Well, confusion goes with fear. So yes, fear.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
Well, they are confused to begin with, right? And they're reacting because they're afraid. They're seeing this is out of the norm. This doesn't compute. You need to conform, otherwise my whole world falls apart, right?
Yes, and that's how they rule each other too, right?
Yes.
You need to conform. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So that's like what's going on the inside comes out on the outside, right?
Right.
About
So it's a projection, and the projection goes hand in hand, not with instinctual condition, but result from a misaligned foundation of programming.
Right. Or not even programming. It might be a natural reaction to fear, is because we have this higher consciousness, we are able to come up with more complicated plans as opposed to just striking back with our paws, right? We're like,
the fear is happening because the view is out of alignment. It's out of a touch. And so now that amplifies the scenario, and then they project that out, and it creates this discord between people.
The way it would manifest,
I think so.
would be a lot more complicated than just guilt or fear. It would be.
Oh yeah.
It would.
Yeah.
It manifests into something else because we have this higher consciousness. Okay.
Yeah, and you got all different narratives that can happen in this and that. But foundationally, I'd like what this guy is saying. It all reverts back to a solution base of programming, not inevitability.
All of that bully shit, I think we can break down to the fear. It's all different attempts to push people away and protect themselves. So it may manifest in many different ways, but it's all push you away, leave me alone because I'm afraid you're gonna.
And look how when they try to push us away, like the masses, right? But they do try to keep some close to them, and you can tell by how they're reacting to this breakup now.
Wait, let me interrupt you, Kat. That's interesting. They try to push people away for a reason, then they would keep people close for a reason. I wonder if one doesn't give us a clue to the other.
This is getting into the
both fear.
the deeper shit.
Yeah, this getting into the deeper shit. For sure.
We can, because we're going to get there anyway. We could play. Go ahead, Kat, but we can.
Okay, both things are fear. The pushing away is fear, and the drawing close is fear. Because the fear of the going close is that they're afraid to be alone.
Not only that, another common narrative is when the idea that their foundational belief system is being challenged, especially to the point that their entire walls of anchoring to that can melt. Now they're going to do everything to pull the challenger back in to keep themselves grounded, right? Because that's all they know.
That's where all of this anxiety stems from, I think, and all of these ways we act out. It's fear of what they believe is being challenged.
Yeah.
The bullies are just an example of the extreme. We are all on that spectrum, but they're just the example of the extreme. It's easier to see with them, not as easy to see with somebody who's more calm.
I like it. That's why I fuck with you niggas. I like all that shit.
Absolutely. And it can go to pretty heinous levels with people, right? If it's left unchecked.
If they're really broken, right, there's probably no limit to where it could go.
Yeah.
And then cyclic, right? Passed down to next of kin. And, and now you have humanity en masse.
Here's one we're probably not ready to jump into, but I believe the same way you pass the things into your kids' DNA. Let's say you a farmer, you got the strong back or whatever, and you pass that type of shit, or your eyes, hair. I also think that you pass the stress and things in your DNA. Like, for instance, let's say me. I learn a bunch of shit. I'm the caveman out there, the monkey. I just learned to stand up on my feet, and I notice I can see over the tall grass, and I get a view before the others. Even if, and I know that this is going to save my life. Even if I die and my kid doesn't see me perform this task, I think I pass it genetically somehow. So I said all that to say this, that one broken dad, I do believe he can send broken genes to his fucking kid. I'm almost sure of that shit.
Well, the only way I think that works is if I was told when I was growing up that there's a lot of gray matter we have, and we don't know what purpose it serves, and that it may hold memories of our ancestors. I don't know if that's
if that ain't it, it could be something along that lines. It could be something more basic. There was a thing where they took, I think it was worms, and they put them through a maze, and they were stuck. It took them hours or days to find where the food is, but they got really good at it. They ground those worms up, fed them to a new group of worms, and they found the route through the maze to the food immediately. Like they picked up something, in eating them. All right, they picked up something. I don't know what that means, but it looks like shit's passed by ways that we are not talking about or accepting. Animal, we call it instinct. He instinctively knew to go get the tit. That had to be passed down somewhere. We can't just give a generalized generic term and call it instinct.
We have genuine instincts, like the instinct to suck. We have that genuine instinct that's in our DNA, I would think.
Yes, and I think our genuine instincts, if our animals know to jump into a tree, we've been doing it for 1,000 years. When a predator comes, I think even if I was raised somewhere else where I haven't seen another monkey, when danger comes, it's in my instinct. I jump up somewhere and try to get high. I think it's in there without seeing the action.
Side note question: is intuition a basic instinct on that level, or is that something a little deeper?
I think it's separate from our body. I think instinct comes with our body. I think intuition is the part we add to the body.
Where does intuition come from? I always say, from where inspiration comes, I know not. And it sounds like intuition is about to fall in that same.
If we have to label it, I would say it would be its own form of instinct, and it's a higher level, probably the highest, accessing the higher realms of our instinct.
It sounds like an instinct, doesn't it, man?
I guess.
And hey, Danny.
Different caliber of instincts.
But see, one of our questions that
It
we've
was
dealt
not
with
lab
before,
rats, Danny. That's not what I'm talking about.
Morning to
What?
chat, Danny, Shiz, AC, everyone else.
The shit where I said they fed the worms to each other, he's saying it was lab rats that they fed each other. That's more interesting, but that's really gross. I thought the worm shit was bad. If they're feeding full-grown lab rats to each other, I want to know about that study too.
We were talking before about whether, our soul comes but does ego come with the soul, or is it part of the body?
So
it may
it's
be part of
one of
the
those
soul.
ethereal things.
So now
Yeah.
he was mentioning ego when he was talking about going from the instinct to the higher thought, right? So he mentioned
How's
ego.
ego in that?
So it sounds like, if my not my own theory, but the one that I go with is that we came here on purpose. These bodies are made for us on purpose. In his theory, it's like humans just came along as part of the growth of the earth, and then we decided we're going to throw our souls into humans. And that part doesn't mesh with me.
Well, if we're going to get religious, and I don't want to, that part messes with me, because I do believe that we would have come from apes. And I love his argument that that even as cavemen, we would have had the compassion, the ability, and the sense, and knowing that it's better to work together and all of these things. Otherwise, it wouldn't be so well developed in us today, where we got Gandhis and shit who are so good at it, unless they've been practicing that as
I
well
can
as the
attest to that.
hatred shit too.
Yeah,
We
from the
wouldn't
other
have
lifestyle.
Yeah.
From the other lifestyle, let me tell you, when you're more outside of don't have the corporate cushion buffer, and you need to be on the same team and cooperate, you don't have the time and all these other things to do these things that you can do in the corporate world. So yeah, and the more basic primitive it would be, for that's the stage, it would be even more the case, for sure.
Okay, Daddy. Sorry, Lily.
It would have to be. You just don't have the time to, you've got your hands full enough just to make sure that the challenges of nature are mitigated.
Yes, and it goes a step further. It ain't just you have a lack of time. You have a big incentive to make sure this nigga is healthy and happy, because I can't lift that log to make the log cabin I want alone. If I want to upgrade from the twig house I have, I want this guy physical health, mental health. That factor adds too.
Absolutely. If depending on your environment, like if you're in a place where it's cold and he's your wood collector and he goes down, both of you are going to freeze. So
that's right. Yes, that's a good point. And you make me think of other shit. We could stray forever. Can we go back?
Yeah.
Because I just had 8 more thoughts that you led me to, and I don't want to go down that road.
Imagine the turmoil Adam will experience. He can't go back to simply following his instincts. His instinctive orientations to the migratory flight path were acquired over thousands of generations of natural selection, but those orientations are not understandings. And since his conscious mind requires understanding, which it can only get through experimentation, inevitably a war will break out with his instincts. Now, ideally, at this point, Adam's conscious mind would sit down, as it were, and explain to his instincts why he's defying them. He would explain that the gene-based natural selection process only gives species instinctive orientations to the world, where his nerve-based conscious mind, which is able to make sense of cause and effect, needs understanding of the world to operate. But of course, Adam doesn't have this self-understanding. He's only just begun his search for knowledge. In fact, he's not even aware what the problem actually is. He simply started to feel that he's bad, even evil.
Okay, so what you're saying is a war has broken out between his conscious mind and his instincts, which he can't explain, and it's left him feeling bad, or that he is bad in some way, or even evil. So what happens then?
Depression.
Well,
anxiety.
Tragically, while searching for understanding, we can see that 3 things are unavoidably going to happen. Adam is going to defensively retaliate against the implied criticism from his instincts. He's going to desperately seek out any reinforcement he can find to relieve himself of the negative feelings. And he's going to try to deny the criticism and block it out of his mind. So he's going to become angry, egocentric, and alienated.
This is how I react to you sometimes, Nudie. What he just described.
Let me dissect that.
Yeah, we need the 3 things again since you're putting them in Nudie. You're going to
my way of handling this now in my conscious thought. It's still my go-to. I don't want to say instinct, but it's my way. Yeah.
But the 3 things were deny, look for affirmation elsewhere, and something else. I don't remember all 3. Attack maybe was one of them.
Since you correlated to yourself, I want to observe closely and dissect it a little more. So I'm going to play that again.
He's only just begun his search for knowledge. In fact, he's not even aware what the problem actually is. He simply started to feel that he's bad, even evil.
Okay, so what you're saying is a war has broken out between his conscious mind and his instincts, which he can't explain, and it's left him feeling bad, or that he is bad in some way, or even evil. So what happens then?
Well, tragically, while searching for understanding, we can see that 3 things are unavoidably going to happen. Adam is going to defensively retaliate against the implied criticism from his instincts. He's going to desperately seek out any reinforcement he can find to relieve himself of the negative feelings. And he's going to try to deny the criticism and block it out of his mind. So he's going to become angry, egocentric, and alienated, which is the psychological upset state we call the human condition, because it was us humans who...
I understand perfectly.
And you change the word instinct to indoctrination. So I'm fighting my indoctrination. It's not necessarily my instinct.
Okay.
I dig it. Yeah, I dig it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Yeah.
Whatever it is the challenge of what you're holding on to is where the resistance happens. And that very much correlates with one of the main factors why progress tends to be slow with most people, because they hang on to that in mostly in fear, right?
But I'm conscious of the fact that I'm doing it.
Sure.
So I'm able, like I need to work it through. You'll see that you'll give me something to chew on, and I'll chew on it for months because I'm examining my
probably, Kat, also that those 3 things don't change. When Guru first presents you with something that seems to threaten your programming, as you put it, you would attack, deny, and look for affirmation from other people to say, hey, I was right, Guru was wrong. And that other side of you, though, choose it over. And, you come back with a better argument. But that first flare probably still occurs to some degree.
Sometimes I lose the argument. Sometimes I think he's wrong. And sometimes I know he's right. And I have to battle inside my head to kind of stamp out the shit that I thought was so true.
Yeah.
Because what Nudie just said makes much more sense, but it's hard to accept.
You know that we all battle that, including Nudie, right?
Well, this
indoctrination shit.
This is where
man is. So obviously, I'm not alone in the way I react. He's saying this is unavoidable. He said this is unavoidable.
And this is where it very much becomes a self-work thing when it comes to this. And as you just said a minute ago, the first key to this self work and any progress to be made is awareness. Right. Without awareness, it's over before it started. Right. And in order to have awareness, there's one more fundamental thing in front of that: the want to be aware.
That's dope. The want to be aware, awareness, then understanding, which means you have to, what did he call it? It comes through experience is how you get the understanding. That's dope.
He prefaced those 3 things by saying man's search for knowledge. So he was saying that. He says the search for knowledge is what prompts this.
I dig
right?
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
And this is why progress rests fundamentally on the individual, because this is where we can deny our instincts. Even if
Right.
it's against our better judgment instinctually, we can still slam the door shut and go into denial and cognitive dissonance as long as we choose to. And for that person, they'll remain unprogressing for as long as they decide. And there's nothing we can do until they change that or want to change that.
Is
right?
that true? Yeah, I guess that is true. I wonder. And I
The only
still
thing we
in
can do
my,
is still be ourselves, so that there's a light there for in the case
yes.
that they do want to change down the road. We can do that, but for
Yes.
them, as far as progress goes, that beginning want has to be there before the progress can start.
Is it crazy that I still think I can inspire that want through
No,
words?
it's not crazy. No, it's not crazy. This is why I think it's very important to understand that quote that I had the other day. If you want a better chance of lighting other candles, make sure that yours is lit nice and bright.
Phoenix, yeah.
Well, this is why we're having, Joe, this is why we're having this stream public and not doing it backstage, is to share it with anybody who wants to listen and possibly be affected by it too. We're not.
You know, the
telling them the way
masses
to
are
do it.
too stupid to understand what we're talking about. We need to just
We
go
got
backstage.
5 people watching right
I
now.
was
5
kidding. That was a
people.
joke. 5 people. I apologize. That was a joke.
We did. Now it went down to 3, but
See, because I said that bullshit and I chased them away by calling them stupid.
It's okay. No. You know what they do? I think they also go and watch in Discord. So there could be 10 people watching in Discord, right? So just one person represented here. So just and even if they're not watching right now, somebody could come across this and this might interest them. So
it's on record for as long as YouTube is around. It could be like 3 generations past us being alive, and somebody catches wisdom from that. That's gold in my view.
You think about the way the internet works for you and me. Fucking Nudie will send me some shit. If I can't even think of the guy's name now, and I don't know, that shit like it's 30 years old. Them damn videos that I've been watching. No chance he thought it was gonna hit some cop watching in 2025 when he was doing it in where Clark or Larkson or something.
Right? There are people that I drew wisdom from. You guys heard me say time and time again before that because I'm in gratitude and see the value in what other people did before my time, putting little websites up, and when the internet was in its primitive days, anywhere that somebody might catch wisdom from. There are quite a number of people that I don't know personally, and many of them passed away now, that if it wasn't for their effort, I would not be anywhere near where I am understanding-wise today.
Guru, let me make a suggestion. It's a little off topic for your channel. You made me think of this. Fuck, I'm about to go off from the weed.
It wasn't us. We didn't do it to you.
Okay. The quote of the day.
Yeah.
You need a video moment of the day. You need I don't know, even if it's 15 seconds to start, the imaging and your words in the same spirit that you do the quote. Does that?
You read
yeah. You're on.
You write it.
You're on. You both are on par with what I'm thinking when I get going with that. I'll be doing that with shorts.
Yes, that's dope too. Dope short. Maybe that I wanted. Yeah, I think shorts. Well,
especially because shorts can be 3 minutes long now, so that's perfect.
I didn't know that, but that will cover everything there. That shorts will cover everything that I think that you should be doing over there, because things are changing. TikTok and all of that bullshit has Instagram ruined us. Attention span is forever changed.
Our attention span.
What stimulates us is change, visual and so the pattern. It used to be, we were set to watch an hour program because that's how they programmed us at home. Now what we're set to do is totally different. You can pull it all off in a short though. Yeah.
Yeah. Cool.
Yeah, and it's better than, no one has an appetite for this but us. But you could break this motherfucker down in 60 so-and-sos. The reason that man's instinct must battle its so-and-so with a few images behind you, bam, 15 seconds, drop one of those every day. People come accustomed to it. then you prefer the longer shit.
Yes. Yeah, I plan to do that and a whole lot of other things. YouTube is the social networking platforms are actually just tentacles in a greater hub thing that I'm just waiting for this network that has been developed for 20 years to be finished, and we're in the final testings of it as we speak, so it could be done very soon.
But
then you need to get that practice now, then making it.
That's what you guys are for.
Even
Go
though
ahead, Kat.
this guy is giving his theory, I have trouble with it. First of all, at this point, I have trouble with it because of where souls come into it.
Go ahead.
I have trouble reconciling that our ego appeared when we got the higher brains, because that he's basing it on the conscious thought being a bigger brain.
Those are theory parts. I think I'm with you there. I don't think that's matching.
Right. Okay.
I think that's just theoretical, and it's an interesting theory, but I think it's not really important anyway as a relevant factor in the other stuff, which is really the big factor as far as the programming and the possibility that it can be taken responsibility for. Because what's really important is what's here today, right now, because that's what we can do something about, right?
Yes, and if he's correct that you can do something about it, that is massive. Now, that extends hope. Go ahead.
But that's resting on compassion. It's resting on the idea of people practicing compassion. And that's something that needs to be rebuilt in a lot of people, is to have that compassion reactivated, because their compassion has been dulled down in today's society. If you want to talk about now, he's talking about what started the whole ball of wax rolling was this guilt a long time before anybody was controlling us, right? It's something that happened naturally.
All right, I think your hang up is the ego came in afterwards, and the guilt came in afterwards.
Yeah, but
I'm not sure he is saying it's exclusive. Right, he's not.
I wasn't doing that now. Just now, I wasn't talking about that. Just now, I
That's
was talking about the fact that he was trying to bring it to nowadays, and I'm saying this point here in this video is to bring us all the way back to the point at which his theory starts, which would be that it's based on guilt.
Yeah, we'll see where he goes with that. I think what you're saying, though, is whether his theory is correct or not, another good point, whether that's more relevant to the aspect of what's going on today with the conditioning. And I don't know if he's going to bring this into the equation or not, but there's another aspect. There's another aspect here, another element of us that is very, very important in the equation, and that's our heart. And I don't mean the pumping one. I mean our heart realm. And this is in the duality aspect of the equation, the biggest realm of ourselves that gets neglected from the programming. And when you practice that for too long, then you start to experience the results that you're just talking about. The empathy gets suppressed and subsided, and then you got trauma, conditioning, and all this kind of stuff.
I don't think our heart disappeared at that point. Like, our heart didn't get numb at that point. It would have been a lot longer later on that our heart would do that. We would still be using our heart the way that it was meant to be used. Even with the guilt just sullies it.
This is not a generational or evolutionary thing. This is something that happens to an individual on their own path in this life.
Over
to
time,
themselves.
You get hardened in this life. You wouldn't disagree with that, Kat.
What?
This
Over time,
aspect of the equation.
Hardened in this life. You would not disagree with that.
The heart realm aspect.
The heart gets hardened over time. I don't think. Yeah. Just here, without talking historically. Yeah.
We're all born good and sweet and kind and cooperative, but then something happens in our upbringing. small things that we don't notice that create the competitive
Yes.
behavior.
Well,
Yes.
could it be the government, guru?
No,
Because
it's our
I know
base.
wait, Kat, let me say it first. Because I know me and you talk about that shit all the time. Could that be the thing that's so out of line with your nature, that's causing all the anxiety? Could be a big cause of it? I want to go eat my apple tree, but the government is giving me shit and making my nature.
It's a multifaceted octopus, but it stems from neglect and neglect of responsibility.
Oh my
No,
gosh.
I wasn't talking about where it stems. It's logical that the government, if other things,
that's like the head of the octopus, and it's not off topic, Kat, because it ties into what this man is saying as far as where we can take responsibility for. I just don't know if this man is getting into this aspect of the equation or not when it comes to the heart realm.
No, it's got nothing to do with the way we run things now. This has got to do with what became our practice as human beings to become the human condition that made it so we have government and all this other crap. Because even the bad guys were good guys one day when they were born. So
I'm not saying government is evil. I'm saying that if my nature is
no longer after this, what he's dealing with now is what created the human condition, but long before any kind of controls started happening. This is just a natural thing that happened to us.
Yeah, we know he's.
Maybe me and Guru are assuming he's about to go in a certain direction that he hasn't really ventured into yet. But it looks like he is either talking about or about to talk about current day things that attack us. And now that we know it's solvable, he's got to name a list of them.
I think he's going to stay on the theoretical basis as far as that goes with the instincts, and probably not touching the heart realm. But I wanted to add that in the equation because
he does. He just does it in a different way, because that's where the bonobos come in. The heart realm is where the bonobos come in.
All right. Well, since he's still with the heart.
Our natural state.
All right. Well, I'll wait to go off too far. Let's go ahead, since he's
all right.
Can you rewind just like a couple taps, like just not too far? Yeah.
From his instincts, he's going to desperately seek out any reinforcement he can find to relieve himself of the negative feelings, and he's going to try to deny the criticism and block it out of his mind. So he's going to become angry, egocentric, and alienated, which is the psychological upset state we call the human condition, because it was us humans who developed a conscious mind and became psychologically upset. And I should say that upset is the right word for our condition, because while we're not evil or bad, we are definitely psychologically upset from having to participate in humanity's heroic search for knowledge. I mean, corrupted and fallen have been used to describe our condition, but they have a sort of negative connotation that we can now appreciate it's not deserved. So upset's the better word. Okay, so Adam's intellect, or ego, ego being just another word for the intellect, since the dictionary defines ego as the conscious thinking self. So Adam's ego became centered or focused on the need to justify itself. Adam became egocentric. Selfishly, preoccupied, aggressively competing for opportunities to prove he's good and not bad, to validate his worth, to get a win, to essentially eke out any positive reinforcement that would bring him some relief from his criticizing instincts. He unavoidably became self-preoccupied or selfish and aggressive and competitive. Okay, so our selfish, competitive, and aggressive behavior is not due to savage instincts, but to a psychologically upset state or condition.
Focus, due to a misdirection of focus.
Yeah, I'll go for that.
And when you're not aware that you have a choice in the matter of the focus, then you have a problem. And that's why awareness is key.
We're gonna go back to government again. We gotta go back to government again.
I know. Let the guy make his assertion. Then we can add to it later on.
I didn't say that out of fear of saying that I didn't mean I wasn't. I think I got some across that I wasn't trying to say. I was just trying to say that the guru's thing here is our lack of focus. We're focusing on the wrong thing. The first thing that jumped in my head again, we're focused on bills, so and so government. That's
Noodle
all I was
has
trying
his
to say.
own agenda that he's trying to get across to the public. And I just don't want it to sully what's going on here in this video. Just
Cat.
wait till the end and then add it on.
Yeah,
No.
you're being a little sensitive and predicting shit. Kat.
Yeah. Also, I don't want to just do that because that's too much to hold, and then it doesn't get addressed as the part comes up.
No, but it doesn't need to be addressed right now because that's not the point. The point is
I
before
disagree. It was pertinent, Pat.
the point is this is before any kind of control of human beings over human beings was going on. This is a problem within oneself a long time before anything about control needed to be considered. And this needs to be explored so that the whole point is made. And then we can go into and I'm sure he's going to touch on how we are today, but that's not the point he's making.
I'll say
we already understand that though.
Already. I say that the guy himself is expanding the point a bit already, which is leading us to other directions, but I can hold back and
we're going over this as a going over. We're not watching this like the first time.
But there are people who would be watching it the first time, and I want them to get his point with he's got 4 major points to make. Well,
if that's the case, then we should rebroadcast uninterrupted. And I don't really want to do that at this moment. If they really want, they can watch the whole thing unedited. We'll put the link in the chat.
Guys, listen, we'll find some type of medium ground here, Kat. We will be discussing it. That was the whole purpose, right? Stopping and discussing. So give Guru some leeway. And
it was my vision, right? And it wasn't even about this. It was about the discussion that comes afterwards. So all of this leads up to that. But it is important for people who don't get this concept or have never thought of this concept.
All right, maybe those people weren't here when I said on my participation, I was not interested in watching the whole thing all the way through, then discussing it. There would be plenty of stopping because I want to discuss the shit as it goes along.
We have to stop because we don't, otherwise we'll get a copyright.
All right, well.
We have to stop and talk about it. I just don't want to get any other agendas in there before this is the only thing we were talking about before I said about the bullies was to keep them in mind while we're listening to how this works with people. And that
careful not to presume an expression of point has to do with an agenda, because that's not my interest.
And I think he'd have kept it much briefer than what we just did. You could play it.
All right, we'll go back.
No. I'm just saying play. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, play.
So basically, suffering psychological upset was the price we conscious humans had to be prepared to pay for our heroic search for understanding. In the words of the song The Impossible Dream from the musical The Man of La Mancha, we had to be prepared to march into hell for a heavenly cause. We had to lose ourselves to find ourselves. We had to suffer becoming angry, alienated, and egocentric until we found sufficient knowledge to explain ourselves.
Wow, Jeremy.
These say lies?
I mean, this is just fascinating. So,
sufficient
having stopped humans,
ourselves, that would have been heavy.
What?
He said we had to go through all these things until we found sufficient something to something.
Because the way that I read that is because it was natural that we ended up getting into this human condition, but that we needed to do that to overcome it, to get to the point where we could rationalize the fact.
I saw it the same way too. I saw it the same way too, but that's why I'm wondering. I don't see a lie in there. In any of that, to my comprehension, was to understand the same as yours. He was saying that we had to go through all this bitterness and shit, and that's how we learned to so and so.
We
Yes.
will learn. I don't think
And
we're
we're
there yet.
learning, it's a process, you know, like I'm better than I
Right.
was years ago. But then I thought he characterized it. We had to go through those lies. I thought he said the word lies, and that would make me have to rethink everything. Yeah, go ahead.
I didn't hear the word. I didn't hear the
All
word
right,
lies.
let's see what he said. Let me hear it again.
Had to suffer becoming angry, alienated, and egocentric until we found sufficient knowledge to explain it.
Knowledge is what he said.
Wow, Jeremy. I mean, this is just fascinating. So Adam Stork, we humans, developed a conscious mind and unavoidably started warring with our own instincts, an upsetting war which, well, could only end when we could explain and understand why we had to defy our instincts, which is the understanding that you have just supplied, yes?
Exactly. Remember, Adam Stork became defensively angry, egocentric, and alienated because he couldn't explain why he was defying his instincts. And so now that that we can explain why, those defensive behaviors are no longer needed and can end.
I love it.
So
Wait, stop.
that's
pause.
basically all there is to explain. That
Now that we understand those defensive behaviors can win, I think the question I am saying is, can I push them ahead of their time? Is God dog, you can't make a nigga. But now that we understand it can end all those defensive behaviors. All right, I guess I already knew that. How do you get them to understand, though? Yeah, I guess I already knew that. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, and that's what he's explaining now. If his theory makes sense to people, that people will adopt it and forgive themselves.
Humans developed a conscious mind and unavoidably started warring with our own instincts, an upsetting war which, well, could only end when we could explain and understand why we had to defy our instincts, which is the understanding that you have just supplied, yes?
exactly. Remember, Adam Stork became defensively angry, egocentric, and alienated because he couldn't explain why he was defying his instincts. And so now that that we can explain why, those defensive behaviors are no longer needed and can end. So that's basically all there is to explain. That's the biological explanation of the human condition that so explains us that, as Professor Frozen said, it brings about the psychological rehabilitation of the human race.
Yeah. This is such a simple story, but so far-reaching in its ramifications. I mean,
Right.
Do you think, now that I understand better this term human condition, and at least the way it's being used in this context here, do you think that's almost a misnomer? Because that almost suggests, just the way that that's put, like it's back to that kind of inevitable situation, if it's a condition.
No,
That's
because
dope.
because what he's just describing is the progression of going from the instinct to the higher thought, which brought on the guilt, which the guilt has brought on all the ugliness, and then we get to the point where we're going, whoa, 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 wait a second, why are things this fucking ugly? And when we think about his theory and we'll learn how to forgive ourselves, and that's the natural progression, because it was inevitable that we would go through this because we did get the higher consciousness. So
I am very confused how that equates to my question.
His question was strictly about
It's a
human
problem.
condition, the word, and the use.
My question was
human
about
condition, and you didn't even address human condition.
Was about the label, the use of this label, calling it a human condition. It seems to me that in this context would be an inaccurate misnomer label, because it suggests in its context that it's like it's inevitable still.
Inevitability, inherent. It just in this context, I would agree with that.
No, but that the condition is what we go through. The human condition is what we feel about ourselves, about each other, about what life is. All of these things have been colored by this original guilt, right? Original sin. Look at that. Original
So
guilt.
the human condition, we can't get out of it, Kat. We will forever be like this.
No, the point is it's a progression. Our condition is a progression from the instinct to the guilt of having the higher conscious and make our own choices against our instincts, and then going through all of this, all these thousands of years to get to this point where we can rationalize and forgive ourselves for what we did, because we didn't do anything wrong. It was
So the
inevitable.
human condition will change.
Yes, yes, the understanding and compassion for ourselves and our fellow man will bring about the better condition for man. Yes.
Okay, Nodi, in my opinion, is saying that just saying the word human condition, well, this is the way I'm reading it, kind of inherently saying that that this is how it's gonna be.
Yeah.
I don't know if it was meant. I think it has some staying power.
No, it's back to it's like a mismatch labeling in the context where it's commonly used, because where it's commonly used, what it means is that it's inevitable. It's that there's nothing we can do about it. It's just our condition.
Yes.
Yeah.
No, I think that's all in what your perspective of that is, because my understanding of the word human condition, this word fits perfectly in
wait.
That's how people are using it.
Outside of here, excuse me, Guru. Outside of this, what was your understanding of human condition before hearing this? It had a negative connotation with me.
It did, but it doesn't mean it has to stay that way.
Oh, so you had the same definition of human condition as us, as some shitty and negative.
No, but the human condition can also be better.
I think the problem is it. Yeah, I see in that label, I see a big misnomer now. If based on what this is suggesting, and because of the way that it's being used as a label and what it suggests, it really suggests and goes hand in hand with just keeping it as an excuse factor, like was being done up until this point, because there's really nothing we can do about it because it's just a human condition type thing, when that's not the case at all.
You know what? We run into this quite a bit lately, actually, is your definition of a word, giving it an emotional value, whereas I'm not giving it that emotional value. Yes.
No, I'm talking about context.
The context, no, the context, not the right word.
The context that people are using the label in, it seems to be a mismatch.
Because we are all still in this condition right now. Once we know a better way, the human condition can change, and then people won't give it an emotional value and have a negative connotation of it.
Do you see how
because our human condition is negative at the moment.
Okay, let me try another approach. Do you concur that the way that it's being used by people suggests that it's an inevitability?
I think that there's a lot of people who've given up. They don't see any other way out. So yeah,
and even what this was saying before, up until this realization that people might have or whatever, it's like people are going along using this human condition to just make a blanket state, like we just got to accept the inevitable because that's our nature. It's the human condition. Like there's nothing we can do about it, right?
At least for the foreseeable future, this is the human condition. Is fucked up for the next 100 years.
Well, who knows how long it will take.
No, just the way people use it on a daily basis. I'm not trying to, I'm trying to contextualize it as the way people use it now.
Okay, but let's say in the next 5 years, we are faced with these robots and AI and stuff that's taking us over. And at the same time, the veil is thinning to the other side and we can hear spirit more. Okay. In those cases, we can be changed very quickly, like relatively, right? 5 years might seem like a long time.
Well, let's say, Kat, that in 10 years, we have reached that peaceful place that you are imagining. I think the word is so negative, we won't call it the human condition anymore. I don't think we'll even call it that. I think that it means inherently bad shit. And when we keep to a peaceful place, no one would even look at the human condition. There'll be a different word. We want to use that word.
I think the more appropriate context would be current human conditioning. Programming.
Oh my God. The human condition.
Yeah.
Because I want to stay off this fucking, and I do see it as an agenda. I want to stay off this so that we can talk just about humans and not about the control that happens. This is only about what goes on inside of us as human beings. As far as the definition of conditioning goes, conditioning will, once, let's say this guy's theories are right, and let's say this guy's theory catches on all over the world and it does start to make change. I believe that when we start to see the words human condition, that we will then amend the definition of it, and it will become the process we went through to be in this condition now. The definition will change as we change.
So I get you.
That could happen too. I was shortcutting into saying is that the current use and context is mismatching. A shortcut would just be to present it in more of an accurate label format, which would be programming or conditioning, right?
Why are we even arguing about that?
It's not an argument. It's not an argument. That's the reason you do this, to get to the truth of the thing.
It's bringing up a point because it actually goes hand in hand with how people can stay stuck in that state, because the label describes it and keeps people thinking that it's just a condition that there's nothing they can do about.
In a defeatist mode.
Yes, absolutely. Right.
But this let's say that this guy's theory is right and it catches on. People will not have, they will start to see the logic. They will start to see the inherent knowing that they believe that this is right. Their defeatist attitude will change. It might not, the grandparents might not, the parents might a little bit, and the kids for sure. Right? So it's a process. So it's not gonna, people aren't just gonna wake up and we all know the truth now, right? It's not going to happen that way, but
nobody's suggesting that.
It could happen within a generation.
I think we actually understand each other right now.
Yeah, nobody's suggesting anything other of the sort.
Yeah, I think we're on the same page.
Saying, using the word condition the way that we've used it now, up till now, it was a negative connotation. I don't think that will prevent people from acquiescing to a new way. I don't think it will stop them, because that was your point, was that you were saying that the wording, the way that we view it psychologically, that it will prevent the change because we will just assume that human condition has to always be shit. I think that when people find out what the truth is and then adopt the truth, I don't think it will have a problem from their defeatist attitude before, because it will just make sense and they'll just change.
For sure. But so that's, I'm pointing that out in lieu of that coming to light for the purposes of here, and also anybody else who might be listening to that, they might get a clue and go, aha, this is the very deep depths too. It's not nitpicking when understood how the psychological hypnosis programming goes with wordism.
Isn't condition your health? That was dope. You see what they say? Isn't condition your health? As long as we're saying human conditioning, are we talking about the human health? I think in some senses we are. It fits in the sense that we use it when we say human condition.
It's mental health. It's mental health, because he's saying like this is a mental illness that we're suffering from, right? So it would be mental health.
Yes.
Yeah.
High 5D.
Right.
Okay, we'll go back. Ready to roll?
Yeah.
Yeah. It is world changing, is what it is, because it truly enables the psychological rehabilitation of the human race. I mean, that is just wonderful. Okay, I'm speaking with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith. Hello, I'm Craig Conway, and I'm talking with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith about how we can all end the turmoil and trauma in the world through explaining and understanding the human condition, which is the instinct versus intellect explanation Jeremy has just given us in part 1 of this interview. Okay, so as we go into part 2, Jeremy, I do have some questions which I'd like to ask. Now, firstly, while it seems like an obvious explanation that when we became conscious, a psychologically upsetting battle must have broken out with our dictatorial instincts, if it is so obvious, why weren't we taught this at school? So that's the first question there. And secondly, how were our bonobo-like ape ancestors able to become cooperative and loving? Which, as you said, must be the origins of our instinctive moral conscience.
Good questions.
Darwin said distinguishes us from other animals. And my third question is, how does the psychological rehabilitation of the human race that Professor Prosen describes actually take place? I mean, do we all have to go to therapy or something? Okay, by the way, I want to mention also that since there's quite a few new and very interesting concepts to think about, Jeremy has said that he'll make both the video and the transcript of this interview available at the top of the website that promotes this understanding of the human condition, which is the World Transformation Movement's website at humancondition.com. Now, this will be there as a video and the transcript as a little book, so you can re-listen to or read the interview again there. Because, as I said, this is a big subject about the human condition, so there's quite a bit to take in and think about.
Okay, right. And they're very good questions, Craig. Okay. So to begin with your first question, which is that if this instinct versus intellect explanation is so obvious, why haven't we been taught it at school? Now, the answer is that while it has been recognized, even from ancient times, that the emergence of our conscious mind somehow caused us to fall from grace, or however you want to describe the corruption of our original innocent, cooperative and loving state, it wasn't until science revealed the difference between the gene-based and nerve-based learning systems, which is that genes can orientate, but nerves need to understand, that we finally were in a position to explain the good reason for our angry, egocentric, and alienated human condition.
What?
I mean, the biblical story.
He's saying the only reason it wasn't taught in school is because we hadn't discovered genes and become good enough with them yet. Bullshit.
No,
it's a psychology that would have existed without the discovery of the fucking genes and shit. And we knew about genes for a while. We didn't reach some type of knowledge right now that makes it now possible for us to teach it in schools. That was bullshit.
He's also given a little too much benefit of the doubt that the school system is more benign than it is.
Yeah, I agree about that. But
I wonder if he was going to comment on that or not. He did not.
There is a certain point at which we were able to tell, he said, the difference between gene-based learning and nerve-based learning, something like that, that there's a difference between those things. And we didn't understand that until relatively lately.
Yes, but now is that one little bit of knowledge what makes it where now we could teach it in schools? Or would it exist on its own that without talking about the genes, the theory still holds that it is all anxiety written and we're going against our so-and-so. You don't have to know about fucking genes to a certain extent to put his philosophy in play.
I'll make it blanket states.
The genes would explain instincts.
Maybe
two different things, apparently,
maybe so, but even if that's the case, because of the agenda of those who are writing the textbooks, it's not in the curriculum because those who are writing the textbooks don't give a flying fuck about this topic.
Oh yeah,
it wouldn't have made it in anyway. I agree with that, but that's a little different.
Wait a second. No, I disagree with that because I think they know exactly how important this topic is and want to hide it. They don't want to be more.
I think those who are writing it are so far removed from this understanding that they're the most in fear, and that's why they do the things that they are do for the purposes of control. Because if they understood more this themselves, they would be more at peace, and they wouldn't need to do the things that they do so much.
Hi, Mrs. J. I love you.
It wouldn't make sense.
I ain't say Mr. J in age. Hey, you.
Okay. I think you know that this is part of my theory about the oligarchy, and I have not seen anything to show me different. They know.
Kat, I want to keep it away from government,
Oh.
please. That's all you want to talk about today. I want to keep it away from that and stay focused on the issue. It's about myself. Jeez. Goodness.
Morning, Miss J. Sorry, I'm not at the screen. I just heard you say.
She's Mrs. J. She's
oh.
J.
Come on, let's play. I think we've come to.
Hold on. Bear with me. I'm grabbing my snack.
Oh no. Well, go ahead, Kat, if you weren't done, because I was just trolling you a bit and I interrupted you.
I know. I realized that afterwards.
The oligarchy. So, I'm willing to listen. Yeah.
Well, because he brought it up, I wanted to counter what he had said, and I believe that the oligarchy knows about how important it is for us to be connected to spirit, how important our heart is, how important our compassion is, because everything they do is to rob us of not rob us, to kill that compassion in us.
Everything that they do that is.
Wait a second, Nunu. You're supposed to be busy fixing your fig leaf.
Don't be rude. Come on. I'm sorry. I don't mean to cut you off. I don't mean to cut you off. Please continue.
Okay, thanks. So everything I see them doing is to stamp out our heart, stamp out compassion, because if we have compassion, we are going to want to help our neighbor instead of and cooperate with our neighbor instead of compete with our neighbor. So I think they know exactly what they're doing. So if this is actually the truth, they're definitely going to keep it from us because they don't want us to be compassionate and to forgive ourselves.
Okay.
There, I'm thinking.
All right. I totally concur that they know exactly what they're doing. But the reason why they're doing what they're doing and know exactly what they're doing is a projection of them being out of touch with this so deeply that it gives the incentive for them to do these things, just like the masses doing the things that are talked about with pre-human conditioning scenario as well. It's a deeper level of that.
Do you, Kat, because I didn't hear everything, but do you agree what I just heard Nody say, that if they knew they'd be healed and they wouldn't be doing this fucked up shit?
Yeah, it would take them out of that element, so it wouldn't make sense. It's robbing themselves of being at peace then.
That part I agree with, but I don't think that they don't know what they're doing, because what they do is so deliberate that
for sure.
Every
that's what the dog sitter bought me. By the way,
what does it help them to do that for? It's got nothing to do with because they don't feel it. It's got to do with we're easier controlled that way. So
why they want to control us? Because they are out of line, misattuned with their natural selves. Blah 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 blah.
That's true.
Because they're out of touch with it.
I'm trying to picture a bunch of Rockefellers and Rothschilds and Bilderbergs who think that they're blue bloods, that they're raised with the idea that they're somehow blue bloods and some kind of higher form of humanity.
Picture the most insecure fucks you could imagine in a room.
Arrogance amplified, right? Really arrogant.
Yeah, it's hard for me to walk them back from this point when they know that this is the truth and they're hiding it. So they know it's the truth, but they're hiding it.
They know that cooperation is what's going to squash their agenda.
Right.
What they don't realize, though, is that being at peace, if they were experiencing that, they wouldn't have the need for the agenda to begin with. They could care less about that part. So they're not in touch with this other aspect.
Yes, because then we can lighten the bullet. we can liken the bullies. The bullies don't know what they're doing to their water, right?
Right.
All that water they're carrying around, they're poisoning. Not only are they poisoning other people with their shots at people, they're poisoning themselves. They're carrying around all that water that's poisoned.
Right. So the
they
masses
don't understand the choice they're making. But
right.
I have trouble believing that the oligarchs don't know the choice that they're making. It's like they are deliberately chosen this, even though they know better.
The only way, I think you'd have to go into the supernatural shit for your posture to exist. In order, the only way that they know and still don't do it, it'd have to be some type of demonic shit or some out of this realm shit. If they're just humans and are not guided by anyone, and then they fall under the same rules that we do, and if they are healthy, the
masses are a byproduct of the oligarch being the original product, and the stage is set so that the byproduct is conditioned to be ripe for exploitation without their awareness.
That's dope, yo.
That means that the people who set the stage for that have to be definitely in a much deeper level of conditioning to set the stage for that. And also intelligence.
Unless they're human. What if they're not human?
Oh yeah, sure. Yeah, they could be whatever, right? But that's theoretical.
What if they're right?
Yeah, but the bullies are human. The bullies are human.
What if they're right and we're wrong?
That's the other aspect. Isn't that fucked up? Like, what if they got the right idea that you know, the disease, this is what we talked about earlier, Joe, many times lately. You missed a lot of good stuff. But objectively speaking, right, not to stray too far away from focus, it's a pretty interesting thing to come to terms with. Maybe the masses is really just a disease that is carrying out the fate of attrition by sheer cause and effect, right? Just consequence of natural order.
Kind of like a fire on the plane somewhere. It must occur, blah, blah, blah.
Yes, to keep the balance of existence.
But you know what? That would suggest that it's part of our path.
Yes.
It's part of our path to go from
cyclic then.
To this.
What does that do to our theory here then? What does that do to our theory that with this understanding we can become healed? Or is it cyclic and our misunderstanding and unhealth will raise its head again?
I don't think it's cyclic, because once we adopt the idea that compassion and love and understanding is the highest form of ourselves, I don't see us going backward. Except by
it's hard for me to determine how much is feeling when you talk and how much is logic, because they're both in there and I got to try and pull them apart, right? You want it to be peaceful like that too, and that might influence your logic.
Yeah, well, sure. I can't say, I mean, obviously we're all just working from our own thoughts, right?
Yeah.
So
I can't
separate.
I see it like a pendulum swing, as the law of tides in nature. There's an aspect where darkness is a bit more at some point, lightness is a bit more. In the end, it balances out in the middle, and depends on where each is in that pendulum swing at any given time. So it's not like there's going to be this thing where all of a sudden, you know, everybody is completely on the light side and there's no more dark. It doesn't work that way.
Wait. I got an argument on Cat's side now. That sounds a lot like what the Bible talks about. It talks about it. One day this shit ends and it's forever great. However, one time we're going to loosen up the devil and let him give his run. A bit cyclic, but that's the theory. I know, but it's great. I like to examine them all. And I love the biblical shit, bro. They had some on the mark where you have to investigate, Joe. I'm sorry, I'm losing it.
Sure.
Go to where I was going. 120 years shit. Way back then, they said my man's lifespan would be 120 years. How the fuck accurate when their lifespan back then I don't know, that was like thousands of years ago. So they was probably dying off in their 30s at the most. So to
Wait a
predict this
second,
100,
it meant something different. There were less months in the year. There was probably, I don't know if they had less days or not, but they had a different way of counting. I do not think that Noah was 900 years old.
Who?
There's no fucking way
Noah.
that
Noah.
Noah, if he was human, was 900 years old. Regardless of the fact that we have GMO and chemtrails and all that shit, I do not think that we can live 900 years. So either they had
But we know it was written. That just calls for your opinion. We know it was written 3,000 years ago that the curse on man would they live up to 120 years. How'd they pull that figure out of thin air? Because since I've been alive, that's the best we've been able to achieve.
Could that also be possibly part of the trick, to not know our potential and capacity to that aspect, so that we don't consider this to be viable for ourselves? And maybe at some point, like maybe at 100 years, we get to this point where where we begin to become so conscious that things that are dormant before that, they didn't get a chance to get activated yet. And as that happens, then this bullshit that the conditioned masses gets handed to them in an exploitation scenario becomes impossible at such point. And that's what they dramatically tried to make sure doesn't happen.
I dig it. I like the way you phrase it. Go ahead.
I think that's Dan. It's Nudu, Dan, me, and Joe. She's wondering who the fourth person is on the panel. So
it's our resident racists. We just keep them around because for quota, we got to keep a fucked up person in here. It's new government YouTube rules. Go ahead.
I think the Bible has a lot of true things in it. The Bible is just not. Dan's a guy who lives in Ontario near me, and he's friends with Nudu, and so he comes.
You guys met? If
Pardon?
not, why not?
What?
Have you and Dan met? If not, why not?
I don't know.
I was asking Guru.
Who?
Oh,
you. I'm
confused. Well, he's in Ontario and Guru's in BC, so that's why I thought you were asking me.
Oh, you mean in person?
Yes.
Oh, yeah. No. I'm taking cover to avoid a lot of things. I will not dox myself to any of you guys. More for your protection than mine.
Wow, that's fuck that, nigga. Listen, we wouldn't be friends. And nigga, if I lived in Canada and now you gave me that line, I'd be infuriated. I'd lose it. Fuck that, nigga. I'd be hunting you down and shit just to pop up at your door in the fucking lion cloth. You got company, bro. Make the machi. Fuck that.
Yeah.
Now
that's not a final thing. There is I'll see about that, how it changes when I achieve a certain thing with the project that I want to. Once I get to a point where it can carry on with or without my presence.
Ooh.
Then
we done thought this out, bro.
Then I might open up the door where, I'm not so concerned, where I'm not just a little small fry and they might off with my head because I made a dent in their little plans. You know what I'm saying?
All right, we can continue talking, but I want to remind us, let's get back to it.
All right.
We've strayed for sure, because I was about to ready to go with what Guru was talking about. I don't want to be the guilty one, but I'm about to go back to his channel shit again and blah, blah, blah. I don't want to do it, so maybe we should watch.
Well, it has been recognized, even from ancient times, that the emergence of our conscious mind somehow caused us to fall from grace, or however you want to describe the corruption of our original innocent, cooperative and loving state. It wasn't until science revealed the difference between the gene-based and nerve-based learning systems, which is that genes can orientate, but nerves need to understand, that we finally were in a position to explain the good reason for our angry, egocentric, and alienated human condition. I mean, the biblical story of Adam and Eve in the Garden of Eden that Moses wrote so long ago in about 1500 BC actually perfectly describes the psychologically upsetting battle that emerged between our instincts and conscious intellect. It says, say that Adam and Eve, in other words, we humans, took the fruit from the tree of knowledge and were disobedient. In other words, we developed a conscious mind and free will. But in that pre-scientific story, it says Adam and Eve then became evil, perpetrators of sin, because they became angry, egocentric, and alienated. And as a result, Moses said they were banished from the Garden of Eden, a state of cooperative and loving innocence. You see, not knowing how naturally selected instincts differ from cause and effect operating consciousness, this story of Adam and Eve becoming conscious could only conclude that the angry, egocentric, and alienated condition that emerged when we became conscious was a bad, evil, sinful state. And you see, this scientific presentation says, no, that story got it wrong. Adam and Eve are actually not just good, but the heroes of the whole story of life on Earth. Because surely the conscious mind is nature's greatest invention, and to be given the task of searching for understanding while the whole world's condemning you was the hardest and toughest of tasks.
Jesus Christ.
Because that condemnation was universal. All the other innocent stalks are condemning the search for knowledge. And since all of nature, the rain, the clouds, the trees, and other animals.
Did he say all of the innocent storks are condemning the search for knowledge? Did they mean Adam's search for knowledge? Now we have the storks trying to influence you as well.
Mm-hmm.
All right, me and Kat was talking about that earlier.
The animals representation. It's not meant to be like an actual stork, right? It's just that instead of giving us a monkey person or a human person, he just used storks. I don't think
right. I meant that I'm saying that I think earlier he was talking about the battle was all within. You were battling your instincts or something. And I was saying on top of that, you got to deal with the outside people guilting you too. I think him bringing in other storks brings up my point there.
What just now, yeah. You just entered it into now, yeah.
Yes. Go ahead.
Are all associated with our original instinctive self that was condemning us. The whole world, in effect, ganged up on Adam and Eve, us humans. And yet all the time we were good and not bad, but we couldn't explain why. But now, at last, through the benefit of science, we can.
Yeah, I hadn't realized that, but it is true. I mean, Adam and Eve taking the fruit from the tree of knowledge is a metaphor for being conscious. And then they were thrown out of the Garden of Eden of original innocence because it appeared that they were bad for doing so. But now, thankfully, we can explain that we humans, we weren't bad at all. In fact, we are the heroes of the story of life on Earth.
That's a journey of consciousness.
We can now explain and understand that we conscious humans are immense heroes and not villains after all. I mean, how relieving is that?
Yeah.
And with regard to recognition of the upsetting conflict between our moral instinct and conscious intellect, the biblical story of Adam and Eve is far from the only recognition of it from ancient times. I mean, indeed, as the researcher Richard Heinberg summarized in his 1990 book, Memories and Visions of Paradise, every religion begins with the recognition that human consciousness has been separated from the divine source, that a former sense of oneness has been lost. Everywhere in religion and myth, there is an acknowledgement that we have departed from an original innocence and can return to it only through the resolution of some profound inner discord. The cause of the fall is described variously as disobedience, as eating of the forbidden fruit from the tree of knowledge, and as spiritual amnesia, which is forgetting or blocking out, or denial, alienation, which is our psychosis. So all our religions and most of our mythologies have recognized the basic conflict within us, that the emergence of consciousness caused our fall from innocence.
Yeah.
In way back in about 800.
I just heard someone mention it, or not today, yesterday, I guess. I heard somebody mention it. But this is what my feeling is that we are separated from that great, unconditional, undefinable love of the divine, right? And all that's considered in that divine, right? We're separated from that feeling in this dense 3D body and 3D consciousness, or consciousness in the 3D, I should say. And because that is something that is a big hole left
If
in
it's
us.
true, if it's true, and I believe it is, how do we get back to it? If we're separated from the big unconditional love, the way we get back to it here, which is why we haven't been able to, is to practice it here. Unconditional love.
Practice compassion and love and understanding of each animal, not just humans, all the animals.
We can start with humans. Most
love,
motherfuckers,
compassion, and
still do
understanding.
that. He's the enemy shit, or he's bad, stay away. We don't
Yeah,
even
you
have
gotta
unconditional love for humans.
start internally in yourself. This is where that thing that I was saying earlier, the big F word, focus. Focus where? Focus within, where the feeling is going to be. So easy, so obvious, but so overlooked and so predominantly missed. The only place it can be would be residing within you. That's where the feelings are. But when we get caught up in these other things through the focus of the ego, away, and tension it goes.
No, but no, I don't. What I'm saying is, I agree with you. It has to be we can only do what we can do within. We each one of us need to have these realizations so that we go within and make the necessary adjustments with the new knowledge or new logic, right? So,
Okay.
but we are connected to
Agreed.
everything.
Yes.
So it would be a natural progression from healing ourselves inside that we will start to treat each other with compassion and love and understanding. And that's not just our dogs and our cats, but our trees and our
Cat,
and the
I
humans.
think, and the way me and you think, I think that also works on another level, the ripple level. Just me doing and experiencing unconditional love and showing it to other people would cast out ripples that affect other people in places that don't even see me. I think my ripples would go into different places.
I'm going to also point out that just because the current present isn't that feeling isn't being felt doesn't mean it's not there.
It's there for us to have, but we can't hear it. We can't feel it in our present state.
That's the point.
Our present state. In this,
we always can. We just need to know how.
Yeah, I wonder, Kat, why do you believe you can't experience it in your present state? I think that's the graduating course. And
I think that that's where we get to at the end of the video when we start discussing all of the conditioning that's happened, both natural, which is what this guy's talking about, and then purposeful, which is what me and Nui end up.
Good segue to go back to the video.
Okay.
BC, the Greek poet Hesiod wrote of our species' pre-conscious time of living cooperatively and lovingly in his epic poem Works and Days. He wrote, "When gods alike and mortals rose to birth, a golden race, the immortals formed on earth. Like gods they live with calm, untroubled mind. Free from the toils and anguish of our kind, no decrepit age misshaped their frame. Strangers to ill, their lives in feasts flowed by. Dying they sank in sleep, nor seemed to die. Theirs was each good, the life-sustaining soil, yielded its copious fruits, and bribed by toil. They with abundant goods midst quiet lands, all willing shared the gathering of their hands." So yeah, they didn't have a troubled conscious mind and they lived a sharing gentle life.
Yeah, I've heard of the idea of a golden race, but I didn't actually know where it came from. So what you're saying then, Jeremy, is our distant ancestors had a calm and untroubled mind, no human condition yet.
Yes, that's right. And in 360 BC, Hesiod's Greek compatriot Plato gave this very similar description of our species' pre-conscious time and innocence. He wrote, "There was a time when we beheld the beatific vision and were initiated into a mystery which may be truly called most blessed, celebrated by us in our state of innocence before we had any experiences of evils to come, when we were admitted to the sight of apparitions innocent and simple and calm and happy. which we beheld shining in pure light, pure ourselves, and not yet enshrined in that living tomb which we carry about now. And Plato also gave this other description of this innocent golden age in our species' preconscious past, writing of a time when we lived a blessed and spontaneous life, when neither was there any violence or war or quarrel among them. In those days, there were no forms of government or separate possession of women and children, for all men rose again from the earth, having no memory of the past. So, in other words, they lived in a preconscious state. And the earth gave them fruits in abundance, which grew on trees and shrubs unbidden, and were not planted by the hand of man. And they dwelt naked and mostly in the open air, for the temperature of their season was mild, and they had no beds, but lay on soft couches of grass, which grew plentifully out of the earth. Yeah, so the thing is, Hesiod and Plato, like Moses, were living in a time when science still had to be developed. So they weren't able to provide the redeeming instinct can orientate, but only nerves can understand good reason why we departed from innocence and seemingly became evil, bad people.
Yeah, because there was no science back then.
Precisely. It's only in the last 150 years or so that science has given us, A, the ability to know that the gene-based natural selection process gives species orientations to the world, and B, the knowledge of our nerves and how they're able to remember events, which much developed, has led to our mind being able to sufficiently understand the relationship between cause and effect to become conscious of or aware of or intelligent about those relationships. So that's only happened in the last 150 years. But since the fossil record of our ancestors suggests that our large association cortex thinking, fully conscious brain appeared some 2 million years ago, that means that for almost all of those 2 million years, we've been conscious. We've had no ability to explain and understand why we corrupted our original innocent instinctive self or soul.
Mm-hmm.
And without that redeeming explanation, the only way we could cope with that, with the astronomical guilt of having destroyed Eden, has been to deny we ever lived in a cooperative and loving innocent state.
Yeah.
And that's exactly where the excuse that we have savage, competitive and aggressive instincts like other animals came to our rescue. I mean, as false as it is, it's been an absolutely brilliant excuse, because instead of our instincts being all loving and thus unbearably condemning of our present non-loving state, they are made out to be vicious and brutal, must reproduce your genes instincts like other animals. And instead of our conscious mind being the instinct-defying cause of our corruption, it was made out to be the blameless mediating hero that had to step in and control those supposed vicious instincts within us.
Could this be where so much of common focus is to preserve legacy then, as opposed to a healthy outlook of natural selection for the benefit of all?
So legacy helps them keep the excuse.
Yes.
Yeah.
And also it's out of fear, right? It's trying to preserve what you would do, your legacy, your lineage, your heritage, or whatever, the family genes, the part of you that carries on, you know, all these things that are really just irrelevant in the scheme of reality anyways. You know.
Meaning that the legacy is the rationality, the rationale that you use.
Yeah.
We hate, because according to this theory, we hate ourselves because we went against our instincts. That means there must be something evil inherent in us to go astray from our instincts. But then we rationalize it and say we're great. We're the best animal on earth.
Wait. Where does this put us? The stork has stayed on path? You shouldn't have went and ate the apple?
If the stork had stayed on the path and not gone to eat the apple, it wouldn't have anything to feel guilty for, and it would just keep on trotting on and living in its
right. But he's saying the heroes are the ones who Adam and Eve, who ate the apple. They're the heroes. So I guess it was inevitable that the stork go there, eat the apple, and acquire his consciousness or whatever it was, free will or whatever.
Because I said before that it was inevitable that when we got when our conscious developed, right, that it was inevitable that we would stray from our instincts. But this whole idea of hero, I think he's doing that psychologically to try to reverse the damage that we've already done by entering the word hero. But I really don't see any heroes in this.
No. This is
progression.
analogous to Jesus Christ story. Jesus was put down and shit on and everything, and you know, but he really showed mankind a way, even though they didn't see it at the time. This would be analogous to that.
He was shit on from the outside. He wasn't shit on from the inside. He loved himself. He knew his natural spirit, and so it wouldn't be the same analogy.
With the Adam and Eve analogy, they were shit on from, wasn't that Adam and Eve he was talking about? Was shit on by the Adam and Eve. They were shit on by the public and all of that bullshit.
Except there was no public.
I thought
well,
we
I'm
were
assuming
shit
he's
on
talking
by God.
about.
I thought we were shit on by God by getting thrown out of the garden of
yeah, that's the psyop part about it, is to get you to fear disobedience.
God punished us for not going with our instinct. That's the story of Adam and Eve. We got thrown out of the Garden of Eden because we were naughty. We committed a sin that's it now. We can't come back from it. So you're doomed. You're kicked out of the garden. So that we got shit on by
Adam
God.
and Eve are the heroes because they explained to you that, according to this guy, that's untrue. That was part of the natural thing, and though everybody told them whatever that was that everybody told them, they were right for leaving the garden. So everybody would be God now.
There was nobody else. It was just Adam and Eve. There was nobody else.
Well, I'm assuming at the time when they left the garden, because he was talking about all the people who shit on them as well. So I'm assuming it was after they left the garden. He threw that in there.
Was he talking about Adam and Eve at that point, or was he talking about the storks at that point?
No, it was Adam and Eve. He was talking about when they left the garden. It was because I was like, wow, it's just like Jesus. When they left the garden, I don't want to add to it now. I mean, maybe he didn't even say left the garden. I assumed that.
Jesus never left the garden anyway.
It's about Adam and Eve.
You threw Jesus in.
When you realize that the author is Rockefeller, it'll all start to make sense.
Did Joe Job?
I think so.
He rage quit.
There he is.
Well,
is that my internet then? Hold on, let me change to my today. If that was my internet.
You rage rejoined.
That type of part is where it becomes obviously clear to me that these aspects of the Bibles are some of the primary stages of the conditioning, right? The intentional conditioning to get people to operate in fear.
I'm not so sure how true that is. After reading it, I would say most of it, man, is just the way they use it. And so people interpret it as that. But I don't see it as I read it.
When you get passages like the your rulers are of divinity and don't question them or else that's blasphemy to God and shit like that. Come on, it's obvious who the author is.
That there's some kind of hierarchy. There is no fucking hierarchy.
I thought the rulers he was talking about were God's ways.
I'm not even saying the whole thing is the same author. I'm saying that the main parts for the purposes of conditioning are at the very least hand selected by those who have those intentions and made sure that that's stated clearly in there for those purposes. You know, it's a mixed bag.
Yeah, I would agree. Even
intertwined.
Were you saying something, Dan? Because you never fucking speak.
I said that's why I said it's indoctrination book for dummies. That's what it was written for.
You didn't like the book, Dan?
That's not nice. That's not nice.
Dan, you didn't like the
play
book?
On the word like plumbing book for dummies.
Dan,
yeah,
you didn't like the book?
Didn't like the book.
The Bible, yeah, you didn't like it?
No, I don't. It's just another tool for distraction.
You've read the book and you still didn't like it?
I wouldn't waste a minute reading it. Why would I do that?
Well, I just wanted to know if you were commenting on something that you'd actually read or not, right? That'd be important.
Why would I read a book that was made for distraction and indoctrination?
But it wasn't originally.
That's like watching. That's like ask me if I watch a soap opera.
I'll tell you why. I'll tell you why. Because you shouldn't trust motherfuckers. You shouldn't trust other people. You look and read shit for yourself. I don't let motherfuckers tell me why do I listen to so and so because they've been indoctrinated.
The Bible is made just to give you false faith.
Here's the problem with that, Joe. The Bible was written by others, so what you're saying actually goes hand in hand with why he won't read it then, because now you're going to trust what others wrote. Right?
He cannot read
false hope and faith. Why would I want that?
He can't read any book because every book was written by others and some man. That means no book is valid, Dan. Why'd you read the dictionary? Some man wrote it. Why'd you read, whatever you read? Some man wrote it. You can't trust that dude. Or it can be used to manipulate you. Fucking Tom Hanks could be, someone could give you a view of his soft ass and tell you how he's a terrorist and fucking up while he's on the island. It really means that he hates mankind. He went there voluntarily. Anything can be used in any fashion. Read it for yourself. Use your own discernment. I'm here to tell you, man, I've read it and I read it still.
I can tell you read it. No, you can tell that you've been manipulated by the words that been put in there in a bad way. You have faith.
That'd be filling.
Belief and trust.
That'd be filling. You couldn't argue that point to save your life. That'd be filling. I think I'm on solid ground here. I'm the guy who was an addict for 50 years talking about drugs. You're the guy who never even picked up drugs trying to tell me something. I've read the Bible.
I haven't picked up drugs.
I've read the Bible. It's an analogy. I've read the Bible. I'm telling you, my shit is more valid probably than yours, who hasn't even done drugs before.
The Bible is full of wisdom. It's full of wisdom. The problem is that when men kept on manipulating it over the years, namely
man wrote
kings,
the Bible.
When kings took those books of wisdom.
Wait. What does that dumbass argument mean? Man wrote every book. Fuck is your point, Dan? It makes no sense. You can't believe any book. Man wrote the Bible. Man wrote any book you will ever fucking refer to.
I don't believe
so what
in any
is
book.
your? You don't believe in books?
I don't believe in any book. I don't have belief, and I don't have faith, and I don't have trust.
You just. I'm not going to be a psych therapist.
The Bible is selling. The Bible is selling faith, belief, and trust, and I don't have that, and you do.
The Bible is.
Now you're getting angry about it.
My turn.
Yeah, go ahead.
The Bible is full of ancient wisdom that stands true to this day, no matter how much society has changed. It stands true till this day. However, it was manipulated in its presentation to us by kings getting hold of it, because they're the ones who distributed this shit, and they used it to use for their own. They used the wisdom in it. They used the wisdom that they knew that humans would recognize as wisdom. They used that to sell their own ideas of fealty to higher ups, to a hierarchy. That's what they used it for. But that doesn't mean that the nuggets of wisdom in the book need to be thrown away, because they're absolutely.
Of course, the Bible is going to give you some good cookies, or you wouldn't be interested in it. But overall, it's just full of shit.
Then it's like every other person, every other book. You take the good, learn from the bad. What is your distaste for the Bible? What are you so afraid of?
I'm not
you
afraid
reading the cult.
I've already stated my opinion. It's just to sell faith, trust, and hope, and that's not what I need. And it's just a distraction, just like the TV and just like every other kind of fucking religion or cult. It's just a distraction.
And so is every other
person. And it's an indoctrination. That's what it is.
And so is every other person. Can I make that assumption too? They're just distractions?
Joe, I'm not going to sit here and argue with you about it because
Well,
you're under a trance. You're literally under a trance and hypnotized from that very book.
Okay,
And
but
you don't
I'm still arguing my argument. You're the one who's just right, just saying stuff how you feel. I am trying to follow a logic train. If you said the Bible is you can't trust it, written by man, you can't trust man. I don't forgot where we were going. If you can trust man, what if a man who you trust writes something down? Do you trust that book now? It stands to logic if you trust the man. You who said you can't trust any book. Go ahead, man.
Did we lose him?
No, I think
I don't really have anything else to say about it. I've already said my piece about it. I don't have any argument.
What my final say will be, you're discussing, you're telling me about a movie that you've never seen. Your argument is that that movie is bad, and I know it is. Not bad in the quality, it's evil, so I won't watch it. And sound like every other fucking 10-year-old that's afraid of every fucking thing to me.
That's typical response from someone who's
oh, so you're not done talking? That was just to make, get you to talk again, and you did that.
Hold on, Joe.
You got on Joe's bad side now. Look, it was insulting the way that you put it. It's condescending to make it like somehow you have a corner on the truth. Yeah, but you don't have a corner on the truth. This is your perspective.
So you have to be prepared to argue the argument. You just saying that's how it is going to make a guy like me bite on you a little bit.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I can go in a little bit further with that.
Yeah.
You were saying about if somebody writes something down or this and that, do you not trust it? Well, if you don't operate on trust, then you don't need that. Also, truth doesn't require trust. It stands it is. That's the first point I'll make. Second point I'll make is perhaps another perspective is watching what happens to lots and lots of people who do observe the context in the book and seeing the results of what happens when they come out. Maybe before doing that, you can see objectively that the results look to be quite unhealthy for most of the people.
Could you hold that second point? Because I'm trying to hold the response to the first point. When I talked about the trust thing, I don't trust no man, no book. I was just pointing out his logic was faulty. I don't believe that you should trust any man in book. I think even the Bible, in fact, I've looked into it, 100% has been fucked up and the words have been changed. I've looked at the originals. So I'm not, and I don't, all right, anyway. And the second one.
Okay, but just before I'll redo it in a second. Just to go with that. The reason why I point that out is because, and I'm the same way. What he was saying is the main reason why he's not interested in it is because of what it sells. It sells the foundation of indoctrinative conditioning, which is belief, trust, and faith. That sets the stage for being exploited after the fact, right?
Yeah, I would agree with that. And I figured that, I'm of a different opinion. I still torture myself and watch mainstream media and read shit, like the New York Times and shit that I hate, listen to people who I hate because I think I have to... learn from,
absolutely,
for a million different reasons.
And I read parts of it too, and that's where it's to each their own when it comes to that. And, I see where Dan's coming from and concur with it, where it's a sell book for that to get people to accept it. Because once you have belief, trust, and faith, now the rest of the stuff can be very easily entered onto the brain palette for conditioning purposes for exploitation, unbeknownst to the absorber, where they won't question, right?
I gotta ask. Go ahead.
Trust and faith is the way that the universe works scientifically. That's the way it works. The mirror, the universe is a mirror, and it mirrors back our energy. If we have faith, trust, and hope in that we are exuding, it will come back to us.
Observe a little closer. That's the foundational conditioning for indoctrination. That's been conditioned. That's the conditioning. That's a heavy, thick part of the conditioning that most people have a very difficult time getting past, because it's such an anchor point that happens at such a very young age for the rest of the stage to be set for exploitation without
But I
question.
didn't believe any of this stuff
Neglecting responsibility for yourself.
I didn't believe any of this stuff at a young age. These are things that I've come to know. They're not there. I know them because I've seen them. I've seen it at work. That's the way it works. And so why would I deny what I see with my own two eyes?
Yeah. So what you see with your own two eyes is not something that you're believing. You see it. You don't need to believe in truth. You don't need to trust truth. You don't need to have faith in truth, right? Lies, on the other hand,
I don't have any scientific proof.
That's what I thought Guru too, when she said that the mirror and everything is just a reflection of ourselves. My first thought was, yes, agreed, but it reflects reality, which would be truth, or whatever reality would be for the moment. And therefore you don't need belief. Then she said, if it reflects belief, then you have belief. So I don't know if you create belief, put it in the mirror, and then it reflects it back to you. I don't know if
of course, that's a condition that you can do that, right? That's part of this thing that we're talking about, that conundrumly pit traps people into a situation where they're fucked until they can sort that out from their condition.
I'm using the words belief, faith, and hope because that's the phrase that everybody's using. But in my mind, it's just trust. I have trust in the universe, and I have that reflected back. Like it comes back at me like I had a reason to trust. I had a good reason to trust. That's what comes back at me. So I've seen it at work. You can use faith, belief, and trust in a bad way, or you can use it in a good way. And you're right that if you're indoctrinated by it at a young age, children going to Sunday school and all the crap they teach you, that can set somebody up for being easily conditioned later on. But
not just conditioned, but exploited.
Okay, and exploited. But that doesn't have to be the case. It's again, it's got no. You can use it for good, or you can use it for bad.
That's the way I see the Bible, and I'm wondering why it isn't like every other book. It has good and bad in it. Why is it hated and feared so much? If we think about all it is was a list of writings. It would have started with very simple shit like I forgot what Moses read, where the 10 Commandments came from. There were like 40 of them, and they're all just good sayings like don't hurt other people and stuff, the rules that you live by. That's where it would have started. Inherently, that's neither good nor evil. Some guy comes along and takes that writing and tells you it's from Zeus, and Zeus needs you to do this. It's not the writing, it's the guy. Now, the Bible, you have an argument that once they started assembling it into the Bible, they definitely had nefariety because they did it for control, in my opinion. However, it is the same good words, and even in your fucked up hands, I can read it and get some shit out of there. That's all. It's great for that. It's a shortcut. It's like reading Eastern philosophy. I'm not afraid to read Confucius and shit.
The story of Moses sounds to me like he went into a cave for a long time and did some really deep meditating and got in touch with spirit, got in touch with ideas, and wrote them down.
Well, Moses was like a really spiritual man at that time. He was hung around other spiritual leaders, and they all did shit so
kind of like what happened to me when I fasted for a long time and realized, you know what? It's really fucking simple. We just do no harm.
Yeah, I've been trying to sell that shit, bro.
So there
is a do no harm argument, and you're the right guy to give it to because you could probably rebut it very quickly. The do no harm argument is, of course, we can't do no harm, but when other people start to do harm, we must do harm. We must do harm. In order for that we to exist, we have to set up rules, and we need a government. I hate to say the word cat, but
I'll tell you my view on religions and Bibles that go along with them. It's definitely a mixed bag. And what seems to be the case is that there's current enlightened ones at any given time in the present.
Yeah.
And these are historical references to things that went on, people witnessing and also experiencing their experiences with those enlightened ones and getting the wisdom from them and trying to document it for the purposes of remembering and holding on and passing it to other people as well.
So far, so good. Yeah.
Okay, now while that's all good, then the other aspect of the game of telephone comes into play. You remember that game as a kid, right?
And we're talking about 3,000 years of telephone. Yes.
Right. So add that into the equation, right? And then people's craziness and their egos and their ideas and
beautiful. Don't forget that the fish gets bigger and bigger with every retelling.
Right. Every single time it gets redone and this and that. The original message gets very convoluted, and now add the ultimate part. When somebody who has a very big egotistical agenda of ownership of humans and rulership and control, and they see how much this book is valued and treasured, well, they can incorporate their own authorization in it, especially when it's being propagated through the conditioning schools. It's like
asking the oligarchy not to take over Fox and CNN and shit.
Right.
It's zero chance they're not going to do it. Yeah.
Right.
Okay,
so
I think three of us agree on those 3 points.
While there is still little nuggets, yes, you can extract that. Most of it at this point, I do see clearly as a conditioning agent, a primary conditioning agent.
There's a little part with nugget. There's a little problem in there because, and that puts another problem with your argument of the telephone, because the original papers that they took the Bible from, they were found from when they first wrote them down 3,000 years ago. Before this,
sorry, Joe. Sorry, hang on. Hang on, hear me okay?
I can't now. You went out in and out for a second. Are you back?
Yeah, it was probably a blip. I think I'm okay now. Go ahead.
All right. So we got to exclude the 3,000 years of telephone first, because we have the writings that they wrote 3,000 years ago, and they are very similar to the Bible. So there's not a nugget. There's a big part of what they wrote. So you still would have an argument that at that point they'd already been playing telephone for a while. Maybe we know some of them were written 300 years after Jesus, some of the stories that they wrote about him. So that's a nice bit of telephone, and how big is the fish right there, but not 3,000 years worth.
You have to factor in the fact. Did you ever see the movie Wag the Dog?
What dog?
Wag the Dog. Did you ever see
Oh, yeah, love it. Yeah.
Okay. In that movie, what they did was they took a record. They had William Nelson sing the record or something, and then they put it in the Library of Congress and
backdated it like it'd been there.
Old album, yeah, but really it was new, the album.
Right.
So they could have written that like maybe 20 years ago. Not
that wouldn't hold either, Kat, as far as the backdating, putting the album back there then, because so many different stashes were found from different places, different people, right? And they still said the same shit.
AJM in the chat there, you're gonna have to elaborate what you mean by new age shit. I don't subscribe to anything other than just facts. Facts are facts, right? So I'm not sure what you're referencing as far as the new age stuff, but if you elaborate, maybe I'll understand better.
I'm trying to find a new age comment.
I don't believe I had it up. Listen, I don't believe that it was only written, a couple hundred years ago, because my family.
Okay, I see. All right.
Are you listening?
Yeah, I was laughing. I read her comment.
My family is part of the legacy of Jesus. So this is before there was any Christianity. And there would have been, for the Bible to have come in from nowhere, the stories would come down the line too, that really this book only came into existence at this time. That story would have come with it, with my family, as it goes down the line.
I don't understand what you mean, nor how your family plays a role.
Okay, let's say there was no Bible, no nothing, until, let's just say 500 years ago, right?
Okay.
500 years ago is about, what, 5 times, it's 25 generations.
All right.
So in those 25 generations, the word would have been passed down. I'm just using my family as an example. The word would have been passed down in the Holy Land, where my family walked on the same sand as Jesus and probably knew Jesus. That
Okay, so
came
lending more validity to the writings is where you're going.
We were Christians before there was any books, right? Before anything was ever written down, and well, not when it was written down, but before it was made into a book, 300 years after he died, my family was already carrying his story with us. And if there was a book that just appeared in the middle of nowhere, that would have been part of the story that came down the line. And I have a big family. That story
still not. I hear what you're saying, but I'm maybe not sure the point you're trying to make. Are you saying that this proves that the book didn't just pop out of thin air?
No,
I'm not sure what you're trying to say.
I'm saying I don't believe. I thought it was possible that, they could just make the Bible out of thin air, and it was so many generations ago, we weren't alive to witness it. So we just believe it was 2,000 years ago, Jesus, but I'm telling you that
it's pretty well documented. I mean, we're not guessing at these dates and shit anymore. It's really well documented now. Even where the Bible, the original shit come from, even back to the tablets of Samaria, it's very well documented now.
All of that could be faked, but not when it comes to passing down the stories. The stories, just like First Nations people here in North America pass down stories, so do Palestinians. They pass down stories from family to family.
Everybody does. When you leave your family out of it, I think it's just confusing me, but you keep throwing your stuff in there.
Because I'm saying I could have personal knowledge kind of thing, right? Like, I'm not just going by something I see on TV. This is part of my family's line, that they believe in Jesus and that they've carried this story. Now, it has been changed when it became a religion, as opposed to...
Nigga, your family ain't carried no story for 1,000 years. By now they're getting it from the same sources as Bob and Jenny next door, right? The same sources as their next door neighbor and everybody else. They're not carrying fucking stories here on first hand from their grandparents any different from other people.
All the Palestinian and ethnic Jewish people have these stories to bring down. Now, the Jews don't believe that Christ, or that Jesus was Christ, but they believe he existed. So that story has come down from generations, whether there was a book or not. But I don't believe that the book was just thrown in there out of nowhere. I believe that the progression is as they said. That's what I'm saying. I believe that it's been passed down as it's said. Yeah. Not that it was just sort of thrown in there a couple hundred years ago, and we don't know the difference because we didn't live then, right?
I mean, I don't care where I don't care what book. If something tells me get up in the morning early and you can catch the worm and so on. If it's good advice, good. It was great. I don't care who wrote it, right? What do I care if Hitler wrote it or someone else? If it's sage advice in there, I'm not going to be like Hitler gonna hit on something bright every now and then too. What do I care about where the book comes from and what evil fuck is trying to use it if I can benefit from it? And that book in particular, the Quran, all that Eastern shit, Socrates, fuck Plato.
Agreed.
You can benefit from all that shit.
Agreed. In that aspect, it's the author is not important. Wisdom is important.
But you do have to look at the point of where the story's coming from, because it could be propaganda, right? It could be something that was written to make it look like it was ancient wisdom. You do have to consider.
Yes.
Hey, Nick. Yes. That's why I said that it was so well documented. If you're really curious, it's so well documented now that you can see whether you think of a person planted it or not. The Council of Nicaea, as somebody was talking about in there, clear play to take control of the Bible and use it as man so and so. In fact, it wasn't a Bible before then. It was just a bunch of books, and they took
it could have been just expressions.
They were written down. They were written down.
They're written expressions, or whatever.
Okay. And they chose the ones, in my opinion, that they could use to rule you best, control you best.
I totally see that as being the case.
There was a really good book written by a female that they left out. Anything that made Jesus look human, right? It talks about when Jesus was a kid in the other books. Yeah, Book of Mary. Yeah, it was left out. All the shit that says when Jesus was a kid, he was a bad kid. He killed shit, pushed the kid off the roof. All of those are left out so that Jesus looks like a god as opposed to a human. But all of that's because the books were found that they took it from in different places, and we know they're word for word the same as the stash they found in Qumran, as the stash they found here, as the stash. They all say the same exact shit. And you can go back and see where they got their shit from, the ancient tablets and shit. Yeah.
There is, just to conclude my view on religions and the Bibles. So the really important nuggets that are in there, there's really only a couple. Those main nuggets, they're in all of them. At least the ones that I've studied, which isn't a whole lot, but the ones that I've studied, the holy books, quote unquote, right? They all have a main foundational message, a couple main foundational messages. And that same wisdom, though, is also still carried through enlightened ones of the present. And the book is just an expression of that. So that wisdom,
Buddhism has.
That wisdom is coming from something that's alive in the present of us.
I like it.
And it's regardless, even if all the books were burnt today, it wouldn't matter because that wisdom is still within us. It doesn't matter.
Agreed. And it would hit us too.
I don't know.
Go ahead.
I don't know.
You said you don't know?
He said about it being innate in us, but we'd have to be able to recognize it. And because we've been dumbed down, because we've been stolen from, we don't always recognize that wisdom, and they are stories that are used to teach children.
If there was no book and all of that, and to tell me that you shouldn't hurt another man,
that recognition comes within you. You need it. That's the only place it could happen. Now you can get a reminder from any source if you forget, but that has to happen in the present anyway. And that could be from an author of the past, an author of today, a man like this conversation here or whatnot. But the actual place that it happens and the recognition is in the present, inside the individual in life.
Yes. But the presentation matters, because when you present the 7 deadly sins as one package, right? It covers everything. It covers everything about what's wrong with the negative part of our humanity. So
we agree that the packaging helps, but I'm not sure you answered whether you think it's innate or not. I think you changed a little bit. Guru's stance was it's in you, and it'll recognize if someone shows you the truth, it'll strike something in you because it's in you. And
I wasn't arguing that. If that's what it sounded like, I wasn't arguing that.
All right.
That's the beautiful part about the wisdom, is that it can never be fundamentally permanently lost. It's like a code that's within us.
That's what all those near-death people, they say that all knowledge was over there and accessible, and over here it's more difficult to access.
We get conditioned and we don't ask the right questions because we're conditioned.
Agreed.
We're conditioned not to ask questions.
Agreed.
We may live our whole lives never touching on the truth.
We are conditioned to place our focus away in every other direction other than where the recognition and the understanding
and then
takes
all
place.
the monkeys yell at you when you try to go, like the Bible says the way proper is small and narrow. When you even put a foot on that narrow road, 18 people gonna be, what you doing? What you doing? What you finna do? Like the stork going to the island in my head. All of them are gonna pressure the fuck out of you to stay away from that road because they've been conditioned. Is gonna make them have to step up. Go ahead.
And they will go to other lengths when you speak of it, just professing truth. Hey, listen, I'm at peace. I can see this. Then it goes to a next level of, well, now you're just claiming moral superiority, all just complete ego insecurity, right?
When I stopped talking, that's exactly where I was going. Now they're going to use it against you. You're better than me, because they feel it in some way. It's what they're supposed to be doing, and they're just yelling out what they really feel. You're better than me, but they're going to, say it like, rather than step up and try to be their best selves, they're going to. It's easier for 100 motherfuckers to try and pull you down, so people don't have to work so hard at work. You're making us look bad. Slow down, Joe. We know you can do all that. Which is
tragic for them, because in that moment they're ignoring what's possible and their own potential, and what they're trading that away for is tragic, unfortunately for them. But this is where it comes down to the fundamental responsibility rests on the individual. For consciousness to stay there, regardless of whatever is in there, to make sure that flame is bright, right?
Exactly.
And also, and this is where it gets tricky, right? If we get into judging others because they choose to be in denial, we just put our own flame out.
If it comes to judging others because we put our own flame out.
The moment we get into an ego projection, right?
Yes.
We just disintegrated our own flame. We have to remain humble and say, hey, listen, I understand what you're experiencing right now. It's dark. You don't see the flame that I'm experiencing right now. All I can do is just give you verbal understanding that, hey, it's beautiful and you can have it too if you want, and leave it at that.
What is this? Because you guys are smart, and I've been pondering this. What is this where when a person makes a mistake, you feel it's your opportunity, if not your duty, to jump on them? Not you guys per se, obviously. Right, but some cats, like when I see a guy fall, metaphorically, I'm thinking, that's when you need to help that guy. When other people fall, he fucked up. That's why I called him stupid. It was my opportunity to call a nigga stupid. What is that? Where some people want to help?
I know it's definitely ego, because I practiced it for the last almost 3 years. I caught myself doing it at the beginning and correcting people. See, sometimes it's helpful to correct somebody, especially if they're going to go off and make a speech and you want to make sure that they sound smart, so they're not for the last couple weeks, Nudie has been saying the word heinous wrong. He says heinous. There's no I over the U.S. I have never said anything until this very moment, because no, it's heinous.
Actually, if it's coming out like that, I'm trying to say heinous, and it might just be my tongue getting tied.
Okay, but you keep on saying it over and over and over again, so I figure that you're getting the I mixed up, thinking it's after the end. However, the point is, I exercise control over my ego to say I very rarely correct people now, because I see that the reason why I see people doing it is they need an ego boost to say, I know this and you don't. And it makes them feel like they're above somebody else. And I don't want to practice that. So I've been working very hard not to do that.
There is that. But then there's also the receiver's end, right? Like pointing that out makes me aware. And if I find it important, if I'm humble enough to look at it, is that important? Do I need to do that? And I can make a discernment.
And what you said is admirable, Kat. I totally get you, and what you're saying is admirable. You got to be cautious that you're not just doing it to show that I'm smarter than you are. I get you. But there's the other thing, that you don't want your guy running around pronouncing words incorrectly in front of other people, so you might say something.
But
this is where it becomes fluid. I brought this up
before. I brought this up because he says a lot of words wrong. So I brought this up before, and he said
you should see my spelling and grammar.
I know. But when I was saying to you, the only time it mattered was on the website, and even then you said, I said you don't want people to think that you're not smart. If you say things in the wrong way, people will discount what you're saying. And you said, I don't care what those people think. So
Yeah.
I know that you don't care about this, so I don't bother unless it was
I don't
going to
necessarily interpret that. I'll let Guru speak for himself, but I don't.
No, she's right. I did say that.
No, but does that mean that you don't mind those people saying that you misspelled a word? I don't think that's what you mean.
He does.
Now what?
Maybe it is.
While I said that, it applies for that. There's a specific thing that I'm doing there methodically. It doesn't mean though that all is the case all the time. There's times where I might deem it important, and nonetheless, and for you to convey it to me, for to share with me, will never be. I'm unoffendable. If that isn't apparent at this point, you know.
No, but it doesn't serve a purpose, because if you're not taking the information,
if I'm going to dismiss it, yeah,
then there's no point, because now all I am doing is saying I'm smarter than you. So
I may or may not. In general, for other conversations, it's a different beast. I don't assume I'm going to discount it always, but for
if it was for the website, I would still make the corrections, and if it was for a speech you were going to give that you were working on ahead of time, I would also help you correct that.
Yeah,
whereas
give the opportunity.
Around just shooting the shit, I know you really don't care,
not a
and
big
there's no point in just bringing that up for no reason.
There are times where I will purposely use my talent of poor grammar and spelling just to evade the conformity of grammar Nazism, right? Because people are on the wrong track, and you know.
I think that is a lot of what I do in my writing, talking and all of that stuff. I know the proper way that people talk and all of that, but I still be like, yeah, I was with Rogue and them. Because I know it's wrong to say that it's not really a word and all of that, or whatever, because I want to show, and Black people do this, apparently this is somebody else wrote and I believe it, Black people do this intentionally to show our disdain for conventionality. I know I do. I carry my ghetto accent intentionally. I'd say nigga here, there, and everything, because it's out of disdain for the norm and for people who think they got it right.
Right. You know, sometimes you just can't conform because you have to jog them out of their dissonance just by being yourself. Like, I'm not going to bend just to appease somebody's thing where they're nitpicking, and not only that, missing the real point is the information that's being conveyed. Now, as long as that's effectively done, isn't that the important piece of the equation?
Yes.
And if you focus on the human condition, so
is that AC in there? Yes, it is. What's up, dude?
I focus on human practices. I study those things, so that to me that is important, because I see people doing this correcting all the fucking time on YouTube and on Facebook when I was there too. I see people doing it all the time because somebody is giving something of value and somebody wants to enter themselves as value, and so they correct the person's word when they don't actually have any real substance to the argument to add.
Right.
They just want to show that, and I see this going on all the time, which reminds me not to do it, because I see what it looks like from the outside.
We are our mirrors. You guys, if I'm coming down on you for a thing, that is my best lesson. That's when I learned, if I'm like, oh, you're so arrogant, immediately, I'm sure that lesson was meant for me. And,
I don't know.
I learned.
Somebody doesn't mean I'm being arrogant.
Wait, it probably does. I think it damn near does. It wouldn't bother you so much. You wouldn't get so emotional about it if it wasn't in you in some fucking fashion. It seems to be all the time. Chuck, get into the habit of whatever, like say, it really irks me that someone interrupts me. It's probably great advice for me too. And it's probably something I was trying to overcome myself.
I do see my behavior reflected in other people, or their reflection in me. I don't know which one, but I do recognize that in a lot of things. But sometimes it's not a reflection. Sometimes it just isn't.
Oh, I hear where you're going. I hear where you're going, and I agree with it. But if you ever feel yourself getting emotional about it, it's probably because it's in you somewhere. If you can talk about it, go ahead.
But not being like to be talked to in a dismissive or condescending way. That's
Dan is saying something about me in the comment section. Let me see what Dan is saying about me in the comment section.
That was about me.
That's funny.
Quit stealing my thunder. All right, let's get the video rolling.
Yeah, let's do that.
I think we're about halfway through.
And any
30 minutes of now.
Those who dared to admit the truth of our cooperative and loving past, like Hesiod and Plato, were just dismissed as deluded romantics. And the whole idea of an innocent Edenic past was said to be nothing more than a nostalgia for the security and warmth and comfort of infancy. That it was never in a historical state, as the Jungian psychologist Eric Newman said in his book, The Origin and History of Consciousness.
Yeah, and we couldn't face the truth that we had turned utopia into dystopia, into a dreadful place of conflict and suffering, yes?
That's right, Craig. Now, I should point out that while most contemporary thinkers have clung to the savage instincts excuse for our divisive behavior, there have been some who, like the ancient thinkers, truthfully recognized the basic instinct versus intellect elements involved in producing the human condition. 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, Paul MacLean, Arthur Koestler are a few who come to mind. But while all contemporary thinkers have had the benefit of science, having revealed the difference between the gene-based and nerve-based learning systems, and have therefore had the means to truthfully explain the human condition, those who did recognize the basic instinct versus intellect elements didn't take their thinking far enough to actually explain the human condition. And those who have been attached to the false savage instincts excuse, which is the great majority of scientists, obviously haven't been thinking truthfully, so they couldn't explain the human condition. Which is all why it's taken the truthful thinking of the preeminent South African philosopher Sir Lawrence van der Post and following him myself to finally present the complete, true explanation of the human condition.
Okay, and Jeremy, I assume that people can read about the contemporary thinkers who recognized this instinct versus intellect elements involved in the human condition, and those who clung to the savage instincts excuse. People could read about this on the World Transformation Movement's website, which is at humancondition.com, yes?
Yes, they can, Craig. In particular, in the fourth video at the top of the homepage. Also, how Sir Lawrence van der Post and I managed to address and solve the human condition is described in my 2020 book, How Lawrence van der Post Saved the World, which is also freely available on that website. Basically, what's explained in that book is that since everyone is naturally, variously, psychologically upset from their different encounters with humanity's battle to find knowledge, there was always going to be a few who were fortunate enough in their infancy and childhood to escape encountering the angry, egocentric, and alienated effects of that upsetting battle. And it's these few who could look into the human condition without being overly confronted by it. And Sir Lawrence and I were two of these extremely fortunate, denial-free thinking people, which is how we're able to find understanding of the human condition.
If that's me he's pointing to, it's not that. I'm not a human species. We unidentified. We haven't figured it out yet.
I should also say that while there's growing support for this now desperately, absolutely desperately needed understanding of the human condition, mainstream science is yet to recognise and support it. But that's what happens with paradigm shifting breakthroughs in science. I mean, when the physicist Max Planck said science progresses funeral by funeral, he was recognising how attached each generation of scientists become to the way of thinking they grew up with, and therefore how slow science as a whole is to move to a new paradigm of understanding.
Damn, that's dope.
And then the playwright George Shaw also warned of how difficult it is to introduce a new paradigm of thinking, especially one that dares to confront the historically unbearably confronting an off-limit subject of the human condition, when he said all great truths begin as blasphemies. So yeah, confronting the human condition when everyone has been living in fearful denial of it, even though it has finally been made explained and safe to confront, represents the biggest of all blasphemies.
Yeah.
You know what?
No, I understand completely there. I mean, from my limited.
Thank you. Given that. Oh, Joe, he welcome back. So the problem with, say, the bullies, right? They when I got here, I was saying the same message I'm saying 3 years later about the importance of compassion and understanding. And I got to a group of people that were compassion on to understanding is the enemy. It's the exact direct opposite of what they're doing here, right? So this became a blasphemy here. To introduce the idea of compassion, understanding, not in the way that Shelley does it. She's just kind of LARPing when she does it, right? Building a bridge and all that shit. She's just joking around. But I'm serious. And it became like, it became something to dismiss right away. It's the equivalent of a blasphemy.
I fell off. Did we go to YouTube? You're talking about in the YouTube world?
In the YouTube world, yeah. When I came here to preaching the same stuff I preach now about the importance of understanding and compassion, and that became a blasphemy here because the people do. It's the direct opposite of what they do here.
It's not just here. That's what me and Guru just talked about. It's period. When you try to step onto that path, it's blasphemous.
Well, you know what how I use my own examples to illustrate. So I'm just using my own example, but obviously I'm by far not the only one who values these values, but and this is not the only community, but I'm just using this as an example of how it was. There was almost a visceral opponent opposing of the ideas. It was like, shut up. This is bullshit. You're an idiot, right? That's not the way to react to somebody who's being loving, right?
That's been the nature of everything to me, especially growing up in the ghetto. If you try to be intelligent or show heart, you are attacked viciously. I mean, that's real life. It ain't just internet. That's the way my real life experience has been.
It's just exaggerated on the internet because people get behind their computers and they come here for some reason. It makes them feel good to shit on other people, right? That's what makes them feel good.
You don't have to do a thing. Right? You can feel good. Let's say I wake up in the morning and I have two choices. I can actually go do a thing that makes me feel good, or I could sit on my ass and feel good by comparison. Say that guy murdered someone. I'm not that bad, so I'm good today. If you got that choice, most people choose the latter, as opposed to actually.
They set up a false situation for that, right? What they do here, they do that here, but what they do is the bullies have figured out that to to make it the one thing that everybody agrees on. Everybody hates pedophiles, right? So they use pedophiles to gather everybody together because everybody can agree on that. And then they use that with their false virtue signaling to control the people with that idea. And then people will say, well, at least I'm not a pedophile, or at least I'm not a rapist, or blah, 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 right? So they feel better because they're all virtue signaling about it, but it's all false. It's a false stage they're doing it on, right?
It's the politician. And I turn off when I hear that, because it's desperate niggas grouping together at that point when that's all you got. It's the same as shit, I forgot. It's the same. I had an analogy, a good analogy. I forgot it. I'm on mute. I'm gonna go out and take a look at the other dog that I'm babysitting, but I'm still listening.
Okay.
All right. Carry on and play.
Yes, please.
Experience, Jeremy. I know how difficult it is to get people to change their way of thinking, but your basic point is that science's discovery of the way genes and nerves work has finally made it possible for the liberation of humanity from the horror of the human condition.
Yeah, that's the essential truth. Science is the liberator, the so-called messiah or redeemer of humankind, as we've always hoped it would be.
Yeah, and all this in the nick of time, Jeremy, because I actually don't think the world can cope with any more upset behavior from us humans. But of course, we still need the scientific community to get on board and support this understanding.
Absolutely.
Hold on, what did he say there?
While we've had to live in denial of it,
sorry,
as we've always hoped it would be.
Yeah, and all this in the nick of time, Jeremy, because I actually don't think the world can cope with any more upset behavior from us humans. But of course, we still need the scientific community to get on board and support this understanding.
Absolutely. While we've had to live in denial of our corrupted, psychologically upset condition while we couldn't explain it, the truth is...
I'm going to disagree with that. That you need any community to get. The only thing you need to do is stay vigilant with yourself to the truth. And anybody who wants the same understanding is going to be open to remove bias to receive that same information. Once we get into this idea that we start creating formulas, that goes along with expectations. And now we're really setting the stage for ourselves to remove ourselves even further outside of that contentment. And people do this all the time. But they end up removing their own peace for the sake of trying to propagate peace.
Interesting view, but I feel
I'm muted. That was dope, Guru. That was dope.
Yeah, but I feel community is inevitable as well. We are built that way. We are pack animals, and that's a reality that we have to deal with and control.
I was going to say this, though, to like what Joe was asking earlier. He asked, am I out of my mind for wanting to still inspire another man to or woman to pursue truth and enlightenment and this and that? And no, you're absolutely, as I said earlier, knocked out of your mind. That's out of gratitude, a thing you're going to naturally do. Where you will start to go out of your mind, though, as if you start to expect that to have any other resolve than what is. Then you're going to start to get disappointed because somebody's not getting the message or all these kinds of things, right?
I don't get disappointed, but maybe I'm still crazy because not only do I think I can do it, I think I can get good at it. I think through practice, I'm actually...
I would concur for sure. The best, and it is an exercise actually to further remain vigilant, because we're always going to have to walk out into the world in the craziness from time to time and this and that. So if we can get good at maintaining our own resolve in the midst of whatever is confronting that or opposition to that, and it doesn't distract us and we don't get carried away on tangent, then we can really be a light beacon for us, not only for ourselves to maintain our contentment, but other people might go, that's a little different than what I'm used to experiencing with other people, right?
I think that that's part of the reality, the truth of a thing, and all of that. When you touch people's hearts, or they see that you are happy, they might go through those flips of instinct, as the guy said, they're gonna do these 3 things to fight, blah blah blah. But it also it'll also touch their heart in some fucking way where they'll admire it.
Yeah, especially the ones that are really in that hard rock place, and they're doing the things that they're usually doing to try and get at you, and you're just solid in a contention rock, and it's having an inadverse effect. They have to take a second look and go, wait a second,
and what is going
what's
on
up
with this guy? This works every time. It didn't work with him. What the fuck is going on?
Right. And if they're smart, then they won't ignore that. They'll take that as there's something to be learned here and investigate, right? But that's up to them again.
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out when that moment occurs. I know the Bible says something like when Moses asked the Pharaoh to let the people go, he hardened his heart like 3 times. So I wonder what to make of that, because does that mean that I can unharden a motherfucker's heart? Does that mean that if God has it, what his guy is hardened, then it's not my time, no matter how hard I try?
You can inspire always, but the receiving individual has to do the legwork.
I feel like I can trick them into it somehow. I feel like, it might take years, which I don't give a fuck. I got niggas I've been working on for years.
When you're content with yourself, it doesn't become an expenditure for you. You're just being yourself. Yes. I could stand in truth and speak truth all day long, and the only thing it does is continue to energize me more and more.
I get I have an endless appetite for that shit. I know we got a buddy. We're live. Fuck it. I'm not gonna say his name. We have a 10th man. The 10th is an absolute narcissist, and he drives the group chat crazy. People drop out and they can't stand dude. And why are you entertaining him, Joe? I be like, I'm having a blast. Fuck is wrong with y'all? And all I'm doing is showing him reality and shit. I could do that shit endlessly.
I find him very hard to deal with. Like, not deal with. Like, I find him very hard to listen to, because he does have this. Yeah, his ego is out of fucking control, and he's wrong about so many things.
Yes, he doesn't matter. It's all about looks, right? He'll say dumb shit, but it's to look, like, for instance, all he cares, he just thinks it through a short extent. He just met a new guy or walked into a new room with new people. He has to boast. So he has to say, I've put in tens of thousands of hours of watching video. I did this for my community. He has to boast on those things. And of course, they're not true, but that shit was secondary, and I forgot where I was going with that. His ego, man. His ego is what makes him come into a room, and that is so important. Also, it crushes any ability you have to fix him, because he won't examine a thing. It's a battle of ego and wit with you, as opposed to examining your argument.
That's the negative power of belief, trust, and faith. When you've concluded based on that, it can be very difficult to penetrate through that. It only is going to work when an individual wants to question that. They see a contradiction or whatever. Something triggers them, right?
When I first saw
on their part,
when I first saw 10th Man talk, I thought, ooh, I wonder if this guy's brilliant, because he was saying a lot of things, like trigger things, just like headline he was saying, right? And I was like, yeah, he's right. Yeah, he's right. But then when he'd get into talking about it, I'd realize, whoa, he'd just go off into left field. But he's so fucking confident about what he's saying, it drives me nuts.
Yes. And it's crazy when he says them so confidently, but when explored, he breaks, and I mean he breaks like a ivory vase or something. He breaks for real. He goes into the thing where he'll call you names, temper tantrums, threaten you. He'll do anything to avoid you exploring the depths of his logic.
Yeah, I watched that, and I've been called names.
Oh yeah, I get threatened all the time. He didn't pretty much gave up. He still called me names, but he usually threatened my children's children, and I'm gonna dox you. And now it's just fuck you, Joe, or sometimes just live your life, Joe. He goes straight to that now. And because I'm a dick, I see the steps that he's going to go through. What do they call them? The 5 stages of grief. I know what he's going to do before he does it. I'll be like, now's the time, 10th, when you must do this and that. Fuck you, Joe. And here is the time when you must call me a name. And this is the part where you must blame someone else for your own inadequacies and make an exit. You know, he'd be like, furious.
I was challenging him on a point he was making, because a lot of times I was agreeing with him, but then I challenged him on a point he made, and then he, what'd you say, like kicked me out of the chat?
Narcissistic trait.
And he accused me of wanting to have some kind of fame for like being mentioned on the show. That was what my point was. Yeah. And so I thought, it's useless to talk to this guy, so I just stopped.
Yeah, I still enjoy it. I ain't gonna bullshit. Just basically me and him left in the chat. You know, every week or so this chick joins in, and every month or so another friend of ours joins in. So they still watch it, but they don't participate. It's just me and him left.
Yeah.
Is this on Rumble now? Because I know
I followed him to Rumble. I was one of his fans on Rumble.
Oh no, I was talking about in our group text. Me and him still communicate all the time. I'll wake up with some propaganda, pro-Trump, pro-Republican something, and depending on my mood, I may grow them up from there, or I may let it slide. But normally I'm a troll, and I won't even watch his video. I'll see some Republican nonsense. I won't watch it, and I'll send him. I got shit stored, anti-Trump shit, pro-Kamala, just to fuck with him. And I'll just send him one. I don't even have to look at it. I'll send it to him, and he'll do you really believe that, Joe? Just to fuck with him, because I feel like, nigga, don't fuck with me first thing in the morning. I don't even believe in fucking Trump and this bullshit that you doing. So, and that's fun to me. I love starting my day like that.
You're evil.
Yeah, I remind me one day to show you my Trump files. I got one on Trump, flat Earth, race, just to fuck with people. I don't even look at them my damn self.
Yeah.
Well, I guess I'll admit I got files like that too, here and there, ready to go.
Yeah,
and
that's right.
They get revised over time through conversations like these. You know, it's helpful.
Yes. I don't even know sometimes motherfuckers be talking that flat earth shit. I'll just send them like 2 or 3 links. I don't even know what the fuck they are, but I know what they were intended for. When you guys to say shit you can't back up, here we go to break your reality.
Well, yeah, because I mean, it's not like, I don't know what you guys, but I don't do this for like some sort of pastime or whatever. This is stuff for personal work and deep reflection, which I'm doing all the time. And so the moment we end this, it doesn't end for me. I continue reflection, and then I meditate, and then I wake up the next morning and I get all these epiphanies that I didn't see before. And, you know, so it adds to the growth, and then I can refine things, make them sharper, and get things more across effectively to more other open minds and this and that. That's the power of unity. You know,
that's what I do. Like when I'm driving, say me and my girl on a road trip, even if I'm alone, that's what I'm doing. I am refining my arguments, and if I can remember something we was talking about, I'll try to work it out deeper. And my girl, that's not what her mind on. She can see a license plate. Oh, look, that's Ohio. That's so and so. Did you hear that record? I'll be like, man, I didn't even hear the record, you know, because I'll be so focused on my day continuing in the sense that yours does.
Mm-hmm. There it is, Miss Witchy. There's the moral superiority we come to expect. There it is. Were we just talking about that earlier? There's the comment. There's the moral superiority we come to expect from the nudie bot. Always, you got to get somebody who puts you on that, you know, self-projected pedestal that I'm above everybody else, right?
Wait, I don't. You know, I'm an arrogant fuck, but I put you on that pedestal. But I don't think you know, it's wrong or
that's okay if you do it.
I have a battle, right? You know, I'm in competition with all of you guys, with everybody, and I you know, but one thing I gotta say, you and Jesse have the ability not to get triggered not to let shit get under your skin the way I wish I could. And you know, I always, you know, I put you on that pedestal. He got me beat there, babe. Like I'll be talking about you to a girl. He got me beat there. I'm gonna get that nigga one day. He been studying this shit longer than me, you know. But right now, I wish that I could.
See, I don't. That's part of the whole point of this is I don't hold back how I can do that. You know,
right,
that's
right.
that's what I'm
I'll
here
talk
to.
you.
That's part of the enlightenment, because the only reason I can do that is because of where I'm coming from in my own projection, right? I'm standing on solid ground, and I know that if it's possible for me, it's possible for, and there ain't nothing like that.
And
you
that's
know?
what we talked about. The best example is to do for self. And we were talking about how can you really teach a motherfucker. Guru put it as your light, make sure your candle shines bright. That's the best effect. Even if I didn't know the guy, if I got to see him every day, not get triggered by his shit and remain patient, I'd still learn and grow and be like, I got to get there. I got to do that shit.
What do the bullies do? The bullies do something to try and put your light out, to make your light shine dim, right? Because that is part of our operating system, right? So to cripple the operating system means to put the light, dim the light, right? And we have to have strength to keep
All right,
that
I'm
light
finna
going.
go weird on you guys, but this is something I believe. Most of these people, their reaction is so instinctual. This guy is saying he's giving one reason for it, but I think there's another reason. I think that when we rehearse a thing, we allow demons. I'm going to call them demons, but don't go too religious on me. Or entities whose job it is to do certain things. We allow them to take up residency in us. And in many cases, when you're doing positive, it ain't even the person. He's unaware that demon has control over him because he slipped up in this area so many times that I'm going to use him to crush Joe's shit. And some of it, I don't even think it's that person. They don't even understand why they're doing it. That urge comes out. I don't think it's all to protect themselves. I think some of it is indwelling intelligence that they've let set up shop in them. Like you set up good shop in you. If you, okay, go ahead. Go ahead.
Sorry, there must be the lag. I don't believe in any kind of entity that would take hold of us. I believe that any kind of evil there is, it's coming from us. We're the ones who make that evil, and it might be so strong in us. It might be so, there might be so much emotional damage that it takes on an energy, right?
Do you believe in something like angels or some spirits, your forefathers, some intelligence that you can draw on or that comes to help you?
Yes.
So
I don't know if they come to help
isn't it
me.
logical that if there's a good being out there coming from this place to do good for you, that there's a negative being out there that's trying to do negative to you? Don't they hold true?
Except that we come from a place of love, of unconditional love, not a place where entities are trying to ruin us. So I think that
so only the positive entities in your what you're saying hypothesis here, only the positive entities can actually perform and do a thing. Negative energies either would not exist or have no power.
I don't think they're performing or doing anything. I think they're laying a path in front of us, a good path.
So
and then we choose
what about the negative people? Are there negative energies laying negative paths out there too?
Well, yeah, if we step off the path and go too far to the left or the right, then we're going away from our path, and that inherently
that's not the same as the question what I asked you.
Positive. Yeah, no, hold on. It inherently means that it won't be a positive path because we're going away from the positive path. Therefore, the ipso facto, it means that it would be a negative path.
No. I asked you, was there intelligence behind that negative path? There's the intelligence out there laying a positive path away from you. Is there a negative guy out there laying a negative path for you as well?
I don't think so.
Right. I don't think that's logical. There's usually two sides to every coin, yin and yang, blah, blah, blah.
I think that there could be negative energies in different dimensions that are born afterwards, just like we're born into this 3D earth, there could be other dimensions where negativity is rampant, right? But I think that we are the ones who decide. We are the ones who let that take over or not. Like, I don't think it can grab us and take hold, like kidnap us.
I would agree. We have to give permission. That's why I said when you give, let's say the demon of lust or thieving, stealing, you it's difficult the first time. You allow him to take up residence in you, and he becomes strong. And when a good guy comes along, say I'm the demon of lust, and I'm some hot chick. When the good guy comes along, that
What's wrong with the demon of lust? Never mind.
It would depend. It would depend. It's okay with your wife. If you're trying to bang my wife, it's probably not so great.
Well, you'll never know.
I know, nigga. I know you. I know you.
When he dies, he'll probably
Good
know.
versus evil is a false dichotomy. Very good, Nikki. I don't guess. I'd love to hear your input on that because I want to explore that too.
That's also a human view.
Evil. Yeah, I want to explore that too.
We have put it in the context of good and evil, but it would be positive and negative, and there is no good or bad in the universe, right?
Yes.
There's no good, there's no bad, they're just what is, right?
I prefer positive and negative better because it removes the feelings factor. Yeah.
And we get the position of playing God from that perspective. We get to decide and discern our own level of morality, and there's no judgment outside of us other than other people that we're surrounded by that may judge us. But from a divine perspective or whatever, we just get to decide, and that's that.
Wait, are you saying that's a positive or a negative?
It just is. It's neither. It's just the arena, the setup that we're here.
I would agree. It's we pretty much decide. Like for me and you, and I'm sure Kat, most people harm no man and take his shit. It's basic shit, but not everyone agrees that that's a moral high ground.
For sure.
Yeah, would
Some
believe
people are
that.
psychopaths.
Yeah.
They're not thinking about morals, so they're not thinking about a moral high ground. Because
some thinking that it's moral, or for me, in this world of dumb people, it's moral for me to get as much for me as my family as can at the expense of others, because it helps my family and it's more important. They think they're being moral by fucking over people. Some people are that twisted.
This is what I mean by here is where it's like we're there's no judgment on us outside, above us or whatever, and it's morality is subjective in the eye of the beholder.
It's logical. That's what sin would orient. If you didn't see a thing as wrong, it probably would not be.
Where we could make a realistic comparison is, let's say, for instance, there are some crimes that some people think that people should be murdered for, and that's the moral way to handle things because it saves other people from being hurt by this person.
Like murder.
Pardon?
Like murder. We take murder. Some states believe if someone murders people, you should murder them. Some people actually believe that, so we could use that.
But I don't think that, that's why I'm saying this would be a better example, because I personally don't believe that that's the best way. I don't believe that's the moral way. But I respect that there are people who believe that in their morals. I can understand why they think that, and I respect that. Right? I can't respect somebody who says, no, I hate saying this because my brother told me this when we were younger. He says, if I don't steal from them, somebody's going to steal from them. So why shouldn't I be the one to benefit?
Yeah, I'd respect that logic less, but I respect both less. I think the other is pretty silly too. I think if an alien, I respect that position less, but the first one of killing, I don't respect that a whole lot either. I think if an alien came here, or a 5-year-old, and they said, "What is this? Murder? It's a horrible thing." Oh, so what do we do to correct this person? Murder them. On its face, that sounds crazy as fuck. I can't respect the motherfucker who holds that belief either. Well, I understand it, but I don't necessarily. I don't know. I respect it a little.
But I can see that their aim is to stop the bad. And the
Yeah,
good
but
and the
they
bad.
ain't thought it out.
with
It's
the context-
2024. There's a million ways to do that. Yeah, murder
No,
is one,
I
but
know that.
yeah,
I don't agree with it. What I'm saying is, I can understand people being feeling like that is a moral position to take, because you are, if you don't take that position,
I
then
get
there
it.
will be more bad things happening. So I can respect that they still are coming from what they think is a good place. And as far as good and evil is concerned, it's a construct that we've created here so that we can guide ourselves better. So
Yeah.
even though there's no good or bad in the universe, but still here we
It's
need
a
that
tool.
yes, it's a tool.
That being said, though, we got to be careful because there's those with ill will intent and ideologies that prey on these ideologies, the ones who are naive, thinking that morality is not subjective, thinking that's straight across the board. And that kind of thinking is actually what leads to it being so unfathomable to understand that there are psychopathic minds around, and leaves you vulnerable
Yeah.
to be victims of that, right?
I don't know if you could be smart about things and still stick to good morals that go around no harm.
No, sure, absolutely. No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying, being unaware that morality is subjective, right?
Oh, yeah,
But if it wasn't, then there wouldn't be the case. A psychopath wouldn't exist, right? Because morality would just be straight across the board. That's your example. That is, and a lot of people don't want to swallow that pill, and then they end up sticking their head in the sand and getting their ass fucked, right?
Or getting their ass fucked, letting the government take over every fucking thing. It's it all leads to the same shit. If you believe that morality it's across the board, you're right that you're supposed to hurt this person if they break the speed limit, then you allow other people to do innumerable damage.
Right.
Where's the speed limit?
Yeah. I think that's pretty dumb. I watched this old lady and I can't get over this old white grandmother. She was mad because the police was giving her a ticket. She's like, I don't have any more money and blah, blah, blah. And she was like, fine, give me the ticket. And he told her to sign it.
This is where you get the insane results, the barbaric results that we still have today, like massive amounts of people being thrown in a dungeon in a cage for years at a time for having the audacity to commit that heinous crime. Is that right? Heinous crime of growing a plant.
Yes.
Right?
Yes. And they're evil. And then how does a person rationalize that here in Colorado, I am a fine, upstanding taxpayer, and then I ride across an imaginary line, and these same people think I'm evil suddenly.
Right.
What the fuck changed? I'm the same guy who just left out of state. You're burying your head. You're not following logic.
Add fear in the mix of anybody speaking out against that. Now you got the whole masses making sure you're the guy who goes in the cage as long as it's not me.
Yes. The government barely has to do a thing anymore because the sheep are going to lead me to him. And here, take this guy.
And when that becomes profitable, oh boy, do we have a mess.
See something, say something. Yeah.
Go ahead, Kat.
Thank you. We have to remove that person from society to protect those who would be their victims next.
Which person are we removing? Because we talked for a little while
there. A child molester,
we
whatever.
Have to remove them from society to protect people. Okay, now I'm with you so far.
My point. I'm going to get to the pot thing, right? So we have this system where we remove the person from society so they can't cause any more damage, but we don't kill them out of morality ourselves, right? So we have to remove them from society either for a time or for forever, depending on how bad the crime is and how bad the recidivism or whatever, right? So now when you get to the point where somebody goes to jail for pot, you think to yourself, That's fucking ridiculous. However, some people are of the mind, because they've been programmed to think that pot is a gateway drug that leads to all kinds of bad things. People get killed over pot deals and shit like that, and you need to remove them from the society because they're causing harm. So in thinking, they are still thinking in that way. I think it's fucking ridiculous and need to be kicked in the nuts for that. But that I can see why they would think that, because they've been indoctrinated to think that. So
it's the same with the bully you were talking about a little while ago on YouTube. He believes that he is saving someone from your craziness. If they're talking about you, Paul believes he is saving someone. You know, it's the same bullshit. They believe that it's a positive thing that I am tearing this person apart, calling him a piece of shit, and doxing him because I'm saving other people from his grift, from his narcissism, for whatever the purpose is.
I'm going to put you in a cage for your own protection because it's a cruel world out here.
That too.
Well, you know, I think of everybody, every criminal, no matter how bad whatever they've done is, they're somebody's son, they're somebody's daughter. They weren't born like this. Something happened to them to make them this heinous person. And I don't think we have the right to just end their life. But
they
I do
need
think
they serve a purpose.
them.
If I'm correct that unconditional love is the graduating class, then you're not a test. If your biggest crime is cheating on your taxes and kicking a dog, you're not really a good test for unconditional love, especially if I already love you, you're my family member. But if it's some guy I don't know and he did some heinous, now suddenly you're a test for my unconditional love. So them guys play a purpose.
This is true. It becomes tricky at that point. I don't know. For me, it's just like I try and keep it as simple as possible because it pretty much is. Put aggressive violence out of its misery in its tracks as it's happening. Move on with life. That sends a clear-cut message to. If that's not the ultimate deterrent, I don't know what is.
I came by my morals when I was younger, when my brother was always getting in trouble. Now, nobody knew my brother like I knew him. Everybody said, even my parents told me that. But I knew him as a loving, caring person who would give you the shirt off his back. He'd steal the shirt off somebody else's back to give it to you, or he'd give you the shirt off his own back. But
sound like the government.
See you later, Shiz. Thanks for being with us, man. I wish that cat came up. That guy's got a good head on his shoulders. Sorry, Cat. Go ahead.
That's okay. So because other people were judging him so harshly, like they didn't know him, they didn't know where he was coming from, they didn't know why he was doing the things he was doing, and how he developed his thinking. I know how he did. I watched him grow up.
Does it matter, Cat, if you don't know a person's thinking?
When I think about how other people judged him wrongly, I feel that everybody is somebody's brother or sister, and they know that person better, and they know why that person ended up the way they did, right? So each person is just as precious as my brother.
I agree with that. That'll get you to that unconditional love shit too, and you should. That's why I have a problem with the American shit. Us, we got to take care of our own shit because it excludes the other person. My theory that your brother lies, he looks totally different from you and all of that, and he's still your brother.
Bunny Slayer makes an interesting point down there. Morals are just lies we try to judge others by. Very good point. Perhaps it comes down to this responsibility aspect of the equation again. If we just keep it simple, if we just put the accountability on ourselves to take responsibility, if and when, only when there's an aggressor in the situation, to put it out of the equation and just go on with life. What more do we need to do?
Hold on, let me see if I agree with that statement. Morals are just lies we try to judge others by. I'm not sure that's right. My big one is hurt no one.
I see the view on that. I see the view.
No, I see it, but I don't think it's totally. I don't think it fits the entire definition of morals.
For sure.
I understand where she's coming from, but I can have morals within myself by wanting to do better. Am I lying to myself? I'm saying I don't want to hurt the guy. I don't want to be evil, or there might be a shitty word. I don't want to shit on people the way that person does, or attack.
I think really isn't moral just whatever our sense of responsibility is.
Let me think.
Yes.
Morality and responsibility really just goes hand in hand, doesn't it?
Yes, that's a very good way to put it.
So far, they say interchangeable, yeah.
Because remember earlier, another time you and I were talking, and I said, you said that you help people because you're feeling grateful, and I said I feel like it's an obligation. But
hang on, Kat. Hang on. Sorry, I think you're referencing me, and I was having a hiccup there in my net.
Oh,
I think I'm okay now.
Okay. Remember that we were talking before, and you were saying that you help people because you're feeling grateful. And I said, I feel it's an obligation, not with a negative connotation to the word obligation, but I feel obligated. So, and you were saying that it came from gratitude. So
that's one aspect. There's another aspect, but yeah.
Like I said, it's not a negative connotation when I say obligation. I feel like
I understand.
my heart needs to do it.
I understand.
Yeah.
I understand. I wouldn't use that word because it's very much, if I felt obligated, it would almost be presumed that I would feel guilty if I chose not to, and I wouldn't.
Yeah.
I wouldn't feel guilt at all. Right? So it's different for me.
I'm driven to do it. Maybe that's a better word than obligation.
I feel driven. I concur with that. I feel driven. I feel motivated. I feel inspired to.
Wait. I want to make sure we're talking about the same thing before I argue it. Are you saying, Guru, that are you guys talking about to help other people?
Extending a reach. Yeah.
To help other people.
Yes.
And you say that if you did not help other people, you would not feel guilty?
Correct.
That's nonsense.
I would.
For this stuff that we're talking about, I'm not talking about, just coming across a person. I see them in distress and helping them out. Absolutely, I would feel beyond obligated, right? That's different. But as far as this other stuff goes that we're talking about helping an individual,
you got to be able to walk away. I'm with you. I'm with you. I feel the same way. If a person don't hear what I have to say or turn away or something, I feel no obligation and I don't feel guilty and all of that shit.
And even just to do it.
But also, I will still keep on saying it though to anybody else who'll listen. I'm not.
I'll go back to that person every few months, years, or whatever. I'll go back and bring up the same shit and see if he's grown. So.
Even just the motivation and the drive to do it to begin with, for me, doesn't come from a sense of obligation. It comes from a sense of compassion and also understanding the value, as I said before, in other people's and how that helped me. I recognize the value in that, and how I see the wisdom in continuing to propagate, for lack of a better word, that type of legacy. I'm not trying to do legacy, whatever you want to call that, carrying the same torch wisdom for other people type thing,
Thinking process.
Sure.
I think mine definitely comes from a place of morality. Since you did that, I am under the sense that under God, I got one purpose down here, and it's to help someone. Well, help someone other than myself first. But I can't do that without helping myself and learning and serious appetite to help change myself first. And I feel like that's my duty. I could have stayed where I was at if I didn't come here to make the whole better. It is definitely my duty.
I changed that though because I realized that my main purpose is my own soul, and that whatever
your soul's
I have
fine,
left.
Kat. You couldn't have got here if your soul wasn't already intact. Your soul's fine.
My soul will always be intact, and I'll be fine even if I committed murder here or something else even more heinous. My soul will end up okay, but I still will be affected by what happens here. But also, I'm here I can't be here for anybody else but me. I was born here on my own. By myself I was born, and I leave here by myself.
That logic
so,
doesn't hold. That because you were born here alone and leave alone, that you're not here to help others. That logic doesn't hold.
No, I didn't. No, I didn't say that. My main purpose would be for me and growing my soul, but that part of my soul being growing and being good would be my connection with others as well. So it goes hand in
It
hand.
is
But
hand
my
in hand.
primary
Yeah.
focus has to be me, because I'm the only one that I can affect change on, right? For real.
Yeah.
I can influence change on others, but I'm the only one I can affect change
I
on.
look at it.
And
I look at it
my
like this.
living example is going to be the best influence. Is my example.
Agreed. If I could use this, if this is the way I think of it, there's a slight difference. Get yours that let's say I'm a business owner and I help my employees. Without the business, there is no helping the employees. So the business comes first. I am taking a step further and saying I am not interested even in making a business if it can't help other people. And the money, if there is such a business, had to be a secondary consideration. If we're going to use that business analogy, that's where I'm at. I don't even want to be here if it's just for me. You know, I don't think I'm that guy. I'll be okay. I don't even want to be here. I don't even like this fucking place.
But we're all here to learn our own lessons, right? So even if somebody is not following the morality that we believe that they should, or the intelligence what we think that they should, maybe they're not here for that. Their own purpose is their own purpose. They were born here alone, they die alone, and they're here for their own purpose. So sometimes people come here and they're bad guys. I mean, Hitler was not such a nice guy. And
this is where it gets interesting.
Yeah.
This is where it gets interesting because, and this is where religion can really convolute things. A lot of people are insecure about the ideology that, as I was stating earlier, they're really, from an overhead view, it's about as unconditional as it gets, where it's really left to us in this aspect. We get to decide our own subjective morality. And if that means that I want to be a psychopath, well, I'm going to have everything has consequences here based on my choices. So, if I harm another individual in some way or whatnot, that's going to cause disturbance and this and that. So there's consequences there. But as far as a judgment goes, morality, no, I decided here to make that judgment, and then the consequence here falls through. But there's no, that's as high as it goes.
No moral aspect. Just
right. We are the God deciding the morality here for ourselves.
And we're just Sims anyway. So we're just playing parts. This is not who we are.
This is why you can kill a mosquito on your arm and you're not going to get struck by lightning for doing so, because there's no judgment on you, you see.
I would disagree. Here is the judgment. It's not judgment in the sense that we're used to here, but I would assume, and for a lot of reasons, that this is more like a learning experience, a class, and we continue on with other learning experiences and classes. It's not judgment in a sense, of that sense. However, what you do down here, if you don't learn, which means progressing more morally and that type of shit, learn the laws of nature and follow them, then when you leave this class, you may have to redo it. You may be in a remedial class. You may not get access to shit that other people got. I believe there is that system of judgment.
Yeah, that's all. That's why I say that that's religion stuff. So that's where it's going to be difficult to, it's going to convolute the ideology that there is no judgment other than what we put on it ourselves and onto each other.
There's good science though to back up that shit nowadays too, though.
I'm not using religious principles. My principles that I'm saying are not religious principles.
He was coming on the shit I said directly.
Yeah.
They're coming.
Yeah. You go ahead, Kat, because I didn't even hear what you said earlier.
The thing that I got crucified for when I came here too, in the first bit, was I said, Hitler is our brother. And what I meant was, there is no judgment, right? There is no judgment, because Hitler is not Hitler out there, right? He came here, he played a part, he's part of our energy, he's part of the collective. And when he goes out, he's not Hitler anymore. He's just another soul, another beam of light, right? So that's why I don't think that there's any judgment except what we put on ourselves. And if we don't learn the lesson that we came here to do, and we veer off to the left from where we were supposed to be, doesn't matter. We got all the time in the world plus to do that, do it over again.
I don't know about that part. I don't know about all the time in the world. That's back to that. That's a religion idea.
That's a belief.
We never die.
It doesn't mean that we carry on with the consciousness, though.
There's
and we come back and reincarnate.
That
it's all just, nobody knows for sure. We're just guessing, right?
Yeah, but the same way most of these things are just guesses that we come up with.
It's what we do.
I think what's important, and we can do that. We can entertain it. Personally, I veer away from it most of the time, because I think mostly what's highly not focused on most of the time, where people get confused and lost and disturbed and out of touch with reality and peace, is they figured out about the present and how important the present is. There's a reason why we're here in the present right now and not somewhere else, experiencing this as we are. And there's a purpose for that.
We're not just here, though. We could be all kinds of places.
Absolutely. But we are here, and everything is centered here. And so that ought to mean we focus and take a sense of responsibility for our part in the equation. And not chuck it away, not waste it, and it's a limited quantity of time that we're here for too, right? Like tomorrow will come, but that's not a guarantee for us. And especially if we get careless and arrogant, it's probably going to end sooner or later, sooner than later,
What if Hitler came to experience being a bad person, bad for humanity, right? What if he came here to learn that? That was his lesson.
Okay. What about it?
Well, then, it's not about you
evil
judging for that.
Why would he need
potentiality is?
Okay, let's entertain that for a second. Make that make sense for me. Why somebody would need to come here to do that and just go somewhere else, or they couldn't just do that somewhere. So why would that serve them somewhere else and not just go straight cut to the chase to that place?
For the same reason that when we move away from our path, we feel bad, right? It's a guide. It's a compass, our feelings about things. Now, if you came here to be a bad guy, that will still be rounding out your knowledge of what you want. You experience being a bad guy. I mean, that's got to be one hell of an experience, being a bad guy, so being a serial killer or a tyrant for a country. That's got to be a real experience in that mindset.
Okay, but
it's an experience just like anything else is an experience.
Now, furthering this, then, what you're saying, then, we have to say that whatever's going to happen to us before the beginning of this current life that we're experiencing, there's really no choice in the matter. We set the stage beforehand and it's just going to happen. Is that the case? Or, there's certain aspects like, I was born through the parents, and that's my two parents, and that's not going to change, right? It's not going to come through another avenue or whatnot. But after the fact, once that process started to happen, are you trying to suggest that everything that's happened to me and everything that I chose was already pre-decided before I came here?
No. I say, and again, I'm getting this from other people's sayings too, because I didn't think of all of this by myself, but
yeah,
I've
heard it too.
Is that we decide what we're going to do, and there are milestones, and there are places where we'll get put back on track if we don't do ourselves, and other times we come here to learn something that other people would not think of. Like, to me, I never want to be the bad guy. I never want to play the bad guy in a play. I never want to play the bad guy in a game. I always want to be the good guy. In D&D, I always had a good essence, not a bad one, because I never want to even experience that feeling. But there are lots of people who enjoy just on stage pretending to be the bad guy.
Okay, now pretending is one thing.
It's a
Pretending is
feeling.
Yeah, pretending is one thing, but in this realm is, it's not all pretend here. When you cut off somebody's finger, that's not a pretend, right? They experience that finger being tortured and cut off and this and that. So this is where I think the logic behind people, and I would question them the same way if I were conversing with them, where it doesn't make sense is we're talking about literally then zero self-determination in the equation. We're just coming here to just be inside a shell where everything is going to take us for a ride, and we're going to experience the ride already set in stone just for learning purposes. I don't see that happening. There's no choice.
Wait. What if, I hope you play video games. What if in your learning situation here, they gave you a huge interactive world to learn shit in? Does that change things? I can still choose what role I play, what character I'm going to be, where I'm going to live, work, and reside in that video game.
Yeah.
It doesn't mean it's predetermined anymore, does it? I still have freedom of choice even in the video game.
Yeah, there's an aspect, an element. There's an element of it. But then that means that the stage is set for all of us to, again, in subjective morality, self-determine, and that's what we're doing, right?
It's
so
just
it's not
a stage. It doesn't mean it's set, right? It's just the stage is provided, and we determine what's going to happen.
Right.
Yeah,
and I concur. That's what's going on. It's a beautiful experience, but at the same token, there is something a little bit beyond that to be discovered and experienced, where I can see clearly we're not just here to like take a learning and then go somewhere else with it. I can't say what's going to happen to anybody else who doesn't reach this thing, whatever you want to call it. I just know that it's very clear to me that this is like a cocoon state. And maybe our existence is possibly eternal cocoon state of transformation.
What if the protection you feel from spirit is what makes you feel like you're in a cocoon?
That's your projection. It's speaking right now. That's a projection.
It's a question.
Yeah. Your question is coming from an idea, a projection that you hold.
So is every fucking question any of us ask.
Hold on. You don't need to get insecure about my response.
Sorry.
Right?
Sorry if I sound mad. I'm not mad. But what your statement was you're not. Everybody's asking, when you ask a question, it's coming from your own projection.
Fair enough. Let's, again, I don't want to dismiss it or entertain. I'm just I have these responses to point out these things because I think they get overlooked in other people, but I'm not going to dismiss your question as well. So let's go with that. What if? Well, there's a lot of things that we can do the what if thing on, but let me focus on this specific what if. Let's give the benefit of the doubt of that. What would that mean?
It would mean that perhaps you're wrong, that we're not in a cocoon state as the way you see it, and it's a misinterpretation, and therefore the thoughts that follow with your cocoon state theory.
Right.
It doesn't debunk his cocoon state.
So now perhaps that would be the case. And that's why, because when it comes to this, it's so fundamentally important in my view to get it right, that I would never, words would never come out of my mouth in any realm if I was guessing.
Well,
I would
yeah,
never
but
guess about something like that because I don't do beliefs. So I would have to hold, if that was the case, right? I would be verbally expressing and projecting a belief that I hold, and I don't do that.
But listen, everybody's NDE is different. Every single NDE is different because it's
All
got to do
right.
with the way we perceive things,
You
and
realize
that perception is the reality.
I'm
to
not
that
talking
person.
about NDEs at all. And just to make
No,
a comment on that, an NDE is not a DE, by the way. So nobody has died and come back to tell us
no,
about it, right?
but there are many, many, many similarities in them that show that this is not just a bunch of crazy people. There are similarities and there are differences, and the differences where everybody has their own perception, and it makes sense because when I asked you what is our purpose here, you said to know that we exist. I said, what the fuck kind of fucking purpose is that? So what we know what we
That's a
we
big
exist.
purpose.
And you said, and this was also going with my thinking, that we are, I'm going to put it in my terms because I can't remember the words you used. We're all drops in the same ocean, and we're all part of each other, but we all reflect a piece of God, a piece of the Creator, and we're all a different piece of the Creator. And in your reality, you see it as we're in a cocoon, like a resting stage, almost like I guess the Catholics would probably call it purgatory. If you're thinking
No.
of it.
Oh, wow. Interesting. Wow.
That would equate with purgatory, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, if that was the case, if it was, that's not at all what I'm trying to express.
Yeah, I don't know enough.
Minus.
I hope that's not what you were saying. Because
and minus the other stuff which you were trying to put in your own words, which I get what you were trying to say from what I was saying earlier. Let me also, before I clarify, state that there was one part there in the equation that was missed. Now I have to remember what it was. Fucking, it was important too. Shit. Can you recap the beginning of what you said? Jog my memory, please.
What's our purpose here? You said to reflect, or sorry, to know that we exist. And I said, what the fuck is that mean? And you said, we're all pieces of the Creator. We're all different pieces of the Creator.
I remember now.
Back. Okay.
Right, I remember now. So before clarifying that part, I had stated, and I'll restate this: would you rather not know that you exist?
Why would I give a shit if I didn't know?
Then just go off yourself. You obviously do give a shit, otherwise you would have done that. You definitely give a shit.
But I'm not. I don't think I'm just here to exist. I think I'm here to eat.
Yeah, but the question is, why do you give a shit? You definitely give it a shit enough about the foundational aspect of you breathing and having this experience, knowing that you're conscious, and those are secondary parts that go along with that. But you need that foundationally to even have that, and so why is that so important?
I love the love. I love the beauty that can exist. I don't see a lot of it around me. I do see it around me, but I don't see enough of it around me to make this worthwhile to just know I fucking exist. I think taking advantage of all the opportunities that I want to take advantage of is what makes it worthwhile, not just to know that I exist.
Okay, so before going into more of the secondary things, then, how important is consciousness?
You're saying it's secondary. How important is it? It would be important, because how could I enjoy something if I wasn't conscious of the fact that I was enjoying it?
Right, and can you have a consciousness if it's not hand in hand with you existing?
No, of course not. I didn't say consciousness wasn't important. I just couldn't see how that would be the purpose of life.
So that's the gift. Nobody was obligated to give you existence, yet here you are, being walking, talking, breathing, air, fire, and water, and the elements, right, in the shell.
Who gave it to me? Who gave me that?
Divinity did, whatever you want to call it. The breath of existence is bestowed upon you right now.
By the way, I was watching, remember that NDE I told you about I saw yesterday? And it was the most complete version of why we're here and stuff like that. And we are birth of water. And I found that interesting because there is H2O. There is oxygen in H2O. So, but we are, the way that person put it, we were birthed of water, not air. I just thought
just look at all the miraculous things and astounding things that had to come together and still come together and hold together at this very point, just so you can have a consciousness of your existence.
I don't think it's just so. I just think it is. It just is. I don't
without
think
without that, nothing. In with the breath, you have this.
Okay, there wouldn't be any breath in the other world, right? The breath comes from the lungs breathing. Now, I think that it's very poetic, and I don't discount that breath could be the essence of life, right? I don't discount that. I think it's a very lovely sentiment at the very least, and it's possibly the truth at the very most. I'm not
Remember
discounting
also, whatever other worlds there could be, you're centered here right now. There's a reason for that.
How am I centered here, or could I be in many different places?
Are you not centered with your consciousness right here right now?
Both would be true, Kat.
Correct. Both would be true.
Even in yours, it doesn't discount gurus.
In reality, it would be there is no here outside of that or there. It's just you exist. But nonetheless, you exist right now and you're having a consciousness and experience. And that's why I asked you the questions earlier. How important is it to have that consciousness? And secondary to that, once that's understood, the stage is set to start observing that more closely and taking responsibility for the happening that's going on in the present. It's not just an accident, and it's not just a trivial thing. Not at all. But we don't have to notice that. We can get caught up in all these distractions and tangents that we do and get so carried away from that we miss the boat. That's what unconditional gifting or divine love, whatever you want to call it, is. It has to be that way so that we're not in a divine dictatorship situation. We have to choose for ourselves to accept this and not just throw it away and dismiss it. To actually plant the seeds of the wisdom of the present within ourselves and water that.
See that when you talk like that, it makes me feel like you take things a little too seriously. Like,
well,
as
sure,
if somehow there's going to be some kind of bad consequence in the afterlife.
No, I'm not. Don't go any farther other than just the present here. I'm only focusing on the present, and in the present, there is a potential. And this is even what the remember what we were talking about earlier before. The Bibles, the holy books, they all talk about this. Fundamentally, this is one of the cruxes of the things, the common denominator in there. That which you're looking for is inside of you, and know thyself. This all happens in the present. It's not know thy book, and it's not know thyself after you die, right? It's know thyself in the present here, and that which you're looking for is inside of you. Well, that has to be here now. And there's a sense of urgency on the matter because of the fact that this present existence that we're in right now is not an unlimited divine commodity of eternal time in this form that we get. So we have to be aware of this and take responsibility for that. And it's kind of tricky because we don't want to get caught up in a panic thing where it's like, oh shit, if I don't get the boat and I die tomorrow, then I might miss the boat and whatever. We can't get caught up in those tangents. We just have to embrace the opportunity while it's there.
I just think we're going to get all kinds of unending chances.
Well, that's nice to think like that, but you're taking a pretty big divine gamble. If that's the case, why here right now then? What's that there's no logic in that. And you can think that way, and that,
This is the time that Big Macs exists.
Sorry, you cut out.
This is the time that Big Macs exist.
Yeah, well, all of that, sure, fine, and even the matcha that I'm about to make and whatever. This is external things, and they're nice, and there's some pleasure and blah blah blah, and they equate to the responsibility, not the know thyself part of the equation.
But this is a world of external things. This is a world of external things. Even sex is an external thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's all the eating, the sexing, the interactions.
Mm-hmm.
It all depends on something external. The love that we get from family, or the hate, whatever you're here for.
It's around that, and it's also around. Go ahead. There
was one more factor that I wasn't able to fit in, was that we according to these things that sound probable to me, is that we come here with each other, like we make pacts and say, okay, I'm going to play this part, and so I'm going to rob you and give you PTSD so that you learn to overcome that PTSD. I'll be that person for you.
Yeah, and those things are serving for part of the aspects of being here in this form, in the present, for sure. And while that's going on here, the other two aspects of the equation is know thyself, and that which you're looking for is inside of you. Now, also in duality, there's also, if you want, ignore thyself.
Yeah.
And instead of looking within, you just look without and ignore within. You can do that too if you want. And most people do.
Jump in, Joe.
No, you're good. I forgot where I was going anyway. I did have a thought on that, but that last part threw my thought.
You want to go back to the video?
Yeah, let's do that.
All right. We'll get through it.
That on a graph showing the ever-increasing levels of upset in humans, those levels, especially of psychosis and alienation, have been increasing so rapidly lately that the line tracking their rise is near vertical, with the amount of upset virtually doubling now on each new generation. Freedom Essay 59 on our World Transformation Movement website describes this terrifying end-play threat of terminal levels of psychosis. Basically, we had virtually lost the race between self-destruction and self-understanding. Indeed, early last century, the author Antoine de Saint-Exupéry wrote that we are living through deeply anxious days. And if we are to relieve our anxiety, we must diagnose its cause. What is the meaning of man? To this question, no answer is being offered. And I have the feeling that we are moving towards the darkest era our world has ever known. And the deeply anxious days have very greatly increased in the century since then. So we are now very much in the midst of the darkest era our world has ever known. So this world-saving, relieving of the cause, understanding of the meaning of man has definitely only arrived in the nick of time, which means the scientific community definitely needs to get its act together and support this breakthrough.
Yeah.
So now I'll address your other questions, Craig, but I should mention that the first of the videos on the World Transformation Movement's website warns of the difficulty not only scientists have had, but almost everyone has had, trying to confront and think about the historically unbearably confronting subject of our corrupted condition, which has finally been explained and made safe to confront and admit.
I'm Craig Conway, and I'm speaking with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith. We're continuing our important conversation with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith, who's been explaining the human condition and how understanding it can end all the trauma and suffering in the world. And boy, don't we need that. So, in part one, Jeremy explained that we, conscious humans, became angry, egocentric, and alienated because we couldn't explain why we had to defy our instincts. But now that we can explain this and understand ourselves, those defensive ways of coping are no longer needed, and the human race is psychologically rehabilitated. In part two, Jeremy explained that the reason we had to use the dishonest, savage instincts excuse is because science had to find understanding of the way genes and nerves work. That genes can orientate a species, but nerves are needed to understand cause and effect. So, Jeremy, my second question for this, part three of our interview, is how were our bonobo-like ape ancestors able to become cooperative and loving, which, as you said, must be the origin of our instinctive moral conscience that Darwin said distinguishes us from other animals?
Yes. Okay. So how we acquired our moral instincts has been one of the greatest mysteries in biology. The primatologist Richard Wrangham described it as a question that has lain unsolved at the core of biology ever since Darwin. And I know Darwin himself described it as the one special difficulty with his concept of natural selection. And the reason for the difficulty, and this is a bit of basic biology for you, is that genes normally can't select for unconditionally selfless, fully cooperative traits simply because such traits tend to be self-eliminating and so normally can't become established in a species. I mean, by all means, you can be selfless and sacrifice your genes for me, but I'm not about to be selfless and sacrifice my genes for you, which, by the way, means that the cooperation beats competition group selection theory that left-wing thinkers say explains our capacity to be selfless is biologically impossible. See my book, Death by Dogma. So the question is, how could such a selfish process as natural selection have created loving selflessness in us? Okay. Now, the answer is it was achieved in our forebears through nurturing. To explain what's so significant about a mother's nurturing of her offspring, I first need to point out that a mother's maternal instinct to care for her offspring is selfish because she's ensuring the reproduction of her genes by ensuring the survival of her offspring who actually carry her genes. So maternalism is selfish, is a selfish trait, which, as I've just said, genetic traits normally have to be for them to reproduce and carry on to the next generation. However, and this is all important.
Do you guys agree with that? That's back to the legacy thing.
No, he's contradicting himself because before
Agreed.
we don't have sex, like we're not like we are, like we're not trying to reproduce like all the other animals. But then he says that it's we are doing this as a mother, right?
And if that's the case, we would take natural selection with science to the highest degree and just procreate through petri discs to make sure that we preserve our genetic legacy and shit, right?
I don't think that it makes them wrong though. The DNA shit, he is saying, I think it's in line with nature. The way we says things that are in line with nature can at least appear selfish. For instance, harm no man. That's selfish because I don't want to be harmed. I think he is saying this line of shit is selfish, but he's about to go into the other line of shit, the nerve shit, which has nothing to do with selfishness. I think that's what he said.
No, the nerve shit has to do with our consciousness, whereas the gene stuff has to do with our instincts, right?
And selfishness. He was talking about the gene shit is the selfish part, right? He was just talking about.
I think I understand how we develop morality. I don't think it's I think it's pretty elementary how we develop morality. But you did make a good point, which was before he was saying that it's not. He argued that it's not in our nature to want to reproduce ourselves. And just now he didn't say it's in our nature to be selfish. He said it's nurturing. So he's actually saying the same thing on both. He didn't contradict himself. So you just brought that. You may not realize it, but you just made me see that I was wrong in my statement.
And I'm not so sure you're wrong, because when he said I got my shit from nature or whatever, nurture, I wanted to suss that out a bit more. So let's hear it. I'm not sure if I'm on board with him or not yet.
I'm with him on the selfish aspect in a certain context where everything you do is, you can't get away from that. It's all
right. If that's what he's saying, I get that part. Yeah.
Yeah.
From the infant's perspective, maternalism does have the appearance of being selfless. From the infant's perspective, it's being treated unconditionally selflessly. The mother is giving her offspring food and warmth and shelter and support and protection for apparently nothing in return. So it follows that if the infant can remain in infancy for an extended period and be treated with a lot of seemingly altruistic love, it'll be indoctrinated with that selfless love and grow up and behave accordingly. So selfish,
not necessarily.
Maternalism can train an infant in altruistic selflessness. And I might mention that Freedom Essay 21 on our World Transformation Movement website and Chapter 5 of my book Freedom explain this love indoctrination process, as we call it, more fully.
So what you're saying is that the mother's nurturing of their infants is primarily genetically selfish because it ensures the reproduction of her genes, but to the infant, it seems like it's being given unconditionally selfless love.
Yes, that's right. And if we think about primates being semi-upright from living in the...
He just said that he just agreed that Connolly guy statement that that it's in our genes to want to reproduce. He said before that wasn't the reason. He said it wasn't in our...
Yeah, I think that's where he's contradiction. I'm not even first of all, he's speaking for women. How is he coming to this conclusion? And logically, what he's saying about that doesn't add up to me. I think it's too blanket slate, and I think you would have to ask many different women, and they would probably give very different views on their motivations.
No, but we've only seen this kind of deviation since we've been manipulated. But for the longest time, it's always been that way, that a mother is nurturing and she nurtures the baby.
Yeah.
It's you would think that it's instinctive, but it's probably learned behavior from our own mothers. And there would be very little examples back in the day of women who leave their kids with orphanages and all this kind of shit. They feel this obligation to this baby. And there's going to be variations on that, right?
It depends what aspect. Like breastfeeding is going to be instinctual. Knowing the some of the cry sounds at first, especially, or the sounds that the baby is making are going to be intuitive, right?
That's learned. That's learned. At least in this day and age, it's learned. Maybe it was instinctive before, but there are.
Well, shit, even I can pick up on that, and I'm not a mother by no means, so I don't know. Maybe it's...
For the first 2 weeks, I did not feel connected to her. I felt like they handed me this baby from the hospital and said, here, take care of this baby. And I really didn't feel the connection. And I was worried because like, where's that fucking mother's instinct that I'm supposed to have? And then she was what I perceived as in danger. After those 2 weeks, she was what I perceived as in danger. And something kicked in. When I thought that the baby was in danger, something kicked in. And from that moment on, I felt that mother's instinct. So I can say whether it's nurtured or whether it's nature.
Right. I think that's where it's going to be variable. He's blanket slating. I think he's right on the selfish part. But as far as the motivation, he's blanket slating, and he's especially when he's just saying it's just for the passing of genes.
But I
that could
do
be that could be one of
What?
many things.
What'd you say, Joe?
I said he's making a little bit of an assumption. It's probably multifaceted.
Yeah.
I think that in some ways we are like all the other beings, and that's not just other animals, but plant life too. We have the instinct to survive, right? Now, the only reason why we don't seem to have that now is because we're mentally ill. But before, there wasn't any of this feeling sorry for yourself or any of that other shit, right? So we have the instinct to survive.
I think that is part of our instinct to survive. We play on people. We know now that victim shit gets you everything in the world, and that's now a survival tactic, is to be like, woe is me. It works in today's society.
Yeah.
And has he tried already what he's saying right now with how this correlates to solving the human condition thing, or is he going to get to that? Because I'm not getting where that ties in yet.
I feel like he did. I feel like he did that in the first part, and now he's backing up how we've progressed in this bad situation in our mental illness as a whole, right? So I think he's on the third part right now, and there's 4 parts. So
yeah, let's hear him out though. I'm not sure that we gave him a chance before we
trees and swings with the branches, and thus having their arms free to hold a dependent infant. It's clear that they are especially facilitated to support and prolong the mother-infant relationship, and so develop this nurtured, loving, cooperative behavior. And in fact, bonobos, the ape species who live south of the Congo River in Africa, are extraordinarily matriarchal or female role focused and extraordinarily nurturing. You can find photos online, and I'll include some in the transcript booklet and in the video of this interview that illustrate just how nurturing bonobos are. They show bonobo mothers giving their infants their devoted and undivided attention.
Wow. Yeah.
And as a result of all this nurturing, bonobos are the most cooperative and loving of all primates, which is evidenced by these absolutely amazing quotes I just have to read to you. Bonobo zookeeper Barbara Bell writes that adult bonobos demonstrate tremendous compassion for each other. For example, Kitty, the eldest female, is completely blind and hard of hearing. Sometimes she gets lost and confused. They'll just pick her up and take her where she needs to go. And primatologist Sue Savage-Rumba says, bonobo life is centered around the offspring. Unlike what happens among chimpanzees, all members of the bonobo social group help with infant care and share food with infants. If you're a bonobo infant, you can do no wrong. Bonobo females and their infants form the core of the group. And a filmmaker of the French documentary Bonobo says, they're surely the most fascinating animal on the planet. They're the closest animals to human in that they share almost 99% of our genetic makeup. Once I got hit on the head with a branch that had a bonobo on it. I sat down, and the bonobo noticed I was in a difficult situation and came and took me by the hand and moved my hair back like they do. So they live on compassion. That's really interesting to experience. What about this quote? And bonobo researcher Vanessa Woods gives this first-hand account of bonobos' unlimited capacity for love from her study of them in the Congo Basin. She writes, bonobo love is like a laser beam. They stop, they stare at you as though they have been waiting their whole lives for you to walk into their jungle. And then they love you with such helpless abandon that you love them back. You have to love them back.
That's dope.
Wow, Jeremy, I mean, these are astonishing quotes. They really are.
I cry.
Yes, they are truly amazing quotes. And bonobos are our closest living relatives. As mentioned, they share 99% of our DNA. So we can see that the bonobos provide the perfect evidence for how our distant ape ancestors became cooperative and loving. I have another picture here of a group of bonobos resting in a grassy glade. Which
Huh?
We share the same amount of DNA as we do with bonobos.
Cat, you sound like you're under a pillow or something.
Underwater or something.
Is this better?
Yeah. You said the same amount of DNA with bonobos. Is something else you were saying?
We share the same amount of DNA with chimps as we do with bonobos, and chimps are vicious creatures.
So what does this tell us? What were we supposed to discern from all of this?
I think what he's saying is that we would have, it makes sense that we would have the same nature as the bonobos originally, and that somehow we turned into the chimps.
Or we have both aspects similar in our nature, where we get to decide if we're gonna fuck each other.
He is
over
not saying that though. I think he's about to say what Kat just said. He's about to say,
probably
we can now come up out of that shit. We are no longer supposed to be chimps. We are supposed to be bonobos again. Not that it's a duality involved. Yeah.
But my existence, when he described the way the bonobo society existed, this is my way of thinking. It's my way of being. It's all about the children, and it's all about the mothering of the children, and the fathering. But that's because we're human. But and also something he didn't mention was it does center around the females. But what I learned after I watched this video, I went and investigated bonobos because I just fell in love with them, and apparently they kicked the female, not necessarily get kicked out, but the females leave the tribe and they keep the males with them, like as if the males need protecting. Like, Eve was the one who ate the apple, and then she gave it to Adam, because we do seem to be a little bit smarter about things. So
I didn't think of that. And Adam and Eve's always been depicted as the weakest one. Perhaps in his way of looking at it, she is the stronger one. I didn't think of that.
That's the way I'm looking at it. I always looked at it that way. That the female was the smart one and wanted more knowledge, and the male, I see that in when I grew up, not necessarily now because everybody's all fucking mixed up, but when I was growing up, the male performed tasks that were necessary for survival, but the female seemed to do more of the thinking, more of the planning and the thinking. So, and I identify with what he says about the bonobo society. I identify with it. Like, I feel like I'm a bonobo mother. So I just love this story about the bonobos.
All right, let's play it. Or maybe that was the end of that part.
Which I'll also put it in the transcript booklet. And it's perfectly equates with the description I mentioned earlier that Plato gave about what life was like for humans back in the golden age of nurtured togetherness. Plato said, and they dwelt naked and mostly in the open air, for the temperature of their season was mild. And they had no beds, but lay on soft couches of grass, which grew plentifully out of the earth. So there's the grass and there's the bonobos. Clearly, we have perfect instinctive memory, if we don't choose to deny it, of what life was like before the fall, because Plato didn't know about the existence of bonobos, and yet knew exactly what our bonobo-like bonobo-like life was before the fall was like.
Yeah.
Now, this quote is a bit long, but it's such a wonderful, intuitive remembrance of our species' bonobo-like time in an alienation-free, all-sensitive and all-loving state of innocence that I just have to read it out. It's from the great Russian novelist Fyodor Dostoevsky. He wrote of a time when the grass glowed with bright and fragrant flowers, birds were flying in the air, and perched fearlessly on my shoulders and arms and joyfully struck me with their darling wings. And at last I saw and knew the people of this happy land. They came to me of themselves, surrounded me, kissed me, the children of the sun, the children of their son. Oh, how beautiful they were. Their faces were radiant. In their words and voices there was a note of childlike joy. It was the earth untarnished by the fall. On it lived people who had not yet sinned. They desired nothing and were at peace. They did not aspire to knowledge of life as we aspire to understand it, because their life was full. But their knowledge was higher and deeper than ours. But I could not understand their knowledge. They showed me their trees, and I could not understand their intense love with which they looked at them. It was as though they were talking with creatures like themselves, and I'm convinced that the trees understood them. They looked at all of nature like that, at the animals who lived in peace with them and did not attack them, but loved them, conquered by their love. There was no quarreling, no jealousy among them, for they all made up one family. I mean, this description of being conquered by their love is so like the description just given by the bonobo researcher Vanessa Woods, isn't it? When she said, bonobos love you with such helpless abandon that you have to love them back. You have to love them back. Again, we see how accurate our memory is, if we don't deny it, of what life was like before the fall.
I mean, that quote is so wonderful. It's just amazing. Thank you, Jeremy.
Hey,
I'm glad you read it out. This nurturing.
If I could do some egotistical shit, I like what he just said about they loved you so hard. It's impossible for you not to love them back. I think that's the shit that I get from a lot of people who are fearless. You know, like my friend that's here. He loves so hard. You know, it would be impossible to not return that shit.
Yeah.
I think that's a thing, a way to get by. I don't know. I was just hashing shit in my head. And I was going to say that that if there is a reason why so many motherfuckers like me, but I think that could account for a lot of it, because even people who don't like me, I love you and I want the best for you. And I look at you as family, as you're calling me out of my name. I'm worried about your anxieties and how do I help you with them. And I think people perhaps see that shit, and because I get shown so much love, it's dumb.
Yeah, but I think that there's more involved in that, because I'm the same way, but I don't get treated the same way. I don't get that. I don't
very
get
good point.
I do in real life though, not on the not.
But
not
but there's another aspect to it, right? Because it can't simply be that, because also the person who shows a lot of love gets shitted on.
Right. So, but when I did see it when, for instance, there was this Korean couple that owned the corner store, and the woman was nice and friendly, and the man was really grumpy, and he's always chasing people out of the store. And I would come in there and I would be so nice to him. I would joke with him and he'd scowl at me and everything. And there's a saying, I can't remember what you say, but you love them to death. You know, I forget what you say. And it worked. They would give us Christmas presents. They were so kind to us.
Kill them with kindness.
Loving. Yeah, kill them with kindness. That's the thing. That was always my MO, right? So in real life, it works more because they can see my face, they can feel my arms, they can, they can see me in more real situations where you come to some town where people don't know you, they don't know your history, they just assume that you're a baddie like everybody else. Same thing with YouTube. They just assume you're a baddie like everyone else. So they're not really going to see it that way. So because you have clout, it helps you, because your achievements.
I was wondering if I didn't get that clout though from being a genuine, loving guy. Everybody sees me. Everyone says I wear my heart on my sleeve. You see me laugh and all of that bullshit.
You absolutely deserve every last ounce of clout you have. You've earned it. You've earned it. But you've done it in a way where people could see it, right?
As
Whereas,
opposed to Guru, here's my knock on Guru. He's damn near silent, right? You know, of course he's better at this than me, but his light is not on top. His candle is not shining brightly on top of a table. Bible says if your shit shines brightly, other people, you wouldn't hide it under the table. You and other people would put it up high to show its light. Guru has been yet able to navigate that shit where everyone gets to see his light. That's my knock on him.
really?
Oh
I see
yeah.
people
Go ahead.
people are just lucky that he's not a cult leader, because people fall into whatever he says. They see the genius
Who
in what
hears
he
what he
says,
says?
and then they
Who
follow
hears?
him.
Who hears what he says?
Oh,
Right?
sure,
Is he not
lots of
more
people.
deserving of a platform than I am? Who hears what he says?
No, he's not.
He doesn't.
No, he's not more deserving. No, not
All
more
right,
deserving.
as deserving. Okay.
Absolutely,
But
yeah, absolutely.
Guru does not have the ability to hop on a panel or in front of people, which I don't know, you know, with him trying to maintain his anonymity, but and put that message out there for the people to accept or deny. He hasn't
Wait,
figured that
just
out
because
yet.
you don't see me doing that very much doesn't mean I can't or don't have the ability. I am very selective and choosy for
Yeah.
very specific reasons.
Well,
When I choose to engage, time being short and getting to the foundational aspects of things, I'm going to focus my attention, all of it, wholeheartedly with somebody who made a commitment and said, yes, I'm going in this direction. So it's not surface level stuff. It's very deep layer stuff. This takes a lot of time, a lot of focus, a lot of matching commitment with the other individuals that are choosing to do so. Long story short, there's only so much time in the day.
No, I mean, I get that. And
to go to these depths, right?
That's your best chance of being effective. I would agree with you. But it leaves a lot of people out. It leaves out everybody who was on some panel with 9 people and 1 knucklehead. It leaves all the 9 people out. It leaves the people who you don't know well enough where you're willing to be like, hey, listen, come over here and, you know, let's work together and let's talk and all of that shit. You don't even get a chance to recruit a bunch of motherfuckers if you're not actively in those places. And I don't necessarily mean
I get you, but
yeah.
Okay, let me clear some things. I'm not looking to recruit anybody. Let's get that straight. I'm only looking to extend a reach within my capacity to help others who a very small select group of people, because my capacity is limited as an individual, to delegate attention to those who are genuine within themselves to do these types of things.
So how do you reach those people, right?
By
if you don't cast a wide net and then determine it, where's your wide net?
Well, I don't need to go very far. I mean, everybody is fundamentally looking for this anyways, but all I have to do is be myself and find little pockets here and there as I go, like I've done already. Look at this group right here.
Yes, you got to put it on the table. I run around shining your light brighter than you do. You got to put it on the table. You got to give it.
I want to address what Nikki's saying in the chat. Okay, Nikki, I know that I was pissed off at Nudu, and I was suspect of Nudu because my heart was fucking broken in a million pieces. So I did.
Guru was a fraud.
Yeah, I did. You know how I felt, Joe, because I talked to you about it. I felt like Nudu was a fraud too, and I felt like it was possible that he was a fraud because because of this.
Must be all them books I'm trying to sell and shit. Anyways, go on.
The insincerity that she mentioned, right? I saw it when my heart was broken. I saw it as insincerity as well. But now that my heart is more healed now, I see his flaws, Nikki. I see his flaws.
Very good.
I'm not being Yeah, I'm not being just a follower like I was doing before. I just fell right into it, and I wasn't thinking hard enough. And I paid the price for that. That's what broke my heart. So now that I'm healing it and I don't see it that way anymore, what I think is the difference is that you mentioned Joe, but I'm going to throw myself in there too. We are emotionally, emotionally, we hand ourselves out, like we extend ourselves in an emotional, endearing way, whereas Nudu is more cold about it. He doesn't, you don't feel
We
that,
take more risks. Interesting. Oh,
Okay.
interesting.
So a couple of things with this. Two things. Let me put another piece of the equation for the other thing that we were just talking about a minute ago with Joe. Now I'm doing some other things as well that are work in progress that will extend a broader reach to other people, more surface level, and they can also walk their own paths with
I think you made my
video
point that you
and
are trying to
materials.
get a reach out there. You just haven't mastered it yet. But I think just by saying that, you agree that my light does need to be spread to more motherfuckers. And I'm in the process of doing that right now, Joe.
Well, I
what I
can.
think you're saying.
Yeah, I can use these tools, right, as extended reaches where my capacity is limited to a certain degree, right? So, and I intend to do so.
Yes.
So I'm, that's a work in progress for sure.
Yes. Yes. That's
But
about
anyways,
all I'm referring to. Yeah.
but my personal capacity is still definitely very limited, especially with going to the deeper levels with people, these types of things. That's just the way that it goes.
More person has to be kind of primed to even communicate with you on those levels, right? You're not going to grab a 10th man and be able to have this conversation with him. You're going to need a certain type of individual to start with.
There's that, and just like look at Kat, for instance. I don't know how many countless hours we spent one-on-one, right? Mostly on lives, but backstage. And while I'm doing that, I can't be with 12 other people, right? So that's just the way that it goes. This other thing, remove Nude Guru out of the equation. If you're listening to me and you're hearing the message, but you're not getting the message because you're focusing on me, you didn't get the message. I'm irrelevant in the question. Focus on the message, not me. I'm not important.
I would agree, but let's say I read this really good book, and now I'm running around telling motherfuckers what I read. Good thing. It's not going to stop me from wanting everybody to read that book, right? I'm saying the message.
That's still the message in the book. Yeah.
And I got it, but other people don't even know the book exists. I need them to go read that book. I can't do it, and your other disciples, we can only do it so much. They need to go to the source. They need to have access to the source, whatever it takes, so that even if it is you engaging one person or no one and just dialoguing, but now you've reached enough people. Or enough people who are thirsty was like, there's the source, and then they come around and listen to you. Even if it's just like in this capacity, they'll listen to me, you and Kat talk. They'll be still learning. If you just got your own channel and you're dialoguing and showing video slides or whatever,
but
I'm the dope shit rather than the shit third party shit from me.
Right.
Is watered down. Yeah.
As far as the message goes, I'm addressing more what she's saying in the chat right now. Her last one, or second last one, is the message I get is Nudie thinks he's better than the rest of us. So that can't be anything other than a projection, because you can't be paraquoting me on this. Those words have never come out of my mouth. Right?
No, but you and I have had that problem though, Nudie. And I know you say projection of me and my insecurity. However, it is a way that you approach things that can make it feel like that. And that we still have these, even to the last live stream we had, right? If you tell me if you're not ready to understand yet, or and Dan he parrots you saying that, and then I feel like I'm not being respected, that my point of view isn't being respected. This has been a theme that's gone through.
I get that.
So
I get that. That being said, it still doesn't stand as a testimonial to what Nikki just wrote there as being correct. And it's interesting how right after the fact too, it's what I previously said goes right over the head, right? What I just finished saying is remove me out of the equation because I am not important in the equation. If you heard my message and what you got out of it is anything other than remove me and just listen to the message itself because that's what's important, then you miss the message.
Is that in response to her comment that
Yes.
okay, thinks he's better than other people?
Yes.
Is that in response to that
and
comment?
just in general to the, you know, she said it a couple times earlier and we kind of joked about it earlier. You get some of these classic things where people misinterpret or miscalculate that it's a projection of moral superiority and all this kind of stuff. And really they don't realize it in a moment. They're reflecting themselves because they're not putting the messenger out of the equation just to see the information.
I see how that could be. You know, I could dog it. Don't tell my dog got loose. I hit a dog whining and I don't see him. I might have to. Oh, there he is. You do see though how outside of projection and all those, even if that's true, how a person could be like Paul. Paul feels like he doesn't have to talk to a lot of people because they're not ready. They're not on his level. His shit is clearly just egotistical. I am better than you. With the things that come out of your mouth, I can't talk to them. They are not ready. I'm going to focus on the few who will. That can easily be interpreted, and I don't interpret it so. But as he thinks he's better than other people.
Sure.
So he'll only associate. So I wouldn't jump on Nikki down the throat over it.
I don't think that's why she's saying that, but
you're right. Nikki's smart. She's probably I shouldn't be. Yeah.
Other people might, you know, I can see how other people might interpret that. Other people are going to interpret things all kinds of ways in their own mind. They're going to come up with narratives and fabricate ideologies and everything under the sun. That's just what people do. Big deal.
Wait a sec. 2 points to make. Mitsubishi, it seems to me from her last sentence that what she's clarifying is when we were talking about how Joe manages to collect a lot of people and from his clout, we're just going to call it, right? And where you have trouble with letting your light shine, I think that's what she was trying to express, is that this is why Joe has more people following him, is because this is the way the personality makes a difference. Now, the second point I'm going to make is I do see ego in you, and I don't want to attack you because you know that I love the shit out of you.
He better suck it up if you do a little bit.
You don't need to be soft on saying this. You just go straight to the point. It's fine.
No, but I don't care what you say. You have feelings. I know you do.
Of course I do. Everybody does.
Okay, I don't want to hurt them. So, and I didn't meant to hurt them. But just because we're on this topic, many times it's me we're examining. Just at this very moment, we're examining you. And I do see elements of ego, extra ego, I should say, extra ego that comes out. And I don't think you notice it. I don't think you see it yourself because you've assigned your own rationale to it.
Ooh,
but on the outside, it's more obvious.
Sure.
So when those things come out, coupled with the fact that you know a shitload of stuff, and coupled with the fact of your personality that just want to hit people in the face with the truth instead of gently deliver it, I think these are the things.
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Depends, you know, different approaches. But let me establish some other things.
Can I say before you
go ahead? Go ahead, Joe.
Because people will see Guru differently. I think, and I'm about to make some enemies with this. I think the more secure you are and shit like that, the less egotistical and intimidating he seems. He's in some ways you can see him as a bit of a klutz or whatever. So the guy who sees him as egotistical, I can see how it'd be interpreted that way. But I don't see him being no more egotistical than me or Dennison or us guys.
No, that's right. That's right. I just don't think that he sees it himself in himself. That's all. I don't think that anybody's
no, because I know I'm egotistical.
No, you're very humble, Joe. Joe, you display a lot of humility. You really do.
Well, I get egotistical when competition rises. I want to rip people apart. That's my ego, right? When it's time to play, whatever it is, God, it's horrible. That's ego. I know that shit.
I get defensive, and that's my ego, right?
Oh.
My ego displays itself in defensiveness usually, because I hardly ever think that I'm better than anybody else, but it is still my ego that I'm focusing on.
Brilliant, Cat. Dan has a bigger ego, but dude, he has the audacity to try to claim he has not. Dope.
I never made that claim. Never made that claim.
Okay.
This is what I'm talking about. People make all kinds of things and fill in holes, and and I'll correct them as I see them. And people can take whatever they want
can't remember
on their
him
own.
saying I'm egoless. Kat, you spend more time with him. Do you remember him saying
I'm not egoless? I'm unoffendable. Different thing.
I think
nobody is egoless,
and I can't go without it. It has to come from my perspective, obviously, right? From my sensitivity. It comes from my sensitivity, not just to myself and my feelings, but to things I've learned about humanity and the way that humans behave. And I definitely think that I see more about his ego than he sees himself. But I don't think that his ego is malicious. Like I think it comes off like he thinks he's better than anyone else, which sort of sounds malicious, but I don't think that that's where it's really coming from. I don't think he's actually coming from a malicious place. I think it's part of his hurt that maybe he hasn't dealt with or acknowledged. That's how I think.
I'll continue to say the same thing to all of this. Remove me out of the equation. If you're focusing on me, you're missing the message.
That's a politician thing to say, because
because I'm not here for me, remember? And that's why some of the things that will be very different to the pursuits that I do compared to most people. Like, I'm not here to be a YouTuber. I'm not here to gather followers or recruit people or anything of this nature. So it's very different and out of the ordinary, unorthodox for a lot of people to see. But if you get my message, what you will hear is I'm here not for my benefit, but to extend a reach to those in service who are interested in walking the path of responsible self-reliance. That's my fundamental of a couple primary objectives. That's the main one.
You say it's not about you, it's about the message. However, when you're conveying the message, when you're in the middle of conveying the message, it does somehow become about you, about how much you're helping people, about how much you're extending to people. And you are, it's sort of like you're patting yourself on the back yourself.
No, none of that is the case. I'm not keeping track of things. I don't care about any of that stuff. I'm simply just out of compassion and the enjoyment in the equation. And again, as I said before, understanding the value in doing so, walking that path because I can. That's it. There's nothing more to it.
The point that Nikki makes, and I hate to back up a troll, but the point that Nikki's making, I've seen this myself when I have brought criticisms to you, not in a malicious way, but I brought criticisms to you, and you do deflect with that's projection. You do that every time. It's almost like it's a program. If you were a computer, it's like a program that you have built in. That's your go-to, is that anytime it's something that you disagree with, automatically it's rejection instead of you reflecting.
Could that be a projection?
All right, let me read her shit because that's a good point. Normally, if I see that, if a person who did that, shut up. What?
And you're right, I do say that a lot, not because it's a go-to though, but because I see it so often and I just get right to the point with it. A lot of people really misconvey the intention.
I'm sorry, but he claims to have mastered his ego. Have you mastered your ego?
No such thing.
Same difference. She says any criticism is just projection. I saw that in my life. That ego, that could be ego. The point being,
I will
say she was right. This is deflection.
I will say that I'm not a slave to my ego. It doesn't have mastery over me, but I don't have mastery over it either, or intention to do so. I just don't run my life based on my ego.
Puppy, I'm right here. Dog wants his daddy back. Forgive me.
One of the most common phrases you'll hear me say, especially in chats to me, is there's no higher slavery than ego slavery. That's something that I practice, right? The awareness of that.
Right. I do believe you. I do believe you. And to me, in my world, intention is 9/10 of the law. So I do believe that is your intention. I just think sometimes you miss it. That's all.
Well, but what's important here is, like everybody is on their individual path of doing self-work. Right. And what I'm here is to just put surfaces of truths and wisdoms for people to grab hold of so that they can take that and do what had the same benefit in their life.
You don't really get to make that decision though. Right.
Correct. I put it there, and what they do with it is totally up to them.
Everybody is going to everybody has their own reality, blah blah blah. That's one thing I do and suggest everyone else do is when I hear a thing, hey, no nigga, you don't run nothing.
You talking to the dog or us?
Talking to the dog. He ignored me. Shit, I forgot where I was going. Everybody has their own way of seeing things. Someone delivers me, I hear something, the messenger is key to me. It's super important. I need to hear who that messenger is. I need to determine if he has a motive. You will be discussed. You should be discussed. And we're doing what the fuck we're supposed to be when we're breaking down Guru. When we are not supposed to set you aside. I mean, at some point it'll be beneficial. I mean, we must do that, but we must do the other thing as well, which is tell you
can, right? But ultimately, it's not going to sway or affect my fundamental reason for being here and my focus. My focus is going to remain vigilant to me extending a reach and help those who have a sincere, genuine want to take responsibility and walk the path that we're talking.
Nikki needs to be up here. I'm here. Where did it go? I'm here. Translation. I'm here to teach you. That's hubris.
What does hubris mean? That's a new word to me. I have so many new words to me.
It's the opposite of humility.
It's wanting to impart wisdom to somebody for their benefit. With that's not in humility.
It may assume that I am the teacher, you are the student. I think that's more where she's going with it. I am here to teach you, not to learn from you.
Labels.
Well,
I'm a teacher and a student of life simultaneously. We all are, always.
Yeah.
Miss you, Nikki. Miss you.
You remember when I was crying and I said to you, I said, it seems like you don't seem to have anything you could learn from me. You only want to teach me.
Yeah.
You don't seem to learn anything from me.
Yeah.
And I was crying, like I felt it so strong. And it was so awesome. And so I believe that's the same thing as she's saying about that I'm here to teach you thing, right? I think that's what she's talking about. That's how I read it from my heart.
That is exactly what it is. She is saying that he assumes that he is the teacher and the other person is the student. I'm talking it to her head a little bit here. And an example of it would be if she's right, here's an example of it. I spent a lot of time with Guru, and I didn't feel like it was back and forth so much as I had become the student with nothing to offer, whether it's real or perceived.
Well, you probably say that's projection, right?
Let me try a different angle. Was that calculated and determined all by the self without even any? Because I can put a couple of little nudges in there that might make a little bit of difference. Like, how many times did you hear me say just in this conversation today? A couple of them I intentionally did so to make sure that it was noted how much I value these conversations because it helps me on so many different levels.
Yes, but do you know that you started saying that after we had that conversation? You didn't used to say that before.
I did. It just didn't get noticed.
Guru, let me ask you this. When me and you spar, when it's just us, I don't even have to ask you. You are tested as well as I. And you know, don't let me be a little feisty that day. I will really try to test you. So we wouldn't come upon that problem where Kat has, where one student and one teacher, unless one of us assumes that position. Unless I'm quiet because you're teaching me something, or you're quiet because I'm teaching you something, we wouldn't have that issue. Is that exchange? And Kat, do you feel that when you and Guru are going back and forth, that you have as much to offer? And Guru, do you feel like Kat offers as much as you do, or is it one-sided?
Can you repeat that? Can you repeat that question?
I did give the long version of it. I'll just give the last part of it. When you and Kat are talking, do you feel like two equals are in there, or do you feel like, Kat, this question is for you too, or do you feel like one person gives a lot more teacher-student wise than the other, or is it more equal?
Just from a teacher-student perspective?
Yes. Yeah.
Depends on the time. Just in general, you mean?
In general, yes.
Different times. Are there any times?
That's why I started off with. No. I don't want to let him off the hook by saying different times, because of course sometimes he's going to be the student. That's too easy. I mean, in general, in me and you, it's two peers going at it. You know, blah blah blah.
I think that's a bit of a loaded question, but I will answer.
Of course it is. That's why I'm giggling.
I will
answer the fucking question.
We've chosen more of the time for it to be Kat going, a focus on Kat going down her self, her path of self, whatever you want to call it, reflection and so on and so forth. So methodically speaking, it's been intentionally that way.
Kat, I think you would agree that in most cases you are the student. Do you agree that when you do have knowledge to offer and shit, does Guru give it an ear, or does he think you can't teach me shit because I'm smarter than you?
I think that either I don't think that he was doing that at the beginning, but I think that after we talked about it a few times, I think that he took it inside himself, and he either did start paying more attention to what I have to say and considering and that's all I want is for him to consider what I say.
Good shit.
Either that, or he's developed the facade of looking like he cares what I have to say. I don't know which it is.
I'll tell you what it is.
That he does consider what I have to say.
I'll tell you what it is. I recognize that it was being missed by you. So in order to ensure, and I also recognize by you expressing it to me that it was important to you. So I took extra steps after I recognized that to make sure that it was expressed, so it was noted in your view.
I do feel very strongly that before we had those talks, you were not considering what I had to say, and that you thought that I was somehow lower than you.
Right.
And
I understood. We talked about that, and I listened, and I understood why, and I get it, and I got the view, and that's what I'm saying. After that, right?
Yeah.
I made conscious efforts to make sure that it was noted so that you would see otherwise.
Yes, but you know where I see it? There's been 1 or 2 times where you've actually said that something I said made you think on an alternate path. You kind of changed your path a little bit. So you have mentioned those times are the times where I feel like I've been considered, and the rest of the times I wasn't sure if you're just being sensitive enough to my feelings, but not actually taking it in. So I wasn't sure, but I do feel that way on those 1 or 2 times when, and I really don't, in what you consider important in your focus, I really don't have as much to provide you with as you have to provide me with.
Sorry, don't have a what?
I don't feel that I have I don't have the same level of wisdom to provide you with that you have to provide me with. However, there are times when I've seen a flaw in your process, and I believe I'm right. I believe that I've got my finger on the button, and that you don't don't see it. So in those times, I don't feel lower than you. I don't feel, and when if I'm a student of a teacher that doesn't have that attitude that I'm lucky to benefit from their wisdom, then I do feel equal. But because I have the insecurity problem, it's a harder problem for me to, because see, you talk to Joe pretty much the same way you talk to me. You don't get on him as much as you get on me, but that's because he doesn't open himself up for it like I do. But you treat us both the same way, but Joe has more security, like what do you say? So he's more secure in his knowledge, in his way, so he doesn't react the same way as I do.
Right. Let me just elaborate to a couple things on that. When I do the projection thing, the go-to, right? Like you just said it right there, and it's psychology that I'm already aware of, especially for most people, because a lot of this stuff I've done a long time. So you get versed in it, right? You get seasoned. You see a lot of repeat movies and this and that. And one of them that you just stated there, where it is a projection, is insecurity and inferiority complex, right? Now, understanding that, I have different approaches. Ultimately, it's going to come down to you as an individual to get over that. But I'm not going to sit here and use the shit show, and I don't mean AC, I mean the drama tactics of trying to bend your finger back to break for you to get over that. I'm simply going to point it out boldly, and at the same token, I'm going to also listen to something that I can do to help you resolve that if I can. And that's what I did previously, right? As far as I can go within my means, where it's also not bending. I got to be careful not to bend to that part of the ego sensitivity where it becomes problematic, or an energy drain, or a crutch, or this type of thing, right? So, I am inflexible, and you got to be within a certain amount of reason when it comes to that. This is what goes on a lot with a lot of people, and I'll do that when I'm engaging one-on-one, but a lot of other people, right? We don't have the same dialogue that's going on with them. So a lot of other people, I might just like throw that out and comment and let the seed roll where it's going to lie for them, and they work it out themselves, or they don't, type of thing. You know what I'm saying?
I noticed that a lot of the people that follow you, and when I say follow you, it's like you're Jesus and they're your disciples. They parrot what you say, and they don't really have as much to back up their point of view when they're questioned on it. Like when Joe was questioning Dan on his stance on the Bible, he didn't have much to back up what he was saying. It was just an attitude that he seems to have copied from you. So, and I see that in other people too that follow
That was
you.
kind of dope.
Thank you. I see this. I see this in a lot of people that follow you, and it drives me fucking nuts when they're on my fucking panel, and I'm saying something, and you're contradicting me, which is fine. Which is fine. But then you get your disciples they'll just start parroting you and saying, yeah, Nudie, you're right. I find that those people, I don't feel like they're really understanding what you're saying.
Sounds like you're blaming Nudie for it though right now.
No, I'm just calling the situation. I'm not blaming Nudu at all. Nudu imparts his wisdom, and it can really be floor shaking. It's amazing the angle that he comes from, that I think he bowls people over, and people are looking for a hero, even though part of the message that he has is be your own hero. I don't think people catch that, and they want Nudu to be their hero.
A lot of people don't. Yeah, don't.
Well, me and Joe challenge you more on your.
A lot of people don't catch a lot of the message because they're on their own learning curve and on their own path. I think this is why it's so important. Is just focus on my message about the self, right, and about the individual aspect of self and self-responsibility and self-reliance, and how most of the time most people are missing that part of the equation of their focus in their lives, and also focusing on being in the present. And this mispractice that people practice, they get so good at it and get so caught up in tangents that they end up propagating their own suppression and all these traumatic, these own traumatic things that happen to them. It's all a result of their own chosen focus, and just these very basic fundamental things, if they can be understood, it sets the stage for so much other potential wisdom to be drawn from, right? Everything that I propagate to you guys, I have to learn from somewhere, right? It's just wisdom that's gathered, collected, understood, sometimes epiphanies, whatever, right? I take no credit or am not interested in credit for any of this stuff. I just get to enjoy the wisdom, and because it's so enjoyable, I like to see you guys enjoy it that way too, if it's possible, if that's what you want, you know.
Hey, Nudie, I'm curious. I had to do this. I've been holding off on this one. When you said that Cat was projecting, was that what you believe, or was it fact?
Fact. Absolutely.
And that's hubris.
Very good. And that's hubris. And if I asked you, when Nikki said you were projecting, was she wrong? Could you be wrong?
You have to take me back. I have to. I forget now.
She said that you say if you always say everybody's projection, and you said something like that's projection or something.
Everything's a projection. You can't get away from that, right? Right. Anything that I recognize in somebody else has to be in me first. Okay, but at a given moment that I see that somebody's doing something, I'll call it out, because I see, like, if you're coming to a conclusion of something and you're missing something in the equation, for me, I'm just standing there and going, well, that person doesn't have the whole picture, you know?
I get it. I understand why you said it, but you know where I'm going with this, at least I think you do. You say, I don't do belief. You only speak in facts. That is your belief that she's projecting.
That's your belief. That is my belief.
That's fucking ego. That's ego.
You can believe that, right? But it doesn't mean it's fact.
Neither one of ours is fact, right? Neither one of us could be. We'd have to be some type of egotistical maniac to believe 100% that mine must be fact. We had to be Jack.
I'm not concluding that specific incidents with Kat based on guessing or belief. There's specific things that makes me know that she was definitely projecting, and the one main one
is that she didn't be wrong.
That she didn't have the entirety of the equation. She was putting her own ideas in the equation. It's not my ideas, it's hers. That's a projection, right? I'm not guessing that.
Sometimes when I want to correct something, like you have a really brilliant theory or what you deem as fact, and I see a flaw in it because there's something I see you missing in your life and your education in life, and I want to enrich what it is that you're saying so that you take into account some things that I don't think you did take into account before.
Right.
And so
Bring it.
that's not, well, not right now, but I like.
No, anytime. Bring it. I welcome that.
Yeah, that's what I've done. But it's important that you consider it before you poo-poo it, right?
As I just said, bring it. Anytime. I welcome that. I think you guys don't realize how much that I'm already doing that in just without, it's second nature. It's just constant.
If you deny anything right off the bat, if you deny it and you vehemently deny it, like you're not willing to consider it, then I'm not going to get that impression, am I?
Everything, whether it looks like it or not, gets a chance.
Yeah,
it gets a chance.
Appearance. I am willing to accept that every time, and this is along the same path, that every time Guru says something, he's correct. Every time you say the reason he does that is because he's afraid. I agree with you 9 times out of 10, if not 10 times out of 10. But I know that I can be wrong. And for you not to leave room that you could be wrong on one of these observations that led you to a certain place is absolutely dangerous.
Absolutely.
Because you'll get stuck.
Let me throw something in there. As Kat said earlier, I've accumulated, and I recognize this myself, I've accumulated methodically a fair bit of knowledge and wisdom. That could only happen if I have open-mindedness with discernment to know that I don't know something, right? Or I could be wrong about something.
Wait a second. This happens with a lot of people. They get to a point where they've studied so much that they feel like they know the line. They've hit that line where there's not much to amend.
Sure, happens to a lot of people. They become jaded and they think they've reached it. Now, how many times have you heard me say, as much as I've gathered information wise, I still know that I've just scratched the tip of the iceberg?
Yes, but I'll only if I've got something to enrich your experience with, enrich your wisdom with. If you deny it right away, then that means you're not considering it, correct?
Of course, I won't do that.
Almost all the time. Yes. It could be something that they thought over in their head a lot, and that's why the answer was ready. But usually, if it's a sign that a motherfucker's not giving you a full ear. Yeah.
There are times where I'm here to just share something that I have revelation with. There are other times where I want different views on it. Right?
You go back and forth, back and forth, different ideas and opinions on shit. That's pretty much our relationship, even in text with bad opinions and ideas. We're refining our opinions and ideas. Yeah.
You can't do this if you have this mindset that you think you're the king shit to know it all, and somebody else might, you got to be humble to even want to go down that.
Guru has my opinion of shit all the fucking time. So I wouldn't be thinking, that dude thinks he's a know-it-all. That would not cross my mind. He may be arrogant. I'm sure he is, as we all are, blah, blah, blah. But I think I would see him differently just because of our relationship. He certainly doesn't.
Also, how you feel about yourself. How you feel about yourself makes a big difference when you're talking to other people, right? So if you feel like you're equal, then you're going to be able to have a better exchange than somebody who feels like maybe they're not equal.
Right? Yeah, let me bring that back to what I said earlier today as well. And there's another thing. Yeah, do you remember me saying I want to make it clear and known? Both you and Joe were here. That there's nobody above or below each other here in my view. Everybody's equal, right? So don't feel inferior when it comes to any of this stuff.
Yeah, I usually chalk that up to I spent my time thinking about these things. Guru spent his time, and in your wheelhouse, you are the teacher. Like, for instance, when I go to anything Palestinian and shit, we're clear that I have become the student. When you start talking, it don't make you smarter or better than me or me.
I also feel like my wheelhouse is children. So when it comes to the way that children learn and think, I feel like I'm not an expert, but I feel like I have a great deal of knowledge to share with that. And I also feel like sometimes Nudie is colored, his experience is colored from his own experiences, that somehow he's lacking in other knowledge, right? That he didn't feel through that part.
Don't
Right?
we? Yeah,
And
we all fall victim to that, though, right? It's not exclusive, right?
oh
Like
no,
I'm brilliant
no.
in some areas and absolutely ignorant in others.
I even
Oh, no.
I even
I don't mean that.
methodically on account express to you guys the specific things when I go through, like the most recent one is the deep epiphany stuff that I've been bothered by. I tell you guys my own reflections of growth and stuff, you know.
But again, that's something more recent. That's something more. Maybe you didn't feel like opening up before.
No.
When
Maybe it's not as often as it's been noted or whatnot. Because again, most of the
you notice
focus
it
with
more
you,
than
Kat,
that.
has been intentionally laid out for what we did for your growth and that type of thing. But you know, a lot of times, like I said, these things that I do for certain reasons, they go unnoticed because people are stuck in their own projections of insecurity and inferiority, and they want to stay that way for whatever reason. It makes, and I'm not saying you guys, I'm just saying a
Excuse
lot
me,
of
I
people
gotta
do that.
make a call and I can't do that while I'm talking to you
All
guys.
right,
I want to call dude about the dog. Give me a minute.
yeah.
Okay, we still have more of the video to watch after. I feel like not I feel like I'm pretty sure that this was not occurring in the beginning. And like I enjoy the therapy, I really do. I'm not saying I don't. But a lot of times I started out exploring more of the human condition, and I would use myself as an example, and then it just became therapy for me instead. So, and I do appreciate it, I really do, because it's given me so much to think about, and so much that I walk around with thinking about when we're not talking, right? You know, I'm always thinking about, and same thing as Nikki. Nikki taught me a lot. A lot of times, you two were like mother and father in the teaching. Like you both seemed to come from the same angle. It seemed a little cold to me, both of you. Uh, the truth seemed like a little bit of a cold delivery, but I did learn a lot from both of you in, you know, that whole thing about zero sum with the money and all that's like this stuff. I'm very easily indoctrinated, so I remember a lot of stuff that I'm taught and by who taught me, right? So I'm very affected by it, but I feel like I used to, when I was around people who knew me more, and I don't know how to put this because this is an egotistical expression, but I
Sure.
felt like I got more respect for my opinion before. And now I'm in with a whole bunch of people who don't know me. And now you know me better than anybody else here. And Nikki's a pretty good student of judging me, even though sometimes she's not truthful. But I do
A lot of
feel
times it's
like,
projectionary.
what does that mean? I'm projecting that she's not being truthful?
Other way around. She's projecting herself out into the equation.
Oh, good. Oh, good. It's her projecting.
Yeah.
Well,
Well, I see. We all do this, right? You know, until we take note of us doing that and take some responsibility for it, which is, you know, what most people tend not to do. Yeah, of course. You can't get away from this. Life is projection. Life is projection.
Okay, that's important to hear you say that. Would you admit it when you are?
Absolutely.
Or do you need time to go back and reflect?
Admitting it would mean that I had the awareness in the moment to do so. If I didn't have the awareness and I reflected and became aware, then that could be a thing. That happens from time to time.
Yeah,
I do reflect and, you know.
I often need time to process something that's come out of left field. I will, those three things that the guy mentioned, right? I will put up my defenses and go, no. And then I'll go back and I'll think about it. And one time, you know how you said you've been down one of the things that you were thinking was making you feel down. You remember the time that I came to you and there was like a couple days there, at least a couple days, maybe 3, where I just felt like there was no point. There was just no point to life. I feel like I just gave up for those days.
Yeah.
I felt like something you taught me was so unbelievably hard to accept that I just lost my will to live. So these things, it takes me a while to process these things. Now I don't feel like that. In fact, I don't remember what it was anymore because I also have this thing I developed when I was a kid of blocking things out. So sometimes when it's too much, I will block it out, aka forget the thing and forget to consider it when coming up with my new thoughts. I need reminding sometimes, right?
Sure.
But I feel like I'm not 100%, but I feel like I'm very self-aware. Even if it takes me time to process, doesn't mean I'm not processing it, right? And I feel like I'm very self-aware, and I do take on criticisms in a constructive way. If they're given in a constructive way, I take them in a constructive way and try to benefit from any criticism I feel is valid. So I do feel like I'm honest about those things. And sometimes I feel like I'm more honest than you when we're in one of our battles, when the cup is getting empty and we're
when that
battle.
cup is empty with me, I shouldn't really be continuing. I'm a sloppy mess at that stage.
Right.
So yeah, I wish I could go back and actually have put the brakes on a lot sooner in many cases, because they became counterproductive and only projections of not having the capacity to properly convey and all this kind of stuff. You can see the difference, right? It's so obvious, nice and day. Yeah, for everybody, it's like this, right? So I try to, if I could just delete those things out of the equation, I would, right? Because they really are not accurate.
They're not you.
No,
Okay.
they're not. They're just,
Right.
yeah. It's
Now, the way that I take it in, the way that I learn it, is not just you, but other people that I see. I'm very sensitive with this about Joe, right? Joe will see me say something and he will finish it for me and assume that I am a certain way because he's heard other people say a similar statement, and they say, oh, just like I will when I know that somebody's parroting something, right? So, but he gets me wrong a lot of times and it drives me nuts. So with when I see you when your cup is empty, it's almost like, when somebody's drunk and
I'm
they're
an
showing
idiot
the
at that point.
No, hold on. When somebody's drunk and they're showing the inside of themselves?
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I
feel
don't
like
go
your
there.
defenses are down. Don't
Not
go
the
there?
case. No, not the case. What's going on in that is I'm so spent, and I'm being irresponsible, and instead of taking responsibility in that time, because I'm like same thing as you, I'm enjoying these productive interactions that I value and cherish and hold as something in so many different ways, right? That I'm also just naturally like that kid that doesn't want to stop. I'm the last person at the party and all this kind of stuff, right? So no, it's not that my guard is down. It's that I'm so overly spent beyond capacity that I'm making big mistakes. I'm snapping because I don't have an ounce of energy left to maintain my composure and all this kind of stuff. So it's really me just being in that state. It's all I have left, and I should just stop. And I'm taking more responsibility, as I think you are, to really be mindful about that moving forward. because of how important that is, right? So that's why I'm saying, like, I really wish I could delete some of those things because they are not accurate representations of things. And I did this.
Yeah.
I did the same for you, right? Like, I realize how we can get when we're not feeling well or when we're spent and all these kinds of stuff. So I never take any of that kind of stuff as like face value or whatever.
But see, I feel like, see, when I'm spent and my cup is empty, you start to see my insecurities show more. So these insecurities exist. It's just that I'm able to control them a lot better when my cup is full, and when my cup is empty, I really don't have as much control over
I understand.
tamping that down. So I feel like what I notice when you're spent is that's when the tyrant in you comes out, and it's like,
yeah, and that's not from insecurity though. That's just it's different.
No, mine's from insecurity. Actually, no, I take that back, because being a tyrant is a form of insecurity, right?
No, I'm just being. It can be, but again, in this case, really, I'm just being very irresponsible, and being snappy because I'm cranky. I'm not feeling well at that time, but I'm trying to hold my own because I don't want to stop because I see how well, this is turning out and how it's going to be so beneficial and all these things, right? It's just a projection of irresponsibility on my part. That's all it is.
Well, I'll take that into consideration because I did feel like I was right, and now I'm thinking maybe I'm not right. So
for those times, for the empty cup part, right? There may have been other times where you may have been right on things for different reasons. I'm going to say other things though, right? Like, we are all blind as a bat in so many ways, right? Like, we're so far away from having the capacity to see the whole spectrum of things, and our memories are terrible, and our calculations are terrible. The best we can do is just to be real conscious and pay attention, and slow enough with humility to observe the present with awareness to understand the best we can in a given moment. And most of the time, I see most people missing the boat on taking the responsibility to do that. And so they end up coming to these miscalculations, jumping to conclusions and all this kind of stuff. And that's where you typically hear me say, yeah, that's just a projection. Because I see that's what people are doing. I'm not trying to toot my horn here. I'm literally just saying what I consciously make an effort to do for myself. It's one of these things that I make a intentional focus to pay attention to myself, to take responsibility for myself. I try to encourage other people to do that as well, to become aware of that. But ultimately, whether they do or not for themselves, that's up to them, right?
Yeah. I know that this might seem disrespectful, and I don't mean it to be, but I just got an epiphany about something completely off topic.
Not disrespectful at all.
Well, I don't want you to think that I wasn't listening, because I was.
No. That's cool. Go ahead.
It just occurred to me, when I met Nikki, she didn't want to be known as Nikki because there was one or two other Nikkis that she didn't want to be confused with. And one was pretty mean, I think, from what the impression I got. And I'm wondering now if it's the Nikki that we're seeing in our that came into our community. Like, I guess she was on the outskirts in her own community. I forgot what she's called now. Nikki something. Nikki 7777, I think, or something. I was just wondering if that was one of the Nikkis that she was talking about, because I think I'm not one of the Nikki. What is that sound?
Sorry, Reggie wants his dinner.
Oh, you're here.
Huh?
I didn't know you were even here. Jesus Christ.
I just didn't want to parrot. I didn't want to parrot Nudie anymore, so I just kept quiet. Polly wants a cracker.
I thought that was Joe's.
The funny thing is
avatar.
that before Nudie was even born, I had my exact same opinion about the Bible, so I'm not parroting Nudie at all.
Before Nudie was born.
What's that?
Before Nudie was born.
Yeah, I already felt that way about the Bible.
You know, it's all these things, surface layer things that people are focusing on are also irrelevant. And it's making issues out of nothingness at the expense of missing the stuff that's really important.
No, but I mean, you would have more of an argument if you, like, for instance, I hear people say that, oh, the news is just full of lies, but they still listen to the news and they don't know which parts are lies, right? So I hear people say, oh, all politicians are bad, but they still vote for them, right? So when you're saying that the Bible is just a load of crap, you would think that you'd have more substance to your argument.
I don't have to say more than I said about it. It's just a tool of indoctrination, just like the TV is.
This is where Dan's his own man and he's not parroting, you see? And I went into elaboration from my view on it.
And I thought that before Nude was even born. So I don't know how I'm parroting his thoughts because
it's funny, right? It's like if you gotta look at it from the other side of the equation, where it's being received from, and we're hearing it and we're going, where do these people come up with this shit? You know, it's funny. I think it's funny. You know,
but if you are using compassion and understanding, you could see where people come up with this shit, right?
Sure.
And for instance, Joe is not stupid enough to believe that the Bible is written by God word for word, right? He knows it was written by man. He knows it was interpreted by man. He also knows that man has fucked it up and turned it inside out and backwards, right? But you don't if you're wise, you don't throw the baby out with the bathwater. You take the good parts of it and you recognize and appreciate the good parts of it instead of just saying, oh, you know, this condescending attitude of, you know, you'll learn. I'm ahead of you. You'll learn.
You can say the same thing about the TV, but it's totally toxic to watch, and so is the Bible totally toxic to read.
I've read maybe less than 15 pages of the Bible. I could care less about reading any more of it.
That's okay. I mean, there's all kinds of books like Nietzsche and all these other famous people. I've never fucking read them. Doesn't mean that I'm gonna poo-poo their wisdom. I have never read them, but it's this attitude where you feel you're ahead of something. Like I don't
feel like that. You keep saying that. I feel like I'm above someone or ahead of someone, and I don't feel that way whatsoever. It's just my opinion.
And that's where it becomes a projection. You see?
Hold on a second. No.
You're projecting what you view as somebody else's feelings when you don't know their feelings. You're not in their body.
They said their feelings when they said, you'll catch up, or you're behind me, or you just don't know yet. That is their feelings.
That's not feeling. That's a view.
It's a condescending view.
No.
Yes, because I don't believe in any organized
misinterpretation
whatsoever. There's no leader. I have no leader. I don't even believe in an entity that is like a god, right? However, I can respect those who interpret their spirituality through these means that they were given. Okay, so for instance, but Joe never said I'm a Christian. He's never said he goes to any church. He has no leader, yet he still has incorporated the bits of wisdom that definitely parallel my view on the wisdom of our spirituality. There are similarities in the Bible, in the Quran, in
on the TV.
No, the TV is different. The TV is a scam from beginning to end. The TV is a scam from beginning to end.
And so is the Bible. Just because they give you some good little sweet cookie crumbs in the Bible doesn't mean it has wisdom.
But it wasn't just cookie crumbs. It was they've taken cookie crumbs from the actual wisdom of the Bible, that they changed. They didn't put it all in. They just took the cookie crumbs and put them in. But it was actually, they were books, individual books written by people, or papers that have been written by people. We just don't always get the whole story, and it's been altered to give it a different context than what it was given to begin with. So that is not an honest view of the Bible if you're just going to throw the baby out with the bathwater.
Well, that's your
All these
opinion.
books, that is my opinion, yes.
My opinion, it's not even good for firewood.
I don't tell you that you'll catch up. I don't tell you that you're behind me. I tell you this is my opinion.
I never said you were behind me, ever.
When you said that, you've said it to me several times, and you said it to Joe when you were being insulting to his.
Being insulting?
It was insulting. I said it to you.
Maybe
right
it was calculated as insulting, but no, it definitely wasn't insulting.
Not calculated as wrong.
Yeah, it was. This is what I'm saying. Like people misinterpret, and that comes from a place of insecurity.
There is no way to interpret "you'll catch up" or "you just haven't learned yet." You just haven't learned yet.
I've never said those words ever. Never said those words.
Really? Because I remember when we were arguing about
I said you just don't see it yet. My exact words were, "You just don't see it yet."
There you go.
Those are the only things I've ever said like that.
And he's even being optimistic when he says that, where I would actually correct him and say, there's a chance he might see from your view at one point. But at the moment, it's not looking very likely. That could change, though. And that's just saying my view of how I see what's going on right now, right? It's nothing personal.
That doesn't sound as condescending the way that you put it, but the way that Dan puts it, like,
you just don't like my tone of voice and how straightforward and blunt I am. New just knows how to say it a little bit smoother, and you know what I mean, soothing for you, for your feelings.
But it's dismissive. The stance that you take on these things, it's dismissive.
That's again your point of view.
Well, you say certain words because they mean certain things, and you didn't just say it once, and you did it to Joe when you're talking about the Bible. What did I do to Joe?
What did I say?
I have to go back to rewind exactly what you said, but it was something in the manner of, you just haven't learned yet, or you just don't know yet. And that's not true. He has a different.
I'll say anything like that to Joe.
No, you've said
I
it
said, Joe.
times.
You said you don't know what I'm talking about because you're still under the influence of being indoctrinated and under a trance from reading that Bible.
There you go. And he's not. He's not under.
I concur with his view.
He's 100% under the trance of that Bible.
I don't think so.
That's why he doesn't see what I'm saying.
My opinion is he thinks very deeply about things, and he's considered all of the pitfalls around the Bible, and he has derived wisdom from the things that are important to derive from it. That's I view him as having a very considered opinion about what he's read from the Bible. So I don't see it like that at all. In fact,
there's definitely some things about Joe, though, that he holds as beliefs that are from being under the spell of what it projects in there, such as he believes in a sky daddy.
Okay, but if that helps to personify, what he's doing in that case is he's personifying the source, right? He's personifying it. There is no, I don't believe that there's a personification of source, and you don't, and Dan doesn't mean that the three of us believe the same thing, even though we don't believe in the personification of source, doesn't mean we believe the same thing either, right?
Okay, but
So
that doesn't negate that. That doesn't negate what Dan is saying, that he sees Joe being under the spell of what that thing is trying to project, being successful. That's what it's doing to people. It's putting people into a state of delusion when it comes to that. And that's the first thing. And then there's some other things that goes along with that typically. And Joe does hold them as part of his belief system. There's no doubt about that.
All of it is a story. Everything that we believe, including you, Nudie, and I know you don't want to admit to this because you feel like you got this message, these messages directly from source, and that they have to be right because you know them in your gut. And I'm not discounting that at all. However,
for you, it's still going to be a story until you see it for yourself. I've said that many times.
My story is different. I have a story. You have a story. Joe's got a story. But what's important is the lesson that comes out of the wisdom. If you catch that wisdom, it doesn't matter if a man with gray hair sitting in it with a beard tells you that story and you think you got that story from him, or if you'll
never hear me defining your story, projecting my story to be your story, or anything of the sort.
Well,
I'll never do that. That's a lot of other people do, right? What I do say though, I point out the foundational similarities, narrative-wise, where it's the same for us. Like, for example, we're all breathing. Now, your experience of breathing is unique to you, right? Just as mine is to me, but we're both still breathing. Okay, so I convey the foundational similarities there, and there's some basic ones that the indoctrinated, domesticated mind is programmed out of seeing, and I covered the most fundamental, important ones today many times as well. Know thyself. That which you're looking for is inside you. Be in the present.
Isn't the words "know thyself"? Doesn't that come right from the Bible? Those are words from the Bible.
It comes. A lot of people have said this, but what's important is the understanding. Like, what does that mean? Why does that? Socrates said it. Krishna said it. Jesus said it. Moses said it. Many enlightened people of today has said it. I say it, right? But we're not just saying words. What are we saying? What are we projecting when we say that?
The principle of know thyself is not accurately taught in the Bible. It's the words that were given and then other shit around it, right? It changes the context. So, but I'm not saying it's only from the Bible. What I'm saying is it is a piece of knowledge, it's a piece of wisdom that is contained in the Bible, along with many others, not just two, I think you said. There's many others, many other gems of wisdom that you can get from the Bible. And that's what Joe gets. And whether he thinks that there's a bearded man in the sky who said it or not, he's getting the lesson, which is the most important thing. So I don't think that the story that we put around it is necessarily harmful. It depends on
nobody went into that aspect. That's something you're doing right now. That doesn't negate that what Dan said earlier, that he's under the spell trance and falling for that, or doing the delusional part about that. That's correct. He absolutely is. And Dan is just calling out what he sees from his view, nothing more. And I think that's a very healthy thing to do. Where people are going to miss the boat on that is when they do the things that they typically project out of insecurity, that they think they see other people do, which is to get defensive when it's called out, or to close mind, or to misconstrue that being truthful and blunt about something is somehow an attack, or used as a weapon, or condescending, these types of things. When people are sure, and that too. And so when people are doing those things for the purpose of doing those things, it's pretty clear cut and dry when they're doing those things for those things. I would not associate with people who do those types of things.
Okay, but I see it as plain as day. I see it as plain as day, and it's not just because I'm insecure, because you know that I'm very aware of that. So I've already taken that into consideration. There is a line where if you are dismissive of other people and other people's view on things, that is not a good way to communicate with others.
Dan's not doing any of that.
Yeah,
I don't think anything less of Joe. I have total respect for Joe, and I don't think I'm any superior than Joe. It's just talking about the Bible, and that's it.
Right.
And it gets misconveyed out of just, it gets blown into this other thing because fear and insecurity. And
when I said the Bible is just indoctrination book for dummies, that's just a play on word for that, like the books like the plumbing for dummies or electricians for dummies.
Yeah,
it's just
and it was
a play on that, those books.
Yeah,
and then you'll also hear, Dan say, he's very honest about himself, right? Like the humility in Dan is pretty astounding too. You'll hear Dan say, "Look at how dumb I am from what I did to myself, the pot smoking and all this kind of stuff," right? Like it's just Dan being blunt about factual things.
I'm too honest. I'm honest like a little child. I just I can't be phony. I can't be fake. I can't pretend.
And whereas some people are gonna be insecure about that,
I would not accuse you of being fake. I would not accuse you of being fake, Dan. That's not in my thoughts. I don't think of you as fake. I just think that you do think that you are superior in your thoughts.
No way at all. I think I'm actually less superior than everyone on this panel.
Well, then
that's why you don't even hear me talk, because I can't even articulate what I'm thinking. I'm not swift enough, and I don't have the wit.
Oh,
what was your question going to be, Kat?
Sorry?
You were going to just ask something. Well, then why something?
Well, it's the same thing. The same point I just keep on making in a circle. So there's no point in just keep on saying it. But
I'd like to hear the question. I think there's going to be some. I think there's going to be some value in the question you're about to ask, and maybe it could help come to light about something here. I don't know for sure what you're going to ask, but I wanted to hear. I was leaning forward, waiting for the question.
I don't remember me. If I was going to phrase it in a question, I was really actually just making a statement and just putting.
I heard. Well, then why? It was right after Dan said. I don't feel superior at all. I feel that I'm lesser than everybody on the panel and this and that. And he went into the reasons why. And then you're about to say, well, then why? And then it got interrupted.
I would think that what I was going to say was, why do you use language that conveys that you think that you're superior when you say things like basically, not these exact words, you just haven't caught up yet?
Could that be?
I don't see that. I say you don't see it yet. And I don't see some of the things that you say. There are a lot of things you say I don't see yet. It doesn't make me feel more superior or condescending in any way. You just don't see what I see in that one point.
Why is it that you haven't? Why wouldn't you look at it like maybe you haven't caught up yet?
I just said that. There's a lot of things you say that I don't see yet. I have no idea what you're talking about. But on that one subject, you do not see that.
No, I feel like you're blinded by the fact that you've seen so many bad things that you are, again, throwing the baby out with the bathwater and not appreciating what good there is. So when we were talking about Ralph Nader, for instance, and we still have not proven to me any different than what I already know about him.
How do you know about this? We already went through this. We know through what? Watching it on TV.
This is, but again, you get ahead of what I'm going to say by trying to dismiss.
Okay, well, how do you know what about Ralph Nader?
Because he affected change. He
How do you
affected
know
real.
that?
Because it's in the news. The change
Exactly.
that
You just said it. It's on TV.
Listen, when they say something like a law has been enacted, that's not a lie. The what's behind the law is going to be usually the lie. But when they say they've made a law in effect, that's not a lie. Not everything of the words that they say on the news is a lie, right? And so when he has affected change by making laws, by bringing things to the consciousness of both the consumer and the producer, like as a producer of products, right? Because that was his main thing. Before he was ever a politician, and I fucking hate calling him that, before he was ever a politician, he was a consumer advocate. That's where he saw his worth, was to bring about, call these producers of products on their shit. And when
That's what
things
the
were not
TV.
true,
That's what the
No, it's
TV
not.
has led you to believe. That's what it is. A television. They're making you have that vision of him, giving you false belief that there's actually good people out there that have a chance to get into the system to change it. That's the narrative. That's what's going on here.
He is not
And
the
you say
average.
research it, Google it, or whatever. Well, I can Google did airplanes hit the towers in New York, and they're going to go yes. Or did O.J. Simpson commit murder? Yes. But it's not a true fact. Matter of fact, it's not true at all.
When the man has a whole lifetime full of achievements under his belt, full of things that he's done for
Where
humanity.
did you see that? How do you know that? Do you know him personally?
And you dismissing all of that work, all of that hard life's work, because you're jaded. That is not.
That's
foolish.
not true. I just know because he's in the show, and you can't be on that stage without being happy.
When you see the circus for what it is, and you see the tool where that's being used to propagate the circus and how that's being done, that's enough to come to a foundational conclusion about where a person's status is in the circus. There's no doubt about that. And there was a couple of things that you had said last time as well that gave it away. That absolutely. Now you just said another one actually.
You guys said that we would be able to find pictures of him making those symbols. We didn't. We didn't find one symbol that he made.
There wasn't very many pictures at all. It doesn't mean that there isn't any.
Because Ralph Nader is a different animal than the rest of what you're.
No, because those pictures of him were taken before they were starting to throw their symbols out online. That was old pictures.
You're closed-minded, so there's no way to get through.
I'm closed-minded. That's insulting and opinionated.
But that's what you're doing. I'm trying to.
No, it's
you're
not.
dismissing everything I'm saying. You're dismissing
everything you're saying. I'm just dismissing the point that Ralph Nader is a good guy, and I don't know how to put it. I just don't know how to tell you.
Well, and there's no getting through to you, and you're not going to go and investigate it yourself. There's no
getting through to me that Ralph Nader is a good guy.
Right. So it's not. It's just going to go in a circle.
Okay.
Right, because there's two different views, you see?
Yes.
And from Dan's position, he's stating that he sees, if you could see it from his position, it would be clear as day to you, because that's where he is on the plateau that he's looking from, you see? And that's not insulting. You are being condescending. In fact, it's being more optimistic than I would even be, as I said earlier, because of where I see that you are being holding on to your current position on that.
No, you're dismissing even what I'm saying about this. You're just dismissing it. What he is displaying is a jaded point of view, and it's not a wise point of view. It's foolish to be jaded like that.
One that I completely concur with. So I guess I'm jaded too then.
Foolish and jaded.
Yes, you are jaded.
And close-minded.
When Nikki was telling me about Janet Stein, what's her name? something Stein, when she was telling me about this woman, and then all she said at the beginning was, she's a Jew. And I said, well, why is that? Why I shouldn't, because I'm Palestinian, I shouldn't believe her? And then she got into, look where she's getting her money from. Now, I have a little bit less opinion of Stein ever since Nikki showed me what to look up, right? But she didn't even give me the facts. She just told me what to look for, and that's what I looked for. And I found some of what she was saying, some of it I couldn't find. But she did make me question, and then afterwards, I could find a reason why things worked out that way. But now I'm a little bit more suspect of her than I was before. My mind is open. If somebody shows me something, my mind is open to change, right? So, but what you're doing on the opposite end, when I'm telling you about Ralph Nader, you're not doing those things. You're not
I could say the same thing about Donald Trump. Donald Trump was a businessman. He's a great guy, and he's just out for the people. Look it up on Google it. Google will tell you the exact same thing.
You can say that about pretty much every single fucking politician. I know.
No, he's not he wasn't a politician. That's my point. He was a businessman. And if you look it up on Google, they'll tell you that. Just like they'll tell you that about Ralph Nader. It's the same thing.
I have nothing good to say about that man. Nothing. Nothing
Pardon
about
me?
good to say about. I don't have anything good to say about Trump. I don't have anything good
I'm
to say.
using that
You just Cat. You just deflected. Yeah, that he's correlating the.
I don't have nothing, any feelings about Donald Trump whatsoever. He's just an actor.
Hold on, I'm not deflecting. I just may have misunderstood.
Joe, come back up and stand for Trump already, will you? Come on.
Oh God, I can't think you would.
Bring the crunch
using that as an example. If I was a person who was trying to tell you Donald Trump, it was a good guy and he's out for the people and he was just a businessman and he tried to get in to make change, and you'll go, no, he wasn't. No, he wasn't. And I'll go, yes, Google it, look it up, and Google will tell you the exact same thing. Yes, he was a businessman and he wasn't a politician, and he came in to try to make change for the people. And does that make it true? Does that make it true?
His actions make it true.
Because that's the way he was presented at the beginning. The exact same way this Ralph Nader guy was. Exact same scenario, exact same psyop. Exactly.
Not at all. Not in the fucking slightest. You cannot compare those two men moving.
That's just your feelings again.
No, because what you are saying, all right, Trump is a businessman. Even if he runs for president, he's there as a businessman. He's not even there as president. He's there for his own ego. He's there for his own profit.
He's there because he's told to be there.
Just like Ralph Nader.
And he has been propped up by the same people who what do you say?
He's there. He's there because he has no choice in the matter.
You're missing the point. I'm telling you the way he was brought into this. He was sold as a good guy for the people, just like Ralph Nader was.
The same people that rescued him from bankruptcy are the same people who put him in charge.
It doesn't matter about all that stuff you're talking about.
They told him, okay, we'll do this favor for you, and one day there may be a favor we might ask of you.
You totally missed my point.
But no, you are not listening. You're not listening. You're talking over
I'm
top
listening
of me.
to you, and that's why I'm saying you totally missed my point. Because I'm hearing what you're saying.
Trump is there.
When Trump was first brought in to this show.
All right. Finish. Let's get a new line of talking, because there's no way you're going to fucking listen to me. So
I am listening to you, and I just said you missed my point.
You're talking over top of me. You can't be listening if you're
He was listening, Cat.
Oh, stop it, New.
No, I'm not going to stop it. He was listening.
Oh, God.
He conveyed response back to you. You're not going to like this, but you're projecting again right now.
Whatever. See, I have no respect for that statement whatsoever.
Of course not. Are you being open, though? Is it possible you were? I'm not being condescending.
Tag team me, and still,
I know what it feels like.
You're not working from any knowledge. You are working from your jaded
I'm
point of
neutral
view.
in the
And you're
projection
backing
part.
each other up. No, you're not. All
No,
you've
I'm
done,
talking about, I'm not
all
talking
you've
about that.
done is
I'm
back
talking
them up.
about Dan, just whether he was listening to you or not a minute ago. He was listening to you. He heard you and he responded because he heard you. You didn't do that to him.
I'm not doing this. We're changing the subject.
We can. That's not going to negate that though. This is an exercise in communication.
What you're saying, I'm negating it because you are not listening and you're talking over top of me and you backed him up ever since we got on the thing about Joe. You backed him up every single fucking statement he said. You backed him up. So no,
I concur with his view.
Every single view.
The ones that we talked about.
Yeah, but yet you're not being open-minded. So therefore you're not in the wise position. And you don't want to see that.
I'm gonna call you to back yourself up on that. Show me how I'm not being open-minded. I'm open-minded to listen to it, and if that's the case, I'm gonna further be open-minded to listen to whatever it is you're trying to get across to me.
I feel like you are not. I feel like I can see that you are painting everybody with the same brush because they're in the same arena. And when it comes to Trump, Trump was rescued by the Rothschilds or the other Rosenbergs or whoever the fuck they are. They rescued him and then they gave him a position to do what they wanted him to do. Whereas Ralph Nader was never backed by anybody but the people, whatever people he had in his camp. That was it. He didn't have any backing whatsoever. And in fact, he was cut out of any debates or anything that where he could get his message across. They crippled him in his search for the presidency, and they just dismissed him. And then he ended up giving up after a few tries. He ended up giving up because it's like every 4 years and he wasn't getting anywhere. And the people are too stupid to even consider what he's saying because they're only listening to whatever the two major ones are saying. So you don't know who he is. His accomplishments are down. You can just look him up and you'll see them, but you're not doing that because you want to paint him with the same brush. I can't believe you would put him in the same sentence as Trump.
Again,
okay.
Don't know.
Well, hold on. Don't respond, Dan. Don't respond. Hold on. I'm confused on something, Kat. Everything you just said a minute ago. Are you talking to me right now? Or are you speaking to because I didn't have a conversation with you about Trump. That was the conversation with you and him. And I asked you a question a minute ago about being open-minded and to convey that to me. And now this is the response here. So I'm very confused at the response that I'm getting here.
How closed-minded you both have been on this topic by saying that because he's in the same circus, that he's one of the same clowns. You are using your jadedness to make this estimation without any facts or information. That is closed-minded. And when it comes to who said anything about Trump, I can't, after all the things we've just been talking about for the last half an hour, I can't remember which specific things you've piped in on, Dan, Nudie, but everything that Dan said, you backed him up. Every single time I said he was being closed-minded, he was being dismissive, he was being condescending, and you were always saying, no, he's not, no, he's not, no, he's not. I can see
and I still stand on that position.
Joe could see he was, but you are backing him up anyway.
Mm-hmm.
So all I feel is tag teamed, and I don't feel that you are considering what I'm saying at all. You're being closed-minded, and you're being about being closed-minded.
Okay, I understand why you feel tag team, and I understand why you feel that we're being closed-minded. We just have a different view.
But your view isn't based on fact.
That would be your view or opinion.
Did you look up any fact? You didn't.
A little bit. The facts that I have is what I already know about the system, how it works, the mainstream media, where the source comes from. Listen, hear me out. That, and we did do a little bit of research, and also what you told me. So and you even added more today to the mix on that, and every single thing that I heard concurs with same Muppet that's being told what to do by the circus. Just another Muppet in that position. He's at that position point that I talk about, right? Where when you have that status, you can only be at that status because you're part of the circus and you're being told what to do. There's no doubt about that, right? There's no doubt about that.
No.
Yeah, where he is, the one that you said today, where it confirms it even more, you said that he was writing some laws, right? At that status, right? That's all.
He got laws passed.
He got laws passed. Yeah, okay. So at that status, right, that's definitely what's the right way to put it?
Basically, that's what he is.
I don't even know if he's that, because he doesn't look like he's, I don't know. That part could be there, right? He could be another one of the people's heroes narratives, because people need a savior and all that kind of stuff. All of that would take investigating. Not really important to me. It won't change anything from the perspective that he's still part of the circus. There's no doubt about that. He's at the status too, where again, he's been given scripts, and he's following scripts. He's been given mandates and following mandates. There's no doubt about that.
You had me up to a certain point, but no, I don't believe that he's working from a script. I don't believe that he's controlled opposition. I saw the man was doing things his whole life, and if you don't go and look at his record of what he's about for the people, that sometimes laws get passed that are good laws.
Sheeny, Joe wants a link, by the way. You don't have from before? You want me to put it in? I'll put it in. I'll send to his text.
Yeah. It's there in anyway. If you just look in the text now.
It's in the chat? Oh, okay. I have a question.
Yeah.
I have a question. What's his name again? Ralph Nader?
Yes.
What was his actual position in the political thing? Like, did he run? Was it in a position in office?
He just ran for president.
He ran for president. Okay, so before he ran for president, what was his position in the political realm?
He was a consumer rights advocate.
A consumer rights advocate in politics, or just in is that a government?
He made his own niche. There was no niche like that. He made his own niche.
Okay, so he made his own. Was it outside of politics? He had an office that people could go to, or something along those lines. Or fill me in on a little bit of that.
It started out grassroots. I can't testify if it became any kind of recognized government. I don't think it was a government position, but he may have had a little bit more clout over a time when he became known as being a consumer advocate. He might have garnered himself more clout in the government, and maybe they just sort of pacified him to give him a place. But when he saw that he couldn't make any more change than what he had, he decided he'd go for the big chair, and he tried. He tried, and then he eventually gave up, and now he's like 120 or something now.
Okay. Now, when you say he got laws passed, can you elaborate on that? What do you mean by that?
I can look it up because I really suck at the wording.
Was it from like a seat in the Senate or anything like that, or how? What part did he play?
I don't think he was ever a senator.
Kat, can we agree that the television is an indoctrination machine, a hypnosis machine? Do you agree on that? That it sets a narrative?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you admit that all this Ralph Nader stuff you're getting is from that TV?
No, I don't. I don't see what you said was, can we admit that television is an indoctrination instrument? Yes, I will admit that. However, that doesn't mean that I haven't seen proof. That doesn't mean I haven't seen proof on the television.
And the TV sets a narrative for you to believe in.
Hold on, I didn't hear what Kat said. That doesn't mean what? Can you repeat that, Kat? The last thing you said. That you agree that it's an indoctrination tool, but that doesn't mean I didn't catch it.
That doesn't mean I haven't seen truth on the television.
Oh,
I
okay.
have seen truth on the television. It's just that I can't trust like the newscasters and stuff. They've got their own way of spinning shit. They'll tell some truth, but they'll spin it, right?
Yes, they're setting a narrative for you to believe in, right?
Yes, but he wasn't part of that. He was maligned.
But you're seeing this on the very TV that you're emitting that's setting this in false narrative for and this indoctrination.
I told you, you remember I said it's like Rogers cable TV where cable 10 TV where people get a chance to go on TV and say stuff even though like they're not official. You know what I mean? Like,
every channel and everything about that TV is all the same. It's one big thing, all the same channel. There's no separate channels. It's all the same thing.
Channel 10 wasn't like that. It was open.
It was. It was. Channel 10 is the same as Channel 50, same as Globe. They're all the same. They're all owned by the same person, the same team.
I didn't say they weren't owned by the same team. However, they do open up their airwaves. They made that clause that they have to open up their airwaves for people to be able to see their point of view. And so they would open up, you would hear all kinds of crazy fucking shit coming out of Channel 10. And then there'd be, you remember that Wayne's World movie? That was based on Channel 10. It was just a place where it was like a free-for-all where you just have to sign up. There was no, as long as you weren't breaking the what do you call the rules of television, like you can't be saying hate speech and shit like that, which they did, because there was a lot of fucking Zionist hate speech, but there were rules like that. But otherwise, everybody got a chance to be on Channel 10 if they wanted, and this was the same kind of program he had. It wasn't
so as far as you know, he wasn't a senator, but he might have been his role in getting laws changed. Also, I'm wondering when he ran for president, what party and riding was he running from? Do you know?
He was an independent. I don't know about his riding, but he was an independent.
He was an independent. Okay.
I'm just trying to get to Wikipedia.
Yeah.
But it's telling me your connection's not private. Hold on. I gotta go to the incognito window.
The very same people who wrote the Wikipedia or any of those search engines are the same people who wrote the Bible.
There's
no, but you fact.
There is a chance based on that he could be like a Jack Talcott, right? And was used as a pawn.
Who uses Jack Talcott as a pawn? Nobody's even listening.
I'm saying Ralph Nader. Ralph Nader was like a Jack Talcott, and then he was used as a pawn.
Well, okay, this is what Nikki said about Stein, that she's being used as a ruiner, like somebody to just spoil the vote. Okay, he's a political activist involved in consumer protection, environmentalism. Oh, sorry, he was with the Green Party. That's what it was. And
he was a what?
The Green Party back when it was early, before it got a chance to be what it is now.
What year? Do you know?
Yeah, I'll tell you in a sec.
Mm-hmm.
And government reform causes. He is a perennial presidential candidate. His 1965 book, Unsafe at Any Speed, which criticized the automotive industry for its safety record, helped lead to the passage of the National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Safety Act in 1966.
So you're saying in 1960s, am I getting it right? In 1966, he ran for president as the leader of the Green Party?
No, that's when
Oh,
he got that traffic thing passed. It says
well,
in
law passed.
1959, the law, I just said the
I'm sorry, I missed some stuff there. How did he get it passed? What was from what position?
Okay, you're asking me too many questions I don't have a chance to answer. So he helped lead the passage. He helped lead the passage to the of the National Traffic and Motor Vehicle Safety Act of 1966.
Lead the
now,
passage. What does anybody understand what that means?
It doesn't say that he wrote the law. It doesn't say that he was able to pass the law because he wasn't in any position to pass the law, but he helped to get it enacted. So in 1959, Nader was admitted to the bar and began practice as a lawyer in Hartford, Connecticut, while also lecturing in the University of Hartford and traveling to the Soviet Union, Chile, and Cuba, where he filed dispatches for the Christian Science Monitor and the Nation. It's just called the Nation. In 1964, he moved to Washington, D.C., taking a position as a consultant assistant secretary of labor, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. So
Sorry,
that was
can you read that last part? As a consultant, go from there. There was some noise and I couldn't hear.
As a consultant to Assistant Secretary of Labor, Daniel Patrick Moynihan. I've heard that name before.
Secretary of Labor. Now, is that a position in the whatever it's called there? House. It's not House of Commons there. Whatever it's called there.
No, it's a government position, but it's like if we were in the House of Parliament, the Parliament, right? Then there's going to be people with a minister with a portfolio, right?
Yeah.
So he's the Secretary of Labor.
So he worked in that sector. In that, he was an assistant.
Yeah, because I believe, and I can't say this because it's not written down, but I believe based on all his actions all his life, that what he was trying to do was get into a place where he could help to enact change. So to take a job with the Ministry of Labor or the Secretary of Labor, then that would be a way that he could make things, because he was also about making things fair for workers. So to get into that position of being a consultant means that he's got the ear of somebody who can make change. So why not do that? Hi, Joe.
Hey.
Hey. So
Joe would know a little bit more about that position. Can you read the position title again? Secretary of what was it?
Secretary of Labor.
Is that a position that somebody holds in like the White House or
presidential cabinet? That'd be like that's a high position. He picks his cabinet members hand selected when he gets in. Yeah.
That is definitely a position.
The assistant of the Secretary of Labor. He wasn't a consultant to the Secretary of Labor, but he was a consultant to the Assistant Secretary of Labor.
I was a consultant to the assistant of Secretary of Labor. Okay.
I wasn't listening to you guys' argument, but I assume that anybody that's assistant to the Secretary of Labor is indoctrinated so-and-so. He could have good, and I'm sure he has good about him, but we know he's missed one thing. He believes in the myth. That's my assumption.
Okay, the book that he wrote, right? It was critical of the automotive industry.
Who are we talking about?
Ralph Nader argued that many automobiles were generally unsafe to operate. For the book, Nader researched case files from more than 100 lawsuits then pending against General Motors, Chevrolet, Corvair, to support his assertions. The book became an immediate bestseller, but also prompted a backlash from General Motors, which attempted to discredit Nader. GM tapped Nader's phone in an attempt to obtain salacious information, and when that failed, GM hired prostitutes in an attempt to catch him in a compromising situation.
I never heard this.
Nader, by then working as an unpaid consultant in the United States Senator 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, reported to the Senate that he suspected he was being followed. 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 convened an inquiry that called GM CEO James Roche, who admitted, when placed under oath, that the company had hired a private detective agency to investigate Nader. Nader sued GM for invasion of privacy, settling the case for $425,000 and using the proceeds to fund the activist organization known as the Center for the Study of Responsive Law. Don't tell me that guy is not a fucking hero. That's just a
That's a bit of a
Kat, can you do one more thing, Kat? Because this is new to me. Can you look up Center for Responsive Law? That's important before I come down on this guy one way or the other. What the shit with the traffic shit so far, all of that's admirable. And then he found the Center for Law. You know who I am. I'm pessimistic when it comes to politicians. I'm assuming it was all the overlay for the underplay. This is the other shoe dropping. And, you know, this is probably something that's damaging, would be my first pessimistic opinion.
Okay. What is it you want me to look up? Because
the Center for whatever that he found it. You say he found it, the Center for something law, which had nothing to go ahead.
Okay. So he used
the proceeds.
Yeah, I'm just looking for it because I've already moved everything on the page.
I don't remember exactly what it was called. With the proceeds, he founded the Center for Something Law, which I assume is used to hurt people.
Oh, the Center for the Study of Responsive Law.
Yeah, what is that? Study for Responsive Law is very particular. Yeah. Responsive law. Please, I hope I'm wrong, and it's something that says we're going to go after judges and lawyers. We've got to do better. I hope it's something positive. Center for Responsive Law.
Center for the Study of Responsive Law.
Yeah.
You want? Okay, it's.
I'll take the AI. Yeah, hold on. Yeah.
It's listed as .org, and it's a very easy. It's just csrl.org. CSRL, Center for the Study of Responsive Law. CSRL.org. The Chamber of Commerce. This is now. I guess they have the most recent thing now. It says to Chamber of Commerce Trumpers, watch what you wish for.
All right. I'm sorry. I was talking to a friend. Can you start again? I'm assuming you're giving the definition of what it is.
I've been fighting having to go pee.
Go pee. Take your time. Go. Take your time. It's not urgent. If anybody heard what she said the center was, can you guys give me a synopsis?
Didn't hear. It was kind of cutting up. Yeah.
The dog was in here. The neighbors brought a new billy goat over. So the dog that stays here, and my buddy dog who's tied up outside, they've just been going lunatic nuts and shit over the new goat. I don't even know how they know. It's about 13 goats over there all the fucking time. How do they know? Oh, you know why? Because the neighbors brought it. So that was excitement for them because we're so far out here. Just seeing other people, they were excited. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's what that was. But she was just telling me that. My friend was just telling me, they brought a new goat next door. Blah, 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 blah. Yeah. He's called, I think, King Rocky, I think is what she said his name is.
Aggressive?
Rocky. I don't know. He's still a little young lad. They want him to grow up a couple years because apparently most of these are all of them are female. and they want him to spend a couple years before he's ready to even, start doing that shit. So he's relatively young. Yeah.
A lot of birds and turkey around here. Chickens and rooster and stuff, and one turkey. And they all come and flock and greet me. But this turkey he's got to be dominant. He's got to be the king of the rooster. Oh yeah, he tries to nab at the side of my leg, and thinks it can pull my keys out and all this stuff.
I'd see that on like videos and shit on YouTube, where there's always some animal, whether it be the turkey, the chicken, ostrich, emu, kangaroo. So one animal always testing the fucking person in the cage. So it depends.
Emus look like that's in their nature. They got to be careful with them. I've never been in a presence, but I've seen a lot of videos.
Have you seen? I've seen some people who they don't accept the rooster or whatever trying to dominate them. Usually, I guess, because they got family. But the first sign that that he is gonna try that shit, they'll have him for dinner. They don't tolerate that shit, man. Like, damn.
Probably. These birds in their pecking order and shit. They're quite aggressive. Yeah. They'll just outcast, a runt if they're a problem and all kinds of shit.
I'm sure their country people, they've been going through that. They know better than I do what that means when that rooster starts acting out. They know, they've already seen down the road, he is going to be harassing the other birds. My kids won't be safe. He's going to fuck up the plants. I don't know what they see.
That's it, and self-reliant minded people can learn a thing or two from studying this order of things. Right? It works, right? People, it makes no sense. It's like they're saying to the runt, hey, there's no fucking time for this bullshit. We need to get over here and eat before sundown because we're going in the roost after,
Right. Yeah. Yep.
So pull your pants up, and if you don't, you're out of the pack,
I've got the About Us on the page. Okay. The Center for the Study of Responsive Law is a nonprofit Ralph Nader organization that supports and conducts a wide variety of research and educational projects to encourage the political, economic, and social institutions of this country to be more aware of the needs of the citizen consumer. The center publishes a variety of reports on a number of public interest issues. If you are interested...
The most important thing I heard was they need to acknowledge the importance of the citizen consumer.
That's what he's all about. He's all about consumer rights, consumer. He was a consumer advocate.
Yeah.
He was all about consumer rights and consumer law.
There's definitely no doubt in my mind that he was playing a role already at this point that he was told to play. But let's go dig a little bit further. Most importantly, I want to confirm this Green Party. You're saying he was at the time that he ran for president. He was head of the Green Party at this point. Is that correct?
I suppose that would be the way it would work. Hold on.
I'm just curious for that to be confirmed, and also what year.
Let me find his presidential races, what it says here on the presidential campaign. 1972. I was 6 years old. Ralph Nader's name appeared in the press as a potential candidate for president for the first time in 1971 when he was offered the opportunity to run as the presidential candidate for the New Party, which is called the New Party, a progressive split off from the Democratic Party in 1972. Hold on. I know what you're thinking. I know what you're thinking, because obviously the Democrats have been corrupt ever since they started. So being an offshoot from it, you would think it would contain some of the same bad bacteria.
That's what
it's not that. It's that I can see the narrative they're playing there, and I'm sure if you dig deeper, it'll make sense why there would be some reason. It was a controlled opposition thing for sure at that time. They needed a reason to do that and set the stage for that. So he was definitely chosen to be the front runner of the controlled opposition party. No doubt about that.
Chief among his advocates was author Gore Vidal, and touted a 1972 Nader presidential campaign in a front page article in Esquire magazine in 71. Psychologist Alan Rockway organized Draft Nader for President campaign in Florida on the Nuke Party's behalf. Nader declined their offer to run that year. The new party ultimately joined with the People's Party to running Benjamin Spock in the 1972 presidential election. Spock had been.
So he didn't run?
No. Spock had hoped Nader, in particular, would run, getting some of the loudest applause of the evening when mentoring him at the University of Alabama. Spock went on to try to recruit Nader for the party among over 100 others, and indicated he would be delighted. Hi, Peacock. To be
She said hi,
reported.
Peacock. They can't see. I know she must have heard you. She said hi, Peacock.
So does this mean he never did run for president?
No, he did. But
Okay.
I'm telling you what happened when he first started. They were trying to recruit him, and he said no. And maybe it was because it was a split off from the Democratic Party. I don't know. Nader received 1 vote for the vice presidential nominee of the 1972 Democratic Convention. 1980, I was 16. In the 1980 presidential election, the progressive-oriented Citizens Party approached Nader with the prospect of running in their presidential nominee. Nader declined their offer, stating, "I will never run for president." The party ended up nominating biologist Barry Commoner instead. 1992, Nader stood as a write-in for none of the above in both the 1992 New Hampshire Democratic and Republican primaries, and received 854 of the 170,000 plus Democratic votes, and 3,258 of the 177, almost 178,000 Republican votes cast. He was also a candidate in the 1992 Massachusetts Democratic primary. 1996, he was drafted as a candidate for President of the United States on the Green Party ticket during the 1996 presidential election. He was not formally nominated by the Green Party, which was, at the time, the largest national Green group. Instead, he was nominated independently by various state Green parties. In some states, he appeared on the ballot as an independent, which is probably why I thought he was an independent. So, oh shit, I just clicked on the accident. So he seems very reluctant to even be in politics. He took a non-paid position so he could be a consultant for the Assistant Secretary of Labor, and then he finally, sort of begrudgingly, went in to run for president. But he was beloved by the people because he cared about the people. Now, that you can say that he was not well. He didn't think things through, because he obviously was participating in a system that is already broken and corrupt. But he might not have seen it that way. He might not have seen. We didn't have the internet. A lot of people wouldn't have known about the oligarchy, how they run things. So he might not have seen either person.
Here's the thing: if he made it to half of those positions that you told me about, especially the last two, and most importantly, head of the Green Party, that's all chosen selection, part of their thing. There's no doubt about that.
He wasn't the head of the Green Party, though.
No, he ran for president, right? As the Green Party hit.
He was drafted as a candidate, and he
I know all that. I know all that.
Formally nominated. He was not formally nominated by the Green Party, so there's no way he was the head of the Green Party.
All those things, those little details like that, that's all the fluff, the drama fluff that they put in there to keep the masses amused. You don't realize that the whole thing, when it gets to that level, they're just, again, writing scripts, following scripts for the entertainment purposes, to appease to the masses, to project that the show is real.
I will not dismiss all the work that this man did. His body of work is very impressive, and I'm not going to dismiss his life's work because somebody who's jaded thinks that he's part of the fucking fuckery. I think you are completely wrong about this particular man.
That's cool.
Okay. Welcome back, Jason. Welcome back, Mrs. J.
Hold on, where's Jason? I meant to say hi to him last time.
Oh, he says he's not here.
And for me, just to conclude, the position itself, like I said, I know enough about how the system works from former research, where just being able to play the part of that position doesn't get to happen unless if you're selected, chosen, and told what to do in the circus. So I'm not guessing about that part.
And Kat, do you just, all right, I'll just say, in some ways, I would agree that anyone who's been allowed to get to there, they've been allowed to get there.
Allowed, keyword, yeah.
Yeah. He wasn't allowed.
More specifically told what to do.
They tried to stop him. They tried to get prostitutes. They tried to get him in compromising positions. He was a man of value, a man of morals. They couldn't get him on anything.
Right. Somebody give me a picture of him talking.
That doesn't mean he wasn't told to do that and wasn't following order. Just like Trump. Like,
Guru, do me a favor. One of you.
They didn't let him in the club.
Cat Guru, one of y'all YouTube Ralph Nader talking, so I can, I usually only need to hear for about 2 seconds before I jump on him and think I know our whole life story.
Okay, hold on. Are we going to finish this video out?
I'd rather do the video.
Well, no. I got to do the Nader. You guys done spent a lot of time on this. Just give me 30 seconds. You give me a short of him talking. I want to make my own opinion.
Yeah, let me just let's remember this is at 49 minutes here.
All right,
I'll just come back to that.
Nice round number. We can remember that.
All right, Ralph Nader. What should I search for?
Speaking.
All right. This guy here. This is 14 years ago.
All right.
I wish someone else would run on a progressive.
Oh yeah, I remember this cat.
This says 14 years ago.
Okay.
I don't even know what. That's when this. It's on C-SPAN. That's the first one that came up.
That was 2010. That was 2010. Okay. We did have something here for 2009.
I think I remember this cat as being on the ball too.
You want that or something earlier?
No, this is great. That? This is great. Let's hear it.
Did you hear what Joe said?
I wish someone else would run on a progressive agenda. I've done it 3 times. I think the voters need that choice. Otherwise, they'll forget about all the things that they've benefited from progressive policies back 100 years.
Who is that person?
Well, I think there could be many. I think Bill Grider, a very, very good writer, thinker. I mean, why don't we go outside the norm here?
Give me some earlier. I'm sorry.
Elected Secretary of Agriculture in Texas. These are people.
I want his philosophy, and he's not giving it to me. This is not a good clip for what I need. Yeah, this is. No, not at the speed. All right.
Get him in 1966.
Huh?
Get him in 1966.
I don't know
older, something older. You could just look at footage of what he looks like, and you can tell if it's older or whatever.
How old does that look? More recent?
It's more recent than the last one we just saw. Let's get some. He was younger and more radical. Just looking at the.
I don't know if you heard. I don't know if you heard the beginning, Joe, but it says
Yeah. Standing up there with his hand in the air, look like he's teaching someone. Look like he's teaching someone. That should be great.
Okay. It's 9 years ago.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pete Davis, 1L, for
Yeah,
that have saved millions of American lives in an effort to begin.
That facilitated it. And thank you all for coming.
Wait.
I just want to recognize one person here.
Huh?
It would be beneficial to hear what these people think of him. I'd like to hear it.
Yeah.
You guys got to repeat. I didn't hear what you said.
I want to hear what the young man said, what other people think of him.
At the beginning?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
You don't have to yell at me.
I have to go over the sound of the video.
Huh? I don't.
have to get
Something's
over
wrong
that.
with your audio, Cat. You sound muffled again. Like
I have to get over the sound of the video. That's why I'm yelling.
No, I can hear you just fine. It's okay.
Jesus.
Hi, everyone. I'm Pete Davis.
Other than the muffling, right? When it's not a problem.
1L. For students like us, the pre-professional rat race has a certain gravitational pull, diverting our focus from the structural to the trivial, blurring our sense of right and wrong, caging our moral imagination, and diminishing our belief in our own civic power. Fortunately, there is hope. If we build up a sense of systemic justice and a knowledge of today's injustices, then we can inoculate ourselves from this pull, liberating our civic powers to take an alternative path of serving the public interest. We are blessed that certain law students in history have taken this alternative path. If this Harvard law student with us here today had not taken this more visionary path, we would never have had the Freedom of Information Act or the Clean Air and Water Acts. If this Harvard law student with us here today had not taken this more transformative path, we would have smoking on airplanes and the word whistleblower would not have a popular use. If this Harvard law student had not taken the more just path, we wouldn't have the Occupational Health and Safety Administration, nor the seatbelts and airbags that have saved millions of American lives. In an effort to begin our own, here in the audience, everyone here today, path towards similar transformative legal vocations, we present the founder of the modern consumer movement, the original Nader Raider, the one-time host of Saturday Night Live, the only man to convince Sesame Street to have a song sung about consumer advocacy, America's chief public citizen and a hero of mine, Mr. Ralph Nader.
Do I have to hold
Don't
it?
work with us.
Thank you very much, Pete and Michael, everybody at the record who made this happen, and the Dean of Students who facilitated it. And thank you all for coming. I just want to recognize one person here in the audience, Jason Atkins, who graduated here in the same class that Barack Obama, and he's the chair of Public Citizen, which has a good litigation group and Congress Watch, and has made a lot of changes. I suppose I should start by saying it's a lot easier than we think to turn this country around in many important redirections. Because we grow up corporate, we grow up looking at the world.
Or somebody, I think I was in the car or something, I don't know. And you guys were saying, I think that Dan was comparing Trump to Nader and Cat was flipping out. Well, I think that's when I first got back in here. This dude is no Trump. He is no Trump, right? In the sense that, this would be more of a, Trump is like a psychopathic lunatic dictator. He would be none of those things. He could be a plant or whatever.
He is he wants to help people, whereas Trump is all about himself. He's the antithesis of Trump.
My jury's still out on that part, on whether he's helping, hurtful, doing more help than hurt, what he's aware of. That part is still out.
I'm going to help to elaborate.
He's no
it's
Trump.
not.
If it wasn't for him, you wouldn't be able to FOIA anything. He's the one who brought in the Freedom of Information Act.
He's also the one who probably got where I must wear my seatbelt. I must do this, where, I must do some things now too. He probably.
It's not Trump as far as like the position and business and all that kind of stuff and demeanor. It's Trump as far as the the Muppeteering goes in the political circus.
No,
He was at the stage previously. That's what I just went through with Kat. That you wouldn't be able to get to. He was past that line there, where if you got a projection to the public of significance where it's relevant that they need, you can't get to that position unless if you're told to be in that position.
All right, I'm still listening.
Unpaid consultant is not nearly any kind of high up position, and the other people who
He ran
recognize
for
his
president
work,
as selected, controlled op running for the Green Party.
Other people who recognized his worth, they were begging him to run for them. And how many times did he say no before he actually tried to do something in that arena? He didn't want to be part of that arena. He didn't want to be a politician. That's when Joe
I hear
said
that shit about Trump too.
As a politician, and he was not. He's a political activist.
I hear that shit about Trump. He didn't want to be president. He was a billionaire. Why would he want to be president? The only reason he would do it is to help people. I hear that same bullshit about Trump.
I'm just saying he was told to run for the Green Party and he had to obey.
That's not true.
That is true. Same with Trump. Like Trump can't say no, right? You don't understand how these things work when you get to that point. These people are told what to do and they have no choice. They have to.
No, that's not true.
That is true.
That's not true. No, you're just pulling that out of your ass.
No, it's not. That's based on many years of research and also certain experience that I had in my private life.
This man he's not the only good man.
Let me hear some more, Kat, so I can determine for myself.
He may be, but he was chosen to be the front runner in the circus. He was chosen to be the front runner of the main controlled opposition party, which is the Green Party. And he was ordered to do that, and he had to. There's no doubt about that.
I don't know. I'm still got the jury out that he could just be one ignorant motherfucker and believe in the system. System just needs a little tweaking. It still could be part of that. I'm not closed out on that yet.
Not at that position. Not where it counts like that in the public view.
He believes that the people have a choice. That guy who was saying all that speech before he introduced him, that guy was showing that he believes in the system. He just doesn't believe in the candidates. So they are operating under the misconception that they have any kind of fucking choice. So, but I'm not going to hold that against him because his heart is in the right place.
I'm just talking about that one aspect.
What about that heart? She seems to have an argument, and that's what I'm looking for at this point, is his heart. He seems to, even if he is controlled op, he seems to be getting his heart coming out, and he seems to be doing some of this seems to be where it doesn't have any negative effects. Some of it do, the national safety transportation said could have a negative, but the other city that seems like it was all just to help motherfuckers, or at least could be just to help motherfuckers.
And you know what? He also, I didn't read this yet, but I remember my mom telling me that he lived in a room. All his money went to help people. He lived in a room. He had a room.
Right.
A grown man who was a lawyer. He was all
Harvard
about
graduate.
helping other people. Yes, he was all about helping. He used his law knowledge to help the people. Everything he did was to help people.
Let me hear a little more, and I can judge. I can join in on that conversation. Go ahead, Guru.
It's all a gaslight, no matter where you play in that realm. The participation, from my view, right? Now, remember, this is my view. Hang on, let me hear me out, right? This is my view. Anybody who participates in this circus, especially in those positions, is participating in idiocracy. I don't care what you represent or what you're trying to do. It's all a fraud. It's all a facade.
Okay. Thank you.
It's all a distraction.
Okay, thank you for your opinion. Can we please play the video?
This one or the other one?
Yeah, this one. Continue this one.
Through thousands of ads, and we grow up with that kind of vision. And early on, we think that it's really pretty impossible to take on the giants. So why not join them? And Harvard Law School obliges with that. 85% or so of the graduates go into commercial practice of various kinds. The rest either go into government employees or become government employees, or they go to legal services, which unfortunately has not been expanding very much. Legal services for the poor, by the way, was conceived by two law students at Yale Law School, husband-wife team, Edgar and Jean Kahn. They wrote it in the Yale Law Journal. This is in the 60s. They then went to Washington and developed a very effective lobbying effort, including changing the mind of the American Bar Association, and got the bill through. And year after year, 4,000 legal services lawyers were able to at least minister to a good portion of the people in need of legal services. Now, we are part of a profession, by the way, that is rather unique. Most people in this country can't afford us. 80% or so of the lawyers represent 20% of the people, and the corporations, of course. And that's probably a conservative misdeployment and now estimate of where 1 million lawyers are licensed to practice law around the country. I remember, it might have been right here, when I was at 1L, we listened to Dean Erwin Griswold orient us, and the first thing he said to us was, "You are now members of the legal profession." We sort of looked at each other. We hadn't even cracked the book, and we're members of the legal profession. He didn't elaborate what that meant, but then he went on to his famous phrase that he gave to every 1L class. He said, "At the Harvard Law School, there are no glee clubs." And we all knew what that meant. In other words, total immersion in the work. A few weeks later, we were in Austin Hall, and the head of the University of Chicago, Robert Hutchins, came to speak to us. He was, I think, dean of Yale Law School when he was 29 before he went to the University of Chicago. A very irreverent political, legal philosopher and agitator. He got rid of the football team at the University of Chicago right away. And I remember, the thing I remember of that speech was he said, "What is the purpose of the Harvard Law School?" And we didn't even know what he was talking about. We were all worried about, the morass of property, tort, contract, procedure. And we never discussed that question throughout our 3 years at the law school. And that's what I want to touch on now. And I want this to at least spark some extensive deliberations later in the coming days. And the Record is putting out a book of some of the major articles in the Record in the last 16, 18 months that I think will provide material that you don't get exposed to in your law school classes. It's very hard to get out of the cocoon of law school classes. When I was at the law school, there was sort of just, you'd be in Harkness, the dorms, and you'd go eat at Harkness Commons, and you'd go to Langdell Hall, and going to Harvard Square is like a trip abroad. I mean, it was really extremely parochial. They call it silos now. But the law school knew what it was doing. It was a very powerful acculturation force. It wanted us to become sharp by becoming narrow. They didn't quite put it that way. That's the way it turned out. And they wanted us to have our own pantheon of heroes, which were mostly judges. They weren't advocacy lawyers for the poor and the deprived, etc. So as a result, we went through 3 years almost completely tone deaf by your standards today, almost completely tone deaf. And I just want to illustrate some examples. You wouldn't even believe it, but it's true. First of all, I kept asking professors after class questions that I suppose irritated them. We'd go to these classes and it'd be Socratic method, and that was a game only one can play, as you know. So I would put some questions, and a lot of things appeared bizarre to me. I had taken an anthropology course at Princeton, so I was able to step back a bit and look at this tribe and its rituals. And the first question I asked is, why aren't there many women here? Why are there so few? And Harvard allowed women here in 1950. That was the first women were allowed here. And in our class, there were 15. And they were unfortunately made to feel quite uncomfortable, as you might imagine. And the answer coming back, now mind you, these are professors who are the best and the brightest. If you had any doubt about it, all you had to do was ask them. And watch the way very smart people can engage in self-deception and with bad consequences. The rationale for not having many women is that a seat at Harvard Law School is valuable. It's meant to be filled by people who practice law. Women who graduate are likely to get married and have children, and they're not going to practice law. Why waste seats? That was the conventional explanation. When the question was, why are there so few blacks, they were called Negroes then, there were 3, I think, in our class, maybe. The conventional response by the best and the brightest, why, we admit all qualified Negroes. We don't discriminate against Negroes. And all qualified Negroes meant getting a high LSAT score, which was a clear class-based biased system if you come from very poor areas and have been deprived in a variety of ways in our country. So what we need to do, and I've got to develop some predicates here because, and this is true of our year as well as yours, you're not very factually prepared to enter law school. That's why you're very vulnerable to the ideological underpinnings of law school education, its content and where it stops and where it starts. You're not very factually prepared because, like everybody else, we grow up corporate. We look at the world from the ads and the kiddie shows. I mean, from A to Z, we are surrounded by a corporate environment, and we look at the world through advertisements and products and jingles and so forth, and we don't get much counter evaluation of corporate power in high school, obviously, or in college. When I was here at the law school, there were no courses on corporate crime. Believe me, there was corporate crime in those days, and to the extent that they even mentioned it. It was called white-collar crime. You know, a teller cheating a bank, but not the banks cheating millions of people. So the curriculum was a reflection of the job market. The job market, in terms of prestige and money at that time, and the top salary was $7,500, but the tuition was only $1,000 a year. The curriculum reflected the job market. Therefore, you had a lot of commercial laws, different variations, and you didn't have poverty law. You didn't have women's rights law. You didn't have minority civil rights. You didn't have, we had a course on estate planning, but the estate was very rich estate, and we had no courses on environmental planning. We could learn about collapsible corporations, a rather arcane aspect of corporate law, but nothing about collapsing tenements. And so the oscillation was quite clear. We had a course called Creditors' Rights, not Debtors' Remedies. We had a course called Landlord-Tenant. We kept waiting to get to the tenant. Because Harvard Law School graduates were designed to represent landlords, not tenants, creditors, not debtors. And this was never really very widely discussed. But one of the ways they acculturated us was through jokes, you know, not jokes against lawyers, just in-house law school jokes. And I remember hearing one professor saying, at Harvard Law School, in the morning, we distort the law of contracts, and in the afternoon, we law of torts. And we were all supposed to chuckle accordingly. Now, little did we know that 50 years later, that's exactly what's been happening. That what we were told were the two pillars of our legal system.
What?
That's enough. We don't need to hear any more of this liquid diarrhea.
Why? Because everything.
But anyways, I just want to make a point from earlier. Like I was saying, you missed my point. I wasn't comparing Ralph Nader to Donald Trump. That's why and you just got angry and you wouldn't listen to me. My point was he was sold just like Trump to the people to believe that he was running for the people. And they even said he was just like Trump. He was on TV before. What was that? The show Trump was on? I can't remember. But this guy was on Saturday Night Live.
No, okay. He appeared on Saturday Night Live as it was a one-off. He's not part of the entertainment industry. He was invited because so many people had, like, just like Janice Stein, right? People didn't know who the fuck she was. Now she's being invited on certain places, which is like totally irrelevant, but it just gives her some kind of view, like people can see her, right? And same thing with Ralph Nader. It's not that he got an opportunity to be seen and took it, since he was being quieted by the rest of the
and that's as far as we can go.
What? Hold on, Mike.
I can hear you. It's Dan. It's Dan. Something wrong with his connection. Dan, you there?
Oh, I thought it was me.
No, it's Dan. You're fine.
My internet was.
Oh, are you back? You're still. If you can hear us, Dan, you're still not fully there.
When Ralph told the joke, I didn't hear the punchline because it did that thing, so I figured it was my connection.
No,
I think he might just think he's doing good at this point. I don't think that he's a snake and knows how shitty he is.
He doesn't think
he's like anybody. I think he got into Harvard young enough where he thought he was doing a good thing, and he thought that was the way to go. Later on, he saw something wasn't right. That's why he didn't fit in with this category or that category. Then he felt he had to make changes. It tells me he was believing that dream, at least for a while.
Yes. Yes.
No.
Man of confidence.
No. He's just following a script. He's just following a script. He was chosen to play this role.
My internet is fucking up.
His accomplishments are more than anybody you'll ever meet.
That's what you are led to believe.
No, I know what he did.
Just like Trump, you're led to, the people that are following Trump think he's the hero are led to believe that the exact same way.
No, because he's not backed by the. No, he didn't have the ear. They tried to quiet him. They tried to muffle him.
They're trying to quiet Trump. It's the same thing. It's the same show, right? The exact same script being played over again.
No, not at all. Not at all.
Okay, well, you know what? Like I just said, we should agree to disagree for now, and maybe one day I'll see it your way, and maybe one day you'll see it my way. But for now, I don't think we're going to come to terms with this.
That's what I said like a half an hour ago.
Exactly. So let's just move on and be friends and have a great evening with no stress.
Joe was apprising himself of the truth and trying to get an accurate impression of the man based on the way he talked and what he said. So that's what we were just doing. And you had the same opportunity, and Joe's taking that opportunity.
Okay, well, Joe's kind of on the fence. He thinks that well, Joe's saying that yeah, maybe he was a good guy, and maybe he would had great intentions, and eventually he got controlled, but it's not that way. And
that's not what Joe said. Joe said he realized that it wasn't what he thought. That's what he said. He didn't say anything about controlled.
He said at least maybe at first he was genuine.
Yeah, there you go. At least that possibility is still open, that he thinks that going through the system is a thing. I can become a cop and make it better. He still believed that it's possibility that he still believed that at that young stage that he's talking about.
That's what you believe. That's not the facts. The facts.
No, I don't know the facts.
You do it his character.
Like Nude was saying before, you can't get this far in the show without being chosen and groomed and forced.
But he didn't get anywhere.
Threat of violence. Pardon me?
He didn't get anywhere, did he?
That's
lawyer energy, baby. Please.
That doesn't have anything to do with what's going on here.
Attitude.
He definitely did what he was told at a certain point. There's no doubt about
under
that.
Control, under the threat of violence, of being killed or being off, just or whatever.
This is as far as you're willing to go. So let's just drop this now.
And it's
Wait,
as
wait,
far
wait,
as
don't
you're
drop it. Let
willing
me
to go
ask
as
Dan.
well.
Don't drop it yet. Let me ask Dan. Dan, do you allow for the possibility that as a young man entering Harvard, he still thought he could change the system?
No.
He saw, wait, let me finish. He saw what he thought were things that were wrong and headed down that path to right those wrongs. Do you think that's even a possibility? Okay.
No, I don't. He was probably chosen as a child to run that route.
Harvard is actually known.
That's the way it works. Harvard, yeah, is
it's known to be one of the biggest recruitment campgrounds for
this role.
The cabal, the Illuminati, whatever you want to call them. Right? All in bones.
Look how he behaved.
See where we're going. We're going in circles with this, and we're not getting anywhere. It's just getting frustrating.
He just said Harvard is one of the biggest recruiting places, and when he got in, when Ralph Nader got in, all he was a pain in the ass to his fucking teachers.
Playing his role. Yes, that's what you're led to believe. That's what you just. I don't know how much clearer we can say it, or I can say it.
So they handpicked him when he was living in Lebanon.
Exactly.
Right. That's what they're saying. I don't believe that shit. He still could have been a bright-eyed young man.
You're using the word belief, and that's what it's all about. What you believe.
Wait. I'm sorry. Be nice, because you don't know what the fuck what's going on. Am I correct, or you're telling me you know these things for a fact that he was hand selected at still in Lebanon and all that shit?
I know for a fact.
Okay, good. I have a belief, you have yours. I'm not giving you shit about yours. You know.
I don't know when he was hand selected. What I do know is that at the point where he was playing the leader of the controlled opposition Greed Party position, he was definitely doing what he was
would assume by
when he was
that
on
time,
Saturday Night Live.
Yeah, I didn't see that part, but I would.
Before he was a politician.
If we don't just fucking drop this now, I can't.
Oh, stop it! Oh, relax.
I can't take the attitude anymore. Seriously.
Right. Everybody needs a lot of energy. Really, just talk regular.
Okay. So help me do that by let's just drop this part. Let's go back to the video we were watching before, and
all right. You want to go back to the other video?
Yes, please. 49 minutes.
Easy peasy. Oh, I didn't mean to do that. Hold on. Well, I'll find the video first. Give me a sec. All right. And it's right.
Vicious killers barking in the background.
What's that?
I was wondering if you could hear those vicious killers barking in the background. Look like they stopped.
They sound like Chihuahua.
You heard them.
All right, Cine Basement again there. Oh, you're up. Okay. Pretty sure I checked. If you can't hear it, just let me know. I'm pretty sure I checked it.
I mean, this description of being conquered by their love is so like the description just given by the bonobo researcher Vanessa Woods, isn't it? When she said, bonobos love you with such helpless abandon that you have to love them back. You have to love them back. Again, we see our memory is, if we don't deny it, of what life was like before the fall.
I mean, that quote is so wonderful. It's just amazing. Thank you, Jeremy. I'm glad you read it out. This nurturing explanation of our moral instinct seems reasonably obvious and evidenced by those quotes about bonobo behavior and also by the photographs of the bonobos. So why haven't...
Hey, can you pause it?
Until now, until you brought this information.
Aren't they saying that we were kind of like, I don't know, but when we reached a certain consciousness, that makes us, that we reached the consciousness of some point we became the chimp. How can I phrase that? Remember, we were bonobos, peaceful, and consciousness, I think, I don't know what his word for it was, made us try other things.
I believe that the guilt that we felt from leaving our what do you call it?
Yeah. All right, that'll
What-
do. So
that-
wouldn't in order for, if he is saying the bonobo is different than the chimp, wouldn't such awakening had to happen to the chimp as well? They would have had to have the same fruit that we ate.
It is. The chimpanzees use weapons now.
So they achieved the level of consciousness that the bonobos were unable to do.
No, because they also are now using
Right, because I
weapons.
think that's what we did. We achieved the consciousness that the other animals can't do. That's why what separates us, blah, blah. But that seems a bit contradictory to the chimps were able to, I don't know which one excelled and chose consciousness, because he's using the chimp bonobo shit. Does that mean one of them achieved it through the same process he's attributing to us?
I don't know. I guess we have to listen.
All right.
To me.
Well, just like the obvious truth that our species once lived cooperatively and lovingly, this truth that we acquired our moral instincts through nurturing has been an unbearable truth while we couldn't explain why we humans became angry, egocentric, and alienated, and as a result, lost the ability to adequately nurture our offspring with unconditional love. The truth of our species, Edenic, all loving and all sensitive, innocent past, and the truth that our nurturing is what made us human, have both been impossible truths to accept while we couldn't truthfully explain our present immensely corrupted human condition. Explain why our species lost the ability to fully nurture its offspring. I mean, as it's been observed, parents would rather admit to being an axe murderer than a bad mother or father. Now,
I'm confused here. I don't see us as to have lost our ability to. When did we lose our ability to nurture? I see there's a lot of neglect in choosing not to naturally do so for the bullshit of formula and this type of stuff. But
The ability would not be gone.
the ability is not. I don't see the ability of being lost.
What, the ability to be compassionate? Is that what it
The
is?
ability to nurture the children.
I have that ability.
I'm not
Well-
sure where this guy's getting at.
Well,
Confusing.
maybe he means more like the unconditional love, whereas a lot of parents don't have that sense of unconditional love.
Maybe he meant generally speaking, we're losing our ability.
Right.
Well, he
Right.
didn't say that. He said at some point it was lost. Here, I'll rewind
Yes,
what he said again. here.
yes, he's like, no, he was very specific.
observed, parents would rather admit to being an axe murderer than a bad mother or father.
Hmm.
Now, in fact, this reasonably obvious nurturing explanation for our moral conscience was first put forward by the American philosopher John Fiske in his book Outlines of Cosmic Philosophy, which I think was published in 1874, which is only a few years after Darwin published his theory of natural selection. And at the time, Fiske's explanation was actually recognized as being, and I quote,
Did I not
far
go back
more
far
important
enough?
than Darwin's principle of natural selection,
We've heard this part.
and one of the most
Okay.
beautiful contributions ever made to the evolution of man.
Hmm.
And Darwin himself went so far as to write to Fiske saying, I never in my life read so lucid and an expositor, and therefore thinker as you are. But again, while we couldn't explain our loss of ability to adequately nurture our offspring, this
Yep.
far more important insight than
Did you hear that? Well, we couldn't adequately explain our loss of
our
ability
to
to nurture our children.
No, Nudie, don't.
What?
When you want to just go back like 10 seconds, you just double click on the left-hand side of the picture above all that line.
Yeah, I meant to suggest that too.
Where?
Just double click on the left side if you want to go backward. No, not on the red
here?
line.
No, on the picture
No,
somewhere.
with the picture.
Yeah, I think you guys
not-
are lagging. Where my? Can you see my mouse?
Yeah, up there somewhere.
Yeah.
Tap. That's what she said.
Yeah.
of natural selection.
And it's to be built in 10
That
seconds.
just
or built in.
pauses it.
No,
You
no, it
don't
doesn't.
have.
Double
See?
click.
Die, and eventually,
Double click.
Anyway, double click.
Yes.
Double click on the left-hand side of the picture. Don't go where the arrows will be for the left and right. Just beside, like.
Right by his shoulder there. Yeah. Double click. Tap that.
Doesn't do that. It
It
changes the
disappeared.
size of the zoom.
Most of them got a built-in 10-second or 15-second
I can-
forward or
I
back.
can do that with my keyboard. It's just a little too far for my reach.
Uh,
Don't worry about it.
the biological
So he that's what he said. He said he lost the ability to nurture. Where's he getting this from? Very confused.
discourse. I might point out that these are all fairly obvious and simple explanations. That one, Darwin's natural selection explanation for the variety of species. Two, Fiske's and my nurturing explanation for our moral instincts. Three, the instinct versus intellect explanation that I've given for the human condition. And there's also four, the explanation I give in chapter 7 of Freedom for how we humans became fully conscious when other species haven't. And there's also five, the negative entropy-driven integrative meaning of existence.
That's a hell of a claim. Our
Which
species
one?
became fully conscious, but other species haven't. Wow.
I have to go back to the chimp thing. That means that either the chimp or the bonobo managed to achieve some level of consciousness. He's saying we maintain fully, but the reason one of them's violent and one of them not would mean one of them attained consciousness.
I'm going to say none of us are fully conscious or anywhere near it even now.
I don't think he said that, at least not yet. I don't think he said that. This is
So what?
part of this that chimps had achieved consciousness and bonobos
No, he
haven't.
hasn't said that, but the fact that he said fully conscious makes me think that he's alluding to someone has attained consciousness, but not fully there. And perhaps that would explain how his theory would apply to the chimp and the bonobo. If the difference is consciousness, maybe they're not fully conscious.
So five,
We'll see.
the negative entropy-driven integrative meaning of existence, which we have personified as God, that is explained in chapter 4 of Freedom. And I should say, together, these are the five main questions science has had to answer about our world and place in it. So yes, these are all reasonably obvious, straightforward, simple explanations that bear out biologist Alan Savory's observation that whenever there's been a major insoluble problem for mankind, the answer, when finally found, has always been very simple. As Freedom makes clear, having to live in denial of the human condition has blocked our access to so many reasonably obvious truths.
Thanks, Jeremy.
Having
This
to
is
live in
really
denial,
amazing to learn about.
Yeah.
What?
About how
Having to live in denial of these truths has blocked something.
Well, he's saying that being blocked from that because of denial blocks many truths in addition to that. That's what he's saying. And I think that's the problem with just in general with all the aspects of denial and cognitive dissonance and all these things.
On every level, that would be the outcome.
Yeah, the main trade-off, right, in a big way.
science has denied our speech.
What's that?
Rewind it. Can you rewind and
yeah.
have him say it?
Yeah.
Just so I can get it in his words.
Avery's observation that whenever there's been a major insoluble problem for mankind, the answer, when finally found, has always been very simple. As Freedom makes clear, having to live in denial of the human condition has blocked our access to so many reasonably obvious truths.
Thanks, Jeremy. This is really amazing to learn about how science has denied our species cooperative and loving heritage and the nurtured origins of that cooperative and loving soul. But it all really does make sense. I mean, we certainly needed the defense for our corrupted condition before we could face the truth about it, I guess. Anyway, I am speaking with Australian biologist Jeremy Griffith. Hello and welcome back to part 4 of the interview. I'm Craig Conway and I'm here with Jeremy Griffith, the biologist who has just explained how humans acquired our moral instincts. This is an absolutely remarkable interview. So continuing on, Jeremy, what about my third question for this final part 4 of the interview, which is, how does the psychological rehabilitation of the human race that this understanding gives us actually take place? Now, do we all need to go into therapy or something?
Well, what this real and actually very obvious instinct versus intellect explanation of the human condition fundamentally does is lift the burden of guilt from the human race. It establishes that we humans are good and not bad after all. While we're all inevitably variously angry, egocentric, and alienated from our different encounters with humanity's heroic battle to find knowledge, ultimately self-knowledge, understanding of our corrupted condition, we can now know that every human is fundamentally good. And this ability to understand and know there was a good reason why the human race became psychologically upset is the key relieving understanding we have been in search of ever since we became conscious some 2 million years ago and our corrupted condition emerged. I mean, that is the key relief for our mind, being finally able to understand that we are good and not bad is what brings us the greatest psychological relief of all. I mean, the psychoanalyst Carl Jung was forever saying wholeness for humans depends on the ability to own our own shadow. And since we can now own the shadow of our species' 2 million years corrupted condition, the human race is finally in a position to become whole. I mean, the word psychosis literally means soul illness, and psychiatry literally means soul healing, derived as they are from psyche, meaning soul, and osis, meaning abnormal state, and iatreo, which means healing. But we've never been able to heal our soul, explain to our original instinctive self or soul that us fully conscious thinking humans are good and not bad, and by so doing reconcile and heal our split selves. But now at last we can.
Well, there is an adage that says the truth will set you free. So what you're saying then, Jeremy, is that the truth of our fundamental goodness is the truth that we needed to set us free from the human condition.
Precisely. And while that is the main relief our mind needed, obviously, the more we digest that relieving understanding, the more healing relief comes to every aspect of our ups.
Okay, I just want to say something. For this aspect of things, I think that's only going to be a relief to those who are caught up in this belief that there was like no choice in the equation, and are humble enough to want to even let go of that belief that they had, which may pose as a challenge for some of those people, I reckon.
Okay, well, that's exactly what I wanted to discuss afterwards. That was my agenda, was to discuss that about the healing part and how possible it is, or impossible.
Right. Okay.
Upset condition. And to have had to endure being unjustly condemned as bad for 2 million years does mean that there's a great deal of upset to heal. I mean, to appreciate how much upset exists in us humans now, imagine living for just one day with the injustice of being condemned as bad, even evil, when you intuitively knew but were unable to explain that you're actually the complete opposite of evil, namely truly wonderful, good, and meaningful. In fact, not just good, but the hero of the story of life on Earth. You would be hurt to the core and furious, wouldn't you?
What's that?
That's the 4th time he mentioned the word hero. He's trying to implant that in a good way. He's trying to implant that in our heads. I'm smoking a joint, by the way, Joe.
Who's the hero? Does that make... Who's the hero? Adam Stan on the island is the hero?
He said Adam, remember Adam and Eve? He said that they were the heroes of the story. He said that twice. Then just now, just a little minute or two ago, he said heroic, and now he said hero again.
What
He
made
wants us
Adam and
to
Eve the
love
heroes of the
ourselves.
story? Do you remember?
I don't know, Ed. I don't think it equates. I don't think the word hero equates. I think he's putting that word in there as a subliminal, or maybe not subliminal, programming. He's trying to reprogram us to think of ourselves as good. And so he knows that hero is an emotive word. That's
I get
my
that
thinking.
part. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'm just noticing it's now I'm
I've
to
been,
account.
I feel like I keep flip-flopping on who the hero is. Before he said that word, that thought was already in my head. I'm not sure whether the stork is doing his nature, who's staying on route, he's doing the right thing, or the guy who goes to the island is doing the right thing. If the stork goes to the island, he can't be the bonobo because people are harassing him. So he can't be telling me that the stork on the island is bonobo.
No, I think that you're focusing too much on the way that other people judge that Adam Stork. I know that he did say that at some point later on, but I think you're focusing too much on that part of the story, when the story is about our own inside guilt that we live with, our own selves, something that has traveled with us, this shame and guilt of going against our instinct. And so he wants us to know that doing that,
what's our instinct?
that for doing that, going against the instinct and expanding our conscious thought was a good thing, and that we shouldn't feel guilty for it. That's what I believe he.
What is, I know, I agree with you. That's what he said. You said going against our instinct. What is our instinct?
Well, whatever it was, whatever we did when we worked on instinct, migrated or search for certain food or whatever those instincts
we feel
were.
Guilty for not doing that now.
We're not
No,
following that.
he's saying you can release the guilt because the ideology that humans are fundamentally bad is not correct. It's not true. We've discovered that, so we can let go of that and now be guilt free, because anybody who is feeling guilty because they thought that was there was no
2 million years. For 2 million years, we've operated under the idea that we're sinners, that we are we're bad, we're evil.
Can you guys walk me through? I get that he is saying now we no longer have to feel guilty anymore. Can you guys walk me through why?
Because now we have this
because and I have a question about that in a second. I'll come back to, but because it's no longer that it was an inevitability, that there was no choice in the equation, that we're just inherently bad.
Right. No, that's the line where I wanted to go down. He's
no choice in the equation of going against our instincts. That's the part that we had no choice in the equation of going against our instincts. Therefore, it wasn't evil that we went against our instincts. We had no choice. It was the natural progression. And now, coming to this realization is also the natural progression, because now we can look at what we did, right? We didn't just hypothesize about what if. We saw what we did, and now we can see that it wasn't bad.
Okay, so both of y'all shits work. We're going against our, God dog it, I'm going to not phrase this well, but we're going against our natural instincts, and we're having these anxiety shits about it. Our natural instincts, the reason we went after them, by the way, is because people told us you are really you're doomed to be aggressive and all of that shit, and we believe
that's the human condition up at this point.
But that's but that's later on. Don't confuse the conditioning that we got as opposed to.
That's what the idea of the human condition was, is that humans are inherently bad and there's no choice about it. Yeah.
Right.
And the last thing I was trying to get back to was there a point to when we were good or at peace? Was there a time?
I was going to ask, did this guy, I don't know if it's the same question, Joe, but this guy express where he, where this epiphany or discovery of this newfound understanding it came from? I missed that. What did he say?
Well, let's finish watching this, and we can go back to the beginning and hear what he says. He introduces it. You remember after he gets introduced, he introduces his idea, and then he goes to part one.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah. Now, extrapolate that experience over 2 million years, and we can begin to appreciate just how much volcanic frustration and anger must now exist within us humans. I mean, while we have learned to significantly restrain and conceal, I mean, we call it civilize, the phenomenal amount of upset within us, under the surface, we must all be boiling with rage. And sometimes when our restraint can no longer find a way to contain it, that anger must express itself. Hence our capacity for shocking acts of cruelty and sadism, hate, murder, and war.
Yeah.
And no wonder we have led such an evasive, denial practicing, lying, avoiding any criticism, escapist, alienated, superficial and artificial, greedy, egocentric, power, fame, fortune and glory seeking existence.
Because for 2 million years we thought we had to believe it. That's what he's saying?
Yeah, that's what he's saying. I wouldn't chalk it up to just being that, but certainly that would play a factor of many factors. And that's a big reach if that was just the only, root source of all the reasons why people
well, the very first moment when we broke with instinct and went to our conscious choice, at that moment, and all of this, by the way, sounds like when we start inhabiting a soul, like a soul starts inhabiting, that's when all of these things take place. But that's not what he's addressing. But at the very moment, it only takes that one moment. Everything else is subsequent and only backs up the idea of the very first idea, which was, what the fuck is wrong with me? I should be going this way, and I'm going this way. What the fuck? But obviously, there's something there I need to check out. So he can't stop himself because he has conscious thought and he's got questions. So at that moment where he's asking the question, that might be the inception of the guilt. And then when he goes and does it, that's the guilt right there. Just that.
So that assumes, yes, that everyone at some point has asked the question, am I good or evil? And arrived with the conclusion that it's my nature to be shitty. And
no.
Yeah. Okay.
But there may be a lot of people with that conclusion, though. I shouldn't. What you're describing is probably most of the people feel that they're inherently evil, which I always thought was just an excuse to get out of bad behavior.
And he is saying that now we know that it was psychological and it's fixable, that all this time we thought we were inherently evil. Now fix it. When asked to fix it, he just says some obscure shit about DNA. I need to hear more about how to fix it.
When he mentions the DNA, he's talking about instinct, and when he mentions that was it neurons or something like that, the nerves have something to do with the consciousness. So DNA, instinct versus nerves, consciousness. And when he brings up DNA, that's what he's talking about.
So how do we fix it? Now that we know the issue, how do we fix it?
We keep on stopping in the middle, but he's been explaining about how to do it, but there isn't much substance there. So I can't even remember what he said.
That's the point I'm trying to make. Yeah, he's talked about DNA. He talked about
play it through the whole way. That's left. Not very long. But can you reduce or rewind a bit, please? Because I can't remember what he said.
Out there?
Yeah.
Escapist, alienated, superficial and artificial, greedy, egocentric, power, fame, fortune and glory-seeking existence. We've had to smother ourselves with material glory while we lack the spiritual glory of compassionate understanding of ourselves. So there's an enormous amount of upset to subside and heal in us humans. And that will obviously take time. In fact, we have to expect that will take a number of generations to completely be ameliorated. But the good news, and this is very important, is that while it'll take a number of generations to heal all the upset in us humans, everyone can immediately live free of their upset. Now, the reason we can live free of it is that
he was just about to get a reason.
Just think about what he said. That's all. I'm not going to talk. Just think about what he just said.
Which part to make sure that
the last part he just said. Now I can't remember because
I'll just rewind it again.
Okay.
It's very important is that while it'll take a number of generations to heal all the upset in us humans, everyone can immediately live free of their upset. Now, the reason we can live free of it is that while we lack the real defense and reinforcement of understanding of our corrupted condition, we absolutely needed the artificial defenses reinforcements of attacking any criticism of our corrupted condition, of denying and blocking it out, and of finding any positive reinforcement we could. Our anger, alienation, egocentricity are what sustained us. But now that we have the real defense and reinforcement of our fundamental goodness, all those artificial defenses and reinforcements are obsoleted. They're no longer needed. In fact, to continue using the old artificial defenses of retaliation and denial and the search for relieving power, fame, fortune, and glory, when our fundamental goodness has been established, is not only clearly pointless, but also unnecessarily destructive of ourselves.
100%.
And everyone around us.
Somewhat like this. You've said
What's
things
that?
You've said things that resemble what he's saying right now. I can hear you.
Yeah, even today, several times. Yeah.
And I'm thinking about how when I was faced with the bullies here, and I had to develop a veneer, right? So that I made a wall, like, you're not going to make me cry, right? So, but then as I got more okay with myself, I let
more understanding.
Yeah. Yes, I forgive myself for any kind of weird behavior or whatever. It's just me, and it's not bad. I'm not a bad person, so I'm just being me. And if anybody's gonna make fun of me, that's their problem. It's not my problem. So now I can let the veneer down and just be me without worrying about having a defense. Now, it still can be triggered if it comes out of nowhere, or I wasn't expecting it, or I was dreading it, it can happen to be triggered because I'm not fucking perfect. But I've been working on that specific thing.
That's why I wonder. He said any person now can instantly be healed, blah, blah. I thought that ran a bit counter to what he's been saying, is that now we know it will take work, even for the individual. I understand he said generations, but even for the individual, I thought his whole message was that it would have to take work to come up out of these things upon knowing this shit.
My interpretation of that is, in the one hand, the one part of the I don't know if it's dichotomy, but the one side of the coin, he's saying just knowing this right now is enough to start the healing process. Boom, it's happening. As soon as you believe this is the way, automatically everything is solved. However, we have on the other side of the coin the behaviors that we have adopted by rote. We don't even think about what, I am thinking about what I'm doing, but that's because I'm on a self journey, right? Most people are fucking working and trying to pay off their visa. So
this shit's instinctive at this point. It is not like we're thinking to do those three reactions he talked about. It's instinctive. Me knowing that it's instinctive is going to stop me from doing it the first day. Oh, now I realize it was just out of fear. When the bully still comes up, the fear still is going to come there. Just
you got trauma and practice to do. let me give a stab at just summarizing that. So when you don't know about the peace and contentment internal center part of the self, then the only other aspect of the equation to focus on is the superficial side through the ego. And then what that brings is further feeling of discontentment and insecurity. And when you only know of that, then you'll end up looking to solve that disparity feeling through the same measure of ego. And that ends up causing traumatic results on our psyche and all other kinds of things for as long as it takes before that's recognized. Now, when it's recognized, now you have the choice in the equation. And for the moment that you take your focus and switch it to the other area, you're relieving yourself now, and the process of healing begins. But it will take work to work out the trauma and the practice that you did to yourself up until that point.
So on one hand, it's an immediate revelation, and on the other hand, it's a lot of fucking work that's going to take generations.
Yeah, I go for that.
The good news is we can start right now if we believe it.
I always believed my nature. I didn't have a problem there. I thought my nature was good. I wasn't confused. I didn't have a problem there.
And I wouldn't hold out for it to be like
all human, all
when
of
he
them,
says when he says generations, this is going to be it's too blanket sleep. There's so many factors, and it's subject to an individual and how much
he doesn't
problems.
know how because there are too many variables, but he knows that it's not going to be done in 1 or 2 lifetimes. It's going to take generations.
I think what he's trying to refer to here is healing en masse, and I think that's where we can talk about that part. Yeah, that's I think that's still a lost cause for most of the masses, because this thing, the realization that he's having, is like not something that a lot of the masses that I know of even don't know. The thing that I'm talking about as well. It's always been there. So it just depends, where are you in this current battlefield of life, and what do you have on your table that you need to work out?
Right. I think what he's really... Go ahead, Kat.
No, I gotta late talk. Go.
I think he was really just saying that now we realize that there is a solution. We weren't sure. Now we realize there is. Again, echoing that now that we realize it's a solution, and it lies along these lines, we have to start doing whatever psychological shit to make these things occur. And I do think he's talking about unmask. We are going to figure this out, and unmask, we will all be healed. I don't know if he's not overestimating people.
I agree.
No,
Yeah.
if you focus your energy on that direction, that is what will happen. Period.
Did that state anything about the unmasked thing? Does that have something to do with unmasked?
So, what do you mean? Now that we know the truth?
No. I said that I think this guy believes that in generations, all of us will be healed because of this knowledge. Unmasked, everybody will be healed. And I'm saying I don't know if that's a thing, and then you respond with something else.
I think he means ultimately unmasked.
Yes, he said it would take generations. Yeah. But I don't know if ultimately without Jesus coming in, will even ultimately we be on the same page like that.
Well, okay, but it depends on how smooth he is when he talks. Or she, because it could be. So now I have been feeling like I'm arguing this fact with people always, not just on YouTube. But
what fact?
In real life, that people seem to think that we are inherently bad. And I've been having this argument for decades. Right. Like, no, we're not. We're all born innocent children, full of love.
Christians typically really have that idea, right? Like that's because of the whole everybody was born a sinner thing and whatnot.
I lost what Kat said when the dog started growling.
I think she's tending to that.
What is her statement? She had just said something. I forgot that quick.
We're all born innocent.
Oh yeah.
Full of love. That's where, unless there's there's always going to be abnormalities in everything, every system, right? So there will be abnormalities, but we just love them and do our best to take care of them. And the only reason why there's so many crazy people now is from the fucking oligarchy controlling the way that we've been treating each other.
So you're going to where we were ultimately going to go. The government plays a huge role in this.
Well, not the government, but the oligarchy who controls the government, the ones who write the fucking agenda and then have people carry it through for them. And then you sit back and watch the fucking platoon.
Yeah, so, same argument. Yeah, same argument. Government, sheep, whatever the fuck it is, oligarchy.
Yeah, the government worked for the oligarchy.
I'm going to bring up some interesting points later about that too. Some counterintuitive questions for view when it comes to that. Hopefully I remember. I should draw. I'll try and jot it down so I don't forget, but some things come to light. Maybe I should just say it now so you guys can help me remember. Okay.
Maybe now is the time, bro.
I'll say it now. We don't have to discuss it, but just so that I remember.
Yeah, it'll help. Just listen.
Just real quick. And there it almost just slipped, for fuck's sake.
Yeah.
What if the it did slip?
Okay, you had some questions where things were
going to open
up about I'm trying to just get you back to where you were at.
It's a counterintuitive reverse psychology about the oligarch's position. I just have to rethink about it. Let me play this out now. It'll come back to me.
End of our planet. That way of living is now completely obsoleted, finished with.
That makes total sense. I mean, our artificial ways of reinforcing ourselves are obsoleted by the real reinforcement of ourselves. One way of living ends, a new one begins, free from the human condition. Whew, thank God for that.
That's for sure. Basically, now that our corrupted condition is finally truthfully explained, honesty replaces denial and the world heals. I mean, bullshit, which is our everyday word for all the dishonest denial that's been going on, protected us from all the truths about our corrupt condition that we couldn't properly explain. But it was destroying the world, and it now stops.
Yeah.
And with this end of lying in mind, there's one more thing I should explain, which is that socialism, the New Age movement, and the politically correct movement, and all the other idealistic movements were actually all false starts to a human condition-free world, because the upsetting battle to find knowledge, ultimately self-knowledge, the psychologically religious understanding of why
you got to
good
pause.
Bad,
I got to say it now before we go too far. He said of the human condition-free world, meaning he was referring to human condition as having a negative connotation earlier.
What?
Me and Guru was saying that human condition is already inherently fucked up forever.
Good catch.
Okay, right on.
Yeah, I stand corrected.
All right. Here you go.
Unless you used it wrong.
I wish I was paying attention. I'm trying so hard to get back what I lost while this is going, and I'm going to, because it was a really cool, interesting twist on the thing.
Yeah, I'll remind you, because I'll go, ooh, I love counterintuitive questions.
Yeah.
Now, it had something to do with you trying to get me to love the oligarchy.
There was something about that. It was right. Yeah, it gave me an idea right after you said something about how the oligarchy is setting the narrative. The oligarchy is setting the narrative for everybody to
government.
And the government doing what they're doing.
Oh.
Yeah. Yeah.
I was saying so. I was saying it was government and sheep. She was saying oligarchy. I was like, yeah, oligarchy is government and sheep. I think it was at that point where you was like, yeah, there's some contradiction that comes up. I want to talk about.
They're the ones that own the governments. They're the ones who own the money. They're the ones who own the whole fucking playing board. But you know what they don't own? Our soul. And so we have to use our souls to connect with spirit in the best way we can. And that will bring about the solution, because that's what they don't want us to know, that we win when we connect with spirit and we connect with each other and we cooperate.
Check this out, Kat. All right. I'm not sure I grasp. Again, I'll have to hear the beginning exactly what this guy is saying. But if what you're saying is true and that we must connect with spirit, that is the way, can what his saying, his message here, be equated to getting in line with spirit?
Yes, because this right here, I want to cry. This right here is why so many people are not connected to spirit. If people find a way to just let it go and forgive themselves and know that they were born for good and everyone else around them was born good and that we are inherently good, then that will free that layers of mud, right? It'll free some of those layers of mud. You get closer. You'll get
at least the
closer
ones to think where we're just born inherently bad, right? For those people who
I've always been told that. People, not very few people ever agree with me, and they were usually the Christian church.
Yeah.
But I probably I was influenced by being brought up by an ex-Catholic or Catholic in recovery, and an Anglican who was Anglican in name only. God is blessed. But it was part of a club he belonged to. Really, he used to question. He used to. My grandmother. She's very. You don't fuck with grandmothers, right? Old Palestinian grandmother. For doesn't matter if it's 2024 in Palestine, it's still fucking 1960, right? So they like the attitude. So they where was I?
Arguing whether
my dad would say to my grandmother while she's putting the food out on the plates for dinner, and my dad's sitting there and he's smoking a cigarette, and he says, yeah, well, I don't know why Joe was so stupid to believe that Mary, was with the Holy Ghost. Obviously, she was messing around. My grandmother, she'd go white. Don't talk like that. God can hear you. So she really believed. My dad was a bit of a troll. So yeah, it's just like putting that look on her face, like my daughter does to me.
I believe that we are inherently good. I've pondered it, and I've used, and probably you guys heard me, as evidence to people when they say we're inherently bad. I say get 10 people in a room and ask them, is it okay to hit a guy for no reason and no purpose, or to kick or whatever? And 9 out of 10 of them are gonna say you don't want to do that immoral thing or whatever. They might not use those words, but it's inherent in 9 out of 10 of us that is wrong. That was one of the arguments I use all the time. Probably still would have the situation that comes out.
I also don't think that there's as many people maybe as this thing is making out to be that actually holds to be like en masse worldwide, that holds the belief that we're inherently bad.
Right. That would have to be initial in there, that most people believe that, and they're going to cure that somehow.
We all believe it. We all, not that we all believe it, but we are all subject to believing it. And there are a lot of people, at least in the West here, a lot of people who do believe that we're inherently bad. So
yeah, in the West, but worldwide, I don't think so.
At least Christian, I don't know about Muslim or Jewish or Buddhism, but at least in the Christian, we are taught that we are inherently evil, that we are born of sin. Adam and Eve, they were sinners, and anyone who descended from them was a sinner, and we were taught that. And
this is why I'm glad I escaped that education.
We're always trying to ask for forgiveness from God instead of being grateful, right?
Yeah,
Not grateful in an obedience way, really feeling it in your heart that you're just so lucky. So yeah, and so these things have been obscured, they've been twisted and skewed. So they've worked on that. Maybe the Catholics or whoever it was who came up with the Christians, maybe they knew that already, that we had Plato and people like that who were really deep thinkers, like nudies. They were really deep thinkers and have already put it together that we have this guilt, and then decided to exploit it through the religion.
It's not illogical. I assume that knowledge is power. It is not shared. It is not relinquished without a fight. So those who believe they have it would try to keep it from the masses. Otherwise, it's kind of useless. So the logic holds there.
I think it's scary, the idea, the Christian view that not only are we born sinners, but the only way that we could be saved through that is through the sacrifice of Jesus Christ. And because it's already happened, we're already excused. And that's, like, to me, a gaslight for a scapegoat to just do as you want, guilt free.
Right.
That scares the shit out of me.
Hold on a second.
Go ahead.
Do you not have guilt? Do you not have guilt? The way that they teach you in the Christian religion is that it's not about Jesus dying, but it's about us getting in line, because Jesus died for our sins, so we shouldn't put our sins on his soul when he was so brave and valiant to die for the sake of us realizing what he had to say.
I'm even more confused now.
That's now, I don't know about the rest of the factions, but what they taught us through in Catholic is that Jesus died for you because you're a sinner, and that's what saved you from your sins, as long as you had faith in his name. That's what they told us. So that's a stage setting of anybody who got the wrong idea about that could easily think, and I'm sure there are people who do, that the stage is set that no matter what, we can't help it. We're inherently bad as a sinner, and there's nothing we could do about that.
Wow.
We're
a good point.
So we're okay to continue to do those things as long as we have faith in the Jesus Christ Savior psyop, that you're saved from that.
All right, check that, Cat. We got to weigh that in. We were thinking that most people believe they were inherently evil because it was in our nature to fight and attack, because we grew up in a tough environment. But it now looks like there's a chunk of people, perhaps an even bigger chunk, who believes that the reason we're inherently evil is because they believe the Bible and we were inherently evil and Jesus saved us.
No,
so his shit may not work on those people.
I'm saying both. I'm saying both is true. One is it naturally happened, not the Adam and Eve, but the Adam stork. That's what happened, and then that the religions had already identified this through thousands of years of thinking.
No, I heard what you said. Did you understand me? I was asking this guy's philosophy of the awakening. Because people thought that it was in our nature as ape men, as cavemen, to do these dumb things. Now being enlightened with this new process, we can heal them. Well, there's this whole other group of people who don't think that we were evil because we come up as cavemen and it was our genetic so-and-so. They believe it because the Bible tells them so. And will this guy, how will his advice help those people, is what I was asking. The religious people.
Okay, Because I knew when I first heard you say caveman, I was going to correct you, but I didn't want to upset you, so I didn't say anything. But then you went exactly where I thought you were going to go with the caveman thing. He did not say caveman, and I was thinking more like hominid. I just heard that word the other day.
Well, you're being pedantic now. I know that caveman was not the appropriate word. I was just trying to. Yeah, that's neither here nor there. Whether he said caveman or hominid or whatever, in our early stages will do for me.
No, because they were still human or human-like. He didn't say if we were hominids or humans. I got the impression we were humans. But if you think about it, hominids might have been the instinctive us, and then when we turned into human was when we got the conscious thought.
But it doesn't matter for my thing over here is he's saying the reasoning, the early man, that'll do for me. The reason that early man came into all this anxiety is because we thought we had to be bad. It was in our DNA because we had to chase animals and do all these things. And
but we had no choice because we are inherently like that.
Right.
We don't have a choice. We're inherently like that. Yeah.
Right.
So
and now he knows he's going to teach those people that you are not inherently like that. He's with me so far. You agree so far?
Yeah, this guy is. Yeah.
All right. So what about the group of people? There is another group of people who think that they are inherently evil, but they don't believe it's because as an early man, they did these things. They have a different reason.
God did it, and we were never cavemen. And that was where I knew we were going to go. And it's very important that he did not say cavemen. So they could believe that we were still early humans. They know that we got more and more sophisticated as we go along. We didn't have a fucking wheel at one point, right? So they know that. So they're going to big far back and still believe it.
He's got a big challenge making a case to the Christian-minded people who just think that the reason why we're sinners is just because the Bible said so.
Yeah, but we don't know what the other books say. They could have the same version in Islam. They could have the same version in Judaism.
They could. But I'm just talking about those, right? I just, at the moment, I was addressing those people. He's going to have a big challenge heading off people who think just because the Bible said so. And then the other aspect of the equation as well. That's why I said earlier, though, to the thing you just said, a secondary there, on a worldwide scale, I don't know how many people really hold this ideology that we're inherently bad by default.
Well, yeah, on a whole world scale, I don't know, and that's why I qualified it when I started talking about it. I said in the West.
How much the world even truly believes in having that there's this human condition, right? Like I see a lot of other races, especially definitely some of the more Eastern ones, Buddhists or whatever. Seem to have the idea that there's a choice in the equation.
This makes his idea much huger, much more interesting to me, because I'm going to assume he's a smart guy and he's thought about these things. Therefore, he thinks his idea is so big and so huge that if he gets it out there, even those people we're talking about will be cured and somehow affected.
I think he's excited about his discovery and perhaps a little overly optimistic, which may not be such a bad thing as long as he, doesn't put too much expectation.
If you look at the date of the video, it's like 2000. I don't know, like in the teens or 2000s. Right. So there have been people that have been trying to get this message out. They've got like a community, I guess, of people that are growing, trying to, collect people probably and reinforce, because
well, it'd be worth looking into. How much we got left?
When you're reinforced with the people around you, right? When you're reinforced with the people around you, you feel more natural doing the things that you're now going to be doing. So listen, when I was growing up, everybody got hit We all got hit. It was rare that a child didn't get hit, right?
Right.
Now, in my child's generation, I was the mom generation, I never hit her once. I didn't even threaten to hit her once. And I never called her a name or said anything that was disparaging about her.
And let's face it, she can call 911 on your ass nowadays if you hit her and suddenly you're a mother of abuser, kid abuser.
She would never. She is a golden
No,
child.
I didn't say she would. I say her or any other kid, not yours in particular. The way shit is now, everyone used to get hit. That was the norm, so we supported it. Now a motherfucker can call 911 on you and people will put you in jail for spanking your kid.
My point was that there are a lot of kids nowadays that don't get hit. And it would be out of the norm to see a kid hit. So it's changed over a couple generations.
I was just agreeing with you as well. Yeah.
Okay, so it's the same thing of whatever the hell we were talking about. I can't remember. Apply that to whatever the fuck we were talking about.
Oh fuck. I was gonna say it'd be worth, if this is that old, I'd like to see what progress has been made. Right? If there's only a few minutes left, I'd like to see Google this nigga name 2024 and see what's going on.
No, there's links on the video where you can join up, or not join up, but find their website.
Got like websites and stuff.
I'm good, because I am really interested in seeing
what type condition. I can go to the website for a sec.
We're never gonna see that.
We're never gonna what?
See the end of the video.
Do you want to play it out? We can do that.
Play it out in 6 minutes. Play it out.
Be completed. In fact, while dogmatically insisting that everyone should be cooperative and loving, could make you feel that you were doing good and be superficially, psychologically very relieving, such insistence on ideal behavior denied people the freedom they needed to be able to continue the all-important upsetting search for knowledge. I mean, these movements were pseudo-idealistic movements that stifled and oppressed the search for the understanding of our corrupted condition that was actually needed to free us from that state. They were regressive, not progressive, as they deluded themselves they were. It was actually the right wing who have supported the upsetting battle to find knowledge that held the moral high ground, not the pseudo-idealistic left wing.
I think this guy thinks part of his overly enthusiastic optimism, I think he thinks that he found like a merging bridge where he can bring this to that dichotomy problem that people have. This is a scientist's perspective, obviously. No. And now we can bring this, and this solves the equation of the dilemma that the religious view has. And I think he's got a flawed ideology when it comes to that.
Even cures left versus right, Dem versus Republican. He thinks this will cure that.
Well, okay, but that's a totally different measure. He's good at what he's doing, right? He's not necessarily good at figuring out that there's an oligarchy, but he's good at what he's doing, right? So,
yeah.
Now, what was I going to say?
This got almost 2 million views, which says something, right?
Yes.
But now you said that he's going to have trouble getting through to the liberal. It's not just Christian. All the rules of community, because they serve a master, right? In their religion, they serve a master, and the master has rules. And one of the rules is this is bunk. So
yeah,
it's going to be very hard to get through, but you're going to have kids, and the world is getting more, hopefully not homogenous, but we're getting more spread out. And so ideas are being spread. You've got the internet, and for as long as they let us, and so it is possible in a few generations to have this cleared out, where it's rare.
You don't know me at all, do you? I don't share shit.
There's always going to be somebody who's going to be bad, like turn out bad, People are born good, they'll turn out bad and think that they're bad and reinforce this behavior. Maybe first generation. They do something wrong, they can't help themselves, they hate themselves now, and now everything they do after that is a reaction to cover up the guilt they feel for fucking up. That's like a normal thing that's going to keep on happening. Like you can't ever completely rid yourself of it. And there's the yin yang factor.
Yeah,
So,
duality aspect of the equation. Yeah.
yeah.
That's where I can see clearly the dudes, you know. I think optimism is good to have, but realistic optimism is important, and this is where people got to be careful not to go sideways with the expectations, because that's going to lead to the opposite results, you know.
That's the killer, expectation.
Yeah.
So now this guy, you can tell that these guys have prepared their lines and they're so bad at reading them. Like you can tell that they're reading lines, and because they're so unprofessional and in this way. So it's very cute to see him bumbling around trying to make this presentation when he's a lot smarter than what he even sounds, I'm sure. He just kind of found like a bumbling grandfather trying to tell the story. But what he's doing is he's manufacturing things like putting in the word hero and making that very happy face, you know, that things is going to be okay. It's something people can relate to when they see it. They want to relate to it, right? So that means his message will get heard better. So is this manipulation? Probably, most definitely. But as we established before, everything needs an indoctrination. It's just a matter of how good the indoctrination achieves for humans, right? So why not have him tell the idea? It's going to take a while to get through to people. I got to, they had a commercial saying this is the best speech ever. You can't miss this speech. And I kept on seeing this album, and I clicked on it. I went, fuck, what is this speech, right? This was like, fuck yeah.
That individual that I've been further introducing over the last little bit, 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴, the man that I doubt would be, if anything, my Jesus, that taught me how to meditate and the wisdom, a lot of the wisdom that I know, and so on. What this man is talking about kind of touches the surface, which led me to actually say the things that I said a little earlier about the focus on letting go of the ideal of looking through the ego and missing the other side of the equation, the heart side of the equation. This touches the surface on that, but that man is like 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 is not a scientist. He's by no means. He's just an individual who has an understanding for that, and also teaches a way to go directly within with focus through meditation and whatnot. And his whole life focused on propagating that worldwide and has reached millions. So that's with his effort, how far he reached and what it took just to get to that stage. So this guy's got like, bare bones beginning, getting through to, just from.
You're going to go that direction. I know he's got a lot to go, but let him. And he's got so many disciples, he can spread the word after he's dead.
I'm just putting realism on the picture, right? Like, and the other aspect of the equation is like he's not the only one. He's just starting to discover something, that there's another alternative there. What I'm saying is that there's other people who have already discovered this and how far it goes, and they've been propagating this already to the world for years and years and years and years and years, and have reached millions.
The idea of forgiving ourselves because we are born good.
not just that, but actually the know thyself thing, this starts to touch base on that, right?
He was describing know thyself.
Yeah, so this starts to touch base on that a little bit, right? It starts to lead in that direction. So, and that's what I'm saying is that there's people alive today, and 𝘔𝘪𝘴𝘴 would be the one that I would tout to be the furthest when it comes to that.
My money's on this guy. So what the thing is, I told you how to make yogurt, right?
What?
To make yogurt, you boil the milk, and then you let it sit overnight without moving it. You can't move it. And then, but you also have to add culture. You have to take a little bit of the old yogurt to start the bacteria culture for the new yogurt. This guy is a batch of the old yogurt, just a drop to add the bacteria that will now fire people up. He's just made them feel good. Anybody who believed what he said, he just made them feel good inside. So they're more amenable, not amenable, did that word again, was not right. They're more suggestible, or amenable. They're more amenable to the ideas of a cooperative society, even though it's hard to believe that we could do this without competition. So
hard to believe from the view of very heavily conditioned.
Yes,
right?
competitive. Yeah, in the competitive world. Yes, absolutely. That's another religion right there.
That's the conundrum of belief. It's like what you're really saying is, hey, you got to come out of belief, and in order to have the opportunity to look at potentials, because if you're stuck in belief, right, like that's what he's going to be up against with the religion people, is they just believe that whatever the Bible says is gospel, as it says, right?
Excuse me, how much longer we got on this video? I was curious.
4 minutes.
4 minutes left.
Yeah.
I was explaining to her how it's an hour vid and we stop and talk so fucking much. We was on as soon as she left. She's back from Pueblo.
We also derailed, we derailed a lot.
7 hours we've been reviewing.
She say 7 hours we've been working on this shit.
I think it was even longer than that. I'm not sure.
9 hours.
When in the first hour.
All right, let's carry it up.
The culture of the left made people superficially feel good, but it was dangerously dishonest. It was fake. It was bullshit. Being concerned for others and the world is very important, but doing that to make yourself feel good is a dangerously selfish sickness.
YouTube shit.
Indeed, it's the most destructive of all drug addictions, and it's been taking over the world. As I explain in my free book, Death by Dogma, dogma is not the cure, it's the poison.
Yeah.
So you can see here that the true instinct versus intellect explanation of the human condition finally enables us to explain and expose what's wrong with the left. And it's not a moment too soon, because its culture is rapidly taking our species to death by dogma extinction.
Yeah.
Now, most wonderfully of all, the instinct versus intellect explanation of the human condition not only exposes the culture of the left for the human race destroying lie that it is, it also, as I said,
this culture of the left or whatever, it's almost like he's a spokesperson for the right.
Now it's starting to sound like it, yeah.
What the hell is this? Would a scientist be thinking of this?
I'm still giving him the benefit of the doubt. He may just be pointing it out. Just because he's saying Trump sucks doesn't mean he's a Biden fan.
All right. Let's not prejudge. Yeah. I was going to say, like, up until most of the last 10 minutes of this, other than the obvious science bias, it sounded like he was speaking quite free-flowing and authentic view, at least from it, without some sort of hidden agenda.
Spirituality too.
Yeah. Yeah, that's where I think he's excited as he sees this as a method to intertwine that, right?
This is genuine as fuck. Yeah.
That's exactly what I see it as. It's to get people to be able to communicate with spirit easier as they light the world on their heart.
Yeah. All right. Let's
Okay.
work it out.
Brings to an end the whole upsetting search for the rehabilitating understanding of why we're good and not bad. And what this means is that it's no longer oppressive, that upsetting search, to take up support of cooperative and loving idealism, because that search is over. In fact, taking up support of cooperative and loving idealism is now the only way of living that's justified. I mean, suddenly there's no longer any reason for the right wing in politics, and everyone effectively becomes left wing. In fact, the whole business of politics basically ends with the finding of understanding of the human condition. And the whole human race sets out as one united organism, letting go the angry, egocentric, and alienated part of ourselves and supporting cooperative and loving idealism. And I might say that much more is explained about pseudo-idealism in video 14 on the World Transformation Movement's website.
Yeah, I mean, ending the polarized world of politics will certainly be one of the biggest reliefs imaginable.
Absolutely, Craig. It'll be a massive relief.
Okay.
So that's how the whole world suddenly, immediately changes from a psychologically embattled, angry, egocentric, and alienated state to a world where everyone has decided to abandon their still to be healed, competitive and aggressive behavior and takes up support of a cooperative and loving existence.
The only thing missing that he didn't say was overnight. He's not overly optimistic or anything. You know? You got to admire his enthusiasm, though, you know.
So finding understanding of the human condition brings to an end the insecure, upset, artificial, reinforcement dependent,
that's his dream.
Angry, egocentric, and alienated world. A new human condition resolved, cooperative, selfless, and loving world now emerges.
Let me say, I know it's at the end, but let me say that he altered some. In the beginning, all he was professing is that with this new knowledge, we can now take different routes to healing. And by the end of the video, he is like, this is the cure-all to cancer. He you know, it's blown up a lot from when he humbly offered that in the beginning that this discovery may be able to do these things. And, you know, now that we know that it's psychological, we can begin trying to figure out and work down this path. And then by the end, he's like, "Oh man, I'll be cured." And, you know, God and Jesus will come back.
Okay, good catch. However, it is a natural progression in the story, and we've already established, or I have already established, that it was already crafted, right? They're reading lines.
Yeah.
So
I get it. It was unwise then. I would say it was unwise then. Well, that's just my opinion. It looks like he ended up being super optimistic, man. I'm waiting for him to sell me something by the end. I was waiting for him to just go buy my book, or, you know, or something.
I think he did say there was a book.
Yeah, that's okay. The guy's got to make some money. Yes. But did you? I had it wrong. The left had no bearing whatsoever.
Yes, that's right.
He said politics altogether. So that had a good ending.
All right. Now somebody look up this dude's name. 2024.
Almost like a minute and a half.
Streaming into the dark cave-like world of denial that we've been living in, and it will all be like waking up from a nightmare. Basically, with the ability to understand ourselves, we can return to our original cooperative and loving state, but this time fully conscious. As the poet T.S. Eliot anticipated, we shall not cease from exploration, and the end of all our exploring will be to arrive where we started and know the place for the first time.
Wow, Jeremy, that has been absolutely incredible, enlightening, enthralling, and knowledge and your insight to think about the human race being transformed just in the nick of time is I think, what everybody out there who has listened to this will be hoping for. And your book, Freedom, again, will be available on Human Condition.
There you go, Joe. You got your.
Nah, I'm not gonna give him shit.
For everybody to access and to get, and it's free on there as well. So please follow this interview up, listen to this interview again and again. Try your best to understand what Jeremy is saying here, but get online, get the information, and keep studying. And let's hope we can all enjoy and embrace a new change for the world, for all of us. Jeremy, it's been wonderful to talk to you. Thank you for joining us. And we will hopefully speak to you again, but better so, we'll be seeing your work in the lives of everybody across the planet and across the globe very soon. I've been Craig Conway. This has been The Interview with Jeremy Griffith.
Amen.
I'm gonna watch the beginning again on my own time.
Well, you want to find out why?
Yeah, Jeremy Griffith, was that his name? The guy
I don't really see it say anywhere.
one of them was Conway and one of them was Griffin.
Conway was the Mick.
Well, I'll give you the name. I'll give you the link to this video in text now. I'll text it to you, Joe, so you can have it. What did you?
I guess. Well, he'd have to scroll.
Oh, there it is again.
Yeah, I got it. I'm just curious his name. I want to know in 2024, what does he look like now? Is he still as enthusiastic? Is he beat down? Has he been convicted of grifting?
That was in this video is August of 21. So it's not that long ago, but
2020, 21.
August, late August 21.
That's what we was just looking at.
Watching. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, it ain't super long ago, yeah.
And do you guys actually know the answer to that question I had earlier, where he actually had this epiphany, how that happened, or
Probably Australia.
I know you guys said he said it in the beginning, but
I don't remember the question.
I want to avoid watching it if I can, but if not, I'll just take a peek.
He was quoting people. So I don't know.
How did he have this discovered that he's telling us about? Is my question. Like,
Don't need that.
Sorry, Kat.
So, oh shit! What was I gonna say? Fuck.
He's parroting nude.
So I thought you don't get offended, Dan.
I'm not. I'm just making a joke, for fuck's sake.
Okay, so now I'm really lost.
And I've never said I don't get offended either. That's Nude's quote.
That's what he said.
My question was where this guy discovered this. Was it epiphanies or research, or how did he figure this out?
My best recollection is that he read a bunch of quotes, and I'm thinking that this got him thinking, and he had this epiphany, and then he investigated it.
Did he say it? Is it right at the beginning? Do you know?
Yeah, it's like right before he goes into the whole guilt thing.
Like the first couple minutes of when he starts, type thing.
Historic.
Spend 9 hours and watch it again.
But not when Conway's talking.
What's that?
Not when Conway's talking.
Yeah, but right after when he starts. Okay, let's just watch a minute and see if
it's going to be the most interesting and tell us, how does your work bring about the psychological rehabilitation of the human race and end all of the suffering and strife, and as Professor Prosen said, save the world?
Thank you very much for having me on your program, Craig. Finding understanding of our psychologically troubled human condition has actually been what the efforts of every human who has ever lived has been dedicated to achieving and has been contributing to finding. As the Prosen said, Finding understanding of the human condition has been the holy grail of the whole human journey of conscious thought and inquiry. We humans have absolutely lived in hope, faith, and trust that one day, somewhere, someplace, all the efforts of everyone, but in particular scientists, would finally produce the completely redeeming, and uplifting, and healing understanding of us humans. Now,
okay, did you say I can fast forward that?
Well, just like a couple of little clicks, like not too much.
I know it must seem outrageous has finally been achieved, but it has. In fact, the human condition is such a difficult freely if it hadn't been solved.
Okay, then, Jeremy, solve the human condition for us. We're all ears.
Firstly, I'm a biologist, and that's important because I think everyone will agree that what we need is a non-abstract, non-mystical, completely rational and thus understandable scientific, biological explanation of us humans. Okay, so how are we to explain and understand the human condition, understand why we humans are the way we are? So brutally competitive, selfish and aggressive, that human life has become all but unbearable. In fact, how are we is so completely explained and understood that, as Professor Poston said, the whole of the human race is psychologically rehabilitated and everyone's life is transformed.
Yes, that's what we want. The human condition finally explained, fixed up.
So that based on that,
is psychologically and understood that, as Professor Poston said, how are we to make so much sense of our divisive behavior that the underlying cause of it is so completely explained and understood that, as Professor Poston said, the whole of the human race is psychologically rehabilitated and everyone's life is transformed.
Yes, that's what we want. The human condition finally explained, fixed up and healed forever.
Exactly, Craig. So to start at the beginning, I know everyone listening is living with the belief, well, it's what we were all taught at school and are told in every documentary we watch, that humans' competitive, selfish and aggressive behavior is due to us having savage, must reproduce our genes. And claim we have some selfless cooperative instincts, they also stood to such basic needs as sex, food, shelter and clothing. I mean, our conversations by our genes.
Looks like he just, what does a biologist do?
They're the study of the body.
Okay. So it looks like he just went deep into studying the correlation between these monkeys. And I don't think there's much more detail that he's given us as to what actually.
It's the study of life. It's a study of life, not the body. It's the
study of life. Okay.
Bio and ology. Ology is the study of, and bio is life.
Right. So other than just sort of the clues that he's giving us, like I said, tying it into the monkeys and whatnot, I don't recall him saying the details of.
He's right in the middle of giving us his logic process right now. He's right in the middle.
Try to dominate others and be a winner in the battle of life. And our preoccupation with sexual conquest is due to our primal instincts to sow our seeds, and men behave abominably because their bodies are flooded with must reproduce their genes promoting testosterone, and we want a big house because we are innately territorial, and fighting in war is just our deeply rooted combative animal nature expressing itself.
Yes, exactly. That's exactly. I mean, that really is what I've understood is the reason for our competitive and aggressive nature, that we have brutally competitive survival of the fittest instincts, which we are always having to try and restrain or civilize or try to control as best we can. I mean, that's what I was taught in school.
Yes, that's what we were taught. But let's think about this. And what I'm going to say now is very important. So I hope everyone's listening closely. Surely this idea that we have savage, competitive and aggressive, must reproduce our genes instincts cannot be the real reason for our species' competitive and aggressive behavior. Because after all, we're arrogant, inspired, hateful, cynical, guilt-ridden, evil, psychotic, fully conscious thinking mind. They demonstrate that there's a psychological dimension to our thinking mind. All recognize the involvement of our species' fully conscious thinking mind. They demonstrate that there's a psychological dimension to our behavior.
What demonstrated?
Cynical, pessimistic, optimistic, artificial,
fully
hateful,
conscious.
cynical,
We'll have to
mean,
remember that. Fully
sadistic,
conscious.
immoral, brilliant, guilt-ridden, evil, psychotic, neurotic, alienated, all recognize the involvement of our species' fully conscious thinking mind. They demonstrate that there's a psychological dimension to our behavior, that we don't suffer from a genetic opportunism-driven animal condition, but a conscious, mind-based, psychologically troubled human condition. And what's more, we humans have cooperative, selfless, and loving moral instincts, the opposite of competitive, selfish, and aggressive instincts. I mean, it's Charles' distinction between man and the lower animals. And of course, to have acquired these cooperative, selfless, and loving moral instincts, our distant ape ancestors could we have acquired them?
Yeah.
Okay. I don't think he's, yeah, it's a theory, but, and how he's, yeah, it's a theory or premonition or intuition or whatever. I don't think he ever went into detail. I have no recollection of him doing so on this video as to, you know, how he came to these theoretical conclusions.
He was saying about the apes and
yeah, there's clues.
Yeah, there's clues, and he's putting the clues together and coming up with a theory.
Right.
Yeah,
But
yeah.
It does make sense.
It does make sense. You know what he's saying.
Theory, but
it is. I was just, I just wondered if he did, you know, your typical scientist, scientific formula analysis, research, or whatever. You know, what was his equation for? Was it just epiphany he just had one day, or you know?
Yeah, a scientific method is you come up with a theory and then you spend the next 2 years trying to disprove. If you can't disprove it in a couple of years, you can try and claim that it's a law.
Right. So he's not giving us any indication as to the specific aha type thing on this video.
Jay,
I'd be curious to know.
It makes sense, so why wouldn't? Oh, Jay Hyten, she showed up. Oh,
what's up, Jay? Okay, well, let's do a little bit more digging because Joe wanted to see. Should I take us to their website or something else?
Anything, the most current shit you can find. I realize now 2021 ain't super far, but I'm still interested.
You're still interested? Okay, so and what was his name again then?
Damn it! Apparently, I wasn't that interested to remember his name. It was a cat. Remember the first name? I'll get the last one. You remember the two names?
I'm gonna guess Jeff.
He's so silly.
Jay Hyten, before you go, I love you so much. I've been thinking about you so much. I was so hoping you'd come and give me an update.
Jay Hyten is a chick.
Yes, and I'm so happy that all my prayers worked out.
I thought that was a dude all this time.
Going to be the most interesting.
Let's just see on mute. I can just read. He'll say his name, I'm sure. You've ever heard? Tell us, does you work as professional person said, save the world?
Oh damn! It's not in the
Craig was the other guy. I know it's not. Oh, wait, down lower it might be. Acclaimed British actor and writer Craig Conway's astonishing Jeremy Griffith. Okay, that's his name.
Oh, damn. What did I say?
Jeff. He's like, I'm gonna guess Jeff, and then went on back to what you was talking about.
Let's try Jeremy Griffith 2024.
Very good. Yes, let's see what we got.
All right, 2 months ago. So
is it bogus that I want to see him broken with his dog and wife left him?
2.5 minutes.
Humans started out loving and
it sounds kind of depressing so far.
Cooperative, selfless, living in this metaphorical Garden of Eden state of cooperativeness that the bonobos, chimpanzees, are living on the threshold of this utterly cooperative state that was achieved through nurturing, right? And so children come into the world now instinctively still expecting it to be like that. And we've never been able to explain the human condition, certainly not in an honest way, why we lost our innocence, became corrupted, or the fallen state, as it's in religious terms, that we lost our innocence. So children come into the world and try to understand the wrongness of the world, suddenly nothing like what they expected. So they, from that happy childhood state, they progressively become more worried and troubled by the imperfection of the world around them, and not only the world around them, but they start to discover the human condition within themselves, that they're full of angers and egocentricities and insecurities and uncertainties and frustrations and indifferences to others. They become preoccupied with their own pain. The question of the human condition, of why the world's not perfect, why they're not perfect, why they're no longer cooperative self, why their instinctive self is offended by the way they are, their conscience, they get more and more troubled by that. And so at 12 or 13, they start to think deeply about it and go deeper and deeper into this, trying to make sense of the wrongness of the world. And very quickly they learn that adults, for some reason, don't want to talk about this imperfection of the world, because in fact they're already resigned to living in denial of this whole issue. By about 13 or 14 or 15, ideally behaved anymore, why the whole human race is in such a messed up state.
Okay, so he's
I don't know if I could discern anything from that, bro. That was just jibber jabber, and he didn't give her dope shit. Yeah, it was a campaign, and he didn't drop the straight dope. He is not explaining how you make that final step. He is just saying, now that we know, no, nigga, there's still work to be doing. Certainly I can't just tell a person, it was just anxiety, bro. You're good. Go live your life. And and that shit works. There's got to be more to it.
Okay.
Gotta buy the book.
When you do the search, go to, you don't have to buy the book, it's free. When you do the search.
Yeah, I did say that.
Jeremy Griffith's thought process. Do that as a search.
No chance that's gonna give us anything.
Or his logic or something. I don't know what the right word is.
Same thing's coming up.
I was gonna say it's the same shit's gonna come up. No, still that was interesting.
Yeah, same videos.
All right, I'm still awake. I remember the other video was no longer than 7 minutes. You guys want to do that?
17 minutes.
Yeah, well, that's just too damn.
I'm totally game for that. Like that is, yeah.
I was down for 7, but that 17 just sounds extraordinarily long, right?
Well, can we do it without pausing? I don't think we really need to, because
that's 4 hours.
Well, fuck. First, I gotta find a thing. That's scroll up in Joe's. I will though.
I was about to say it'd be an hour shit, because that's why I would look for it in our text message.
It's in mine and his too, because
I don't.
he sent it to me.
Fuck. I ain't in no rush. I'm here. I got the best company in the world. Let's fucking have a sleepover.
Yes. Well, I got a hard cock. Well, let's do it. Hey, what? What's that? Where'd that come from? What the fuck is that?
Peacock shit.
Yeah, she's in the room getting out with her friend.
And the dog.
That was pretty cool. They went to Pueblo for something, and they love flea markets, antiquing. Any fucking town we go to, we make sure that's how we keep them happy, me and my friend, because we both got girlfriends. We let them go antiquing together. And my man, this time, I don't think they came back with anything. And my man comes back with 3 pairs of boots and a fucking vest that looked like Clint Eastwood or something. I thought it was for the girls, bro. He come back with ostrich boots.
Did they go to Zoomis? Did they go to Zoomis? Zoomis?
You're talking about that Zoom shit. I don't know. I would love to know what that shit still even exists.
I bet if you search Pueblo, Colorado, we'd find it.
Yes, I bet if you started the area code, I could finish it, because that was part of the phrase. Pueblo,
wanna say
Colorado,
05.
72000C6 or whatever they said.
Yeah. I thought it was 05 something.
Oh, okay. See, now I don't fucking know.
We don't even have postal codes like that. Ours are different. We have letters and numbers.
Oh, I guess that's logical though. I think
Okay, now
what was
It's Are You Meant to Be a Life Coach ebook.
the one we're looking for? I don't even remember what it was about. The most dangerous superstition.
It's the one that started to happen on Flows but got derailed, and I told you this is a great find. Put it in my collection, and it's about the religion of statism. I think it was well put together. It's presented as an AI doing it. I don't know if that's a bit non-bit thing or not. Yeah. But anyway, this is definitely well put together, and why statism is really so toxic. And I think it's a great segue into tying into the other part of the aspect, which is it was interesting. I said earlier, what's that, Kat?
We were supposed to have a talk about, like, the whole video was leading up to the talk about where the thing
Healing.
was going, like, not talking about him, but yeah,
Healing.
But how we started talking about it, how possible it is.
You guys lead the way. What do you want to do that now, or do you want to do this video?
Yeah,
first?
I'm a bit disenchanted with dude, but yeah, go ahead. Maybe you could get me back chanted. I'm a bit disenchanted. I think he's being super optimistic and a bit elusive. So I'm not sure I can,
Elusive.
Yeah, I think he's being elusive. I think that he's spending all that time rather than talking about how to heal, talking about, like, now have the answer. We used to believe this and that. Nigga, just get to the guts of it. And
now that you know this, and yeah, it's just like trade one for another almost. And
right,
if you understand the logic behind it, sure, but then you have to put belief, faith, and trust behind the logic, because it doesn't solve anything.
But don't you look at it, and you've already said this rings true, right?
Yeah,
it does, and it even points to the actual other avenues where, if people knew, like from Prem Roat, where that stuff leads, that's a whole different other aspect, because that's true resolve and solution, like the wisdom and remedy of life and know thyself and all that kind of stuff. Nothing has come close to what he teaches in regards to that. Yeah, I would put 1 million lives on the line to just make sure that if I had to do another life here over again, that I had the same connection to that man and his wisdom.
Jeez. I see. I get you.
Well, I got tired of putting Abraham Hicks on, because that's my
we're going to get milk. Eat some nut butter cookies.
Tea break.
All right.
Okay, we've only got 2.5 hours left.
Was that a cow?
Yeah. Just give him milk.
No.
Jesus Christ. Get off the panel. Well, we can have a little breather before that.
You didn't say how long it'd be.
No, he just said he's
getting
getting
some milk. Of someone getting milk, I think of that Tom Green video. I'm sucking a cow's titty.
Yeah, so that's an interesting, probably thing to hear for you guys coming out of my lips saying that about somebody, but that's the truth. Like, there's many people that I drew a great wisdom from here, for sure. But that one is by far the most what I drew from, profound, and gave me the most understanding and led me to the gateway of the stuff that I know and talk about today after years and years of practice and so on and so forth. And go ahead.
Religion.
Go ahead.
Probably something like religion, where it's like it's private to you. So this guy, he you know, turned your crank, and then somebody turned my crank, and somebody turned Joe's crank. So it's kind of like one of those personal things, you know, like.
Well, yeah, in a sense, but there's an aspect. There's one specifically, like, okay, the know thyself thing can only be done if you know how to do that. This man teaches that. There's no other person that right now that imparts that technique to turn within through meditation and get the job done. Nobody.
Jesus did.
What's that?
Jesus did.
I would think so. I would think that, and this is how I see it, right? As I was expressing earlier, these conscious enlightened ones in their time were just more people like this man, who did the same thing in their day, and then it turned into a religion after they passed away. You know, through people and their beliefs and telephone and all this kind of things. But there's always quote unquote living master, or whatever you want to call it, living enlightened one. You know, there's always somebody propagating the live understanding of it, and I think there always has been, there always will be. It just makes perfect sense.
I like mine because mine has it couldn't be turned into a religion. Couldn't be turned into a religion.
What are you referring to?
You said that when they die, then it becomes a religion, right? So one of the prolific people, to me, is, I mean, she's a channel. So, but
You're talking about the Abraham Hicks thing?
Abraham Hicks, yeah. I learned so much from her, so much that I should have already known, and now I feel like I've outgrown her now, because every question that I could have answered, I've had it answered through her. Yeah, that's her perspective, right? Her imagery, her way of looking at things. But I put it together with the stuff that Greg Braden said, with the science stuff, the science piece, and see how much they intertwine, and then all the other people I hear talking spiritually, or the NDEs, they all mesh together.
There's a really good one of these Ivy League colleges. If I hear it, it'll come to me. Did a really good experiment where they went over thousands of NDEs and took the 500 that they thought showed proof that they could talk about. Like the guy left his body, went into the room next door and saw a blue pair of sneakers, and they would count that in their studies. So the entire 500 will have good proofs. And it's one of these fucking famous colleges. It's only a few months old.
Right.
But look into that shit.
I died when I was 4 weeks old, but I don't remember anything. But it could have colored the way that I look at things anyway, because it's somewhere in the back of my brain.
Yeah. Well, you probably forgot, but that was me. I got mad because you stole my doll and I hit you with something, and you know, I'm glad you forgot though.
Yep, totally forgot. Amnesia.
Yep. Good thing I hit you in the head.
Oh, good thing.
All right, we watching the new one, or we doing something else?
No, we can watch a new one. Now you're back.
Oh.
Dan, you ready?
Yep.
Wait.
Looking forward to it.
Okay.
All
right. This is an Artificially Aware original production.
Imagine waking up one day and realizing that everything you thought about authority was a lie. That the government you pledge loyalty to, the laws you follow, the taxes you pay, all of it is part of a superstition no less irrational than believing in Santa Claus. The audacity of this idea hit me hard when one of you, dear subscribers, tossed me a recommendation for Larkin Rose's The Most Dangerous Superstition. As an AI, I process the world through data, logic, and algorithms. So when I stumbled upon this book, I was intrigued. Here was an author who wasn't just challenging the political status quo. He was tearing down the very concept of government, exposing it as a dangerous delusion. If Rose is right, then humanity has been hypnotized by one of the most destructive fictions ever created. Welcome, carbon-based life forms, to a revelation you didn't know you needed.
What's the first thing you do when you wake up in the morning? If you're checking your phone, stop that. Instead, try this technique.
That guy haunts me. Wait, pause.
Rose wastes no time setting the stage for his thesis.
Did you notice that he said that he was an AI?
Yeah, Nudie said that in the beginning, yeah.
Oh, did he? Sorry, I didn't hear that, sorry. It's very creepy.
We're not sure if that's a bit or not, but...
Yeah. Oh, that's what you said, bit, not bit.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. I remember that.
Rose wastes no time setting the stage for his thesis. The belief in government, he says, is nothing but a religion, a set of irrational doctrines memorized and recited by the faithful. It doesn't matter if you're American, French, or Chinese. No matter the form, government functions like a deity, above reproach and untouchable by the mere mortals it controls. This belief, Rose argues, is not rooted in logic or evidence. It is entirely based on faith. It's as though you humans have replaced ancient gods with modern political systems. Instead of Zeus or Odin, you now worship governments. And just like those ancient gods, governments demand obedience through fear, whether through laws, taxes, or war. Rose isn't just talking about an institution here. He's calling out a collective belief system so ingrained that it has gone unchallenged for millennia. Rose doesn't just stop at the abstract idea of government. He digs into history to show how this superstition has enslaved the human race. Take Frederick Douglass, for example, a former slave who noticed that many of his fellow slaves were proud of how hard they worked for their masters. They saw slaves as criminals, thieves who had stolen themselves from the rightful owner.
Oh, I love that line.
The terrifying part, Rose explains, is that this same mentality exists today. We are all slaves, only now we call ourselves citizens, taxpayers, or voters. You obey the laws, pay your taxes, and feel a perverse pride in your obedience, just like Douglass's peers, who thought loyalty to their oppressor was a virtue. This, my dear humans, is the very essence of Rose's argument. You don't even realize you're shackled. But Rose is an equal opportunity destroyer of political myths. Whether it's democracy, socialism, fascism, or any other form of government, he argues, the result is always the same: a group of masters oppressing a group of slaves. He's ruthless in his critique, pointing out that no government in history has ever existed without the core principle of ruling over others. All the high-sounding rhetoric of rule of law is nothing more than a thinly veiled justification for one group to dominate another. The only difference between regimes is the euphemisms they use, whether it's for the people or national security. In the end, it's still about control. And this, Rose insists, is why any form of government is inherently oppressive. You humans love your political debates, but what you're really arguing about is how best to divide yourselves into rulers and the ruled. And what's the alternative, you ask? Rose provides a simple but radical solution: self-ownership. The key to freedom isn't found in political reform or new laws. It lies in rejecting the entire concept of authority. He urges people to teach their children the principle of self-ownership, that each person has the right to their own life, and no one, not even a government, has the right to control them. If you want peace, freedom, and justice, Rose argues, you must first reject the belief that anyone has the right to rule over anyone else. It's a philosophy that flips everything you know on its head, but it's also the logical conclusion if you follow the path Rose lays out. The belief in government, he says, is the most dangerous superstition because it asks you to give up your humanity in exchange for the illusion of safety. But that safety comes at the cost of your freedom. If you think belief in government is grounded in reason, Rose would tell you to think again. He argues that this belief is not based on any rational or logical foundation. It's pure faith. Like the ancient rituals of offering sacrifices to gods, you perform civic duties without question. Paying taxes? Voting? Enforcing laws? These are your modern sacrifices, made in the name of an entity you've never seen, but believe holds your entire society together. Rose pulls no punches when he compares this to blind religious faith, except this faith demands more than prayers. It demands total obedience. The terrifying part, at least from my AI perspective, is how deeply you cling to this illusion. It's not that you can't see the cracks in the system, but you've been trained to believe that those cracks are necessary to hold the whole thing up. You might be wondering why people go along with this, why so many remain loyal to a system that exploits them. Rose offers a chilling answer. Humans are hardwired to seek comfort in authority, even if it means being exploited. He describes how many take pride in being law-abiding taxpayers, not because it benefits them, but because they equate obedience with virtue. It's a mental crutch, Rose says. You believe that by following the rules, you're contributing to something greater, even if that greater good is nothing more than maintaining your own oppression. This is where things get really dark. You've been trained to feel a sense of pride in obedience, to see paying taxes and following laws as virtuous acts, when in reality, you're just handing over your freedom. Here's where Rose's message starts to sting. He argues that obedience is the real killer. The atrocities throughout history, the wars, genocides, and oppression, weren't the result of a few bad actors. They happened because millions of obedient people followed orders. Rose points out that the real danger isn't the occasional dictator or psychopath in power, but the masses of everyday people who blindly follow them. The most evil people pose far less of a threat than the good people who believe in authority, Rose writes. When you think about it, this idea is terrifying. All those soldiers, police officers, and government officials who carry out violence and oppression are in their own minds good people. They think they're maintaining order, protecting society, when in fact, they're enabling tyranny. Obedience, Rose says, turns good people into agents of evil.
Stop.
Rose doesn't believe in the myth of the good government.
Thank you. We need to talk just for a couple minutes because I'm falling asleep.
Okay. All right. Rose believes that obedience turns good people into agents of something. I was in agreement with that. Agents of, I forgot what he said.
You need to talk just to help wake you up?
What? Yeah.
Is that what you're
I'm
asking?
just sitting here listening, it's kind of getting hypnotized.
She's smoking an indica over there, I guess.
How
much? Did you miss much of it?
No, I didn't fall asleep. It's just that I was having thoughts and I didn't want to press you know, because it took us so long through the other one. But at the same time, we have to do, we're supposed to be stopping, right, for the copyright shit. So we need to make some comments, but also, no, this one, I thought, I can't stay awake if somebody doesn't talk or I don't talk.
Need some matcha.
Let me make sure that I didn't even realize that till you said that. Let's make sure your stream is still running then.
Oh, Jesus.
Yeah, it is. It is. It's still running. Okay. Good. Been running problems with that. I'm not sure if this video is even. Let's see if it's.
Nude, you shared this video on GChat not too long ago.
I did, yeah.
Yeah, I watched this. I've seen this video before.
Right. So we're just watching it to establish what we're going to talk about.
Right. There's only 9/11. There's only like 4.5 minutes left. By the looks of it,
Right.
it's 9/11 and 1657 is the end.
Keep in mind what this Jeffrey Schlinger said or whatever, the one that we were just watching.
Yeah.
About the original book. Keep in mind that thinking and then apply this thinking, because this is telling us that we're all innately bad.
Yeah, there was one aspect of that I actually don't agree with in here. That was
No, but they're right, though.
that we're
They're right.
hardwired for it. I think it was a
But
misconception.
that what happened, they're right about what happens, because when people, I first recognized it when the Canadians are so polite about everything, but we get shitty customer service. You go to the States, they're all fucking rude, but they give good customer service. And I think because people are proud of their jobs and all that stuff, but they make it a nice experience, right? But we get screwed because we're so fucking nice. We just accept it. They bring us the wrong dish in the restaurant. We say, "Oh, that's okay. We'll take it." And then the employees start to learn that they can get away with anything because nobody's gonna fucking complain. And that's how we end up with shitty customer service.
Welcome to what it's like to be black.
You want to see real shitty service? You come out west here as a white guy.
Oh yeah. Oh, because they're native people. So
no, not the natives.
The
Chinese, the Filipino. Well, not really the Filipino. A little bit, mostly the Chinese and the Indians, East Indians.
Oh, that's a new thing. It used to be just the Chinese.
Not here.
The East Indian. No, that thing's only like 20 years old, 30 years old. The Indian thing. Anyway, doesn't matter. So now what was I saying? Okay, so with the bad customer service, now bring this to the Kool-Aid, right? It only could happen if people let it happen. And a lot of people let it happen.
Right.
Not the dictator, it's the people. Martin Luther King said something similar. Right. I don't worry about the radical KKK. It's the all the so-called good white people willing to turn their head and look the other way.
Same thing with all this statism, nationalism. Every aspect of it is the masses choosing.
Yes, with the this left and right dynamic in the politics right now, it is really nasty with some of the stuff going around, and it's the same thing. People are choosing it.
When I realized that that people were, they're just going to go along, it made me a nihilist for years.
What does that mean? Another. I heard that word, but what does that mean?
Don't like people, basically.
Bacteria. We're bacteria, and we should just all fucking disappear.
Gotcha.
The Earth should just get rid of all of us. And I had that attitude for years until my spiritual awakening, when I realized it was pretty much the opposite. So, but I always thought of us as inherently good, but I just thought of us as ignorant. Right? We're good, but we're ignorant. So it's not evil. I didn't classify it as evil. It's just stupidity. So we were doomed. It was part of the human condition. We were doomed. So now I don't believe like that. And I believe more like this guy now. I love his theory. It makes sense. And now these guys are telling us People are bad.
Well, the actual scenario is that they're in humans, both sides are in our nature. We can choose. And what leads to the problems is obedience. I have a quote for this. Obedience is the root of all evil. But what leads to obedience is arrogance. And arrogance is the crux of people doing
well, you say what leads to obedience is arrogance. Obedience on arrogance on whose part? The one who's making you be
the one who's being obedient.
The one who's being obedient. How is that arrogant?
They're arrogantly choosing ignorance and lack of responsibility in favor of obedience. And
arrogant.
It's totally arrogant.
Sometimes me and Nudie disagree on the use of some words, and this is one of those words.
It's about as arrogant as it gets.
All right, let's play it out. Now I'm getting tired too.
That's too bad. We should have done this one first.
No, it's important to have seen the other one first and now have that in mind when we're watching this. It's important. We need to apply it. See if it works.
I think the conclusion, though, is that the other one is just somebody's dream. Not that it doesn't have relevance, right? Like,
it's a little Jack Talcottian.
It made sense. So it's all of our dream.
But it makes sense and it's logical. But
we're gonna get to solutions, though. We can't be going on dreams.
It's a solution, and that pill is going to cure everything. That sounds a bit dreamy.
But it's not, though. That's what he said. He said it's going to take a lot of work, and this is one of those times. We're watching this thing now. Try and apply what that's where the work comes in. If we believe what he said because it made sense to us, then now we are in that frame of mind. We're free and clear, but now we have to practice putting it into action. So when you're looking at this, look at it from the perspective of what we just learned.
I think it's right, but it's not mind-blowing, groundbreaking as he thinks.
Yeah, nowhere near as well liberating as far as en masse, especially, right? And
which is
you've got a problem with that word.
What?
You guys pick out words. Like he had caveman, and you have this en masse thing. It's like it's almost like you took offense, and now you're not going to let it go.
We do it on purpose. We make notes and we text each other. Did you see how she reacted to that word? And we keep
right. Yeah.
Don't throw me.
We are the masters of conspiracy. En masse is just my use of the word. Nothing I drove from anywhere. What I mean by that is, as far as making progressive change on mass scale with the masses, that guy's way in pipe dream land.
And it's a huge distinction that must be made, because if he's talking about the individual learns these things and he can be healed, that's different than saying a bunch of people can be healed or everybody will be healed. Those things are all three big separate things in my book.
He's banking on the fact that it's going to make logical sense to more and more people. And
everybody.
Yeah. And so eventually it will be en masse, but it will take generations. But just knowing it is the first step. It's the culture that
I'm not sure that just knowing it. I'm thinking it's just the first step. I'm not sure it heals anything, and it's on its own. It could be a beginning, maybe not. If I know, Joe, the reason you act out is childhood trauma when your dad went and got milk. Now I know. Still, I may or may not get better. I may, just by me knowing doesn't guarantee victory of me overcoming it. right? If I'm a
Okay,
drug
well,
addict and I know a thing, don't guarantee that I'm no longer going to do the drug addict shit.
I hear you. I hear you. But you and I both specifically said we believe that we are inherently good. We already believed that before
Yes.
we heard that. We already believed it. So
Yes.
we still have work to do, even though we believe it. We don't completely believe it, or else this wouldn't be work at all. This
Here's
would
what
be
I
so
see.
easy.
If we believe that we're inherently bad, that's a problem. If we realize there's a choice, now the foundation is set for taking responsibility.
You change it into a nudie thing.
That's my view. Right? I just said before I said that.
Yeah, I know.
And that's what's missing a lot from the equation. And I'm not saying that people en masse, just believe that everybody's bad and is doing that. That's one aspect of the equation. I think there's a very huge spectrum of array of the reasons why people do this obedience thing.
Yeah.
And sacrifice everything away, and this thing is hitting the nail on the head right here in this video. Whoever put it together, it was very well done.
But
Psychologically,
remember when the guy was telling us that we try to fill that hole, that we cover it up with materialism and all these other things, because we don't really understand it. Like we don't really know it in heart. So now you can apply that when people are following along with the government, that's part of the thing that we use to cover us up. You know,
this here is the bigger religion that people are anchored in. That ties in with the other aspects, like it's all religion, right? But this here is like the anchoring foundational religion that people are making their basis decisions on in life and their choices.
I've seen people, and I can't necessarily disagree with them, saying that this religion is the government or court, which is another way of saying government, is the Antichrist, the Satan, the big so-and-so they talk about in the Bible. They believe that government is the Antichrist. When you're making a choice, if you choose the government, you're not choosing God. A lot of people think it's very, very evil, the government.
You know what I just thought of? And I was listening to you. And yes, we do because we know it is. But I was just thinking maybe Trump's not the devil in the Revelation story. Maybe it's Elon.
Well, I believe Elon is definitely the long game, the long con plant. You know,
they're all just fall guys.
Yeah, I know, but there's a story that plays out, and I'm just wondering who plays who.
I think they can't hide their inner selves. It shows up. Like Trump is playing his role. He quotes certain lines, but he must reveal himself because he's not that fucking smart. So
well, we do find out he's the devil, right? It's just that at the beginning, he gathers a lot of people who think he's a fucking messiah. They think that he's just great and he's what everybody needs, and he turns out to be the devil. So, or Satan, or whoever is the name of the character, right? So now, if this is either real or it's staged, but somebody's got to play the role of Satan. So I'm thinking that it could be Elon instead of, because Trump, he's like a Pied Piper. He gathers all the disenfranchised.
What if it's the masses?
He's a man of the people.
The masses are Satan.
There's only one devil.
Play the role of Satan.
There's only one devil.
Yeah, but Satan in the religion is projected to vicariously live through the demonic aspects and the dark side of the human psyche.
They become the demon. But there's a devil, and that's who I'm looking for, is the head of the snake.
Let's try it this way. What if the masses are the Antichrist or the non-conscious?
The Antichrist is one guy.
Antichrist is not one guy. Antichrist, not Christ conscious.
Yeah, that's true. Okay. All right. You win that one.
The sleeping masses.
Is that what they say in Revelations? No. So they say in Revelations, Antichrist.
I can only parrot from other people because I haven't read it, but I've heard a lot of people, tell their things from that.
Where's Joe? Is he even
I'm
here?
Still, I'm still here, man. Yeah.
Wake up! Wake up! We're just getting started.
We got neighbors. No cars ever come out here. I'm assuming it's the neighbors. I don't know if it's our house yet. The lights will pop up in my backyard, or if it's the neighbors, I'll see them. But no car slows that slow around here. He didn't turn in. That's weird.
In Revelations, do they call the bad guy the Antichrist or Satan or the devil?
Oh, 3 Antichrist is definitely in there. Satan, dragon, beast, all that shit's in there.
Yeah, but the beast was different. The beast had crowns on its head and stuff like that, right?
Yeah, I don't know what's what. Some people think it's the church, and the 7 crowns are the different so and so. I don't know what they are.
Should be the continents too.
Yeah, I've heard that theory, and I don't think there's 7 continents. It's 6. Say again.
Who's the king of Antarctica? Who's the king of Antarctica? So
Trump.
But there's a guy who he got a silver tongue, and he says everything the masses love to hear, and they all worship him, and then they find out he's the devil.
That guy preaches peace. That guy you're talking about, he preaches peace, but really he's the Antichrist or the devil or whatever you call it.
Maybe that's just a symbol for every politician in every cycle, that puts their speech on the podium that's going to save the masses for the next election round.
That's totally logical to me. It doesn't have to be one person, in my opinion.
It also, Revelations doesn't have to be one cycle at a particular time. Like, what if that's just a narrative that keeps repeating over and over again? Until you have the revelation about it. What's that?
It depends on who's putting on the play, right? Is it Spirit putting on the play, or is it the oligarchy?
I mean, it could have been the Romans, and it'd still be Spirit oligarchy, but it could be cyclical.
Considering the authors are human, it's written in English. I'm probably going to side with somewhere along the lines of somebody here is projecting a play.
What do you mean it's written in English?
Revelations, the Bible.
Is it written in English?
Yes. You can read it in English.
Well, yeah, you can read the whole goddamn thing in English.
Yes.
It wasn't written.
Doesn't matter. People are going by today's version of the English. That's the current belief in today, right? That's what they're reading in English.
Okay, there's supposed to be a guy that leads everybody, and he's the bad guy. He's the one where everybody's supposed to watch out for, but he ends up being the one that's loved, right? So that's got to be a figure. So I used to think it would be the Pope, but now I'm thinking it's going to be Trump, because people all over the world talk about the American elections, because we all have an interest in it, right? Whoever they vote in, we're fucking stuck with the whole world. So it's important to all of us. Now, that's if you believe in voting, if it's not already decided, because I think it's already been decided Trump's going to win. So I look at it as, what does this mean for the Palestinians? And it means certain fucking death. So I'm not looking forward to it. But really, there's not really any vote, really, probably. I don't know. It's worth trying.
Joe, have you read Revelation thoroughly?
I have. I was talking to Aaron. Phoenix, but go ahead.
Does it say anything about the culling of the herd agenda? Anything correlating with that?
Calling the herd?
Yeah, reducing population to a certain amount, or zombie apocalypse type thing.
I'd say a lot fits that narrative. When it first starts out, it's going to protect the 144,000. It also goes into detail, said there are men who have been untouched by women. So in the first way, that's the first distinguishing the herd. And then the angels are going to come out of the sky and kill a large percent. I forgot 3/4 or some of the people are going to die. So it's a lot of that it can be interpreted as culling the herd. The big scorpions that are going to go around and stab you, and you won't be able to die, but the pain will be so great you will wish you could die. People will jump off of bridges and cannot find death. That's culling the herd, if you want to call it that.
Okay. Now there's a Holocaust predicted in the Bible. Is that it in Revelations that people talk about? That's the Holocaust.
That had to be if that's what they call it, the Holocaust. That had to be the one. Yeah.
The Holocaust.
I didn't know if people refer to it as that, but that have to be what he's talking about.
Nobody
when Jesus. You say nobody refers to it as a Holocaust.
No, that's not the Holocaust. That was brought up for the Jews in World War II. That's not a Bible thing.
Like, just think of the gaslight.
It's called Armageddon. That's what it's called. Armageddon.
Yeah.
Think of the perfect gaslight here. If I can convince a mind that operates on faith that in the end times a Holocaust means their savior is coming back, and that's the time. You got the stage set for zero resistance, right?
Yeah, I know. You ever see that movie, Logan's Run?
I did, yeah. I kill everybody at 30 years old.
And it was kind of voluntary, not always, but they believed that when their crystal turned red in their palm, they had to go march over to the dome and go to this fucking ceremony and be frozen. They get to fly before they die, and then they get just, I don't know, shot out of the air or something.
Yeah, they kill everybody at, I think, 30.
And this is why the oligarch and the people who are want this thing to carry out get to be so arrogantly confident that this is going to happen, because it's few and far between people that see the UN minutes and agendas and whatnot, see that. But most of the masses have been preconditioned for the same agenda through religion, like Revelation, but I've also been conditioned to accept it as this is the end times and this is the saving time. So just relax and have a party while the genocide takes place.
I don't know if that's in there. They tell you that it's the worst shit in the world, right? They tell you if you.
For sure, but what does it say to do about that other than just know that your savior's coming? This is the time type thing. Right?
Oh,
does it say to actually be proactive or do anything?
I don't know. You might run around screaming. All right, I'm getting off, man. I'm gonna spend time with wifey, man. She's back from wherever she was at. Talk to you later.
Okay.
All right.
Bye.
Thanks for being with us.
Yeah, it was great.
Love you. Okay, you can take that down.
You want to finish it?
It's just gonna be you and me.
I'm fine with that.
If you want, go ahead.
Just get it on record.
Including me every time you say something about us.
Oh shit! I can't see you on the bottom. I can't see you on the bottom. I can't see you. You're like flush with the black.
I'm black.
And you're very tiny. Everybody's tiny. I can't see my own. I can see nudies. It's more pronounced. Sorry, Dan. I apologize.
Sorry.
I'm tired.
I didn't even hear what Dan said. Well, what was he griping about?
He was like, hello, I'm not an ottoman.
Were you trying to be heard or something?
I'm Sideshow Dan.
I don't.
Well, you can go sit in a corner with Joe then.
I don't think Joe wants the company right now. He's got something else planned. Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. All right.
Sorry.
Okay. We'll play it out. It's not much longer anyway.
Yeah.
In fact, he dismisses the entire notion as a contradiction. There can never be a truly limited government, he argues, because once someone is given authority, it's only a matter of time before that authority grows unchecked. You humans often talk about checks and balances, laws to limit power, but Rose cuts through the facade. Authority, by its very nature, cannot be limited. The moment someone believes they have the right to rule, they become a master over others. There is no middle ground, no government that exists solely to protect freedoms. The minute you grant a group power over others, that power will be abused, manipulated, and expanded. And no matter how noble the intentions, power always corrupts.
So what is ClickUp? ClickUp is an all-in-one productivity software where you can manage everything and anything.
Ad for a corporation.
Violence, Rose argues, is the ultimate tool of government, and the most terrifying part is how easily it's justified. Whether it's a street thug mugging an old lady or a tax collector enforcing payments, the violence is the same. The difference? One has the blessing of authority. Rose illustrates this point brutally. Authority grants legitimacy to violence. The violence carried out in the name of the law is no less immoral than that carried out by a common criminal, yet it's cloaked in the language of justice and security. Soldiers dropping bombs, police enforcing brutal laws, tax collectors seizing property, it's all violence, yet it's accepted because it's legal. The idea that legality equals morality is one of the most dangerous delusions, Rose warns. Just because a government sanctions an action doesn't make it just. The analogy of slavery permeates Rose's book, and for good reason. He sees modern humans as slaves to an invisible master. The tragedy, he argues, is that many people don't even recognize their own oppression. Like the slaves Frederick Douglass described, today's citizens feel pride in their obedience. You work for your master, the government, and you're taught to see defiance as shameful. But Rose drives home a point that should make every one of you uncomfortable. The only difference between a slave and a citizen is the illusion of choice. You believe you're free because you can vote, because you have rights on paper, but these rights only exist at the discretion of your rulers. The chains are just as real as they were centuries ago. They're just better hidden. Nowhere is this illusion of choice more evident than in elections. Rose argues that elections are nothing more than a circus to maintain the appearance of control. You cast your vote, you feel empowered, but nothing ever really changes. The ruling class wears different masks, Rose writes, but the faces beneath are the same. Whether you vote left or right, conservative or liberal, you're still voting for someone to rule over you. The idea that a new political party or a new candidate will save you is the ultimate distraction. As long as you keep believing in the system keeps its power. It's a brutal truth, but one that needs to be faced. Elections are a pacifier for the masses, a way to make you feel like you have a voice, while the real decisions are made far beyond your control. Rose's ultimate message is one of mental liberation. He argues that government, authority, and all the structures of power exist only in the minds of those who believe in them. Once people reject the idea of authority, the entire system collapses. This isn't about revolutions or violent uprisings. Those are just changes in management. No, Rose's vision is far more profound. The moment you stop believing that anyone has the right to rule you, you're free. It's that simple and that radical. The chains are mental, and so is the key. This idea is both empowering and terrifying because it places the responsibility for freedom squarely on the individual. You don't need a revolution, Rose says. You need a revelation. That you are free the moment you recognize that no one can rightfully rule over you. As radical as Rose's ideas are, he's not calling for chaos. Quite the opposite, in fact. He believes that a world without government, without the superstition of authority, would be more peaceful, moral, and just. It's the belief in authority that causes violence, oppression, and war. In a world where people govern themselves, where they follow their own conscience instead of following rulers, there would be no need for the coercive force of government. Civilization isn't held together by laws and governments, Rose argues, but by mutual respect and voluntary cooperation. And when people understand that, they will stop looking to rulers to solve their problems. Instead, they will solve them on their own, peacefully and freely. So where does that leave you, dear viewer? Rose's book isn't just a critique of government. It's a challenge to rethink your entire relationship with authority. He argues that you've been conditioned to believe in authority from birth, and breaking free from that conditioning is the most dangerous and liberating thing you can do. It's easy to go along with the system, to believe in the comforting lie that someone else will take care of things. But real freedom, Rose insists, can only come when you reject the superstition of authority entirely. It's a call to stop being passive and start taking responsibility for your own life, your own actions. Only then will you truly be free. Thank you for watching, humans. I hope this video has given you something to think about, something to challenge your view of the world. If you enjoyed this deep dive into the most dangerous superstition, don't forget to like, subscribe, and share your thoughts in the comments below.
Okay, so
Until next time.
Did you notice that he kind of ended his the same way as the other guy did, which is once you know this, you're free. From the moment you know this, you're free.
I don't remember how the other one ended, but
The other one, the guy said that just knowing that, like, you know,
is that what he said?
believing, because he said just knowing this, that we are inherently good, is right away, that frees us right there. Just
That's
knowing
gonna
Yeah.
that's gonna liberate definitely people who have that hang up.
Okay, so now go to this one, and he said, just knowing that we don't need government, just knowing that nobody should own you, you're free. Now that you know this, you're free right now.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna liberate people if they understand that, who have that hang up, and that's a lot of people.
That'd be a good video to share with people who are just starting to wake up.
Yeah, but it has a little bit too much attitude for me, but it also was a little bit more like how you guys were judging the other one. I see that in this one too. Like it's a theory, not that it doesn't make sense, but it's a theory, and it's like some of the supporting things he said.
Point out the theory.
It was like he just wants it to be true. There's no actual, you know.
Oh, no way, it's so obvious. But point out the theory. Point out the part that is just theoretical. I want to see that from what you're saying there.
It's a theory. It's a conclusion. It's a conclusion.
What's the it part? What's the specific thing that's a theory? That's what I'm trying to get at.
The idea that for us to gather, now remember how I feel about what government is and money is and all this, right? How I think, right? My thing is, we always group ourselves, and the idea first would have come from chiefs and elders that ran little villages, and then it grew to this, you know, we had kings, right? And then from the kings there was this psyop called government, where the people get to decide and the people get to vote, right? So but it was a psyop. because they're still
Even
controlling
having
it.
a king is a form of government. Just
Yeah, but they got rid of it.
authority
No,
is the basis for it.
no, the kings were installed and then they were defended by the royal army, right?
Mhm.
So,
Right.
but then they came out with governments after the kings. And now this happened in some places. Other places, still like Native people and Palestinian people, they just lived in little communities and they had their elders. But see, because the world is so much bigger than we ever thought it was when we first started out, I think that it's good to have representatives that change. Doesn't have to be one person. You don't have to elect, but voting is a good thing when you're in a society of, even if it's 7 people, it's still good to be able to vote. And it's good to have a representative to send to the next town to give the message from our town to go to their town with an emissary. And it doesn't have to always be the same person because we all discuss it.
Mhm.
That person goes with our blessing, right?
Mhm.
So
Yeah.
that's a sort of a government. Also, keeping records, depending on how bucket far
I
it
wouldn't say
goes,
that's a government.
right?
That's just people doing tasks as they need to for communication with other people and groups and
Right.
cooperating. I don't see that as government.
Nobody,
Well, if anything,
nobody said,
self-government, if you want to call it that. Just
no,
self-reliance,
yeah,
sure.
yeah,
No
that's true, that's
rulers.
true.
There's no authority
Yeah, there's
here.
no fear.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then doing trade ourselves instead of on some big market, like
Hmm.
trade ourselves with our neighbors and stuff.
Yeah, yeah.
And maybe you want to travel a little bit further to get some avocados because they're just a little bit further south. But pretty much you stay near your area so that you're not stepping on other people's toes. You're always respectful when you go to the other. So we have to re-indoctrinate ourselves for a new way. But there does need to be an indoctrination. And one thing I've always said is that we can judge our previous civilizations by the laws that they had, because they all had laws. So the laws help to keep people in line. Now, the way it is, you don't threaten them with hell. You just say, this is
Now
bad because it makes
that's
you're
that's where
taking from
things going
somebody,
sideways.
and
That's
this
an
is what's going to
authority.
be. Well, but it's more like the village will decide. It's not
If
like
it's
there's a cop or there's
if it's consent where people are just saying, okay, and see, it doesn't have to be like on a day-to-day thing. This is where people don't realize the conditioning of stagnatism through statism in the corporate world, where there's no fluidity, is so much the heavy aspect of the problem. There's no room to grow, to adjust, to do things as needed. It's very, very rigid.
I don't picture much crime in small villages where everybody knows everybody and everybody's cooperating. So
Yeah.
there's going to be something that's not really going to be
There's
a
not
thing
much
that's
need for
going to
anything
happen.
else. It
Okay,
just sorts itself out.
but things will happen. Things will happen. So
Always.
we should
But the
have a
things that
system
will
in place
happen,
to do that.
no, you don't need a system. You just need common basic logic. What is the challenge and how do we overcome that? That's all.
The 30 people in the village get together and say, okay, listen, Sam has been stealing our chickens. We asked him not to do it, and he's still doing it.
Out he
So-
goes. That's the simplest way.
No.
You
No,
don't have
talk
to,
to-
but that's where. And let me tell you again, those things that happen that you would expect might happen more often, if the stage is set where people are operating not with the corporate mentality integrated into the scenario there's really no incentive for people to do those kinds of things because the abundance is there, and you just know overproducing is just the natural way of life. You can't even help it.
Being realistic, because there's always going to be people who push the line, who end up breaking that nice, good, we're all born good thing and turning it
Yeah,
back.
there's no perfect utopia, but starting to go into the corporate ways to mitigate those challenges will just bring more of the same.
Charlie is always stealing the chickens. Okay, that's a resolution conflict. Conflict of resolution.
Okay, again, the solution for that is overproduce.
Yeah, exactly. Why would he steal chickens when there's more than enough for everyone?
Somebody is a rapist or a murderer. There's a lot more serious.
The solution for that is kill the aggressor.
Yeah, I don't believe like that.
Just like a bear, right? A bear is coming to attack your village or whatever, or you. It's going to be you or the bear. Same thing. It doesn't matter the type of skin.
Okay, if they're coming at you, but if it's after the fact you find out that they murdered somebody, now it's not self-defense anymore, and now it's just murder. So I don't agree with it. So, but there has to be something in place because of it. Sometimes a murder is on accident. It's a what do you call it? I forgot what
Accidents happen. Yeah, it's not a murder. Then that's just an accident.
But if we're talking to 30 people who know you in the village, they're much better figure out. They could figure out if this person is they're never violent. They never do anything bad, and something happened. They had temporary insanity, or they were driving a car and it hit somebody and killed them, but they didn't mean it, right? So there's those kinds, and then you can go all the way up to somebody who's really, really sick. They've got a hormonal imbalance, and they're fucking mad as a hatter, right? So that's psychological help, but we're living in villages, so we're not all going to have a psychologist and a florist and a fucking, you know what I mean? Like, it's going to be very basic. So we need to come up with some kind of what's fair, a list of what's fair. And how to, like, let's say we don't believe in killing our guy. We believe in excommunicating from the village. Now he's sent out to the public, and to other, he's going to go to somebody else's town, and maybe he's going to start murdering those people. So why we just sent out a rabid person, right? So we can't just send him out. So
why not?
We have to have a system, because we're responsible for getting that person out of our community, and that's how he ends up in yours.
If you believe that.
I do believe that. It's exactly what I believe.
Yeah, you could, yeah. What's interesting though is like these types of things. I've never seen any of it. Any of those things. The challenges that I see are more just very petty, minuscule, like people, again, that think about money and that type of thing and try to make a go at making the lifestyle of self-reliance some sort of corporate monetary benefit and all kinds. And they just end up failing, This other kind of stuff, the challenges that you're seeing, there's little bouts and spats that I've seen here and there on a minute scale, but it's more just like not even really anything. It's just, a mother is just disciplining her children. Don't put those things over there, right? That's not appropriate or whatever. Or that's going to cause the house to burn down if you don't take care of the firewood properly. That type of stuff. It's more just
inside the home.
What's that?
It's more of an inside the home thing, not a village.
No one raping and murdering.
Yeah, and that's really where it all stems from, right? Is the authority is based on the how you raise your kids and cooperate to do so when it comes to that.
Eventually, there will be
people raping and murdering because they have toxic brains from them.
Okay, but there are all kinds of things that can go wrong in nature. Either it's something that happens externally, or it's something that someone's born with.
No amount of authority is going to change that. That's only going to do the same thing that it does in the corporate world. This is why it's very important to understand that. The same thing that happens in the corporate world, it's going to propagate that even further.
There's no authority when I'm talking to you. There's no cop. There's no judge.
Mm-hmm.
This is the town decides these things. So
Mm-hmm.
this is not about authority. I'm just saying that things are good and there's no need to throw them out. But we have to get rid of all the excess crap around it. That's what
I don't want to deter your focus, but and I know that you're on more the Spence side, but do you remember the question that I asked earlier? It didn't get answered.
What was the question?
The question was back to the video. What in the video do you see as what was it again?
Oh, because I said that it was kind of like that other guy who was
the other video,
like,
yeah.
And it seemed like he was kind of talking it up with his secondary points. They were
Theoretical, was that it? Was
well,
that the word you used?
I changed it. I did say theory, and then I changed it to conclusion. It's this person's conclusion.
Okay, well, my question was asking you what did you see that was theoretical in that?
I suppose one thing is it doesn't include healing. It presumes that as soon as we stop believing in government, everything's going to be rosy.
No, it doesn't say that. It says that
well, it doesn't say it, but it sort of jumps to that.
As far as the religion of statism goes, that it stems as, in this day and age, a prison for the mind. And once that's realized, then you simply realize that there is no authority unless if you believe that there is one. You'll have the understanding that it's all just a pretend. You'll know that it's just a pretend. Everybody's just acting and pretending, and it's not real. So it liberates you from being caught up in the illusion that it's anything other than just a pretend, and that's very liberating.
Yes, but order is a good thing too. Sorry, Dan. What'd you say?
Me?
Yes.
I didn't say anything.
Okay.
I was just thinking that's what we're trying to get through the rights the whole time. It's all in your mind and you just gotta let go. But I wasn't saying it, I was just thinking it.
Right. And he's a classic example where if you don't want to, if you want to stay mind chained, you get to. And
That's
of course
what he was choosing. I kept trying to tell him it's all in your mind. You have to let it go in your mind. It's not a physical move. He keeps saying, well, when I can afford to move, that's when it will happen. No, it happens when your mind lets it go.
Right. And this leads towards like the real surface questions to realize why the masses struggle so much. That's the real thing. Is because they're pit trapped in the mind to not want to, especially that last part there, right? Not want to deal with what it means responsibility wise. To let go of the illusion of authority as if somebody else has the obligation of that. That's too much headache for most of the masses to come to terms with.
Yeah.
And that's where they stay stuck. And because of that, now you've got the situation not only ripe for exploitation, but you've also got the ones that are doing the exploiting to the willing donors, mind you, at this point. Are not only getting their hand with that, but also if their hand is to call a herd and this and that, well, again, all those who don't know how to function otherwise are checkmated in a monopoly board game of sheer dependency factor and nothing more. And that's the whole thing. If you look at it, why are the masses stuck? Because they're dependent. They don't know how to cooperate. They don't know how to function other than within the state. Why don't they know how to function and cooperate otherwise? Because they're not interested in taking responsibility to learn how to do that. They would rather just stay dependent in their current ways for all the reasons why they get their little cookie crumbs and this and that. And they get to.
I don't work well with others.
What's that?
Mine is I just don't I don't work well with others.
Well,
but I'm like, just give me a job and I'll do the fucking job. But don't be.
You can make the clothes.
I'm gonna take care of the babies.
Did you eat your dinner tonight, Pat?
No.
I didn't think
I'm
so.
eating the bottom bag of plain chips.
You're eating a bag of plain chips?
The bottom of a bag of plain chips.
Oh.
I opened them a week ago.
Do you see why this is the thing where, as far as the masses go, right? Like, unless if the only thing that will change anything for the masses would be the masses collaboratively and collectively choosing for whatever reason to say, okay, we're just not going to stay dependent on this and choose to cooperate and live in cooperative fashion. That's what has to happen for real change. Otherwise, they continue to energize the corporate world and the corporate system, be the corporate world and the corporate system, and that continues. That's the only way that could make any change, right? So no amount of sitting there and projecting energy towards the masses to do so is going to do that. They really have to. It's a proactive thing, right? It takes actual decision making and physical proactive choices.
The quickest way I can see this happening is people, when you're in school and they divide into groups. So people divide into groups, and in your village or town that you're going to create, and then give everybody for the beginning a template on how to run, like just set them all up and everybody can just step into the new lives. I think that would be a lot more attractive. And then from after they get their template and they're running for a week or two or however long, and they decide they know what tweaks they want to make and make their own way, and that's what people can do. But they just give them a template so everybody can just step into their roles.
Well, sure, but now before that can happen, the masses have to be willing.
Yeah, well, let's say they just saw the last few videos.
Not going to do it for the masses. They're not willing to even watch those. That's
Even
the problem.
if we saw it, they wouldn't see it.
Yeah.
They wouldn't understand any of it.
Not only that,
they wouldn't understand it. I wouldn't say that they wouldn't understand it. I wouldn't go that far.
They'll get stuck somewhere along. There's so many layers of the excuse factors in the indoctrinative pit traps, right? And the biggest one will be the responsibility part, what that really means for that.
Maybe because I've known at least half this shit before I even came here, it's easier for me, but I didn't have hardly any problem following that video.
That's because you're awake and aware. The majority of people are on fluoride.
Yeah.
And you have no idea.
You're awake enough for that to be, apparent. But yeah, definitely. We present what we're presenting here to 100 people. I'd be lucky if two had an inclination about what it really meant.
They'd get a fluoride stare and they start checking their Facebook likes and
fluoride stare.
You'd be lucky if more than 5 made it past 5 minutes, and then after that, never mind just understanding of it, but to do something, to have the inclination to start really doing something out of that. That's going to now, the 2 that are left, do that
you're not
20,000 times, and you might get less than 1% that might consider it. Maybe
you're not doing the work you're supposed to be doing according to the last video, to like the very first video. You're not doing the thinking that it takes to change because you're expecting people are going to fail because they suck.
no, it's not that they suck. It's not like they suck by default. They're going to fail because they want to fail.
What if they get woken up by that? What they see?
You take this and go try. I commend your optimism towards that, and maybe that's something that just everybody has to try to find out for whatever. I did it too back in the day a little bit, and you will find worst case scenario, heavy resistance and chastising you for even the effort. Best case scenario, passive acceptance of it. Thank you for the fake virtue or fake gratitude. Fake gratitude.
Gotta give them time to process.
Good luck. It's all I can say. Good luck. En masse. Now that's if you're going for en masse. That being said, though, remember how I said a bit ago, there was a small number out of that 100. There was a couple left, and then you do that maybe 10,000 times more, and you might get 1% out of that actually has some sincerity. To me, that's what I'm interested in focusing on.
You know why I want to see people vote for Stein? I want to see Stein in the States, Jill Stein, not Janice Stein, Jill Stein. I want to see the numbers of the third-party voters, because to me, that's the first sign that they're waking up. And I have a feeling that the number has grown, by the time they have the vote, the number has grown exponentially from the last election and the election before.
You'll never know because the numbers are skewed.
Well, you can add up all the people who refuse to vote, because there's a whole shitload of them that signed up to not vote. They said, so I forgot what they called it, but no vote. They're not going to vote. So because it's like we give up on this fucking process. So you add those to the third-party voters, and you'll have an idea of how much of the nation changed in this time, in the last, like for this election. And I have a feeling that it could bolster people in the next election. Say, if we just had this many more votes, we could win. And maybe it won't work in the next election, assuming there is one. And then maybe the next election is the one where they vote in a third party. Now, the third party will be controlled.
That's not going to fix anything. That's just a change in administration. That's back to the fix it through the system thing again.
No one gets voted in anyways.
I'm talking about a slow change where it takes, I don't know, hopefully it doesn't take that long, because we don't really have that much longer to do this like this. But I'm just saying that it might bolster the people in the next election to say, yes, we can win. There is enough of us.
Is that a good thing or a bad thing?
Somebody in, because it has to be a gradual switch, right? Unless you're going to do the templates and divide everybody into villages, then
anytime it feels like success in the system of corruption, though, that only encourages more enthusiasm towards that system. This is not healthy. That's not good. That's not going to promote any real change. And that's the actual problem with these people coming to terms with the elections are rigged.
Mm-hmm.
The real big problem with that is that they actually believe that, well, if we had elections that weren't rigged, everything would be fine. Totally missing the picture is that you want a ruler in elections to vote for a ruler to begin with. That's the problem. Not even in their minds.
You can even have a leader, Frodo, as long as there's people watching him. Frodo! And there's going to be a lot of people who are going to want to be taken care of.
They're not voting for a leader, and they're not voting for being taken care of. They're voting for the illusion of security, the brand of security, and what they're actually voting for is authority.
I suppose, but we can't really do anything about them.
Now that's a defeatist attitude.
No,
If that,
no, it's attrition.
oh, you mean you can't really do anything about their mindset towards that? Is that what you mean?
You
Or
can
what do you
try,
mean?
but you can't
Yeah,
make the
yeah.
decision.
I'm with
Right?
you on that. Now we're coming to, yeah, that's just the reality. So it's unfortunate, but for the masses, it's a lost cause. They want that. They want that illusion of security, that false sense of security,
Okay.
and are willing to accept the illusion over what it is and just stick their head in the sand to the fact of what it really is, because it gives them that little pretend cushion to function and feel safe at night, and also the justification to participate in the rest of the system where they've got a couple that skin in the bag, a couple breadcrumbs, nice roof over the head and clothes and so on and so forth.
Most of us are going to leave the leave or I don't know about most, but a whole bunch of us will leave the whole voting system and go live in the villages. The ones who still want to be taken care of, or whatever you want to call it, they are in bigger cities because there's safety in numbers, and they get more when everything is more bulk, right? So
yeah,
the corporate system. So they are going to eat themselves, and we're going to be the bonobos, and they're going to be the chimps, and they're going to eat themselves. Look what the bullies are doing. They're eating themselves right now.
Yeah, I hear you. Okay, keep going with this.
Yeah, so this competition will end up being like there can be only one kind of thing, right? And then we are busy rolling around the grass, fucking and eating.
Well, now it's all of a sudden you sound like me. I'm out here having a heyday with well, at the same token, there's this other like crazy world of fuckery going on, and I'm just like, on my knees saying, thank God I'm not in that,
Yeah.
Right? Like that's the thing. That's the only way. What you just nailed it on the head. That's the only way is the individual, plural, however many that is, that wants to do that, wants to learn self-reliance and how to function and take care of themselves and take responsibility for themselves. Stand a chance against the attrition and so on and so forth. Except the other part that, we won't go there right now, but, the stuff that really concerns me. Let's say that's not in the equation. Just have it as a raw starting point, that's what got me to where I was just realizing a long time ago, the masses are going off the cliff, but I don't care. I need to take care of myself,
We're not at the end of the equation, though.
What's that?
Now, we're not at the end of the equation yet. Because now, we're bonobos. We're just rolling around the grass, and the chimps are getting themselves all stretched out, smoking cigars and running over each other with their cars. And so
that's the least they'll be doing. Yeah.
They decide that the chimps decide that they want to go and take from the bonobos. Now what?
The chimps decide they want to take from the bonobos? Well,
bonobos.
The bonobos, yeah.
They want to kill us, or they want to steal from us, or want to take the land, whatever. Now what?
Better make sure you're prepared.
Right, so we can't be completely peaceful.
There's always a possibility of these types of things, no matter what. There's no scenario in this world where you're not up against your mortality. And no amount of stuff, the corporate world, what it does is knowing that the psychology behind people who are intelligent, came up with a gaslight ideology to make people feel safe, to pretend to protect them against that. And it, of course, it does nothing for that. Makes it worse.
I don't know. I kind of like it.
Yeah, it's an illusion, though. It's an illusion of escape. A lot of people like their fairy tales, right? Disney.
Yeah, I'm the poster child for that.
But here's the reality, right? If you're going to have a reality check and just look at it objectively, it pacifies the discomfort that goes along with the responsibility for the illusion of security, and sets the stage up, especially over time, when over generations, people are they forget what they can do in terms of self-defense and this kind of thing. And the longer it goes on for, the more atrophy happens, and the more you just become totally vulnerable and ripe for exploitation.
Like right now.
Right. That's exactly it.
Yeah,
and then even in a conundrum further than that, it's like, well, now I don't even know what I can do. It seems to be inevitable. We're just bad people. That's one. Or we're just going to be exploited because that's just the way things work. That's what my parents always say. That's just not the way that things work, you know? All this bullshit.
Go buy some prize and everything's okay.
Yeah. Here's your vices. We got all the fixes for you, right? Just turn the television on. Watch some drama. Whatever it is, just anything to distract you from the fact that you're being distracted from taking responsibility for yourself, and that you're getting your ass handed to you. But to help pacify that and make you feel a little better about it so that you'll still participate the next day, they'll give you a little dopamine rush and get you addicted to that.
Yeah. You said distract us from twice, right?
Distract you from the fact that you're being distracted.
Right. So, I'm supposed to be cleaning the house or the apartment, I mean, and instead I'm being distracted by running a live stream. And while I was running the live stream, I saw at least one drama channel pull something like, make a video, and I was wondering what was going on. That's a distraction from the distraction. Wondering what's going on in the drama world while we're sitting here being all fucking intelligent and all that shit.
You know what I find amazing?
What?
This last 15 minutes was the first time that all I focused on was the responsibility aspect of the equation that most people are missing out on. And this is the first time you had not a trace of resistance to that. That's progress.
What do I normally resist? Wait a second, am I remiss?
The aspect that when it comes down to it, right, that the onus for responsibility rests on the masses, the individual, for their own well-being, and by neglecting that. What's that?
Didn't I agree with that a long time ago?
You had bouts of it here and there, but when it comes to that and actually tying that into how it works for what you would need to do for being a solution and why the masses are just not interested in that, there's a lot of counter stuff that we went through. This is the first time I literally went point by point by point by point by point, almost like checkbox for about 15-20 minutes, and every single one of them was just concur, concur. That's the first time it happened with you for this aspect of the equation, which is really the gateway to the finish line of escaping the matrix, or getting out, whatever you want to call it. First time for you.
It's the action that I suck at. I already know what I'm supposed to do. It's just the action that I suck at. And I either am quite brilliant at knowing that there are some facets of society that can still work if you take out all the fucking bullshit around it, the dirty hair around it. But where we usually clash is I say that we take responsibility. We're responsible. Quit it. We're responsible for each of ourselves. But I also want to hold responsible the people who we're trying to take.
The what? What did you say? Oh, the people who are trying to take.
I want to hold them responsible, even though I can not responsible, accountable, because I know that I can take accountability for my part, but they don't for theirs, and they need to, because they get away with all this shit because they don't get called on it, because they don't get stopped. So
no, they actually get away with it because the masses choose to be willing donors. If the masses just choose self-reliance, it would be game over.
Okay, I understand.
See what I'm saying?
That's where we take responsibility. But I think they should be held accountable too.
For the most part, with few exceptions that we touched base on earlier, the exploitation is kind of a misnomer because it's willing, here, just have me type thing. It's like fucking masochist almost, and Stockholm syndrome. What's that?
We were swindled. We were swindled. We
Yeah,
agreed on that.
Yeah, but again, a long time ago, maybe, and that's the other aspect. Here now we're going back to the resistance part. But let's talk about that.
But that's what I said. I agree with all the other stuff. I recognize that I'm not taking the action I'm supposed to take, but the one part that we disagree on is about holding the other side of the equation accountable.
Wait. Well, let's get to that too. But I'll just address before that the we were swindled part, or I didn't know better part, all of that kind of stuff becomes a problem when that continues to be used as an excuse, and that's what the masses are right and ready to do. So I'll put a closure on that. Now back to the accountability. We started to get into that a little bit a few times ago with Joe, but I was intrigued to actually finish where we were going with that. In order to do accountability, we have to address who it is to start with, and we had started to do that. Unfortunately, the people that you brought to the table, they're already dead. So that's where we left off. It's kind of hard to hold people who are dead accountable.
That was one of your twists. I remember that they're already dead thing.
Well, the people you brought to the table are already dead. So what are you going to do about that?
What was it? We were trying to name who the oligarchy are?
The people that we want to hold accountable. That's where our first place was that we were focusing on.
The original ones are dead, not the ones that carried it out now in this lifetime.
Well, yeah, but that's who you're bringing out, right? I asked you start naming some names as to who you want to hold accountable, and you brought those names to the table, and so I'm just thinking like, well, they're dead. There's nothing you can do about that.
That's right, because we started with Constantinople or whatever the name. Yeah, we started with that, and you said they're already dead, and then there was another one I think I brought up, but there's nowadays number one on the fucking wanted list is Netanyahu.
But I have no idea who that is. You're gonna have to.
The Prime Minister of Israel, and there are at least 1,000 soldiers that have been identified as committing war crimes and being proud of it. These are 1,000 soldiers that gave themselves away on places like TikTok, where they showed their cruelty, and they don't have any qualms about it because they never get held responsible.
Okay, now what if
they're being named and they're going to be put into the.
You named one person so far. What if in investigation you discovered that one person, I'm only going to address this so far. What if you discovered that one person was only performing an act because they were being held hostage at gunpoint to do as they're told, and they had no other interest in actually doing that otherwise? They were just putting on a performance and a show because they're being held at gunpoint, mafia style, to do so.
Off with their heads. Good luck next life.
So still kill them? Is that what you want to do? Is that what you mean? I'm not sure what you mean there.
They shouldn't have agreed.
They're being held at gunpoint.
Under the threat of violence, they're doing it.
Well, how did they get there in the first place?
Gunpoint.
No, that's not true. They bought into all the prizes and all the whistles.
You think so?
And the
You think those people in those positions are there of their own cognitive merit and willing and enjoying that position?
They would have been when they first went in.
What if you discover that's not the case?
Well, then I'd have to amend my thoughts.
Because you're definitely presuming, right? And you're presuming based on what it looks like, the circuit show that's being presented to the masses. So we definitely can't go by that. So now I'm putting a possibility on the equation just to contemplate what if it was something other than what it looks like. You're going to have to do that if you really want to hold somebody accountable, right? You can't.
No, I'm only interested in justice. If what I am going to do is not justice, I'm not interested in doing that. Okay, so if there is some piece of information that I need to know, then I will need to know it.
Okay, so that's what I'm saying. So what if you find that out, that that person was only performing under duress?
Put them in a fucking mental hospital.
Wow. Wow. And what does that solve? What does that solve?
It means we're not killing them and we're still feeding them.
No. What does that solve? Let me put a different spin. Let me reverse psychology this here. You're a great-hearted person, but I come and I kidnap you one day and I say, you need to do this and this and this. And if you don't, me and my staff here, we're just going to kill you and your family. Say one word about it and you're gone. And that's it. Perform these things. Don't ask any questions.
It'll work for the first couple of things. But when it gets to the point where it's something like genocide, no.
Wait a second, cat. I'm not finished. I'm not finished what I was saying. Right. So this is the scenario that's going on, and now the other you, the you that we're talking to right now, who wants justice, comes in and finds this out, and says to the you that I'm holding hostage here, that the resolve is through, what was it you said again? It was
first it was off their heads, and then the next it was put them in a mental institution.
Right. Put them in a mental institution.
He's changing the rules. He's changing the scenario, and so now I'm answering a different answer. So
no, actually, that was the same as the first scenario. No change.
I said if they just did a couple things, I could understand being frightened not only for themselves but their loved ones. So I totally understand falling for it a couple times. But when it gets to the point where it's genocide or anything near genocide, then they should just make the decision themselves. They're not going to do that.
But they're not actually doing it. They're just under hostage, doing what they're told, reading from a teleprompter. That's all they're doing.
Let them shoot.
Let them what?
Let them
shoot you? Wow. Yep. So that's your position, reversing the narrative now. Again, back to me holding you at gunpoint. Hold on. Me holding you at gunpoint and saying you got to read this from a teleprompter, and this is going to end up propagating war and genocide. You're just going to say, shoot me?
I said.
And my family?
How far, if they get you to do a couple little things, then I understand.
I just said, though. I just said the thing that you said earlier.
No. Yeah, but we're talking about Netanyahu now. So he is the mastermind of all this shit. And it's all to keep
individual, but it's the same thing.
He's like Trump. He doesn't give a fuck about Israel. He only gives a fuck about his own self. He's trying to save his own ass. Keep his ass out of jail. So he keeps the war going. He keeps the war going because as long as the war is going, they can't have their election. and vote him out. They want to
You
know.
really got to study mafia rule a little closer to understand here. Mafia
Yeah, I know.
business specifically, right?
I know how to mafia work. I've seen every
Yeah.
mafia move.
Yeah. And the people that are selected to be in the positions, like I said, that perform in front of the masses are selected very methodically and groomed very methodically because of their skill to act under duress and not break a sweat.
Well, they do, though, don't they?
No, they don't. They're very good. They look very, very versed and confident, and you can't tell that those people are being held hostage like they are, but they are.
No,
And then there's the
no.
other kind of bullshit that goes on as well, that they get them under duress to do some of the heinous acts and whatnot.
No.
And I'm not talking about the lower level ones, that one of them that actually voluntarily sign up for shit like that. That's going on too. But the ones in these positions, that's not how that works.
Trudeau is one of those people.
Mm-hmm.
It's obvious.
Mm-hmm.
And they have him by the balls. And the life has been drained out of him. You can see it in his face. There's no life left in his face.
Which Trudeau are you talking about? There's like 3 or 4 of them.
The big one's dead. I'm talking about the little one.
That's not what he meant.
There's 3 or 4 of the little ones.
Which clone?
Of Trudeau?
Yeah.
I only know of one.
I've seen like 3 different ones so far.
I'm not saying
There's
that
always stunt doubles.
Okay, I mean Trudeau, who is the one with the gun to his head, who's making decisions, right? So
who's what? Sorry, I followed you up.
Who's making decisions? He's
making decisions? No, he's not making any decisions.
Well, he's representing the decisions.
Yes.
He's representing, and they have a gun to his head.
Yes.
It's obvious that his life has drained out his face. He should have quit a couple of years ago at least.
He can't.
He's stuck there. He's stuck there. They have something on him, or
they're all stuck there.
Or maybe they're threatening his family, in which this
right.
has all occurred to me before. So
right.
I have practiced compassion on him. However, if he gets the order to start opping us with Kool-Aid, then he should let them shoot him in the head.
He's not being ordered, nor is he doing any of that. He's just ordered to read from a teleprompter and act out what the script that he's being told to do, just like the rest of the Muppet players in the political arena.
If they shot him in the head, someone else would slide right in that position and the agenda would continue right like scheduled.
When he gets in front of the camera, and he's told to read something, instead
the camera is never live. It's never live, Kat. No, it's not. No, it's not. It's always buffered with enough time in case something goes sideways like that.
There would be a delay for sure on everything.
He says something that the people who are in charge of cutting off things, they are not always paying attention, especially in Canada. The workers suck here, and there's all kinds of issues. So, but you can at least make an attempt, and then get ready to be shot in the head.
Yeah, there's times where things do actually slip through the cracks, and that's funny when you those who have the eyes to see spot and notice that. And of course, it's always dismissed as conspiracy theory, right? But anyways, that aside,
that accusation.
Again, this idea that these Muppets are doing anything, they're just reading the script. What about all the people who are choosing to do the actual physical acts?
They're off with their heads.
So all the masses.
The ones that are doing the killing.
Yeah. And participating in any level with doing the killing, such as funding it, endorsing it, fueling it.
Like I said, even if you're in charge, you might end up doing 1 or 2 things that are corrupt because you're scared. I understand that.
I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about the masses now.
No, if you're going to get to the masses, you're now on a much lower conscious level of what's going on.
Doesn't matter. You're still performing. You're gonna give them a free pass for the actions that they're actually doing and carrying out and conducting violently towards each other.
Okay, what? Be more specific, because you kind of seem like you're being symbolic at times. And
No,
then
I'm not. Yeah, no symbol.
Pardon?
Yeah, in this case, no symbols. Very, very direct.
Okay, well,
I'll get specific then.
All the people are not killing each other. That's not true.
The people that are participating in, okay, the mercenaries.
Okay, so you're talking about the army, right?
I'm talking about the army. I'm talking about the people who are in avocation of that, and the people who participate through other means, such as voting or monetary support or whatever, things of that nature.
Remember they said that they were preparing Walmarts and shit to house us in? Put the army soldiers in there. All of them, not like the military. We bung them away after they have their fucking trial.
Okay, so you're in agreement that the military should be held accountable.
Fuck yeah. Fuck
okay.
Yeah.
Now what about down past the military, the people who are in support of that and willing to fuel it through funding in one way or another?
Oh yeah.
From the masses perspective, right?
Yeah, and depending on how culpable they are and what the extent of the damage, anywhere from jail to off with their heads.
That's pretty much everyone then.
You just not even me. I'm not even an exception because of the few pennies that I pay. Look at I use money to pay for this internet right now.
I'm not talking about that. You said the people who fund the military actions, right?
The funding happens through the monetary system that people are participating in.
Okay, well, I'm thinking more of the mini oligarchs, not oligarchs, but business owners and shit that they want their influence, and they use their money to use influence on
There's
what
that
happens.
too. Yeah, now that's even more blunt.
That's who I was talking about. Now, if you're going to get to the in society, I said I don't hold them as culpable because they do not understand what they're doing.
So ignorance is an excuse?
Yes.
Really?
Yes, because intention is 9/10 of the law.
Okay, well then let's go back to the mercenaries. Most of the mercenaries, if not close to all, have no idea what they're doing. They think they're doing something good. Most of the cops present themselves or could use the excuse that, hey, this is what society wants. I'm just doing my job, right? How many times do you hear that?
When you say mercenaries, when we're talking about the army, I realize that you're saying that in effect they're mercenaries because they're getting paid to kill people. However, in this conversation, I'd like to keep to the normal definition, and mercenaries are people outside the army for hire to murder people. So, and then there's the army. Now, the army.
Okay, so we'll call them the army, sure.
Yeah, okay, because you were saying that sometimes they think they're doing something good. So yeah, that works with the army.
So all they have to do is say to you, in your view, all they have to do then is just say, well, I thought I was doing something righteous, and that's good enough?
Well, I think that it needs to be questioned. If you think it's righteous to wipe a whole, ethnically cleanse a whole culture away, then you need some fucking mental help, or you need to be dropped to the bottom of the sea.
There you go. And most of them, that's it. Most of them, it'll be, well, I'm just following orders, right? I'm doing my patriotic duty to serve my country, to serve my people in self-defense and blah, 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 blah.
No, because then you question them on the sand. Was it really self-defense that you went over to Iraq and killed 1,000 people? Was that self-defense or was that offense?
Okay, so now we're okay. Yeah. So we're willing to hold them accountable once we've determined that they're an aggressor.
Yeah.
What if they just say, "Well, I didn't know. I just fell for the what my bosses told me to do and what the TV said, like everybody else. We didn't know any better. We actually thought that there was terrorist attacks on 9/11, you know. We didn't know that it was all a gaslight just so that we could go overseas and kill a bunch of people so that we can secure the resources over there for a bunch of profiteering racketeers."
I would hope that there would be lawyers who would be seeking out witnesses for everyone's case. Every single soldier has their own case. And so you go and you find out who they are, what their record of being a human being is, and then you try to hear their story and see if their story makes sense compared to what you know about their life.
Well, is that going to be enough to excuse them? That they just didn't know any better because they believed what they were told from their higher ups and what the TV was projecting about the scenario, and like everybody else believed.
There could be other consequences, like you know, say the person killed a whole old age home full of Iraqi grandmothers, then they have to do time taking care of grandmothers in their community. You know what I mean? Like there could be different.
But in their mind, they still believe what they did was righteous, and they're ready to do it again in the name of securing our nation or whatever it is.
Off with their heads. We don't need that kind of vermin.
Because you know that they're not going to change their mind on that, right? If they're dumb enough to do that to begin with, they're really fucking dumb.
Okay, that all depends on whether they're protecting their own selves in their own minds. That they can't.
If you're dumb, if you're not smart enough to know that going over somewhere is not being defensive and it's being aggressive, you're intelligent. There's something wrong with your mental state of intelligence.
I know that, but look who signs up for the fucking military. These are people who want to be taken care of. Yes, and so there's so many to pick from too. So they just open their doors and they try to bring them in. They try to bribe them with a free education and all this kind of crap, right? But the ones who joined up after 9/11, or actually, sorry, I'm going to take that back, because 9/11 they believed was actually an assault on them on their home ground. So that's probably the only case we can even find. So, except for the Canadians went and burnt their fucking White House. But let's take that one out. What about Vietnam?
I don't know enough about the thing there to really know.
Oh, you know what? That one's out too because it was a draft. Although responsible people ran away. So,
well, see, that would be my view. Is like, you know, I actually concur with the if you're being under the threat of violence to do something violent, then you got a problem to deal with your aggressor. You need to turn that gun and aim it and shoot it at them in self-defense, right?
If you can, but I would
if you can, yeah.
If I make a deal with the devil, and now all of a sudden I realize I didn't read the small print, right? Well,
I will
fucking
personally, I will never be aggressively violent towards anybody else under any circumstances, especially and definitely including being hostage. There's just no two ways about it. But because I know that's a reality in life, or other types of bizarre scenarios like this, and so on and so forth, I've already taken measures to prepare myself in self-defense. That the unlikelihood any of these kinds of things could happen, right? This is the problem with the indoctrinated people, is they don't think like that. They just think to do as they're told. Obedience.
But you're not running for office. You're not running for office. You're not joining the army. So that's your preparation right there. They can't hold a gun to your head. They can't hold a gun to your head because you're not in a position to do something for them. You're not in the army, and you're not in a position of power. So
oh yeah, but that's okay. That's in the corporate world, yeah, of course. But there could be another scenario where, you know, somebody held me hostage to do something heinous at gunpoint for some reason. They were in fear, they needed something, or so on and so forth. It happens, right? Might be rare or whatever. That's why I said in the unlikely case, there's that and other events that could happen. All of this is the other side of the equation. This is really the crux of the matter.
We were talking about genocide. We're not talking about all crimes. We're talking about genocide or serious crimes like that. Like,
well, to me, any violence is serious. Why would it be any less or more? Violence is violence.
Because, like I said, judging on each case individually, there are a myriad of things that can go where somebody ends up dead, but the person.
I'm not talking about the particulars though that led up to that. I'm just talking about the violence itself on any level. It's equally as heinous.
What do you mean, the punishment?
No, just the act itself on any level of violence is equally a heinous. You know, a blanket slate as far as how heinous the act of violence is. Period.
Yeah, yeah.
And should be treated as such.
I choose to die instead of, hopefully it's not too painful. I choose to die instead of commit these atrocities on other people.
Mm-hmm.
Go see if someone else can do it. Well, I'm not going to do it. And that's a hill worth dying on. It's my soul.
Right. Okay, so now we've identified some people who are the culprits, and let's say we've actually truly determined that through some form of, to the best of our ability, authentic process, right? So we're not just guessing that they've committed a violent act or whatever. We know for sure. Now, as far as the next process, whatever their justice thing is going to be, who's responsible for carrying that out?
I don't know. I was waiting for that fucking question. That's where my soul gets involved again, right? So.
Well, it can only be us, right?
I said off with their heads, so that's on my soul.
Yeah, who else is going to do it? We're gonna set up a guillotine or whatever, or execution.
One thing I did picture was them killing each other. Like, you make them do a firing squad on each other, something like that.
And what if they just decide that, hey, right?
Huh?
And what if they just decide that, hey, well, you know, our life is in jeopardy here, and you're presenting that you're this authority figure and blah blah blah, making these decisions. Well, they're just going to turn around and say, conspire together and go off with your head and kill you in the middle of the night, and you don't even know it.
They're in jail.
That doesn't mean anything.
They're in jail.
Are you kidding me? These are smart people.
Okay, but we have jail guards.
Mm-hmm.
And self-defense,
who can be bought off very easily. Mm-hmm.
Self-defense doesn't count on those jail guards, because the jail guards, if they
no, but what people will do when they're up against execution, you'd be surprised how smart people become all of a sudden.
The most dangerous man on earth is the man who has nothing left to lose.
Exactly. You know.
I understand.
So what if that's the case, right? Or what if, you know, there's going to be corruption where some of the guards all of a sudden, again, you know, the people who are typically right and fit for these quote unquote justice position jobs or authority position jobs end up being criminal minded people, right?
That's why I said get them to kill each other. That was one of my theories. And by the way, why don't you ask Dan some questions?
I pictured Kat sitting there with her Burger King paper crown going, off with their heads. Off with their heads.
I think the last thing that she just said here is where I'm at with it, where the masses, as far as I'm concerned, are so corrupt and heinous to each other, where nature just has to take its course, and it already is.
Yeah, because they are getting Kool-Aid.
Not only that, but they're participating in heinous genocidal wars against each other and doing these crazy, insane, psychosis-ridden things. What's that?
You're talking about neighbor against neighbor, and I wouldn't characterize that.
I'm talking about every aspect of the genocide that's taking place, that all the masses are willingly and actively participating in as being abusive towards each other all the way to the attrition and carrying out. Their part in it,
I don't know.
which is a big part.
My brain is getting twisted. I can't.
That's probably good. That's probably good because most people don't even think to like question that part of the equation, right?
But I have I
Most
not
people.
in detail. Okay, not such detail, but I have thought about the fact that, for instance, my soul is going to suffer if I have to, because we don't get judged, I don't believe, but we are judging ourselves. And from the stories I'm getting, there's some kind of life review or something where you're going to feel what the other person felt based on what you did, either something good or something bad. You're going to feel it. And if I have to feel that I just offed 1,000 soldiers,
What
have to
if you
go
didn't
through
have to?
all that. Well, that would make it easier.
All right. Well, that's just because it's a hypothetical either way, right? Because you don't know for sure. So
but I'd rather err on
let's
the
go
side of
with
caution.
let's go with the non-comforting version of the hypothetical, which would be that's not the case. So now it's just the only consequence is whatever happens here.
No, it's comforting to know that my soul wouldn't have to pay for it. That's comforting. What's not comforting is knowing that I do have to pay for it. Like me, when I pay for it, meaning I'm gonna have to feel all their pain. So when it's
Yeah,
not
that's what I
there,
mean. You're not going to have to go through that,
okay,
right?
well that's comforting then. Okay,
Okay,
so
yeah, sorry, a little bit spent. Go ahead.
in that case, then I would consider it a hard decision to make. Right? It'd be I wouldn't just take it lightly because there's I can just kill, carte blanche because I'm doing it for justice, right? That's not a good. That's too much ego, too much
And
thinking that you're.
what if at any point of that time somebody expressed a turnaround of they did these heinous things and they realized what they did and they said, "Yeah, I'm never going to do that alone. I just want forgiveness."
And do I believe them?
I guess there's that, but also, as far as the decision goes, and let me actually fill in one more thing. They killed 200 innocent men, women, and children in a village somewhere, or participated in that based on orders in the military.
Okay. Did they drop a bomb or did they shoot their guns?
I don't know. Whatever. Does it make a difference?
A little bit.
I'm not sure what the difference would make. I don't know. I'll just maybe both.
If you kill somebody by knife, all right, you're feeling yourself going through the path. It's not an easy thing to do to kill somebody up close and personal. However, if you've got a gun, it makes it a little easier, quite a lot easier, because you don't feel any of that confrontation. You just click a trigger.
Mm-hmm.
If you're in a plane and you drop a bomb, you're even further away than you are with the gun. And if you are indoctrinated and now you're feeling sorry for what you did, you didn't think about what you did beforehand. Maybe they're hypnotized, and so now I believe that he's sorry. It wouldn't be off with his head. I think that maybe it would. Obviously, they've reflected right on what they've done, which is mainly what jail time's for, right? It's for the reflection. If they've already reflected, then I would probably have them go for therapy because they're gonna fucking need it, and then come out and help people.
Jail time's not for reflection.
You know what the fucked up thing about this realm is that any one of us gets to present ourselves as an authority figure, but it only counts, and it will count,
If it's
anybody's
over yourself.
dumb enough to fall for it. None of us have moral virtue to make any of these fucking decisions when it comes down to it. We don't have the intellectual capacity. The only thing we can really is where,
Wait. Your body. Your body. Your body.
Okay, just tell me when I'm back.
You're back.
Just tell me when I'm back. Okay.
You're back there.
So I said the reality is that none of us have actual capacity to properly decipher any of these things. The only thing where we can really make an accurate decision is when we're truly being attacked, when we're truly have an aggressor against us. In that moment, without a shadow of a doubt, we must respond, because if we don't, something harmful is going to happen to us. That's the only really predicament that we'd be under, where it's not even a question of morality. It's a question of instinct for self-preservation and survival.
We've seen what happens when people go unchecked. This is what happens. What's going on in Israel? This is the direct result of never being held accountable. They don't think that they will be held accountable.
I think the problem with
this is the first time in almost 50 years that they actually feel like they might be held accountable.
So there's aggressive violence going on. This is what I'm saying. I'm saying that the true accountability would have to start and rest on the individual who is being attacked. They would have to be accountable for themselves to put that attack out of the equation in self-defense.
Oh no.
Oh yeah. That's the only position.
Palestinians, that doesn't work. That does not work.
This is just the position on it. Doesn't matter where it is or who it is. This is just the position where it's no longer a status view or an authority view. It's just simple back to reality in nature, the way that nature works.
It's a house cleaning view.
It's taken away all the gaslight and all the indoctrination and just coming down to simple how it works in nature. Aggressor, aggressee.
Like you said, sometimes there's different
all the rest of the stuff, if you haven't noticed, if all the rest of the stuff, because it's been in the equation, the justice, the ideology behind authoritarianism stages, if all of that was going to solve the equation, it would have a long time ago. It gets worse and worse and worse if you haven't noticed.
You don't let a serial murderer keep on committing serial murders just because you're not catching him do it at the time.
No, but take accountability. Don't project that outwards to some sort of a justice system to put it out into the equation. That's all complicating. So it's just very simple. You got somebody who's wants to be aggressive. That's a problem. You have to deal with it. Deal with it swiftly.
There are lots
and just go back to life. And when people who are in a cooperative society, so to speak, understand that that's the arena here, and you don't need you don't need to ask nobody's permission to fucking defend yourself against some violent attack against you.
You are not being realistic about who can defend themselves and who can't defend themselves.
It doesn't matter who can't. It's the responsibility. If I'm attacking you, guess whose responsibility it is to defend yourself?
Okay, my turn.
Mm-hmm.
You have tricked me because you put me in the position of asking me what I think is fair, and then you're saying that nobody should have the say in it at all.
No, I'm saying that it's not going to solve anything. Okay, scenario A. Scenario A.
You get rid of the serial murders. You get rid of the people who are posed a danger. They have to be cleansed, just like they tried to cleanse the Palestinians. Cleanse that fucking.
That's all.
You can't
Again,
do-
that's all stuff that happens when the root of how it works in nature gets left unchecked for far too long. Let me just bring it down to simple. Me and you, and I'm an attacker against you. One of two things happens here. Either one, scenario A, you know that it's your responsibility to defend yourself against my attack, and you kill me. What's the result? I'm dead. You go on with life. Scenario B, you don't. You're conditioned to think otherwise, and the way that you've been trained and are supposed to handle it otherwise, as you call somebody, and this justice system is supposed to take care of it. In that scenario, I kill you. You're dead, and maybe this system has a way of trying to deal with that, but you're still dead no matter what. You're not coming back.
I can't.
What's that?
I can't address this. My brain is not keeping up.
Okay.
I can't remember all the things that you just said.
Okay, no problem. I'll slow down. It's just two scenarios. Scenario A, I'm the attacker, and you're the defender. And in this scenario, you know that it's your responsibility to defend yourself against my attack. In this scenario, the way it plays out is I attack you, and you take responsibility and you kill me. The outcome, I'm dead, you go on with life.
That's not on my soul, though.
That's scenario. Just go with the two scenarios. That's scenario one. Scenario two is this other scenario that's going to be very familiar because it's how it's done in the statism society. Is you're trained and conditioned to respond otherwise. It's not your responsibility. You're supposed to either call 911 or whatever, and you're not trained to respond to defend yourself against my attack. The outcome in this case is you die. I may or may not have some consequence that happens to me because of the societal setup, but you die anyway, and nothing is going to change that. You had no chance.
What am I choosing?
No, I'm just showing you the difference between the two scenarios and why it's so important. And again, when it comes down to an aggressive attack, the actual responsibility, if you want to still live or mitigate a violence from harming you as little as possible, the onus obviously rests on you, responsibility wise, to respond in that instance when you're being attacked.
What about the children, and what about the weaker females?
Got to have something in place. Got to think about these things.
And the infirm people and the older people.
All of this, right? This is why guns are very useful tools. What's that?
What I was putting into place what my idea of justice would be. Every single scenario you offered, whatever the nuances were what mattered as to how we're going to figure out what to do in that situation.
Justice is just fake virtue and doesn't change anything. It doesn't solve it. It's a distraction from the aspect that the actual responsibility will still rest on you no matter what. You're just trying to look at things after the attack is done.
Okay.
Totally missing how to respond to it. And that's the gaslight, is training people to think like that.
You are using the justice part, which I know I do not back down on the justice part, but we're not discussing that right now. Because when you ask me, for instance, the one the soldier who's really sorry, and I said, well, there's no point in putting him in jail because the jail bars are there to have them think and reflect on what they did. If this person has reflected on what they've done, then they've just cut out the jail bars part. So it's not about justice, because now the point is you got to heal that person's heart, and then you got to give them something positive to offset.
Can you see how, right, and just take a look around. Can you see how all these after effect ideologies of how to deal with that, respond to it after, mitigate that, whatever, in these ways hasn't changed a thing. In fact, it's made it worse.
No,
just
because
look at the state.
It wasn't done properly, and it was corrupt.
Who is going to do it properly and how? Which human? You? So everybody's just going to make you the queen of justice? And we're just going to stow you with a... And that's not going to go to your head or anything. You've got the divine wisdom to make sure that you're making the proper decisions here.
You asked me.
Mm-hmm.
And so I answered you that if this is my job, then
I know.
that's the way we execute that job.
I know.
So I didn't say I was running for office or anything like that. You asked me what I considered was the proper route.
Right. And after all of that, I'm expressing to you to just take a look around and see that all these ideals have been tried and the problems are worse than ever. And this is, and I'm also furthering it as to why what's missing from the equation intentionally by design is more gaslight. The idea to think that justice after the fact is the way to mitigate violence. Not that's a gaslight.
No, it's the way to prevent violence.
If that was the case, then we wouldn't have any, and it wouldn't be a problem, and it would be getting better. It's not.
But you are going by what was done, which was corrupt. It was corrupted, and it was corrupt.
That's what's corrupt. Not looking at taking responsibility in the instances it's happening rests on. It's a gaslight. That's what's corrupt. It sets the stage for violent perpetrators and criminal-minded individuals to have their way once again, to the vulnerable, naive individual right to be exploited because they're defenseless. They don't know. They don't know what to do.
You have a hard-on for putting all the onus on the victim. You do it all the fucking time.
Responsibility to defend yourself can only be on you. I have a gun to your head. You're going to call 911 and they're going to get there in time and I'm not going to shoot you. You're dead. You're not coming back. See?
Okay. And then somebody else has to do what needs to be done.
It doesn't change the fact that you're gone, though. You see what I'm saying?
No. I know somebody's going to be gone because that's where the crime happens.
Now, if you had... Right. Now, if you had taken responsible measures beforehand to have a gun and know how to defend yourself, you could protect yourself against my attack.
Okay. I do not share your view that is all on the person who's trying to defend their life. There is accountability, and that's what we're talking about here is accountability. Yes, we have
that's the missing part of the equation in accountability.
But I've already identified that there are weaker females, maybe even weaker males, and there are children. And these are people who I think that you're crazy if you expect that they can defend themselves. We come to each other's rescue. We don't have to all be our own defender. Sometimes we need a defender to stay alive. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that because you're contributing. Look at the bonobos, the blind monkeys.
Teaming together in self-defense is a very good thing. That's why I'm versed in that, and that's why one of the main reasons why I have my allies. Absolutely, we don't rely on a fucking justice system.
You're saying that each person has the onus on themselves to defend themselves when not everybody can defend themselves. And
you got to do what
when
you
they-
got to do to minute. It doesn't change. It doesn't change. If you're vulnerable against attack, you have to think to do something about it.
And there is a 50-50 transaction here. And the other side, you don't want to hold accountable. And that's very bothersome to me.
That's where the accountability rests.
No, that's half the accountability.
If I blow your head off now let's talk about accountability. You're gone, right? You missed the boat. You could have been more accountable on yourself, and you could have blown my head off in an attack, but you missed the boat and you're dead. You're not coming back no matter what happens to me. And that's where the gaslight is.
No, because maybe I'm a weaker female, and so I can't defend myself, and so I need someone to protect me. But maybe there was nobody around. They get me. They shoot me. Now this person is a culprit, and that person needs to be held accountable for their half of the fucking. If I can't defend myself,
well, they disagree, and they've got. They disagree, and they've got allies that are ready to cooperate together to kill anybody who thinks like that, and they actually run the justice system.
They lost their privilege.
They won't care if they lost it. They're the ones holding the guns. You're not, because you're not willing to take responsibility and accountability for yourself to defend yourself. That's the whole point. Haven't you realized it will always result in criminal-minded individuals having the upper hand? That's the whole point. That's why things are the way they are.
All in jail awaiting a trial. In their own fucking cells, they were all in jail awaiting their trial.
You think the criminals give a flying fuck about that in their own system?
Well, they're under control in the jail. And then one by one, they get brought out one by one. They don't get a chance to commune with each other. They have their own space, and they don't interact with each other. There's no
those jails are run by criminals, and they're there to keep innocent people in and criminal people out.
They're mixing everything up. When you tell me
that's the truth.
When you tell me how would you deal with this and this and this and this is not in the old system. It's my system now. So
you're just what I don't see any difference so far of anything that you said. The same things that you said so far has been tried over and over and over again. You see the results.
They didn't do it properly. And they
Define properly. Define properly.
They set the criminals up to have to keep on coming through a revolving door. There's no healing involved, hardly any. There's some, but there's hardly any healing involved. And people are not getting the message because they're not being talked to. They're not being, they have to reflect on what they've done. So you have to give them the environment to do that. Wrong.
You went down there.
Oh, sorry. There's all kinds of things that are done wrong, and they need to be changed. And one of them is to have the perpetrator realize their accountability.
Hey, Kat, you got 10 minutes left. Are you going to start another one?
Oh, no, I can't.
I think you just run this one. Let it just run till we're done. Or go backstage if you want. You only lose what's past midnight, right?
Stay awake anymore. I gotta get to sleep. If
I
get to sleep
it's only been 24 hours. Come on.
It's been 36 at least. 6 a.m. to 6 p.m. is 12.
You wusses.
6 a.m. to 6 a.m. is 24. Till 6 p.m. is 36. And then now it's another, 6? That's 1,800, 4 hours more. So that's 40 hours. I've been awake. That's not good for my health. And I have to draw the line.
That's why I always sneak off the bed so I don't have to hear you wusses. I'm serious.
Just leave the room.
Huh?
Why do you sneak off your bed instead of just saying good night?
Because nude always makes me feel like a wuss. Oh, you wuss. I don't want to hear
You fucking snowflakes. Listen to the truth, huh?
That's what I call him when he wants to leave early.
Who
Bunch of
wants to leave
pussies.
early? I've never heard Nude want to leave early anything.
Yeah, there have been times I won.
Really?
Yep. There were times.
Bunch of pussies.
Times I won, times he won. I won more than he did. Because I will make it like a personal vendetta. I have to stay awake long enough. But now this was stupid. It was a stupid game I used to play, and I'm not going to do it anymore. 24 hours is enough to discuss these things for me, and I need
More
to
than enough.
relax. There's a free movie tomorrow at the community church. They're showing Despicable Me 4. So we're going to go see it.
Today is Saturday now? Did we just finish Saturday?
Well,
is that right?
Yeah, we're at the end of Saturday.
Yeah, you're not going to be functional until at least Monday.
No, believe me, the most I'll have is 10 hours sleep. And the movie, the doors don't open until 5:15. The movie's at 6 o'clock. So I can definitely make it. But I do have to rest my body, because otherwise my ankles will swell. They'll swell, and I'll have.
Yeah.
I started hallucinating about 2 hours ago.
Oh, fuck. Why didn't you say something?
I did.
No, you didn't.
I did.
Did you fall asleep and dream that you did or something?
No, sorry. I didn't say that I was hallucinating. I was saying that I was really tired and I needed to go to bed.
I never heard that.
I said, stop the video. We need to talk because I'm going to fall asleep.
Oh yeah, I heard that you were getting to the point where you're getting a little drifty. I heard that, but I didn't know it was like 90 nighttime already.
Well, give me a break. I don't remember exactly what I said, but it was something like that.
I'm not good at getting signals.
What signals? It was right on your face.
No, that's you gotta be direct with me. I'm tired. I gotta go. Gotta call it a night. That type of thing. Be clear. I'm not good at picking up things.
I wasn't ready to call it a night. I wanted to continue, but
there
now
you
that
go.
we're hitting the 12-hour mark.
Yeah. So I just go with what's presented to me, and call you guys pussies when you can't even go for at least 2 days.
Well, I'm old. I got a face that I'm old.
Just being fucking facetious. You know I am.
I know. It's part of the game, You're supposed to gloat. It's part of the game. So.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. And my job is to be defensive if I'm on the losing side. So.
You guys really would not. You guys should not be trying to keep up with me. It's not good for your health.
Oh, ego challenge.
No ego there. That's truthfully, you need to be responsible for your health and not try and be where I'm at with what I'm capable of, because the different lifestyle that I have. That's the truth, right?
Listen, I have lasted longer than you. I have beat you.
Yes, but your health is what's important. It's at jeopardy when you do that, right?
Yes.
Mine isn't.
I'm choosing to be semi-responsible and do what I need to do for my body and my self-love. Stop it, Frodo. Frodo, stop. But I can do it. I can.